Hello everybody and welcome along to a very, very special event indeed. Radio Show Limited across our network and around the world as well with 24H series. It is the Hankook 12 Hours of Kuwait. We're at the 23rd different venue for a 24-hour event, a Hankook 24-hour event, and it is the first international event at Kuwait Motor Town. I'm John Hindorf. Alongside me is Phil Anson, Nick Damon and Joe Bradley joining us as well. It's been a busy 2022. We kicked off not too far away at the 24 Hours of Dubai in January. Then for that single event at Abu Dhabi. More about those two races in a little while. Then it was off to Italy in March, Spa-Francorchamps in April, Germany in May, Portimao in July and Barcelona for the 24 Hours in September. And this is the third and final round of the Championship of the Continent, with the two major titles still up for grabs in GT and TCE. We've done a little bit of addition. We reckon this is the 80th Creventic sanctioned race, and it forms not only the last round of this year's championship, but a brand new Middle East triumvirate trophy. We'll head off to Dubai in the second week of January next year, and then again the week after it's the 6 hours at Yas Marina at Abu Dhabi. Those three races forming their own mini championship, whilst of course the 24 Hours of Dubai will kick off the 2023 championships for everybody in the main series as well. Well, wherever you are on this Friday, welcome along. Just after 8:15 in the morning in the UK, 9:15 in Europe, and 11:15 here, with the front straight, the long front straight, around about 2/3 in sunshine at the moment. The design of the circuit means that the pit lane stays in shadow all day, but I'm sure the sun is shining down on our very own Nick Damon. Morning, Nick.
Good morning, John. Good morning, world. Good morning, the band they've laid on for me. Welcome to Kuwait and welcome to the front of the grid and welcome to the trophy for the champion of the continents. More of that to come, as they say. Very quickly, we have the national in second. What we're going to do first is have a quick word with our pole sitters, who've interestingly all meandered off, and it is actually a home pole for the 47. That is the Team Kuwait by MRS GT Racing, and this is Mohammed Al Kazimi. Mohammed, home race on pole, no better than that.
Honestly speechless, guys. I can't wait to start. It's been a dream since this track opened like 3 years ago to ever race here. Thank you, guys. It made it happen. The best way to start is on pole, I guess.
How important is it to have this sort of international race to put the Kuwait Motor City on the map?
It's so important. A lot of Europeans and throughout the world, people don't know about our track, and I'm so happy. Every driver feedback is awesome about this track. So this is the start to something that will not finish, hopefully.
Now it's going to be on local television as well, so it's a chance for you to become a star.
Honestly, they already make me feel like one.
Now, how much endurance experience do you guys have? Have you done a lot of long races, or have you just mostly done shorter circuit races?
I do radicals, so it's only sprint races, and one endurance, which is only 45 minutes. So this is a big step, and it's also my first endurance. So looking forward and learning from my teammates.
And what sort of practice have you done for it? Have you been doing longer sessions in practice, or?
Yeah, you have to do be physically ready, and most of the work happens in the gym and the food, and hopefully all goes well.
Great stuff, Mohammed. Okay, so we're now going to come to the front of the grid. Can you all please be upstanding for the Kuwaiti national anthem? So the military band, and I'm going to pick back up with Seb again, and let's continue the grid walk and chatting to our great and good. And we're going to second place in the grid, which is the number 32, the Team GP Elite, and one of their drivers is Lucas Gronveld. Lucas on the front row, no better start really.
Yeah, let's see, it's quite a long race, actually 12 hours, so there can happen a lot, especially in this weather conditions, and especially with this track it's quite fast, so there can happen quite a lot in 12 hours.
Yeah, it's a really interesting circuit, isn't it? Not one you can practice before you get here. It's not any sim. How did you find learning it?
Yeah, it was of course a bit difficult with the short time we had to learn the track, but I think we managed the time quite well, and I think we got the maximum out of it.
I mean, how much experience do you have of endurance racing, Lucas?
Yeah, not so much. We did last year 24 Hours of Dubai. We won that in class, so I think that's the only experience we have yet. But yeah, let's see. I think this is a good learning track for it. So yeah, looking forward to it.
And how much have you got a plan written down, and how much are you going to make it up as you go along?
Yeah, I think we just have to see how the first stint goes. I think from there we work it out. But yeah, let's see what happens also with the Coach 60. It's also important and with fueling. So I think we just have to get through the first stint, and let's see from there what's going to be all the strategy.
Lucas, thank you very much. We'll now nip across to the other side of the grid. I'm just going to keep the work going. I'm going to keep Seb moving. Left, right, Seb. So let's go over to the stalwarts of Creventic Racing. It's the number 85, the CP racing car. Charles, you come just a bit forward here, because Charles, you are celebrating a milestone today. Did you know that?
That's what they tell us. They said a few races we've done. So
you've done 50 Creventic races. What keeps you coming back, Charles?
It's an incredible race, and obviously the organizers are obviously, as you know, super nice, and the events are great. You know, we go all over the world, we get to see all kinds of different stuff, and it's endurance racing, and that's what we love.
Now, there have been 80 races, so how did you miss 30 of them?
No, not in the time we've been running. I think we've missed actually since 2015 is when we started, and I think we've missed one race and then two more because of the pandemic.
Now, this, of course, has been a bit of a unique proposition, isn't it? A new track, not on any sim racing. You have to come here and learn it. How difficult has that been?
You know, it adds to the excitement for me, right? Because obviously when you're as old as we are, we've run a lot of racetracks, so it's rare that you get to come to a new track. So, you know, I found some YouTube videos from somebody, and then, you know, when we got here, obviously we were able to do the rental car rides. I'm sorry for the rental car ride, but yeah, it's great. The track is phenomenal, right? Absolutely fun. You know, it's one of those tracks that we have a lot of fun at, and, you know, we love it.
So, I mean, obviously, you're one of our fellow senior men. I think it's together here. I'm
Experienced.
Experienced, that's it. I mean, where does this rank in your list of tracks you've been to?
Well, you know, it's interesting. It's a great facility, obviously, brand new. Everything's really nice. The track is fun. It's unique in that it's really high speed, but yet technical at the same time. And usually you have one or the other. This track it's both. So it's a lot of work on the drivers. I can tell you, we're working full time out there. It's very busy, but yet high speed.
And Charles, you've gone for the Go Faster moustache.
Yes, that's the Movember, my annual Movember deal. Usually I get to shave it off for December 1st. Obviously the race is a little late, so we're keeping it until we get back to the States on Sunday.
Very stylish. All we know is a Porsche 308 and a bit of chest hair, and you can go full Hawaii Magnum. Okay, over to fourth place on the grid. That's the number 44. That is the Arc Bratislava Lamborghini Huracan. And let's see if we can have a quick chat with Zenko Mugaso. Zenko, are you starting the car?
Yeah, I'm starting the car, yeah. I'm proud of it, yeah, I'm starting the car.
Well, you can't miss it, and it's yellow color. I mean, how have you found this, this new track, this new facility?
About the Mirakonopka. Mirakonopka says we're going to drive 2 hours to 12 hours of Kuwait, so we're driving 12 hours. We will see how it happens. We'll do our best, so fingers crossed and hopefully for the best result.
In race pace, do you think you've got the pace of the Porsches or the Mercedes?
Actually, with this testing we've got, I don't think so, but we'll try to do our best. You know?
And of course, you know, with a smaller field, anyone drops out, it's great for you.
Yeah, because we have a lot of space over there, so we can race together with GT3 cars. We will see.
Great, thanks. Zenko there from the 44 car. Now going to meander across to the 955. 992 class, Willy Motorsports by EB Sport, or yes, EB Motors, sorry. Have a quick word with Sergio Nicolai. Sergio, the Romanian flag proudly on the bonnet. How are you feeling about this event?
The event is very beautiful. Also the track, I enjoy it the most. It's you have high speed corners, medium speed corners, slow speed corner. It's amazing. The track, it's amazing.
Now it's lovely and sunny now, but within about 4 hours or 4.5 hours, it's going to be dark. Huge amount of dark running. How does that affect how you approach the race?
For us, it doesn't affect because we like to drive in the night, so it will be the same.
And you say you managed to put yourself, at the front of the class, the 992 class. So you've got a lot of pace in this car.
Yeah, it was amazing for us that we take the pole from the first race. Let's hope we will stay in front also till the end of the race.
So thank you, Sergio. Okay, across the way is a very, very familiar car. Why? It's the Red Camel Jordan machine. Now, normally we talk to a driver, but I want to talk to a man. I want to talk to a man who's got all the knowledge about the event. It's Paul Trustwell. Paul, short question, sure a long answer. What are the tactics?
There are no tactics. We'll do our best. What is incredible, the 992 class is so strong. There's so many fast cars. We've got a fast car, but there's 3-4 other fast cars in the class. So, I think it's going to be close. We're going to have to be quick in the pits. And then if we're quick in the pits, the race will come to us, I think.
Now, there are a number of very long corners, a very long left-hander, a very long right-hander. Is this a kind of a front tyre limited circuit?
Tyres actually have been behaving themselves very well indeed. We are not quite as quick on old tyres as we are on new tyres, but it's interesting, the new tyres don't make as much of a difference as I was expecting them to. So old tyres, we're going quickly.
No double stinting?
No, we won't double stint. We're going for an hour and 20 minutes on a tank full of fuel, provided it stays green. So that'll be 40 laps.
So thank you, Paul. Do a quick word with the driver as well, because we have the Rick and Luke, and it looks like Luke's got this. Luke, you've got the starting job. Did you win a game of rock paper scissors to get the starting position?
No, it worked out this way, and I think it's really fun to start here, the first international race in KUWAIT. So looking forward to that.
And is it just basically the first hour and 20 minutes to stay out of trouble, or are you going to try and make some moves forward?
Definitely stay out of trouble. 12 hours is also a long race, so we'll see. Will be interesting with the strategy because there are less cars, maybe not so many Code 60s. So, yeah.
Now, I think that you two have been putting pressure on your dad. Apparently, Ivo's lost a lot of weight. He's gone to the gym. He's working out for this race.
He's definitely more fit than ever before. Not ever before, but the past few years.
Let's say ever before. It's fine.
Yeah, he's in good shape, so that definitely helps us.
There we go. See, the old guys have still got it. Though we'll see what he's like after an hour and 20 in the car later in the day. Back across we go, and we get to the unique in this race. KTM. It's the number 714, and it's driven by. And here's Daniel Drexel. Here he is. I went to look at the car, and I could just look at your shirt because I completely forgot what your first name was. Daniel, how are you enjoying your experience here in Kuwait?
Yeah, it's been interesting. It's a completely new track for all of us. No sims, no nothing. You just go here and put your best out.
Now, you actually qualified this car theoretically in pole, and then you got a penalty. What was the penalty for?
There was some BOP issue. Let's put it like this.
So it was turned up to 11.
No, it was not that much faster, but it was, yeah. It was normal, but we are now here in the Cup Porsches, not in the GT3, so.
Good stuff, thank you, Daniel. I'll just get because we have a quick word now with another of our local driver. I say local driver, he's actually local to me because he lives in Kent as well. It's Hytham Karajuli, that's right, who's obviously another one of our single-seater experts having a go at endurance racing. But back in the country of your home, how does that feel to race here?
It feels awesome. It's like I wasn't ever expecting there to be a race here, but there is, so I'm really happy to race here. It's great.
And how's the KTM compared to the cars you normally go around in?
It's quick. It's weird driving with assist, but other than that, it's a really good car.
I mean, you've had a pretty impressive season in the Ligier, haven't you, in the sport races for a European Le Mans series? I mean, is that a completely different car? Doesn't prepare you anything, or is there anything you can take between the two machines?
You can take quite a bit from them. Other than like how this car handles, there's a big difference between that. But other than that, it's still the same driving style, the same brake pattern, same throttle.
Now you're moving up the P's to P4. I mean, what's is the eventual plan to see yourself at Le Mans? Is that where you see your career trajectory going?
I hope so.
How soon? Are we seeing you in 2022, 23? You know, you're driving an LMDH in 24.
Oh, I have no idea.
Anyway, best of luck, lady. Who see from Kent, somewhere the nice bit of Kent, not the bit I lived in, should I say? Back across again, we go to another Porsche. This is great news for John. All these Porsches. This is the 979 machine, which also has some the pole sitter in the 992 class. 992, yeah, and it's Rabdan Motorsport by Speed Lover, Oliver Don, Saif Almeri, and Enrico Fernando. For goodness sake, I can read. Now I need to find a driver. That's the next one. Pointing over there. You see, I don't know why. Suddenly, you do kind of stick out from the identity parade as the driver. So pole position in the AM part of 992. So I suppose I can say it's going pretty well.
Yeah, the racing track is very good, and we have to push to the maximum.
What's it like being able to drive in your home country?
Home is home.
I mean, do you have you been round this track before on track days in other cars?
No, this is my first time here in Kuwait, and as an international race as well. You know that this is the first international race, and it's amazing. I've been to most of the tracks in the world, and this is the most amazing one.
Now, I have to ask you about it. Is there a longer left-hand turn in the world than turns 6, 7, and 8?
Yeah, it's remind me by Suzuka. I think they bring it from there. It's very nice. I was explaining to my friends yesterday about it. Imagine you are turning left on above 200 kilometers per hour. It needs some courage.
Some courage. Yeah. Well, we are talking about the track, and I know that John is desperate to talk you around the track. So perhaps it's time for the track map, John.
Thank you, Nick. Opened in 2019. This is the long Grand Prix version, split up into 3 sectors. 5.6 kilometres, just over 3.5 miles, and 20 corners. Coming out of the final corner, turn 20, you've got just on 1,000 metres to head up to turn number 1, which is a very fast left-hander. A little bit of a lift for most of these cars, particularly early on when they are very heavy with fuel. Big runoff on the right-hand side, and the pit lane exit comes in from the right. Over the top of a little brow, so you're diving downhill to a tricky downhill braking area for turn 2, which is more than 90 degrees. Immediately you turn in, you're going up and over the brow. You can't see turn 3 or turn 4 when you turn into them. Through 5, and then stay wide through the first part of 6 before you cut back for 7, onto the curb and out through 8 into the S's. 6 and 7 are patience, then the S's through 10 and 11, and you're setting yourself up for what's called the Pentagon. 5 corners, set the steering wheel and leave it for the first 3 parts. Balance the car on the throttle, little dab of the brakes as you come through 15 onto the curbs at 16, 17 your straight line, 18 very important because it gives you your speed through 19, again over the cross, the top of the truss of the brow, and then down into a bumpy braking area for turn 20. Late turn in here, look for the white part of the curb and exit the corner, and you are back onto the front straight. 1 minute 52s in qualifying last night for the cars at the front of the field.
Right, so we've moved forward to, well, one car actually, to 929, and it's Kim Hauschild, who's on the 929. Now, this particular chassis was incredibly busy, wasn't it, the last couple of days?
Yeah, it got quite some mileage the past 2 days. We can say it that way, yeah.
Yeah, because your sister car was a little bit late in arriving, but you could, move the 8 drivers between the cars. So you got what 2 laps each?
Yeah, it was like, there was some issues with the logistics, but in the end, luckily we brought a spare car that was here together with our first car, and we just made a meeting and say, okay, let's make the best out of it. All the drivers we have here, we're going to share the driving time with the cars that we have. So, and last night it finally arrived. We at least catch 2 hours of sleep, so shout out to my team. They really did an amazing job to make this car even being on the grid. So, yes, and now we leave all this negative shit behind us, and now we're going to go hunt some trophies.
Great stuff, thank you, and apologies for the German-based language there. Now, the next space, it's blank, John. We have no vortex at the moment. The
What?
701
What?
has... Yep, he's not
Are you
come out to
sure?
the grid. There's no car. Should be here according to my my grid sheet, so I assume he's... I'm kind of tiptoeing. It's on the pit apron.
It should be Lionel Amarouche in that car.
Yeah, it's on the pit apron, John, so we'll talk to them in a bit later. We can now go over to the 710, which is the Lippert Lamborghini, of course. That car also arrived relatively late, but let's have a quick chat to Jean-Francois Brunel. JF, we've been talking to you all yesterday as you wandered around with us, having a bit of food, having a bit, not doing your driving, but you finally got on the track. You got 2 hours this morning.
We did, yeah. Finally, the car made it in late last night at around 11 o'clock at night. So unpacked the container, set up the garage, prepped the car. The Lippert team literally worked through the night. So for them, it's a 24-hour race. They started, working on the car almost 12 hours ago, plus this 12-hour race. But yeah, they did a fabulous job, and we took it out this morning, and it's running beautifully. Now we just need to, get the pace, figure out the track, and it's a 12-hour race, so we've got plenty of time to figure it out.
You say figure out the track. I actually watched your first couple of laps out. There's quite a lot of figuring to do on this circuit, isn't there?
It is. Yeah, it's a very technical track, and a lot of blind apexes, closing radiuses, very flat, so it's hard to find the right positioning as far as where you are on track and find your marks. But no, it's a very cool track, actually. They did a really nice job. Just the construction quality and the design layout, the whole structure is great. So very much looking forward to running here.
So you're up and running, the car's rolling. How many laps in do you think you'll have made up for your lack of practice?
2.
Excellent. Excellent answer. Thank you, JF. Bruno from the 710. Now, next to them is the 928. This is the HRT performance car as well. This is the car piloted by he's Besseman Harry Hilders. It's the Bessem Hilders machine. No, Harry. Hello, Heis. So you've got the car around the track at last, then?
Around the track? that's a bit presumptuous. No, not around the track. We've got it on the track. That's a big difference. Well, we're happy to be here.
Well, we've just a bit of count back, and we reckon there's been 80 Creventic races ever. How many do you think you guys have done? Because you've only missed a couple, haven't you, ever?
I think the Americans beat us for CP racing, but then we're quite near the, I think 50, 51, something like that. We're waiting for the watch of Evo.
Well, that's exactly, yeah. I think there's a chance when you have an official high number, you do get a cake. I think actually, but I think it's yeah. But I think unfortunately,
with that check, space cake, please.
Well, I'm not round here. But more importantly, I mean, what keeps bringing you back to the Creventic series?
This is fun. It's just the fun. It's the emotions. I like a day to day. You drive on track. It's race day, and then the tension builds up, and then. We do all the preparations to bring the car out, then Harry puts on his, then we have the big competition who's going to do the start together over no alcohol here, but usually over lots of alcohol. And then we come here and then one of us starts and it's the build-up of the pressure and then the race begins. We know everybody here because we've been a long time entering into the Creventic races. Yeah, it's fun, it's a big family and then it's competition. Huh?
And of course you are the Iron Men because you're the only people doing this race as a pair.
Well, or we're just the stupidest guys. Either or, we don't know. We'll find out after 12 hours. But we've done this a long time. We can do this 12 hours with 2 people. You can do that.
Great stuff, thank you.
Yeah.
That's host Besseman Harry Hilders, the stalwarts of Creventic Racing. Across the road to the 930. This is the second of the Qatari Motorsport and Motorcycle Federation Porsches. This one's been started by Anders Fjordbach, who's leaning in. Anders, as you know, often drives cars sideways, not always on the street. How are you enjoying your bit more track racing?
So I think you might be mixing me with
Oh.
the...
No, Anders.
I'm in the work.
Ah, I've got Anders. I got the wrong Anders. I do apologise. See, I was doing so well. How many cars was that before a major mistake? About 12. Anyway, Anders, obviously you do a lot of track racing. This is a new track for you. See, seamless. So, yeah, how's the Q8 track compared to the other tracks you've been around?
I think it's a spectacular track. I think it's maybe one of the best layouts I've been driving. We need a little bit more of running time to get some grip on the track, but I think it's a special place to be. I really like it.
So what you're saying is it's going to improve during the race, because with these cars going around for hour after hour, it's going to rubber in.
I'm pretty sure, yeah, it will. And I think we will see it already in the first few hours that when all cars are on track, it will pick up quickly.
So where are the key areas of the track then?
I think there's many places, and I think this is a really nice track where you need to push in some corners, you need to be a little bit hesitant in other corners. There's some long corners too. It's just a spectacular track. I think the last corner and the first corner is very important for a good lap time here.
You're working with 3 Qatari teammates. How are they getting on?
Very good. I'm very surprised how quickly they can adapt to just international competitiveness, and I think they're really working so hard to improve themselves, and they have done an amazing job.
Anders, you can always try rallycross, you know. Yeah, we will, but I think we'll give you a go as well. Anyway, oh, look, it's an Aston Martin. Marvellous. It's the GT4 Century Motorsport. It's number 429, and they have a selection of British drivers. And I had a quick word with Bradley, because you were kind of saying yesterday it's a great track, but you want more downforce.
Yeah, I want to be in a faster car with more downforce, because it's got so many high-speed corners. It's just not quite flat in a few areas with the GT4 car. So I think with a GT3 car or something high downforce, they'll be flat, and they'll be quite exciting.
So what was it that brought Century to this event? Why did you decide to come out why did you decide to come out to the Son of Q8? I think I've answered the question. Why did you decide to come to the Son of Q8? But why did you choose this race as one of the Century's races for the year?
Because David here told me to come.
Ah, David, the man behind the checkbook. So, David, what was it that particularly attracted you to this track?
I live in the Middle East now, so Nathan said this is happening. The car was coming out here. We thought it'd be a good idea, try new tracks. The track is amazing, really flowing and fun, and lots to learn. So no, I think it was just living here and wanting to have a go around a new circuit.
Great, so that's Nathan Freak, of course. And will you be joining the team as well for Dubai in a couple of weeks?
The car might well be at Dubai. We're just working on it at the moment. Obviously, Nathan's there already, but this car may also be there as well.
Great stuff, thank you very much. Now, interestingly, there are still spaces available for the Dubai 24 hours. Currently, the entry is a very, very compact 65. So a few more wouldn't go amiss and still be fitting into the track well. Right, okay, now I have to avoid the camera lady. There we go, don't ruin the shot, Nicholas. And we get across to the RHC Jorgensen Storm 4-5. Man in the way, 0. Darren Jorgensen starting this now. Is there any drivers around anywhere? 2 of them over there. 2 of them over there. Ah, there they are. I see them hiding in the shade. We've got stalwarts from the US. It's Brett Strom and Darren Jorgensen. Put your hand up. Who wants to be? Oh, he's the starter. He gets the chat. So, exactly. So what's the plan then?
To win.
Excellent plan. How are you going to achieve that? See, the plan's not well thought out, is it?
Yeah, it's well thought out. We don't want to reveal our strategy.
Excellent. This has gone very F1 all of a sudden.
It's secret. It's very secret, yeah. We've been juggling and,
Is it drive really fast and it runs out of fuel, put more fuel in it, drive really fast again?
Correct.
I should be a team manager.
You're doing it.
Thank you. So, Brett, were you behind this incredible strategy?
Yes, we've been thinking about it all night. We slept on it, dreamt about it, so mostly put a lot of new tires on it as well.
Exactly. So the BMW, is that suited to this track?
Is it what to this
track? Is it suited to the track?
Yeah, it's pretty good. The straights are especially good. So
we all like it. I found out I'm really good on straights.
Yeah, no, it's a skill. But yeah, no, I mean, that car is heavy but fast in a straight line. So, we make it up there and lose it in the corners, especially compared to the Aston. So, yeah, it's a good car, though.
Looking forward to it. Thank you. And well done on the strategy. Brilliant design. Okay, the final car on the grid of the GT field is the very pretty little Cayman GT4, the 491, being run by our friend, the starting driver, Mr. Miller. Now, Daniel, you're at the back of the grid, but only one way forward. No, seriously, I mean, the car, I've watched the car going round. It looks really good going round.
Super nice, amazing track, fast, and a lot of fun. So we're just having fun today.
I mean, it's a little car, mid-engine. It must be very good around the fast change of direction.
Yeah, it handles pretty well. We changed the setup a little bit last night, and it's super balanced and really fun to drive.
Great stuff indeed. Now, I have seen there's one of the Renaults in the garage, but obviously I can't tell them apart, so I can't tell you which one it is, but it is being run by Herberth and a Renault. Actually, not a Renault, it could be our Renault. Who knows? Okay, now, that was GT, now it's TCE, and in pole, and surprising absolutely no one, it's the 159 car, the BBR, the all-Thai team that's absolutely dominated this season. You are very, very close to the champion of the continents. So, Cantadi, what can you... do you need to do anything just to keep it on the track?
Yeah, just keep the car on the track. And don't looking for the championship. Don't thinking about that. But just keep the car on track.
Why do you think the team has been so successful this year?
So thanks to the team. They give a perfect car all the time. And also my teammate, they all fast, so it's easy for strategy. Yeah.
The track's really demanding. I mean, it's got those very long corners, both left and right. Does it mean you have to be careful with the front tyres, look after the front tyres?
Yeah, we think like character of the corner is like a bit long, so it destroy the front tire. But the track surface is not too bad. But yeah.
Great stuff, thank you indeed. And the eagle-eyed amongst you will notice this is a new colour scheme. In case you want to know, Flow is an energy drink. So hopefully this team doesn't change into the sort of people that Red Bull have changed into. Anyway, back to the story again. And then on second on the grid, it's the 188. It's our friend at AC Motorsport. And Matthew Tree starting, but I can see Stefan Perry. More importantly, I can see James Kay. James, who had to suffer being on the same flight as us, which is always a problem. James, you have how many years of touring car experience now?
I started touring cars in 1991.
And you've been to say, where does this track compare then to all the other tracks? I mean, obviously the Silverstone National Circuit is a classic with 4 whole corners, but I mean, how does this track compare?
This track is actually incredibly technical and flowing. It's a great credit to this country. It's a fantastic circuit.
So what keeps you coming out and racing after 31 years? Is it a disease, or is someone giving you a massive check?
No, nobody's giving me a message. I do it now because I enjoy getting away from the humdrum of life as it is. You know, I started in touring cars very early, so I was very lucky. And you know, I drove for some very good manufacturers. I'm very, very lucky to have got to this point. But now, you know, I pitch myself against some of these young guys, and that's what I enjoy. It's fantastic.
How does this latest crop of TCRs compare to those Super Tourers and the S2000s and everything else you were driving in the previous 20 years, mostly in the UK, of course?
Yeah, they're completely different. To be fair, the Super Touring age, you know, in the 90s and early 2000s, they were pure racing cars with massive budgets, huge aero, same sort of power, but a completely different regime of car.
Thank you, James. Now, I think we may have mistimed this slightly because the people clearing the grid, we've still got 3 more cars to go, including the 116, which is the Wolf Power car. Now, I can see Jasmine pricing, so that's okay. We'll get the 116 sorted out. Ah, excellent. Jasmine, not starting the car then?
No, today no.
So so you got Ivo Valle starting it. Now, how do you choose who starts these cars?
I also have some boys who can do a start, not only me. And now they have to train it and to learn it, so it's the best opinion to do it.
Still in with a chance at the championship, it's going to take a combination of things. Do you think about that at all, or is it just this race?
About the championship?
Yeah, do you think about the championship, or do you just think about this race?
No, now we just want to do the race, because yesterday we had bad luck. So we are happy that our boys fixed the car again. Now we are here a little bit with other colors, but we are here. And we just want to race 2 hours and cross the finish line, and then we are happy.
Great stuff, thank you, Jasmine. Okay, a couple more to go. We've got the 331. We've got the two Hoffer Bonk cars, aren't they? They're actually being driven by the same people, all 5 of them, which is Michael So in this first one, sorry, it's Rainer Partel. Okay, Rainer, very quickly, there's 2 sets of you, 5 of you, both driving all the cars. Who came up with that idea?
Yeah, this come from the team chef. The idea. We start with 2 autos in the TC class. It's perfectly so.
But the cars aren't the same, are they? Quite different cars. They're different versions, aren't they, the M2?
Yeah, we are different versions. The Testa 450 powers and 360 powers.
So when you get out of the 450 and get into the 360, do you get like, oh, this is so boring?
No, it's not so enough. The difference is for like 10% from the race horse. It's no. It's clear.
Great stuff. Thank you, Rainer. And one more trip down to the end. And Michael Mayer is starting this machine, which is the 232, the slower of the cars. And we'll have a quick word with Michael. Hello, Michael. How are you? So you can see all the cars in front of you. What's your plan for the first corner?
Oh, speak another English. This is great here.
So what are your hopes? What are your hopes for the race?
Please?
What do you hope to achieve in the race?
What do you hope?
Good luck. That's Michael. So that is all 21 cars, apart, of course, from the Vortex, which is in the pit lane, but we'll find out why before we get going. It is a beautiful day here at Kuwait Motor Town. We are about to get started on the first ever international race in Kuwait. It's the Creventic 12 Hours of Kuwait, and to talk you through, John Hindhaugh and Phil Anson.
Well, after that build-up, I'm not sure we are ready to take over from that. Nick Damon, the inimitable Nick Damon, down there on the grid with an extended. That was the remixed 12-inch version of the grid walk.
I was going to go
How long if you're
18,
just joining us on the Radio Show Limited network of audio and visual channels on YouTube and, of course, from around the world. If you've got friends who aren't at the track, let them know that they can tune in live. Let's just confirm then the starting order from the front of the grid. On the front 2 Porsches, it will be Team Kuwait by MRS GT Racing, who will lead away, and Zaid Ashkanani is going to start that Porsche number 47. Lucas Granovel for Team GP Elite in the 32 alongside. On row 2, it'll be Charles Esplanade who'll start the CP Racing Championship leading number 85 AMG Mercedes-Benz GT3, as Deno Mulasco for ARC Bratislava alongside in the Lamborghini Huracan GT3. That's the 44 bright yellow car. Then it's the parade of Porsches. On row number 3, Sabino de Castro for VLE Motorsport by EB Motors. That's the pole sitting in the number 955 with Luke Breukers starting the bright orange red camel Jordan.NL Porsche Cup car. These are all 992 Cup cars. That's the 909. Then the KTM Crossbow, 3-place penalty for a post-qualifying infringement in technical inspection. That's the Razin Northern Racing car with Dominic Olbert behind the wheel of the 714. He's got Olivier Don for the Rabdan Motorsport by Speedlover 979 Porsche GT3 Cup car. That's the 4th row. On the 5th row, Abdullah Al-Abazi for QMMF, the Qatar Motorsport and Motorcycling Federation, with HRT Thurea Gata, and that is the 929. In 10th position, Lionel Amarouche for Vortex, except that car's not there. The bright orange number 701 is in the pit lane and will start after the cars have cleared the green flag for the first first time through when the lights have gone out. It is a rolling start today. On row number 6, Greg Gorski, Leipert Motorsport. That's the another brightly coloured car, the green 710 Leipert Motorsport Lamborghini Super Trofeo, that car, and that's one of the GTX cars. Harry Hildish for HRT Performance in the 928 Porsche alongside him. On row number 7, Anders Fjordbach. That's the second of the Qatari Motorsport and Motorcycle Federation by HRT. This is the Sahel Qatar sponsored car, and that is the 930 with David Holloway and Century Motorsport in pole position for Aston Martin Vantage, and Century Motorsport the 429 with the flag of St George, the cross of St George on that car on the outside of row 7. On row 8 on the inside, it's the RHC Jorgensen Strom by Century BMW M4. Darren Jorgensen will take the start in the 450. Daniel Miller for Lion Speed, run by Herbert Motorsport. The 718 came in GT4 second in the GT4 second in the GT4 category, and that car then will be the 491, third in GT4. Excuse me, I was right in the first place. Daniel Miller to take the start. Then it's a little bit of a gap in the TCE, the Touring Car Endurance Machines, led by the championship leader BBR Kantati Kasiri, one of 5 Thailand drivers in that car. The 159 then on pole position for Mathieu Detrey for AC Motorsport, still very much in with a chance of a championship in that Audi number 188. Yves Valles will start the Wolfpaar Racing Audi RS3, and it's Rainer Partel in the 331 Hofer by Bonk Motorsport BMW with their team car Michael Mayer behind them as the cars, I think, almost teasingly are sent either side of this is what you can win, fellas, as they take off on the starting grid. Nick Damon down on the grid. It'll be Joe Bradley joining us later on. John Hindorf, that's me, in our booth overlooking the finish line, and we can see a huge amount, probably about 85%, maybe 90% of the circuit here, stretching off all the way down to turns 2 and 3. They just go out of our sight as they drop down into turn 4. I'll have a chat with Phil Anson in a moment, whose voice and his distinctive Australian tones you'll hear in a moment. Onboards, Daniel Miller is carrying one of our onboards today in the 491. We've got the Jorgensen Strom BMW also carrying one of our onboards. That's the 450, second in class and 15th overall, just coming over the top at turn number 3 and down into 4 now. Track limits being very well observed, by the way, through turn 4. It is super easy to straight line that. Leipert Motorsport, late arrival, but up to speed very quickly. Greg Gorski starting that car, and a hard-working team at 021, the 0221, have managed to install an onboard in that car quickly as well. That's second in the GTX class and 11th overall. Razin, the Razin racing car, is also carrying a onboard. That's the KTM Crossbow, Razin More Than Racing. And as they head up the field, Team GP Elite on the outside of the front row. Lucas Groneveld has us looking over his shoulder on that Porsche GT3R. Good morning, last 2 minutes of the morning. Phil, ready for this one? This is going to be a cracker. We've got to remind ourselves, and so have the team, that they have got 12 hours to go, and in the pit lane and ready to go is Lionel Amarouche for Vortex in the Vortex 1.0. So the good news is that car is on the pit apron. Nick Damon is down there. What was the problem, Nick, that stopped this car getting to the grid? Was that when they were spooling up the engines? They had a fault. Sounds like our trip here. Phil Anson, first trip here for an international series. You've seen this circuit before. We've driven the circuit together and you've been around. This is a big, big moment for Kuwait Motorsport.
Oh, most definitely, John. Good morning to you. Good morning, everybody. The cars are now getting into position for this race start, approaching turn 20. This is fantastic for this region. It's fantastic for the MENA region. It's another quality racetrack. And as all the drivers said on the grid, John, the facilities and the track is so challenging. This is going to be an exciting 12 hours. 20 corners around here, 11 left, 9 right, as we're coming onto the start-finish straight now, waiting for the red lights to go out.
The first ever international event at Kuwait Motor Town is the Hankook 12 Hours of Kuwait. Lights out, and we're racing. It's high noon to midnight, and the pool-sitting cars get away very, very carefully indeed as they head towards that ultra-quick right-hander down the hill now with the pit lane exit on their right-hand side. The Jurgensen Strom BMW moving around in the middle of the pack. And it's the Lamborghini that's come through into second position very early on.
44 of Zeno Mikalusa.
That's the ARC Bratislava car who's had the best of the starts, no doubt there. Pulsar at Team KUWAIT by MRS Racing, Zaid Ashkanani, very, very experienced. And here also coming through is that looked like the Vortex coming through as well. So that's been let out of the pit lane and already in among the TCE cars who had their own start and coming in fact to the back of the GT4 field. But the top three now, Porsche, Lamborghini, Porsche. This was not in the script, as Lucas Groneveld was rather jumped at the start as they went through towards that first corner. I wonder if being on the outside maybe wasn't the advantage that he was hooked. Pole position is actually on the outside into turn one, so you get the swoop. He had the tighter line into the first corner.
I think he just got wide. You could see the amount of dust that was coming up there. I think they struggled for grip out of turn one, and it just gave the Lambo enough to get up the inside down at turn two as we're approaching down between turn 19 and 20 now. 3 straight sections here at Kuwait Motor Town, and one of the harder braking corners down there into turn 20. Downhill, quite bumpy. The Lamborghini runs wide out of there, lights up the rear tyres, heading down the start-finish straight for, we reckon it's probably around between 35 and 40 lap stints before they start to come into pit lane.
That'll be for the Porsches. For the Porsches, for the Carrera Cup cars. I don't think we'll get quite as many as that. I'm thinking probably somewhere around about 30 laps for the GT3 cars. Now
Lambo's dropped back into third position. Oh, look at this fight down into turn two. Wow.
Now this is a bit further back down. This is the recovering
the KTM's
Vortex. The KTM, excuse me.
Yeah, the KTM's gone around.
That's the 714, the Milwaukee Tail sponsored machine. That's at turn two. Got out onto the orange and yellow, and that is very dusty out there indeed. The Hankook tyres unable to cope with the issues of the dust on the outside.
Well, I think yesterday we were watching them, John, and it took about 3 laps for them to get good tyre temperature. They sat on the grid for a long time, and I think with the full tanks they've got on at the moment.
And that has cost so much time that the bright orange Vortex has gone past.
Yes.
So was that just a mistake, or was there a little tap? No, trying to go
wide
around the outside at turn number 2 is not going to happen. Deceptive little rises and falls here, and my goodness me, how close was that to that was the red camels and the bright orange Carrera Cup car. At RSL_studio, if you want to get in touch with us, we are underway.
There we go. There is the Vortex and the KTM, 2 very specific looking cars here. You can't really get them wrong, and they are battling at the moment down into turn number 15 and 16 as they make their way through the second part of the technical sectors here, as the leaders, car 47 still out in the lead. Zaid Ashkanani now with around about a second over the ARC Bratislava car, who's got back into second, and then another 1.5 of a second back to Lucas Groneveld in the Team GP Elite Porsche as well. That's an AM car in the second position at the moment.
Well, start is under investigation, so let's see if we can work out what race control might be looking out for, as the Light Perp 44, the ARC 44 is making its way through the field. Side by side, the 2 Porsches. Red lights, well, they're not in line. They were told at the drivers' meeting they had to stay in line. Now they've got back in line. The lights go out.
Lambo.
Do you think the Lambo jumped to it? I think that's okay. I think he jumped Lucas Groneveld very quickly. It was after the start line, and to me, the red lights had gone out there. It was tight, but that was a really smart start indeed.
That was a drag racing start, John. He called the light.
Yeah,
he called the light.
He absolutely did. He absolutely did. Phil Anson and John Hindhaugh joining you in the booth here, overlooking the start-finish line. It'll be Joe Bradley down in the pit lane later on, but for the moment, Nick Damon is in the shade. Brilliant piece of design here by the circuit and their contacts, because the start-finish line runs almost exactly north to south. Therefore, the pit also stays in north-south, which means it never gets in direct sunlight. Very clever indeed. Let's take a lap around with Leipert Motorsport. Greg Gorski in the 710. He's into the long left-hander that leads into the midfield section. This section called... so he's coming round to... That was turn 18 and 19. Now he comes to the final corner. We'll stay on board with him for a lap so that we can explain this very technical, just over 5.5 kilometres, just over 3 miles. So turn 20 then. Hit the curb on the inside, drift all the way out to the red and white curb, then just snatch gears. And you're heading towards turn 1. Cross the start-finish line, underneath the gantry. Pit lane exit on the right, but doesn't come in. Pick your turning point, nail it, get back on the throttle, out to the curb on the right-hand side. Here's where the cars come out of the pit. So there's plenty of good vision there. Just over the little top of the brow. Wait for it. You're still flat, still flat. Now brake. Front of the car dives down. Turn in late and then nail the throttle because you're going uphill. Unwind the lock early. Greg just holding maybe a little bit of extra lock there, but he's already turned into turn 3 and 4 because it's over the top of the brow. You can really nail the curb on turn 5. That was great. Now he's into patience. 6 and 7. He goes to the inside. Some of the drivers are holding a wider line there, so he's taking a much wider line. Now that's going to throw him offline for turn 7, which he comes to now. So he'll go wide. Now he'll cut back. Watch for the white curb on the right-hand side, so he doesn't take the last apex there. We tried that when we were out there. That's very interesting. Now through the S's, 8, 9, balance the car through turn 10, because as you come up through 11 to 12, 13, 14, the Pentagon, set the steering wheel, which is what Greg does, and then it'll be just tiny little movements. There's the second apex. Here's the third apex. He's barely moved the steering wheel. Then a little dab on the brakes, and then just a little more lock, and still he's got the same lock on. That's 5 corners where he's barely moved the steering wheel, maybe 2 or 3 degrees. Then through 17 and 18 to 19. Nice apex that lets the car drift out onto the back straight, right out over the curb. That's fine. That's 19. Now coming to 20, note he goes up and over the rise. He's on the left-hand side of the road as he's letting somebody go through. Little bit bumpy on the braking area to turn 20 before he turns in again. It's a late apex, and that is a lap with Greg Gorski. And that, particularly through the Pentagon, I thought he was absolutely bob on there.
Look, he's got to look after his front tyres, and with all of these cars, they're all going to struggle a little bit with tyres as they get through this race. These cars probably hour 10 minutes before they're due to come in and pit, and nobody, as we were talking with Paul Trustwell earlier today, in the Cup cars aren't going to double stint. These guys definitely won't be double stinting tyres today, and really nailed the lap, and they're all looking at tyre preservation. What we don't know is about the fueling, as the leaders are already into the back markers, and we're starting to get traffic out there at the moment. And what we discovered in our, especially going out in the hire cars, sorry for the hire car, but it was very much, there are only certain places you can overtake here without going offline.
We have to say that there was a strict 80 kilometre an hour speed limit for those. It's not as if we were racing around. This is a familiarisation concept that Creventic introduced very many years ago, and all the circuits we go to, but particularly well attended this weekend, of course, because no one has been able to see the track. So it's not like you're driving your road car like a racing car. Puncture for the right rear of the number 44, the ARC Bratislava machine, and that was a brilliant save.
Oh, turn 1, unbelievable
that
save.
That is a super quick
260 kilometres an hour.
That was Adena Malesko, and he was actually leading the race across the line ahead of Zaid Ashkanani. So he turns in.
And you can see it
there
go
he goes,
right there.
right
Bang.
as he turns in. And that is the loaded side of the car.
Wow.
That is the loaded wheels, the working side of the car. Now,
that's 5 laps, John.
Yeah,
5 laps.
And that is going to be a long nearly 6 kilometres.
Yes.
He's got to bring that car back.
And try not to get that tyre flailing and start destroying the bodywork on that back right-hand corner. He's got to be very careful, which is going to make it a very, very long lap.
The camber, and he's already dropping some debris here. This might be code 60. We don't have safety cars here in Creventic, Hankook Racing, because they many years ago went to a flag system called Code 60. It's been adopted right up to Formula 1. They call it a virtual safety car. But this is the origins of it. And it feels like you're crawling around, and it's still too fast.
You're in the rental car.
Yeah, that's probably right, yeah. It's still too fast for that right rear corner.
Yeah.
Now, this is an unknown quantity, of course, this track. And the temperatures are as high as we've seen them over the weekend, or the week so far.
Yeah, 23 degrees air temperature, probably up in the mid-high 30s on track temperature.
At least, I would think. Yeah.
And we're due to get up around about 3 o'clock this afternoon. We're going to peak at 26, so we could be into the 40s track temperature.
Single Hankook Racing Slick, one of the F200s to go on that car, and actually doing a really, really good job here. As ERC Bratislava, Zdeno Milesko he's almost 3/4 of the way around now. Now that's handed the lead back, of course, to our pole sitters, Zaid Ashkanani.
Yep. The start, no further action over the start of the race.
Yeah.
So that was clean. You called it, John.
Yeah, thought so.
A great reaction time. Absolutely great reaction.
Well, that would not have been out of place down on the drag strip that we have here, that you pass on the way in.
I think it would have been a 4:00 flat, 0.400 flat reaction time. And as you said, Zaid Ashkanani leading the race at the moment by 1.2 seconds over Lucas Groenveld. Great battle out there in the GT3 category, and then it's Charles Espinard leading the GT3 AM category in 3rd position in the Mercedes AMG GT3. Yeah, the lead is on screen going through there. 6 laps competed in this one, 11 hours 47 minutes and 20 seconds to go. A long way for the Lamborghini to make up time again. It's just that run back down into the pits. He's going to lose. You know, I would say it'd be close to a 4-minute lap, 3-minute lap that he's going to lose there. I can see him just coming down here now out of the right-hand side of the commentary box.
Yeah, we get a great view on the infield. He's just coming in.
Heading to 12, heading into turn 12 now. So he's still got about a third of the circuit to go. He's trying to get, very close there. The Porsche had to go around the outside of him just to... it's very difficult for him to stay off the racing line because it goes left, right, and now he's trying to stay on the inside, but he's going to be on the apex of the next corner.
I think that was Harry Hilder's.
Yes,
in the HRT performance. Yeah. Was that the 928 that went past him, or was that the 930? It would have been Anders Fjordbach in the 930, the QMS by HRT, the white and red car. So that was very, very close.
It was indeed.
And actually, that is the 928. So that's changed colours. So Harry Hilder's also in a red and white car now. That was great earlier on in the weekend.
Yeah, Backmarker's trying to get out of the way now of the leading cars, and I'm watching them as they're going down into turn 15. And there's a lot of overtaking happening down in that corner because 12, 13 and 14, you're on a fixed line through there. 15's a little dab of the brakes, and that's where you can get up on the inside. And so it's a very, very interesting way that's sort of working. As I'm watching the AIC Bratislava car now exit turn 18, is on the run down to the pit lane entry. Now, in normal circumstances, that's going to be a pretty good run into the pit lane. And as we found out over the course of the weekend, and we're going to be watching these cars, there is so much time to be made on pit entry and pit exit. And I think that's going to be very, very telling of how good your drivers are. And especially for the guys who got here a little bit late, they haven't been able to practice that.
Charles Esplanade, the CP of CP Racing, sits in 3rd position at the moment. They are chasing their 2nd title of the year, already won the Drivers' Championship in the European Series, looking for the teams and drivers as far as the Championship of the Continents is concerned. The Championship, taking your results from the 12 hours, the 24 hours of Dubai, and then your best of the long distance European races, and then this race as well. Nick Damon is down in the pit lane. Where have you made your way to, Nick?
At the 44 pit, waiting for the very unlucky ARC Bratislava car to come in. Rear right is flat, but the key really is what damage has been done once the wheel comes off, and the answer is very, very little. They're having a check to make sure there aren't too many bits and bobs. They do seem to have slightly broken the rear of the wheel well behind the wheel, so that's going to give them a slight aerodynamic disadvantage, but he's kept the outer aero in place. Now the question obviously, John, which you two can debate, is that bad luck or not? Because this isn't the first time we've seen a Huracan have a puncture. In Dubai there was a rash of them a couple of years ago. There's always the temptation to set the car with a bit too much camber. There's a lot of curb mullering over here because you're inclined to do those because they're motorcycle curbs. You didn't get away with it. So is it bad luck or is it bad setup?
He's gone straight to fuel. He might as well do, even though he's done a 5-lap stint. He's going to top that up at the fuel station. There is no full fueling at the pit, so that's why none of the pit mechanics are wearing fireproof with a normal pistol grip, as you would get in your local service station. Quick thought about that. Talking to a number of the drivers, and Nick mentioned there, Phil, how flat these cars are. This is an FIM, a motorcycle, Federation International Motorcyclisme, Group A, Class A circuit. So this can host right up to MotoGP. So the curbs are relatively flat on the curb. There's a green stripe all the way around. That's for the motorcycles. Anything on the green, and you're starting to get penalised. That's why that green is there for the motorcycles. But talking to a number of drivers, they say that the edges of the curb, if you go just over and then come back on, you, particularly early on, you are really potentially compromising the inside shoulder of your Hankook tyres.
Debris down there, just coming off the cars. But yes, you're right, John. We did explore the track limits when we were out there just to see what it was, deliberately, just to see what these curbs would do. And as you said, it's an FIM circuit, so it's not a raised curb where you can bounce the car off and use it to change direction of your car. But they did have a slight drop off on the outside, and maybe he's caught that on the inside of that right-hand rear tyre as we're watching the 32 try and go through. He's got the Aston Martin in front of him, and what we expected, John, it's so difficult to overtake here. And he's coming into this lovely flowing section at turn, but that was at turn 7, and he couldn't get around the Aston Martin.
It is going to be follow my leader a little bit through the inside section. I think really from the exit of 2 up to 18 and possibly 19, your overtaking spots, your quote-unquote easy overtaking spots, even for lappery, breaking down the inside into turn 20, although that'll compromise you a little bit, but if you're passing a slower category car, perhaps not as important. And then down into turn 2. The rest, you're going to have cooperation from the car that you are passing. Lucas Groneveld working the steering wheel on the Team GP Elite number 32 as he's chasing down the leader, Zayed Ashkanani, in the Team Kuwait car. At the start of the race, we did have a quick look at it.
There was contact between the Porsche and the Lamborghini came out into the centre there. So was there? It was the wrong side for the Lamborghini. So
not necessarily. If he just brushed up the left-hand side, the battle for the lead coming down to the braking area at turn number 2, and the two Porsches together. A little bit of tyre debris on the track from the Lamborghini number 44, which is back on the track for Zenano Milusko, the ERC 44. Milusko, and our leaders then with Ashkanani.
He lost 2 laps on that one. He's 7 laps at the moment. Leaders are on 10.
Definitely Lucas Groneveld in the orange and white number 32, gearing through into patience now. Took a very different line. Zaid took the wide line, taking far less out of his loaded left front tyre. the GP Elite car, taking completely different lines through corners 6, 7 and 8, and maybe just gaining a little bit, but what's that doing to the tyre life on his Hankooks, Phil? There's no doubt to me that there are some different lines and some different tactics here, but these tyres have got to last these cars somewhere close to an hour.
Indeed, and if you're turning the car tighter, you're putting more load on that tyre. And so, and we're watching, Lucas really soaring away at that wheel. We thought, look at him, he's really. I think they've set this car up a little bit loose to work the back tyres a little bit more and try and take a bit of load off the front tyres. He's steering it by the rear axle rather than trying to push the car through the corner. And in a Porsche, steering, as you well know, steering with the rear axle, you have to be a very good steerer in order to do that. But I think they've gone a different setup way to try and make the car quicker on the tyres towards the end of the stint. We've got our great drone cam here this weekend. Some fantastic shots from that above this amazing circuit here at Kuwait Motor Town. The first international event here. Circuit was opened in 2019, 29th of March, and we had COVID. And but what a great place to come and watch motorsport this weekend.
Let's see if we can head down to Nick Damon. We'll keep an eye on what's going on at the front of the field. Nick, just a quick thought from you about these early laps. We've had nearly, in fact, just over 20 minutes of running, which has gone by in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, very, very exciting start. We obviously had the first bit of track-on-track action. That doesn't actually work that way with the KTM going wide. Then a puncture, which I'm not massively surprised about. Having, as I said, even on our slow run round the track, we were looking where you could jump the curves, looking where you get a bit of an advantage, and that is going to put a strain on the sidewalls of the tyres. And one of the things that no one's had, even the cars that arrived in time for the first practice, no one's had lots and lots and lots of laps, and they certainly haven't had lots of laps when you're pushing, and more importantly, not always on the line you want to be, because someone else has been there, or you're overtaking, or you push a bit too hard and miss. So I'm interested. It's been a little bit cleaner than I thought it would, which probably helps. It's got not a too great density of cars, but an interesting opening with a couple of highlights of activity.
Thank you for that, Nick. As we're on board with this battle that continues on out the front, and it's a couple of tenths.
Ebb and flow.
It is, yeah.
Ebb and flow. I think at the moment it looked like the orange car of GP Elite and Lucas Groeneveld had closed in a bit, but that was a good lap by Zaid Ashkanani, and in fact took 3 tenths.
Yeah.
Nearly half a second actually out of the second place car. Ebb and flow. What they haven't done yet is hit any big pockets of traffic,
and they've got that coming up
very
soon.
They have got that coming. The back of the TC field. Let's check in with the TCE. That's the Touring Car Endurance. At the moment, leading is the best of the TCR cars, and that's AC Motorsport. Mathieu Detrey has got ahead of the pole sitting Kantadi Kasiri in the BBR. That's the 159. Meantime, Zdeno Mikuláško is back on the track, and with a little bit of damage to the right rear bodywork. It's just one of the strakes behind the rear right wheel. I don't think that's going to cause a problem unless it falls off. But AC Motorsport pushing very, very hard indeed in that number 188 Audi RS3 LMS TCR. That's the previous version of the car. We don't have any of the Evos. 1 or 2 track limits coming in as well. We need to keep an eye on that, because there is a set amount that the teams get. It's per car, not per driver, and then there'll be penalties handed out, and they'll stack up. What the teams will do is they will try and hold on to those penalties until there is a code 60, the purple flags. Although that doubles the time they've got to be in the penalty box, it still works out better because everyone is travelling so much slower. You've got to take them within 2 hours of them being assessed, but they will leave them till the last moment if they can to try and make that strategy work. Porsche action on the infield with the 929 second place car in the 992 category. That is the second of the two QMMF cars. First and second in class at the moment. 930 from 929. Anders Fjordbach from Kim André Hausschild. And third place for Vili Motors by EB Motors, Sabino De Castro. And those cars are separated by 3.5 seconds. That's the top three in 992. Welcome along if you're just joining us. Coming up to midday here in Kuwait on a Friday lunchtime, of course. People making their way into the track. Quite a few people here last night for qualifying. Very encouraging to see. The 930 then leading in fourth place overall. And these Cup cars will go very, very long. An hour and 25, an hour and 30 minutes for these cars.
Yeah, for the full tank, and just under the code 60 as well, you're only allowed 50% of your allocation, as well as doubling your penalty time. So it's there to deter people using the code 60 to do it. You're going to have to pit again anyway. Push you off strategy, but it also lessens your time at the fuel pump because you may be there when nobody else is there.
I think down through the years, there's only two strategies that are employed. You have the Herbert team strategy, which is every time there's a code 60, you come in
into the pits
and take half a tank of fuel, or as much as you can squeeze into the tank. Now, obviously, if you've been in 3 laps before, maybe not. So there will be a determinating of a number of laps. So if you've been out there 15 minutes, 20 minutes, whatever it is, and there's a code 60, you come in and take half your fuel allowance. And there are some people who just refuse to take any notice of code 60 and just run their fuel plan.
Yeah.
And there's very few people who swap and change, because at that point you've got to have absolutely perfect communication with the drivers, and you've got to make sure that there's a pump available for you. And I think there's only 8 pumps this weekend, although 8 pumps for 20 cars. I'm looking at Joe to see 4 pumps, do you think? Okay, 4 pumps, Joe Bradley thinks, down there. The fuel station is at the pit out end of the pit road. Now, I like that. My only Creventic race was now way back in history in 2017, and that was at the Circuit of the Americas, and the petrol pumps were on the outbound side of the pit there, which meant that you had a little bit of time to compose yourself. An incoming driver jumps into the car, there's all the excitement of getting your belts on, plugging your radio in, making sure that you've got your driver identifier, and then you trundle down the pit lane at 40 clicks, and then you go into the fuel station, which is walking pace, and then you sit there for 2 or 3 minutes, because it isn't being filled like you would your street car at the local fuel station. Then you trundle back out again, then you come off your pit lane speed limit, and then you do it. So by then you've kind of got yourself settled in the car.
Yeah,
you know what it's like if you do a normal pit stop and you straight out fill.
Yeah.
By the time you get through turn 2, you're thinking, I haven't done that belt up quite where I want it, or it's not sitting on my hands device, and you've got to wait for the long straight to be able to get it sorted. There's none of that when you have the petrol station on the outbound level. Nick Damon is down in the pit lane, coming to half an hour gone, Nick.
Can you hear me? Oh, there we go. Just having a quick shifty down. There are 4 Bowsers, but there are 8 pumps.
Right.
In the fuel stop. Also, I've just found a hole in the middle of the pit lane. I've turned the ankle. Anyway, that's my own personal problem. So don't ask me to run. I can at best sachet now.
You're at your best when you sachet.
Exactly.
In fairness. Thank you. We're just still trying to work out, and thank you to our colleagues in the TV gallery, as the second place car, the GP Elite machine, at turn 4, which is one of the places that is being closely monitored. I'm not sure how much, if any, of the Hankook was still beyond the white line. The white line is the edge of the track, and you've got to keep some part of the car beyond that and on the black stuff. But it's Lucas Groneveld at the moment in traffic and gaining on the leader, who's been held up by the Vortex. The 701 Vortex that started from pit lane, now up into 10th position under the tutelage of Lionel Amorouche. Second in GTX, Greg Gorski with that right rear tyre giving up early on for Leipert Motorsport in third and one place further behind. And through has gone Team GP Elite. Is that the leader ahead? Second gear, coming up through the final couple of corners and now into third. Fourth as he comes through 19th. Phil, I think you're spot on with that. That car looks really loose on the back end.
Yeah,
And poor Lucas is having to work. His hand's going 19 to the dozen there as he heads down towards the final corner. Not quite getting into sixth, and he closes in under braking to the leader. But he seems to be working much harder than Team Kuwait and Zayed Ashkanani.
Zayed's very smooth through those sectors. The car is very, very settled with the day and a half of running that they've had to get the car sorted out for this circuit, as nobody has brought these cars to this circuit before, so it's a total unknown. Most of the cars were going out on new sets of Hankooks just to get the drivers familiar with which way the circuit went as you progressed around through these 20 corners. And then it was all about looking at the data, and we believe most of the guys didn't look at the data until about their third session, until they could work out where they needed to go, as the 47 is getting through the traffic at the moment and continuing to make their way around.
Nick?
Pit caller, I'm having to sachet too, from the TCR class. I think it's the Wolf Power car as I get there, 146. They seem to be working on firming up the structure of the car, so they're actually looking at the front left. They look at the bonnet. I wonder if they've got some things having a problem. Here on the pitch, here on the track, we have a second puncture. We are currently walking up towards the Wolf Power machine. Now that is definitely having a problem with its bodywork. They're putting bits of tape to try. I think what's happened is they've lost the front splitter slightly. So my guess is they have monstered some curb and they've caught the front of it, stripped off the carbon fibre stripper from its mounting, which would be several screws. So they are now giving it full duct tape, which obviously I am pretty pleased about. I don't think they've done any tyre changes. I think they've kept the tyres as they are. They just literally worked on this reattaching the splitter, because obviously that produced a huge amount of downforce for the car, John.
We'll get a word with Yasmin Preisic, who is watching that in a moment with Nick. Let's quickly update you with what's going on. It's another right rear puncture for ARC Bratislava. Now, there were a couple of places in the driver's briefing yesterday that we were sort of watching remotely. 3 places on the track, which included round the outside between 13 and 14, where the drivers were being told that there were sharp edges or at least areas where they shouldn't be on there.
And it was well over the curbs, well behind the green area. So if you've run off track in one of those areas and got into that area, that's going to be an issue, but really difficult there.
Car 930, by the way, one of the Porsches, the leading 992 category, has already had its third warning for track limits down at turn number 4. Nick Damon, as the Wolf Power car leaves, is with Yasmin Preisic.
Yasmin, obviously the splitter has become detached. Do you know how it happened?
No, we don't know exactly, but the driver said we have so much vibration on the car when we drive the straight, and now they have to fix it. We don't want to lose something. Now we have to look if it's better, I hope.
When you're going over the curbs, which you're all doing, is the car grounding right out as it comes either side and back on again?
No, it's like soft. I think not it's about the curbs, I think it's something on the car, but we have to look. We have 12 hours to go, so...
Yasmin, thank you very much. And it's the same rear right as the 44 car comes past us. This is obviously some form of setup or technical issue. I assume they'll have a look inside the wheel arch to see if something's catching. It didn't look like there's anything wrong when it took off a minute ago, but to lose 2 tyres like this is surprising. But let's be honest about this, John. This has happened before to Lamborghinis.
Yes, yeah, we've
just
seen
so you know, this time it's taken out the rear light cluster, so they've at least lost the electrical connection there, so they only have lights on the rear left. Not that's a major one, but this is not unique.
No, it's the same tyre again. So you remember, my father was a police detective for the first 20 odd years of my life, so I was brought up in an atmosphere of not believing in coincidences. There'll be a cause to this effect, and it's either something that the driver's doing or something perhaps that is catching on the inside arch of that car, underneath the guard of that car. Now, they're not putting the tyre on straight away. That's quite a ways away from where Nick is. We can see it from our commentary box. So we'll try and keep an eye on that and see what they're doing. But they've not just sent that car with another tyre. They realise it's worthy of some inspection. Let's check out the battles in the Porsche 992 class, where Kim-Andre Hausschild, and he's got a right rear puncture as well, and that's gone at turn 1, and down towards turn 2, exactly the same as we saw earlier on. That's the second place car, and through goes Really Motorsports, Sabina De Castro, and that, again, a good save there. This is the extremely quick turn number 1, and that was extraordinary. It's just beyond the apex of the corner when this goes. And again, what we've got to say is how hard these cars have been practicing all week. Have they been running full fuel?
That's
have they been running a race setup?
It went there.
It was, in fact, it was a little bit further round than turn 1.
Yeah.
So a little bit further down the straight from turn 1 to turn 2. About 20-30 metres before the pit exit. Now, rear-engine car, there's all kinds of stuff underneath the back of there that you do not want rubber to be flailing against on a Porsche. No radiators there in the front of the car, actually, but there's oil lines and catch tanks and all that kind of thing around there, and that is going to be a long, long run back for Kim-Andre Hausschild. Oh, what a shame for what was the second place QMMF by HRT Tharea Kater, number 929, and he's dropping down through the field. The ARC Bratislava Lamborghini has been sent to the fuel and out again, and through the very quick pit exit. There's no pit lane speed limit where that bright yellow Lamborghini is right now. Another new right rear tyre. No, hang on. He's slowing down.
There's a problem.
I think that tyre, is that tyre loose, or is he...
No,
we've gone to code
debris.
60. We've gone to code 60. My apologies. Good spot from Zdeno, Michaelisko, and so gives me an opportunity to explain code 60. Code 60 is instead of putting out a safety car. The advantages of code 60 are many, not least that you neutralise the field immediately without having to wait for the leader to come round to the start-finish line in the safety car. The second is that once you have cleared the issue, you can go back to green straight away without having to wait for the safety car to get round to the end of the lap. So this is for debris between turns 1 and 2. And our hard-working marshals, and this also gives me the opportunity to do as we do in every single race, to say thank you to all of our volunteer marshals here at Kuwait or around the world, whether you wear white or orange or yellow or whatever colours you're wearing. You are giving us the most precious gift you can, that of your time, and we thank you immensely for your hard work and your dedication. It is quite simple. We could not go motor racing without the volunteers who are trackside waving flags, driving recovery trucks, the medical support, and indeed those checking tickets and parking cars as well. They are all equally required for us to indulge ourselves, and we do realise it's an indulgence a little bit, Phil, but without those volunteers, simple as that, it doesn't happen.
Motorsports worldwide doesn't happen without them.
Correct.
And that's...
From the very top.
Yep, right from... Yep, exactly. And endurance is a different level of commitment for our volunteers. 24 hours, 12 hours, it's a long day. Out there in a beautiful sunny day out there, 23 degrees at the moment, and the feels like 21 degrees in the shade, 23. And as you said, our pit crews down here are so happy that they're in the shade this weekend. They've come from Europe where it's cold and standing out there in the sunshine or doing pit stops, etc.
Nick Damon is waiting for, presumably, Nick, with about 40 minutes gone, we'll see a slew of cars taking the opportunity to come in.
Yeah, we've already got the 909 Red Camels Jordan car has driven to the fuel, the 979 Porsche, but here comes the car that's caused this problem, the QMMF machine, the number 929, with Kim Hauschild, skids to a stop because he locks everything up. Up it comes. Well, that's got a lot of damage on the wheel arch, as you can probably, hopefully you'll be able to see with the cameras, but basically it's slapped off the rear, so you go from the back of the wheel, the rear bumper element, so it's gone for about half a metre, been snapped off, so that's going to affect the aero. It's looking like it's quite recalcitrant to come off the hub at all. It looks like they're going to do a full tyre change. It's taken a little bit of the underskirt, which goes between the wheels away as well. Let's have a look in that. They're not too bothered about the wheel well. They're just literally just put the tyre back out on again. A bit of tape being used. Watching other cars going by, including the 85 from CP Racing. I'm not sure whether they're going to end up queuing. I think we may be just even with 8 tanks, 8 pumps for 21 cars. I think we're getting a bit full on the fuel here. I think we may have to wait. But Red Camels were first, and they've gone out already. The 928 goes down there as well. A bit of tape now for the QMF car. Kim Hauschild gets ready to go again. Go too fast, so you're going to collide with the vortex unless you're careful. 710 car comes, the Liepert machine. They're all trying to go for fuel, and in for fuel also goes that QMF car, but there is certainly now a situation where people have to wait, because I think that all bar about 5 cars have gone for fuel. I can see the Liepert car sitting there, waiting as we all do at Tesco on a Sunday morning, cursing the woman in the Kia ahead of you. The Cayman has come in. That's the car which was at the back of the GT field, being run by Herbert. That's having a driver change and tyre change. They're doing the whole lot there. I suppose it's a short stint.
That's the Lion Speed 491
so
that Nick's
the
talking
491.
about.
Yeah, so it's still got quite calm. The question really is, that's 3 rear rights we've lost already.
Yeah, just a quick one. The green Lamborghini, the Liepert car, is sitting waiting for a bump. And I think there's one more car about to join the queue there. The cars that got in and out without impediment were the 909 Red Camel Jordan, Luke Breukers, as one of the 992s. The HRT Performance car is in there now. They didn't get any impediment. I've got a feeling the 930 QMF car by Anders Fjordbach. No, that hasn't been in yet. Excuse me. I apologise for that. So there was another Porsche in there. It must have been the 928 then, was it? Yes, it was. It was the 929, excuse me, that came down. That was the one with the puncture. Hello, Nick. Yeah.
There we go. Yes, we've also got the top 2 in TCR now, who are also doing some pit service. I think they're getting some tyres on. They'll be fine because the pumps have been abandoned by a number of the cars. Don't forget, of course, it's a shorter fill. You're only allowed half your tank during Code 60, and that includes when you come into the pits when it's not Code 60 now. That was a rule change during this season, so hardened Code 60 lovers will know there used to be a bit of luck involved. That luck's gone as well now, so if it's a Code 60 you get half a tank regardless of where you were, where the Code 60 was called. So there's fuel for all of those, and I would say that everyone has come in and got a bit of fuel.
The only cars that I can see that haven't come in, 930 QMMF by HRT Sohail Gata, Anders Fjordbach stayed out and has assumed the lead in the 992 category. Also not having come in is the 714 KTM Crossbow, the Razzoon Northern Racing, Dominic Olbert has not come in. The 2 BMWs from Hoffa Racing, 331 and 332, have not come in. Those are the only 4 of the 21 cars who have not been down the pits, Phil.
Yeah, we have a car stopped on track, John. It's the Wolf Power Racing 116, stopped at turn 19, just getting towed back down now. That's the one that came into the pits with that splitter issue. He's parked it up there. It's on tow now, and they're just getting that back. So he is up there.
Turn 18.
Turn 18, yes, turn 18. He is...
well, that was the car that had the splitter problem.
And and remember, she said they had a lot of vibration in that car, so maybe something's gone there. It's been taken off to driver's right onto the support road. There's a tunnel that they can get them across into the pits as well. So they'll recover that car back to the pits, but that was on probably the second lap around onto code 60 that car, the 116, came to a halt. Ivers Valles at the wheel of that one. So the debris is being cleaned up at the moment, and just some general track tidying up as this code 60 came at 38 minutes into the race. And we have been under code 60 now for around about 8 minutes, and hopefully to get underway very, very shortly.
We're going to task Nick to head down to the number 44 ARC Bratislava garage to find out what they think is causing them the tyre problems. So Nick and Seb are intrepid cameraman, and known here as Das Pit Machine because he just keeps on going. He is the pit cameraman version of the Duracell Bunny. Other batteries are available.
Exactly. We
but
change
not other pit cameramen.
Yeah, we change reporters, but we don't change cameramen. And that's the way that it works. As now just over 9 minutes under this first code 60 came with 11 hours and 22 minutes to go. So now all of the team managers will be in the pit lane shuffling the Ouija board to try and work out where we're going to go next. How do we now shuffle this strategy to try and work it out?
Now, one of the cars that hadn't stopped was, I think I said it was the EB Motors car. Now that has stopped.
Yep.
And is already out, having taken half a tank of fuel. We'll reset the timing for you. I can tell you at the front of the field, it is still Team GP Elite and then number 32 Porsche that leads from Team KUWAIT, the pole sitters, in second. There's been a driver change at Team GP Elite. Dan Van Gich is in the car, and it is still Zaida Ashkanani who started the 47 still in that car. CP Racing has Charles Esplanade. So that's been a change as well, as Charles Putnam started that car. He's the CP in CP Racing. I remember seeing that earlier. So there's your top three. They're separated by 8 seconds under the full course purple. Nick?
I have had a quick chat down at the 44 ARC Bratislava team, and they say there's nothing wrong. We don't understand it. They haven't tried anything on setup. They haven't done anything different before. It just appears to be bad luck, or perhaps they've hit a curb, but they don't say there's anything intrinsically wrong with the car, and the car apparently is fine now with its tyres.
Interesting to see that. Under a minute to go before we end this code 60 and get back to full race pace. And as John said, driver change in the 32 car leading the race at the moment. Now with code 60, everybody's at code 60, so the gaps should stay the same. It depends how your pit stop went, given that all of the field did come in and pit, and it depends on how your pit went as we go green now here at KUWAIT Motortown, and everybody gets back up to speed. But the 450 is still in the pits. It's Darren Jorgensen at the wheel at the RHC. Jorgensen Strom by Century, the BMW M4 GT4, still in the pit lane. Everybody else is out. Jose Garcia in the Lion Speed Porsche 718 Cayman on his outlap from the fuel bay as well, but everybody else has been out there for at least a lap.
So still 3 cars who've not stopped. The best placed of them in 4th is the QMF by HRT Sohail Qatar, the number 930 Anders Fjordbach. Then the other 2 are the 2 Hoffa Racing by Bonk Motorsport, 331 and 332. BMW's Rainer Partel and Michael Mayer running 1st and 2nd in the TC class, and in fact running 2nd and 3rd third and 4th in the TC Endurance category. All right, so we have had 10 minutes of neutralisation, and we are back to green flag here. So racing has resumed, and immediately we have battles out on the circuit with the number 85 Charles Esplanade driven CP racing car has for the moment managed to get ahead of the Porsche, has he? Which must be your spotter guide there.
There we go.
Thank you. I think that's the 47 car. I think Charles Esplanade is ahead of Zaid Ashkanani from the last time I saw those two cars. I'll try and pick them up on the track. They're coming down the front straight now, and here comes the Lamborghini going past the number 32.
The 85 is still in front of the... Yeah, 85 has got past. You are correct, John.
Yeah, I just... You know how you just see something out of the corner of your eye and you think, hang on a second.
That doesn't look right.
So Charles Esplanade ahead of Zaid Ashkanani on the restart. So he was very well wound up on that. BBR now in the blue and yellow floor colours. And that car moving around a lot on the infield and dropping over the edge of the circuit onto the drainage area. And I do wonder what kind of stresses and strains those drivers, when they do that, are putting onto the inner shoulders of those cars. GP Elite then leading the motor race and coming to put another lap on the stricken Lamborghini. Dan van Kuik behind the wheel, and at the moment has a 2.5 second lead over Charles Esplanade up to second in CP Racing's AMG GT3. He's got half a second on Team Kuwait and Zaid Ashkanani. That's the number 47, the dark maroon and white Kuwait car. Then it's the battle in Porsche 992. In fourth, the leader is 930. That's the QMF by HRT's Sohail Qatar. And Anders Fjordbach with a decent little lead at the moment over the Vili Motorsport car. But remember, that QMMF car has not stopped. The Qatar Motorsport and Motorcycle Federation has not had any fuel left. Now that said, that 10 minutes of full purple will extend the fuel window there. And that those cars that could do nearly an hour and a half anyway. So he may still have a good 40 minutes to run in that car. Third in that class and sixth overall, Red Camel Jordan, Luke Breukers in the 992, number 909. That's the bright orange car. Then the GTX leader has 7th place. That's the KTM Crossbow and Dominic Albert. He's been in from the start in the Razoon More Than Racing car. 8th HRT Performance is 4th in its class. Harry Hilders for HRT Performance in the 928 and the 929. In fact, it's just gone past that car. Kim Andrea Halschild has just gone through past us under our feet here in the booth. So that's now 8th for the 929, 9th for the 928, and half a second between them, making up the top 10 is Vortex. And in the other classes, GT4 has been led by Century Motorsport, David Holloway behind the wheel of the 429 Aston Martin. He is just ahead of the Lion Speed Porsche in second. That is the 491, the car that's been won by the Herberth team, and third is the Jürgensen Strom BMW. Well, I would never turn my nose up at any Porsche, but it looks like the 929 is turning its nose up to everyone at the moment. The intakes at the front, or those are the vents on the front of the GT3 Cup car, depending on where he is on the track, are being blown up, and that is the 929 machine.
He's just got past Harry Hilders in the 928 and the HRT Performance machine, so it's actually not slowing him down very much.
That's there, Phil, that's there to vent the air through the radiators and exit the air over the top of the screen to try and clean the airflow up. I've never seen that. I thought I'd seen everything in a motor race. I've even seen at the Nürburgring in the 24 hours someone tried to drive back into the pits with the bonnet over the screen, got all the way at the pit lane entrance and then absolutely nailed the pit barrier. I mean, couldn't have been any more square in the middle of it. We've seen cars rolling away from their drivers while on fire at the Nürburgring. I've not seen a 911 GT car with that part of the bodywork in front.
He's coming into the pits.
Well, he's got to, because if he loses it, what's that going to do to the airflow?
With his cooling in it, and Harry Hilders takes that.
Oh, he hasn't come in.
No,
it's still flapping around.
I thought he was going up here.
Oh no, that must be another one.
Yeah, that was the 929 coming into the pits, QMMF by HRT Thuraya Qatar. Kim Andre.
Right, well, there is another car that's got that flapping.
same.
Nick Damon is down there at the moment, watching what is now the 10th place car, getting a little bit of remedial work. You'll love this. Two of the three of your essentials for endurance racing being applied.
I've not seen the lump hammer for ages. It's a soft hammer. They're using the soft side. That's interesting because that has bent at a non-place it should bend. Effectively, it's not like it's a inspection panel that's on a hinge. That shouldn't do what it's done. It's actually gone through a weak part of the, I assume, glass fibre, because carbon fibre would have snapped in half.
It's carbon fibre reinforced plastic.
Ah, CRP, yeah. So it's not quite the full carbon deal.
Well, actually, no, I say that. That's what it is on the road car.
So anyway, it's bent. It's now having a large amount of tape applied to it. They'll obviously have to hope that they aren't going to have to add any fluids later in the race. They'll take it all off again, but excellent, and welcome to the lump hammer.
If only they'd got a mobile phone torch out at the same time.
Tie wraps.
Tie wraps, okay. Yeah. All right, so we've seen 2 of the 4 in one repair there, Nick. You must be ecstatic.
I am, and I'm going to let them off with the mobile phone torch, because that's obviously more likely to happen once it gets dark. So I'm still happy we'll get all 4. The lump hammer is the hardest one normally, so happy we got there in the first hour.
Into the pit lane is the number 47, Zayadash Kanani. This car did pit for fuel. I think this might have the same problem, Nick. No. Keep an eye on the 47.
It's not got a nose problem.
Oh, okay.
It is coming in, and it's not being met by any tyres or any... Oh, they've run out now for a rear right. I think it was going down but hadn't gone. So another rear right problem. They've got away with that one with a tyre pressure indication telling them they're about to be in trouble.
Nice.
And they've swapped the right, no fuel, and gone out again.
Okay, wow. Thank you, Nick.
So that's our 4th incident with the right rear. We've had the 929 on lap 19, the 44 ARC Bratislava, lap 6 and 16, and now on lap 25, the 47 Team Kuwait by MRS GT Racing. So is there some way that they've possibly set these cars up with a little bit too much camber on that right rear?
But you wouldn't make changes just before the race without trying them, Phil, surely?
Well, I hark back to what you said earlier. Have they run full fuel?
Well, that is a very, very good point. The Porsche is a funny one, though, isn't it? Because the fuel tank is in the front, and for the Lamborghini as well, because that's a mid-engine car, Porsche a rear-engine car. To balance the weight of that, the Porsche has its fuel cell in front of the driver, unusually. It's an odd one. I'm going to suggest that they're going off the circuit somewhere that's causing a problem on the inside shoulder. What's interesting to me is I think all of those have occurred relatively early in tyre runs, or when tyres have cooled down. The race tyres nowadays are extremely grippy from extremely early on, and they can what can happen is the tyre grip that you get before they're up to temperature and therefore up to pressure can lull you into a false sense of security to think, oh, I can drive as fast as I want and I can nail every curve. But actually, they're not quite there. And that's when they're at their most vulnerable. So 6 laps in for the Lamborghini. Then it came in and changed the tyres and then went back out again for, another 6-ish laps or 7 laps.
Yep.
And it's the same just after the restart for the cars that the other cars we've seen.
Soft sidewall.
Yeah. Nick Damon.
I've just been down having a bit of a shufti, sort of CSI Kuwait. CSI Team Kuwait, actually. Had a look at the tyre that came off. It was beginning to delaminate on the inner edge. There was it's definitely curb damage. It's taken the inner edge. You looked at it. It's the very outer side was like beginning that peeling off process. There were a couple of the threads you get, the cord threads, or the carbon threads, I'm sure they're now coming off, and they were a lap away from that going down. So they were lucky. Obviously, they got a tire pressure warning and changed it quickly. But this is curb strikes. This is the inner edge combination of camber and curb strikes.
Yeah, that's very interesting. We've already had then our first time penalty for track infringements, and it is the number 930, now in third position, leading 992. Anders Fjordbach, we said he'd been pushing hard in the QMMF by HRT Sohail Qatar, number 930 Porsche, and he's been running in the late 150s, 156, 157, so he's not hanging about there, and that is therefore hanging over that car at the moment. I will check to see if there are any other penalties that are 10 seconds. The 85 was given a test penalty to test the system. That's fine. We've had lots of laps disallowed, but that's just warning effectively. Yeah, so it is the 930 who has become the first car to be penalised. So if that's what you had, the over and under 930 for the first penalty, then you're the winner in the Kuwait Motortown penalty bingo.
Indeed it is. And the 930 was leading the 992 AM category.
Still is,
at that time. So let's have a look at the category leaders after 1 hour, John. The 32 is leading the GT category. And remember, we've got lots of little categories inside our GT. We've got GT3, GT3 AM, GTX, GT4, 992, 992 AM. And then in the TCE category, we've got TCR and TC. So the 32 is leading after 1 hour. In the GT3 category. In the GT3 AM, it's the 85 car, the CP racing car. And in GTX, it is the 714, the KTM Crossbow, the Razin More Than Racing with Dominic Albert at the wheel at the moment. In GT4, the 429 is leading that category, and that is the Aston Martin Vantage. Century Motorsport, David Holloway at the wheel at the moment. In the 992 category, the AMs are actually in front of the actual 992s at the moment. Sabino De Castro in the 955 car is leading that one, and in the 992 AM at the moment, currently running third outright, QMMF by HRT Sahel Qatar, Anders Forbeck leading that one. In TCR, the 188 is leading that at the moment, currently sitting in 11th overall. Matthew Detry in the AC Motorsport Audi R3 LMS TCR. And in the TC category, it is the 331 leading that, Rainer Partel and the Hofner Racing by Bonk Motorsport, BMW M2 CS Racing BMW, and that is how they cross the line with 1 hour gone.
Thank you, Phil. Phil's going to take a short pit stop for a bite to eat. And thank you, by the way, to the very efficient circuit caterers who have done us proud. Maybe having to book an extra seat on the way home. I've eaten so well since I've been here. Been a very well organised meeting, and this circuit, even as you drive in, really might even put to shame some tracks that have been around for a decade or more. Very nicely landscaped on the way in. Joe Bradley's going to join me here in the booth. Good afternoon, Joseph.
Good afternoon, John. Good afternoon, everybody.
Well, an interesting start. Feisty, particularly from that Lamborghini, and Zdeno Milkalusko, who got up into second, but 6 laps later he's in the pit lane.
Great start, wasn't it?
Was a great start.
Really. He's been
He
practicing
planned that, hadn't he?
Yeah.
That doesn't happen by accident, does
No,
it?
he's been thinking about that. He's been thinking about that all night. He probably didn't sleep very well. Not really a surprise to me that we're seeing issues with punctures and stuff. It's a brand new circuit. Everyone came here with a clean sheet of paper with regards to suspension geometry and the like, and you know there's an element of all aspects of that to consider. And you know, are we a little bit too excess on the camber, but also I know we're an FIM motorcycle grade 1 circuit as well, so the curbing are very shallow, but that's to go off the track. It's when if you go all the way off the curbing, and it's when you're coming back on, we haven't discovered the sharp edges of the place.
Correct.
And
I can't believe, Joe, as I said to Phil though, I can't believe that people haven't, you know, set their suspension up. Why would it be any different in the first 6 laps of the race today than it was, you know, in the 10 hours of practice that they've had?
You haven't worked with race engineers who constantly want to fiddle. They constantly fiddle. 10 minutes to the session. Can we just take a little bit of talk? No, we can't, because we haven't got time. You know, I've had many a conversation like that.
Nick Damon is down in the pit lane.
I'm with the Wolf Power, the 116. Now, the Wolf Power was, of course, came to a halt at the same time as the Code 60, and we thought it was to do with their previous issue, the vibrations. Unfortunately, it wasn't. What happened was they hit the tyre carcass, which caused the Code 60, and that's gone right up and wrecked the radiator and the underneath the car. So they obviously there was no yellow flag because they hadn't quite called the 60. They must be in the next car or next car, but one along after the Porsche had that delamination. They got a huge number tyre underneath the car, and as you can see, there's a huge amount of work going on. If you look at the splitter, which has now been untaped, there's a lot of water in there, so they got a radiator that's been holed. They got some bodywork damage from hitting the carcass of the tyre from the Porsche.
How unlucky. How unlucky.
That is pure luck, or lack thereof, I think. It just goes to show, though, you know, it's 12 hours and anything can happen. And Wolf Power will repair that car, and they will get back out there because, you know, some bad luck could befall their competitors. So it's, you know, over this sort of distance, it's always going to be a case of hashtag this is endurance. Just get it fixed, get it out there as quickly as possible.
You've got to feel slightly aggrieved by that, though, Joe, if you're the team manager, haven't you?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, yes, absolutely, but you haven't got to think too much about it. You've just got to get on with what's in front of you. And, you know, what's in front of you is a repair job, and you've got to focus on that. And it's maybe, you know, by Wednesday of next week, you'll have a think back and think, why did that have to happen?
You can't blame the driver on that one either, if that's happened right in front of you with no particular warning. And that car had been struggling already with the front splitter. Anyway, that car came to a halt, obviously having lost the radiator. It came out on the back of a flatbed. Now, in a lot of series, that would put that car out. That's not what happens here in Creventic. No. The idea is to get people on the track and keep them on the track.
It's because it's a Pro-Am series, you know, and we're talking about people using their spare time. There's a lot of business people out there. There's a lot of people who have day jobs. We're not a professional series. So it's all about track time. And why, you know, that car would be out, wouldn't it, in other series?
Oh, yes.
That would be just even more unfair.
Our second track infringement penalty has come. The first one was for car 930. They haven't served that yet. It doesn't have to happen straight away. They've got 2 hours from when it was adjudged to serve it, and they'll be waiting for another Code 60 if they can. They're leading the 992 category in third position, that QMMF by HRT. Our second 10-second penalty is the overall race leader, Team GP Elite. Dan Van Keek has picked up the 6th infringement in the first, hour and 9 minutes for the number 32 Porsche that leads the race. Meanwhile, in the other categories, second in GT4, RHC Jurgensen Strom, Darren Jorgensen behind the wheel of that BMW M4. This is a team that has connections to aftermarket tuning parts for BMW team. 2/3 of the team based in the States. I'm not sure if the 2017 quarter race was their first Creventic race, but certainly it was early on. I remember seeing them in the pit lane and talking to them, and they have been regular competitors since then in a variety of BMWs. Sad that we haven't got Samantha Tan Racing here. Talking of BMW, they took the first victory for the new BMW M4 GT3.
Would you believe they were out with that BMW at the historic race at Daytona Classic a month ago? I know it's not an historic car,
There was non-historic races going on, was there?
They were called invitation places.
All right, okay.
And Paul Miller Racing was there with their similar GT3 spec BMW M4.
Oh, were they?
Yeah.
How interesting.
Practice for the Rolex 24,
Well,
isn't it?
true enough. Into the pit lane for BMW, and that is one of the Club Sport cars. So that will be Michael Mayer in the, well, it was Michael Mayer that brought it in, the Hoffa Racing by Bonk Motorsport. That's the 360 horsepower rather than the 440. Did I get them the right way around? 332 getting fuel at the moment. New fastest lap of the class for the car leading 992 QMMF by HRT Sohail Qatar. Anders Fjordbach in third position overall. It's only 50 seconds, 50 seconds away from the lead. Gap between Team GP Elite and CP Racing, by the way, for the overall lead at the moment, 4.5 seconds.
I was chatting to Martin Crawley, who was in both of those BMWs, by the way. I was asking him what the biggest difference was. There's a 10-kilometre top-end speed difference between the 331 and the 332. It's slightly underpowered. The 332 is the 365 horsepower one, the 450 horsepower one. However, has to run bigger brakes because it's got more power and it pushes through the air. So it kind of during over the infield section of the track here and off the long straights, they kind of balance out. There's very little difference between, because the more powerful car is slightly heavier.
Interesting that I'm starting to see quite a lot of light colours on the timing and scoring now. If you want to pick up the timing and scoring from timeservice.nl, then if you go to 24H series, you can click through on there. Lots of information there, including a digital version of our super glossy, super fabulous programme. If you want the full set of race results, you can go to livetiming.getraceresults.com/24H series. You'll find them there as well. And you'll see on the penalty screen there, we've had a third of the 10-second penalties. And it's a second one for the 930. So they're clocking this up. That's now 20 seconds for the Porsche number 930 that they'll have to serve when they come into the pit lane. Now they can choose to take it, but I mean that's just wasted time, isn't it? It drives you mad as a team manager.
It's tricky, isn't it? You're expecting, and we saw for ourselves just our few laps we did here the other day how some of the corners just really, it's like a magnet, getting it, the dragging you across the curb and exceeding the track limit
through turn 3 and heading towards turn 5. It's a straight line. It just so happens there's a kink at turn 4 that's in the way. And I suspect that quite a lot of what we're seeing here is turn 5, turn 18 and 19.
19 had a magnet for me.
Really?
Because through 19 is really important, and it's a very fast turn. It's not a slow turn, but you're wanting to maximise that turn to pull you all the way down the straight for the final turn. So you're trying to eke out the last little bit. So when you go flat on the throttle and commit, it pulls you. You've got to commit. You can't. The last thing you want to do, and you're going to go over the curb. You're going to exceed track limits. The last thing you want to do is lift off that throttle.
Yep.
You've got to keep it nailed.
Leipert Lamborghini into 10th position. Greg Gorski. The sound of the V10 goes past us down through turn 1. Now this car has not had any problems, so it's not definitively a Lamborghini issue. It's not definitively a Porsche issue, because we haven't had a slew and we haven't had both Lamborghinis. Now, in fairness, they are two different Lamborghinis. They look the same because they are Huracans, but this is the Super Trofeo car. So this is the Super Trofeo Evo, actually, with that periscope on the top. No, nice. I've said that. Yes, it is. Yeah, it is. And so this is the car that takes part in the single manufacturer series, the Super Trofeo, either in IMSA competition or various places around the world, and they come together for the Finale Mondiale, which was, where was that this year? That was at Imola, I think, where
the home of Lamborghini.
Yeah, I think so.
Bologna.
Yeah.
I would suggest, because of their limited track time that the Leopard car has, they've probably gone for a very, very conservative compromise on setup, not overly aggressive, and they haven't really had time to play with it. So they've gone out there pretty much as they did this morning. They'll have played a lot with tyre pressures, but it's going to be a situation where they are going to, come away from this event with massive amount. Well, everyone is. We're going to, because coming into this event we had zero data, and that's what we're going to come at the end of the day or into the small hours. We're going to have pages and pages of data. So when we come back here next year, we'll be able to evolve, and we're going to know the place, and we're going to know where, what curbs we can and can't use, and all sorts of other information. And it's, at the moment though, they're running exactly the sort of race I thought they would. Very conservative.
30 seconds now for car number 930. That's the third 10-second offence. That coming in a minute or so ago.
He's got into a rhythm, hasn't he?
Yeah, absolutely.
He's got into a rrhythm. The Anders Fjordbach in that car has gotten into a rhythm.
Now that was at turn 20,
and he's finding. So turn 20, that's the fight again.
Right.
Another corner that's important for a straight that comes after it.
He got a whole slew of them at turn 4. So then he cleaned up turn 4, but then it was turn 19 and 20. So in fact, no, it's both 20. The last two have been both 20s, but it was 19 for the 32 car for the leader of the race. So that information is available via livetiming.getraceresults.com, and then you can select 24H series. That's the competition that we have at the moment here at Kuwait Motor Town in the first international event, FIA sanctioned as well, of course, this FIA Endurance series. Into the pit lane for BMW number 332, and Nick Damon is in the shade, not of the Coolie Bar tree, but of the magnificent 7,300 seat grandstand. Nick?
Yeah, a leisurely stop. They are only competing against their teammate who's got, this is the slightly lower powered one. It was the higher powered one in last time, John. That's a toss-up. We'd all lose that one, to be honest. So they are racing against themselves. I think Michael Bonk has got into the car as Michael Mauer got out, but they are just taking it easy, used to the tyres. They'll go and get some fuel, and they're going to continue having a bit of fun around the Kuwait Motor Town circuit.
Yeah, really enjoying their inter-team rivalry, no doubt. It's not really inter-team because the same 5 drivers are in both cars, so I would pretty much, there might be a bit of inter-team rivalry with regards to lap times, and I got the best average lap time over my stint, but I think their job in hand is to get those cars home. What are you going to say? What?
Are you kidding?
What?
Everybody's going to be trying to get the best times.
Yeah, but the only car you're going to beat is yourself, is what I mean. So that's what I mean. That's where they're going to be. That's where the competition element's going to come from.
The competition is challenging yourself.
Yeah, that's what I
think it is.
And beating your teammates.
And beating your teammates.
And wanting to be the fastest driver in both of those cars.
Yeah. I was faster than you in the 332. Yes, but I was faster.
Yeah, but it was a bit hotter, and you had the cooler temperatures, so you had
newer
power.
tyres.
Yeah, you had new tyres. Yeah.
The leader is in elegant isolation at the moment. This is Dan Van Kook, who is in the tangerine, the bright orange and white number 32, just heading over to the far side of the circuit now, and that leader is coming through down back towards us. We should see him over the top of the brow. Here he comes down into turn number 20 and onto the front straight. Now, where's he gone?
Yep, here he comes. Just coming out of turn 20 now, and he'll cross the line. It'll be 37 laps completed for the leader. And
down to turn 1, Joe.
Yep.
Was right across to the red and white curbs. Turns in what always looks to me to be a bit early, but there's plenty of run on the out of that corner. Track narrows just a little bit down towards turn number 2. Braking point is just at the end of the cones on the left where the cutout is. He didn't trouble the apex of turn 2. Turn 3, nail the curb. Turn 4, nail the curb, but keep your left-hand side Hankooks on the straight and narrow. Now, patience, they call 6, 5, 6 and 7. And Dan Van Kook favouring the wider line into 8. Now he'll cut it back. Watch for the end of the curb. That's your aiming point there. Over to the left for turn 8. Through 9, that's flat. 10 is flat. Balance the car through into 11 and 12. Through 11 now. Oh, it gets a big slide on. I wonder if the rear tyres are going away there. Now 12, 13, and contrast what we're witnessing with Dan Van Kook and how much he's working the wheel in that Porsche with what we saw on the Lamborghini earlier on, where it was basically fit and forget for the steering lock, whereas he was working so hard. And that's the second Porsche that we've seen having to work so hard. They're clearly, Joe, not getting quite as much grip from the rear end of those cars.
Certainly not from the rear, no. You saw the driver have to correct firstly through a left-hand section and then a right-hand section as well when he first turned in. And he's trying to get through there as fast as possible, nigh on flat into the first couple of apexes. And it's only for, I think, the third apex, which is turn 15, as we've got on the track map. That's when you've kind of got to lift and back out, just because if you didn't, you'd be exceeding track limits by 3 or 4 car widths by the time you come through 16. So yeah, a little bit of a compromise there, but it's the sort of corner where you feel I can go a bit quicker, but invariably the laws of physics will be the judge of that, and that's why I think that's why we're seeing so many track limits infringements, John, because it's the sort of track where you've at very, very high speed, and at those very high speeds you can't just deviate, you can't just choose to turn right or left and put it across the curb.
Significant pit caller now as the champion of the continent's leader comes into the pit lane. This is from second position. Charles Espinard brought that car in and is out of the car as it takes Hankook tyres and heads for fuel. Nick Damon.
Yep, full service for the 85, right at the pit entrance, so we weren't able to zip up to it, but I don't think there was anything more than a scheduled stop, an hour and 20 in. They did get a top-up, of course, but they are also finessing driver times as well. A little bit of a look at some of the tyres. So we'll obviously have a word with Charles in a minute and see what actually happened. But the car has gone through. I was miles away. I couldn't see who it was who got in, but I'm sure we'll get a bit of an indication any second now. Then they are quite concerned. Oh no, the tyre was gone. The tyre was gone. Now I don't know which tyre that was. One of the rear tyres. My guess now is the rear right. Let's see if I can find it. So they had a puncture, John. Let's see if I can grab it with Charles. We were saying, oh, they've come in, it's probably on time, but I've just got up here and you've had a flat.
Yeah, we had a little bit of on the previous stint, the tire had a little bit of damage to it. So I was really careful to stay off all the curbs and stuff, and this time we got another one again. So fortunately, the tire monitor system that AMG puts in there for us saved the day on that one.
Is this the rear right?
Right rear, yeah.
Yeah, this is causing a lot of problems with a lot of cars. Do you have any idea why this is causing problems when it didn't in practice?
Yeah, I'm curious. I mean, obviously we're on full load of fuel and stuff now, so maybe that's making a difference. I was really tidy trying not to use any of the curbs on that second stint, so I was kind of surprised they did that.
So was that the same tyre from the start, or had you replaced it once already?
No, we replaced it on that Code 60.
So is that quite worrying? Do you need to go have a chat with Hankook, or can you do anything now? You're not running any silly canvas or anything, are you?
No, not at all. We, us, the old guys, we run pretty conservative on the setup just for that reason. The Hankook's a great tire, and it's unusual that we have a problem. I know some of the other guys are a little more aggressive at the start and stuff over the curbs, and that usually bites them, and, we're really conservative. So.
I mean, these are different curbs. These are motorcycle curbs. They're lower. You're more likely to drag the inner edge, I suppose, over them. Could that be anything to do with it?
Yeah, it's possible. I noticed that the outer boundary of curb, normally for us in road racing, they're all evenly spaced, and these are up and down, up and down, up and down, so we're getting a lot more chassis movement, and the tire's taking a lot more abuse. So that's why we're trying to stay off of all of them. So
now it's a second a lap slower and just stay on the grey stuff.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Charles. Thanks a lot.
Joe Bradley and Phil Anson now in the booth while John Hindhaugh takes his pit stop. Interesting that 10.5, well, just coming up to 10.5 hours remaining in this 12 hours of Q8, and already we're seeing drivers having to be very, very wary and discovering the vagaries of a new track that they haven't over the many, many laps we've done in practice.
Well, I was talking to John about this earlier, and I think they didn't run any full fuel laps, or possibly didn't do that earlier on, and because we had such limited running time. So probably 3/4 of the running time was done just for setup only, rather than race spec.
And driver acclimatization.
Exactly. If you got 4 drivers, we had limited time to get all 4 drivers in them, try and find the setup that suited all of them, and then work from there. So tyre testing really didn't come into it. It was, as you say, it's all about getting the drivers comfortable in the car, getting them set up. Now we're doing tyres, full fuel. All of a sudden it's all compressed into the first, lap 6 is when we had our first puncture.
It'll take a good driver 3 to 5 laps.
Exactly.
And then they start to explore.
Yeah.
And they'll pretty much know their way around. It's more what's coming next.
Yes.
And then they can work towards optimising what's coming next.
And then linking it all together. Yeah. And that, I think, and talking with CP yesterday and Jay, it's all about the flow, getting the flow right. And
this track's all about flow.
And you can lose a second if you don't get the correct flow on the circuit, and you miss an apex here or there. At turn 7, you get it wrong there. Turn 8, 9, 10, 11 is the 9:30 currently in the penalty box, as it is serving its 10-second time penalty for
30 seconds.
Sorry.
Yeah, they've mounted up, Phil, while you've been on your lunch.
I had my lunch. They got 2 more penalties.
You've been eating lunch. The 9:30 has been eating curbs.
Curbs here, literally around here. But what we were saying earlier on, Joe, was that the backside of those curbs may be a little bit of a lip on them, which is catching that inside of the, catching the inside wall of the tyre. Because that's where they seem to be going. You could actually see that where the brake was, when Nick was down in the pit lane, when we got it on screen, it was like, okay, there's actually a bit of the sidewall there, and it's broken off as it turned.
Hankook tyre engineers will be looking.
Oh, of course they will.
Tyres and they'll be advising as well. I mean, you're working with tyre engineers, myself in the past, they're constantly telling you and advising on how to optimise the tyre without risking the tyre as well. And and again, clean sheet of paper for everyone.
Exactly.
They're accruing data and information on what is happening with the tyre. A car that is going very, very slowly.
32. That's the race leader.
Yeah, race leader going very slowly indeed. Dan Van Kook at the wheel of the 32, and I'm not quite sure whether I can make out what the problem is. We may have another puncture. He's moving very, very slowly.
In first gear, so
he's in first. You can see that, can you? Feel
first gear.
Good spot, mate. Yeah.
Yeah, he's in first gear.
So he's crawling around in first gear, and
he's at turn 9, 10 at the moment. He's got a long way to go to come back to the pits.
He really has. He's got all the way through the S's and then through the multi-apex turns 12 to 16. And managing to keep out of the way of the rest of the traffic.
It's so hard to stay out of the way because it goes left-right so often. You can see there that he's trying to stay offline, but it's so difficult to do around here. Just having to see if the tyre has gone down or is it another issue, because to me that car looks quite flat.
And he looked to speed up in a section of track where he had to go left and right and get in everybody's way. He sped up to get through that section. Now he's slowed back down. So I'm not sure what the problem is and whether it's mechanical or engine or whatever. Maybe he's got a warning light on. That's
45. He's 45 minutes into this stick. Nick?
Yeah, just down with the 710. I had a quick look with the 930 came in with Anders Forberg, who obviously been off the curbs 4.5 million times to get all of his penalties. I did have a look at that rear right. There seemed to be no damage on it, so perhaps it's an individual strike that does it, where it's continual wear. Now with the 710, the Leipert car, it's only run today. Out has got Greg Gorski. I think it's Jean-Francois Bruno who's in the car, but again, originally, unfortunately, got the situation where it's taking longer to build in the drive than it did to everything else. Fire up and away it goes. That car is running consistently without throwing tyres. And luckily, the next door pit is the 32 one, so when the GP Elite car comes here, I haven't got a massive walk.
Yeah. How's your ankle, by the way? I'm
It's a bit
concerned.
sore, actually.
Yeah.
Don't worry, Joe. I'll keep on. You haven't got to do the remaining 10 hours. It's fine. I'm very brave.
It's all right, mate. I'm good for 10. The 11th, that kills me. We've got JM Lippman, who's watching from home. He's a stalwart competitor with Creventic. He's telling me that the back right is red on the cockpit tyre indicator.
So low pressure.
So it's a low pressure warning on the right rear again. Back right is red. Thanks, Jim, for that.
Yeah.
So that probably is a clue. Now, joining in behind the 32 is the number 44, I believe. Did we say 40? Yes, it is. It's 44. That's the RC Bratislava Lamborghini. We've got the white flag flying because we've got slow cars on track. So, two cars now in limp mode of varying sorts, making their way around the track. That's the 32, who has dropped off the overall lead. Now the lead now being taken back by the number 47, the Team KUWAIT by MRS. Porsche takes the lead, and there's the 44. Now if that car didn't have bad luck, it would have no luck at all.
Exactly. Unbelievable. They've both gone now. I was just looking at the stint time for the 32, and 48 minutes they've been out on track. And they're coming up towards the pit entry now. And what the 44 has done is actually gone around up the inside of him. And there we've got the 32, our previous race leader. Race leader now is Zaid Ashkanani in the 47 car, the Team KUWAIT by MRS GT Racing. And they with 42 laps in the book. And the 44 up to speed.
Yeah.
Again, wow, this is awkward because that is really strange.
Well,
did he think it was a code 60? I don't know.
Yeah, maybe that's exactly what I was going to say. As the 32 comes in, it's tail of woe with that low tyre pressure indicator showing for Dan Van Kook at the wheel of the 32. He soaks up a penalty that he's incurred. Now he pulls away from the penalty box and makes his way to the pit apron, where Nick Damon will have all eyes on, I would imagine. There's Seb, our cameraman, about to receive the car. Nick about to receive the car.
Yeah, we have a second puncture, the EB Motorsports, the Villi Motorsports by EB Racing. That is the multicoloured Porsche car. That has a completely delaminated tyre. We're going to concentrate on the erstwhile leader, the 32 car. That tyre at the right rear was completely flat. The 955 comes parked with a delaminated right rear tyre. It's all the same story. It's all the right rear. Now, if we look at the, I don't know if we can get the shot here, but what's happened is that if you come around, Seb, quickly, because it's here, the car is delaminating from the inside of the tyre. This is a bigger version of what we saw, which didn't quite go on the other Porsche, but when it completely goes, of course, the tyre then splits up under. So that's when, if you're lucky enough to get a low tyre pressure warning, you've gone off the curb, you've broken the inside bead, and off you go. But we've now had two more that have happened in the past few minutes, and there's going to have to be something done because they can't change the Hankook tyres. They haven't got time to change the camber, so someone's going to have to start thinking about actually driving on the track.
Track and tyre pressure.
It's the right-hand corners that's going to be causing that, not the left-hand corners. Because when you go through a left-hand corner, that car leans towards the outer edge of the tread and flattens the tread.
It flattens the tyre.
When you go through a right-hand corner, the camber of the wheel puts even more load on that inside edge. So I'd be looking at the right-handers more than the left-handers.
Yeah. That right-hander right there.
Yeah.
12, 13, 14, 15.
Yeah.
That right-hander there may be playing a big part in this.
It goes on and on and on. Maybe, I know I'm going to be taking over from Nick in about half an hour, and I'll maybe have a word with Ben from Hankook to see if they can.
I think that would be really interesting because obviously it's an issue, and Hankook, being the professionals that they are, know how to manage this. But as you said before, everybody came with a clean sheet of paper. We haven't had enough running with the cars on full fuel to actually do the dynamics of it.
I mean, he may be able to shed some light on that.
Yes,
well, I mean,
exactly.
As ever, we purely speculate up here in our little box, and it's the teams that have been who know what they've been doing and may be able to shed some light on that. And you know what? Nobody sets a car up to go out and get punctures.
No,
that's
exactly. And as you know, quite rightly said, it's not the first time that this has happened. It's just about how people are setting the car up, because the Lamborghini that's had the least amount of time to set up, the 710, has had no issues whatsoever.
Yeah, well, that's
see that's
yeah. I did say that.
Yeah,
a conservative approach.
It may have worked for that because they had so limited time in order to get their car sort of with just a baseline setup.
Yeah.
Maybe this car right here with Greg Gorski at the wheel is just, maybe they're in with a shot here.
Well, the 32 that has fallen off the overall lead, the Team GP Elite Porsche, is now into fueling. We saw that car; it's taken its penalty.
Yep.
It's pit stopped. It's replaced that damaged tyre.
Yep.
He's now out of fueling and back out on the track, and he's down to 5th place. The leader is now the number 47, and that's the Team KUWAIT Porsche, Zaid Ashkenani, at the wheel of that. In 2nd place is the KTM, the first
GTX car.
Yeah, in 2nd place overall, car 714, the Razzoon Northern Racing, Dominic Albert at the wheel of that car, just off the lead lap. In 3rd place overall is the class leader in the 992 class, and that's the 909 Red Camel's Porsche. Luke Breukers started the car. He's still at the wheel of the Red Camel's car. 44 laps completed for that. It's the CP Racing Mercedes car 85, 2nd in GT3, 4th overall. Charles Putman now at the wheel. And that car, as I said, 2nd in GT3, 4th overall. That's how mixed up this field is.
Unbelievable. And the Mercedes has a car that does really work its rear tyres, hasn't had the same issues.
No, it has. It's just...
Oh, it has. While I was away.
Charles Espinard brought the car in.
And it was just...
a right rear tyre going down.
Wow. 47 and the 701 together on the circuit as they make their way up through turn 10, the Vortex and the Porsche. And it's so difficult, as we were saying in our laps, Joe, how do you overtake around here? You have to wait until the end of that section before you get into 12, 13 and 14, which is going to slow your lap time up, because if you get that line wrong, this whole 5 apexes becomes a bit of a nightmare, as he's out of that now up through turn 16 on board with the GP Elite car. And that's the braking area down into turn number 1 is a real handful with some of these cars, because they're trying to overtake. They're going on that inside line. It's really hurting them down the straight as we continue on. So it is the 47, Ashkenani leading now by 1 minute and 42 seconds over the Razzoon Northern Racing Dominic Albert in the KTM Crossbow GTX. Luke Breukers in 3rd. Just having a look a bit further down in the categories. In the GT4 category, it's the Aston Martin Century Motorsport. They've held that lead for a little while now, 429, car number 429. TC still the Herman Bock at the Hofner Racing Bonk Motorsport, the 331 car, that's a 450 horsepower car, that is leading that from its sister car, the 335 horsepower car. And then it's the 992 AMs are spread out very much so, but it's all a part of this this issue they're having, trying to keep that right rear tyre inflated. As I welcome John Hindolf back into the booth. John, more punches since you've been away.
Yes, so I heard. The extremely efficient public address system
is
here
indeed
at KUWAIT Motor Town. Thanks to everyone who's made us so welcome and made our stay here very easy. A lot of work goes into putting these things together. It doesn't happen by accident. I was about to say it doesn't happen overnight, but some of it has had to, in fairness, for reasons beyond the control of the circuit and indeed everybody here. The global transportation issues still going on in certain parts of the world, and those challenges have been met head on by everybody here in fantastic efforts to make sure that we had all 21 listed cars make the start this morning. We've got one in the pit lane at the moment, and that is Wolf Power Racing. Yves Valles was the very unlucky driver, hit part of the tyre carcass that came off the Porsche in the rundown between 1 and 2. And underlining what we were saying, in fact, Phil, earlier on about the fact that this is a deceptively topographical circuit.
Yes.
It isn't just flat. It's not Silverstone airfield flat.
No, there are 6 metres of elevation change here, and it's difficult to understand what it is, but you end up with blind brows.
Lots of them.
Lots of them, in fact, that you've got to think about, okay, which way does it go? Track referencing, the side of the tracks is very difficult. You don't have marks like this, that and the other, like TV towers and stuff like that. The walls of the circuit are a long way away.
Hello to Jerry Z, listening in from Florida on the Radio Show Limited network of audio and visual channels. Might even be watching as well. He says, I'm split on the Code 60 versus the safety car. Code 60, great for the lead drivers because effectively it freezes the position. On the flip side, and Jerry is talking as an American, of course, safety car bunches up the cars and shows closer racing. I suppose it depends whether you're leading or chasing, Jerry, as to whether you agree with that. I think what it does for multi-class racing, more than anything else, is it gets you back to green quicker. Because as soon as you have... in some respects, I have no problem with a safety car for single category racing, in that it neutralises the field, it bunches everybody back up. You start adding classes in, and you, by right, have to then do wave bys and pass arounds.
Now, this is interesting. Now, Creventic actually introduced this at the 6 Hour of Abu Dhabi last year, and our erstwhile friend Jeremy Shaw does a brilliant description of how a wave run works. I was actually telling the drivers that because it was the first time they'd seen it. We would have a Code 60, then the Code 60 boards would change to a safety car board. The safety car would be released. If you are in front of your race leader, you get in front of your class leader, you get the wave round. If you're behind, you stay in position. Up to the drivers to work that out.
But that takes time, Phil.
It does indeed. But what Gary was saying to me, it said it's all about the restart of multi-class racing. When you're under that, it cleans that up.
Yeah, and I understand that. It's interesting, isn't it? Obviously, we run IMSA Radio as well as a co-production with IMSA. Creventic have worked with IMSA in the past as well at the Sebring event. And what we always get about IMSA is how come a bit of debris in the track and we've had 25 minutes of yellow flag? Because you've got to go through and make sure all 4 or 5 classes aren't disadvantaged. Otherwise, you start putting laps between cars in every lap other than the top class. And even as clever and as careful as IMSA are, we had a situation at Motul Petilamon at the end of last season where the GTD Pro cars were disadvantaged by a whole lap to the GTD AM cars because of where they were on the track when the safety car came out. So you can, and we've seen it happen at Le Mans as well, where there's 3 safety cars. You've seen it happen whereby you can put laps between battling cars if you don't do the pass arounds and the wave bys. Code 60 gets rid of all that.
It does indeed.
Because it effectively, it's like when you used to be racing scale extra against your mates and somebody went off and you would go, stop! And everybody had to get off the controllers. It freezes the field.
Yes.
You put your car back on and it's ready. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. And you start again. That's Code 60. That is effectively Code 60. Thanks for that, Jerry. And it's
Great insight.
At Radio Show Limited, excuse me, at Radio at RSL _studio. Also, hello to Luca Piravano, asking, is that GP Elite Porsche the chassis that Max Verstappen owns? GP Elite is Max Verstappen's e-racing team, I think, if I'm right.
Yes.
I don't. Nick Damon will maybe know a little bit about that. And hello to Jet as well. Dalawal, Jatinder, work getting in the way, so he'll be watching and listening on the archive later on. Well, the good news, Jet, is that once you get back in tonight you will have the opportunity to see the end of the race. This is going on to midnight here in Kuwait. That is going to be 9 o'clock UK time. That is 10 o'clock in Central Europe on this Friday. An hour and 45 minutes completed, and still out front we have the number 47, Team Kuwait by MRS GT. That was the GT3 Paul sitting car, and what a great story that was to have that car on pole position.
So Zaid Ashkanani, a very experienced racer in this region, and he knows how to get around any circuit. He's raced in Dubai, Abu Dhabi, Bahrain, Qatar, internationally.
Second place for the Razoon Northern Racing, Dominic Olper, who's been in since the start, the KTM Crossbow, with the best lap of 156.2 for that car.
That's a dark horse, John, because it's going to be able to run long.
Run very long.
And it's lightweight. It's going to look after its tyres.
Great looking car.
It is stunning.
This is the GT4 version. As the leader comes into the pit lane, and Nick Damon is down there to watch the Team Kuwait by MRS GT machine come in.
Yeah, I was actually up with Century Motorsport, the 429 car, doing what seemed like a very standard stop, and it was a lovely standard stop. And then when the car went, one of the mechanics was sitting there looking slightly perplexed, and he had a piece of wire in his hand.
Oh dear.
And what it is, you know when they go on the air jacks, there's a single piece of wire you pull to release it. It's come off in his hand. So I'm not quite sure how they're getting it off the air jacks from now on, but that's what happened. So he pulled it off, and that's broken, and they're going to have to work out what to do about that. From a distance, this is full service for our leader, driver out, driver in.
It's not. The world doesn't look blue and green, then, does it not?
No. So they are going to just get. Obviously, the second time this car stopped, they had a puncture as well. Though they managed to get away without delamination, and car now is down. Slightly long stop, but they've managed to get it through. So it's always a key point. Can you get the driver changed in the time it takes to change the tyres? And if you can, you're going to gain several seconds from the other teams. But that was,
and that isn't as easy as it sounds.
No.
As I'm going to test now, even with 5 wheel studs on a GT4 car, manoeuvring one non-professional racing driver out and another one in. A is not tremendously elegant, and B is not the work of a moment. These GT3 and GT4 cars are built for customers and non-professional drivers, so the gap between the door bar and the roof is on the driver's side still the same amount of protection there, but you tend to have a drop bar on the driver's side. Now there's a car being pushed into its garage. Was that the 7? No, here's the 714 coming in.
321. The 321's gone into garage. It's the other end of where we are at the moment, because we're with the
331.
331, yes.
331, the Hoffa Racing.
Hoffa car ones. We'll go find what in a minute. We're up the front with the 714. There's a bit of damage to 714. They've had a little shunt into someone at some point. The proboscis of the car is certainly damaged. A bit of rhinoplasty is needed on that, but looks like it's kept its integrity, so they aren't going straight for the tape. This car, of course, facing the wrong way. Now, this is interesting. Do you remember when it spun, John? You thought it just missed that Porsche.
Yeah.
Because that is where it was just spinning to. Now, I mean, it could be a point. I haven't had a look on the side of the Red Camels, which I think was the car involved, and I will have a look next time it's in. But this is a standard stop. They made a changeover. They put Daniel Drexel in. Dominic Albert has got out. Let's have a quick word with Dominic if we can. Dominic, that was a very good session, but started rather frighteningly.
Yeah. Yeah, was a bit of action in the start. I tried to go wide, but yeah, there was a lot of mud on the track, so I spun, and then I tried to push hard and came back.
A bit of damage on the nose of the car. Was that from the spin or another point later?
No, that was from the spin. I got the slightly touch, and yeah, then returned to race. And hopefully, hey Sam and Daniel do a good job, and I think it looks good.
Lots of cars are having problems with their rear right tyre. Did the team tell you about that? Have you been avoiding the curbs?
Yeah, we do not avoid the curbs. We tried with our tires. We can go 650 kilometers, still with good pace. So we for sure will not have any tire issue.
Thank you. Okay, very confident.
Very confident.
Indeed. Cheers. Thanks, Daniel.
Thank you, Nick. So great,
Wow.
great piece of working out done by Nick there to wear that that nose damage on the very, very handsome GTX version of the Crossbow. We've seen it in a few guises down through the years. There is a full GT4 version of that car as well. Leading TCR car, the AC Motorsport 188, with something on its nose as well that I saw flapping around a moment or two ago.
Yes,
yeah, something sticking up at the front of it. It looks like it's got a timing straight on for a sprint.
For a hill climb, yes.
Yeah,
it's
for a sprint or a hill climb. That's exactly what it looks like. Here is the
701.
701, the other futuristic-looking coupe. This is the Vortex into the pit lane, and Nick Damon is watching this one.
Isn't this the last outing for this car? Haven't they? We're promised a new car for next season.
Oh,
with that
really?
Vortex. Hopefully with slightly better panel fit. But apart from that, obviously a stalwart of the championship, has won its class on a couple of rounds. Driver change going in. Nico Nobbs is getting in. Not quite sure who's getting out. It's probably Lino Amarouche. What I do like is the all French team has fallen for the same problem as Japanese teams are, is they've written some random English down, which doesn't really mean anything. It now says, "We are repeat." So I'm sure the translation makes perfect sense. But for me, it just sounds like the BBC in the 70s, where it was all repeats.
Very good. Not as big a hit for Band-Aid, that one, We Are Repeat. The follow-up single didn't have the same impact. Just to let you know, by the way, all those 10-second time penalties for the 979 and the 930 and the 32, which were all adding up, they have all been served. There's none outstanding at the moment, so they've got rid of those straight away. You don't have to take them all at the same time. Well, of course you can, and so they have. So they've cleared. In the last couple of hours of the race, that will become more important. What is that that's flapping around on the front of that Audi? It's annoying me now. Is it a tie wrap that
It looks like they
put onto the grill and they haven't
snipped it off? Untidy.
That would be very unusual for AC, because they are normally a very, very.
Or
I use this advisedly and deliberately. They are very tied down normally.
Indeed. Maybe they had it the other way around and it's just flipped up. And they have it left up. But leading the race now, the 999. Luke Brokers in the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car in the 992 category, the first 992 leader of this race, with 10 hours and 7 minutes to go. He's been in that car for just on an hour and 50 minutes now for this stint. Charlie Putman in second position in the 85 CP Racing Mercedes AMG GT3, and then the 47 of Muhammad Al-Kazmi in third.
And don't forget, he being Luke Breukers, sorry, in the 909, your driver time limit is 2 hours.
Yes.
The time limit is 2 hours. Now, I always forget, so I'm going to let you look this up, because I know
Thank you.
Does the time in the pits count or not count? I think in this series it counts if you continue the stint. It doesn't count if you get out.
The stint, as I've been watching this, the stint changes as soon as you hit the pit-in line.
Right.
Okay, that goes to zero.
Okay.
I was watching that on there. Okay. So that's the start of the next stint.
Okay. But in terms of the cumulative time,
yeah,
do you take the pit stop time out? So, you know, if he's been in the pits 5 minutes, can he go to 2 hours and 5 minutes? Or does he have to get out at 2 hours?
I did print out the sporting regulations.
I know you did. That's why I've asked you the question.
Oh, dear.
Phil Anson and John Hindorf with you in the booth. It's Nick Damon down in the pit lane. We'll be hearing the dulcet tones of Joe Bradley down there as Nick nips off for some lunch in a moment or two's time. No worries about the weather today. Beautiful day. A little bit hazy out on the horizon. It was this morning. Yesterday was probably the clearest day we've had while we've been at Kuwait Motor Town. Got a bit chilly last night. Well, that my colleagues were saying it was chilly. It was hovering around 19 Celsius.
Absolutely Arctic, John.
I refuse to believe that was cold. And the fleece, the Radio Show Limited mesh that I brought with me, has not been put back on since I came through security at Heathrow Airport. That was tucked into my bag, and it won't be coming out again until we get out and we're off to the to Jola Taxi on the way home on Saturday afternoon. And well done to everybody who's got down here at this time of the year. Lovely place to be, I should say. And hopefully we are piquing your interest on this circuit. And don't ask us which sims it's on, because it isn't. This has not been scanned, this circuit, yet. I can't believe that it'll be too far away, to be honest. And hopefully, our friends at iRacing, who we work with very, very closely, I know at least a couple of people who are watching and listening to our broadcast now. This, for some of the iRacing leagues, can you imagine Idemitsu Mazda MX-5s around here?
Oh,
I think because you've got the long straights for the drafting,
yep,
and then you've got the twiddly bits. And the good thing about Mazdas is they can go side by side,
3 wide,
where nobody else can. Correct.
Indeed.
It's all mechanical grip, you see.
And talking about this circuit, a bit later on today, well, this evening, we're going to be joined by Khalid Al-Madaf. Local racers. Just spoke with him briefly down in the canteen area and invited him up. He was part of the design team of this circuit, so getting a bit of inside goss on this magnificent place, and Khalid will be joining us sometime later in the broadcast.
2 tangerine bright orange cars going side by side there, and that was Team Kuwait. It was Team GP Elite and Dan Van Kuik who was passing the Vortex. He may well have been pretty close to track limits there as he made that pass. The Vortex back up to pace after its pit stop. I heard a harum from the
no, there's the smoke. That wasn't me. Oh, come to me, love. That was actually I've just breathed in something unpleasant, as you can probably see coming up from the brakes of the 979 car. That's the
Rabdan Motorsport machine.
Don't seem too concerned. It was a standard stop. I was actually next door trying to find out what was wrong with the 331 Hoffa racing car. There's a computer attached, and they're waggling the inlet plenum. But the good news is I have a professional team manager and mechanic I can hand over the microphone for, and he can find out what's wrong with the 331.
I'll give some good news for Wolf Power Racing. Yasmin Preissig has taken the RS3 out, so that front end damage that it incurred from the discarded tyre carcass, the unexpectedly discarded tyre carcass from the Porsche. That car has been fixed. It has lost some, 54, 47, it's 37 laps off the lead now, overall lead, and from its class leader, that's 34 laps, 35 laps from the lead. We're just coming up to another hour to be completed. We'll have the rundown for you. Joe Bradley has taken over from Nick down in the pit lane. 188 has come into the pit lane, and there's no evidence of what was flapping around on the front of that Audi. Joe Bradley's looking down there as Mathieu Detrey is out of that car. The lead drivers, of course, Joe, having to get out of the cars now with 2 hours rapidly approaching.
Yeah, driver limited, I think is the term. You reported something potentially flapping on the front of the car. The only thing that's flapping is a tiny bit of trim on the front of the grille.
Oh yeah, that was it.
Really an issue.
Yeah,
that car at all.
It was sitting.
In fact, it gets ripped off.
It was getting.
So that it's not going to cause any more issue because it's not there anymore.
It was going straight up, Joe. I thought it was a pitot tube.
Like a little aerial.
Well, I thought it was a pitot tube on the front of it to start with. Then I thought, there can't be, surely.
That's exactly what it would look like.
Yep.
Because I've got it here. It's just a bit of plastic.
Okay.
That's just a bit of decorative trim that sits like that. However, it was like that.
What was it?
Don't need that anymore.
as it goes on to a hot break disc, bursts into flames. The race has to be halted.
That's where they would have. That's where they would keep the hot discs.
Yes.
Thankfully, we're too early for a brake change. Yeah, the good news next door is the 331 BMW, the Hofer Racing by Bonk Motorsport BMW. That's had a problem. What was the problem with the car? I don't know.
Nick left you to find out.
Yeah, I know. The only person I've picked on there was the guy who doesn't speak very good English, if any English. I'll see if anybody can tell me.
It was Herman Bock that brought the car in, and we'll see who takes that out. Meantime,
what exactly was the problem?
Go ahead, Joe.
We had some pressure loss in the manifold system, and there was just a hose which came off. So nothing big, but yeah, we fixed it, and so we are out.
Well done in finding it. That's the sort of problem that can manifest in all sorts of ways and hard to find, but they found the errant pipe that had fallen.
So, turbo pipe, we think, there for the 332 Hofer Racing. Nick did say that they had a computer on and they were wiggling the intake plenum. Perfect way of finding it's fine, it's not, it's fine, it's not, it's fine, it must be that then. That's the idea. Another penalty before we do the 2 hour standings. This time it's number 955 who have overrun the track limits too many times. That's Sergio Nicolai, who's driving at the moment in the Vili Motorsport by EB Motors, 4th in 992. Let's stay with GT as we look at the 2 hour standings. It is CP Racing, Championship of the Continent's leaders at the moment, who lead overall. For Red Camel Jordans in second. That was a slightly false position by the 992 class leader because they hadn't made their next pit stop. That's happening right now. Team KUWAIT then by MRS GT Racing will move up into second. Also pit stops for the 929. That's second in the 992 Cup class. And the 928 third in the same class. So they'll drop back down again and the GT3 cars will come through. So that means Team GP Elite with Dan Van Kuch behind the wheel will move up into third overall. That 955 Vili Motorsport by EB Motors, that's another 992 class car. That's going to be promoted as well, and that will be close to the front of the field, I would think, in that category once the pit stops for the cars ahead have been completed. In 8th overall is another class leader. It's the GTX car, KTM. I'm not going to say it because probably Dominic Albert or Haitham Quadjaroli will come up and punch me if I hex that car. That's the 8th position. 9th, Leipert Motorsport. What a run for those guys. Jean-Francois Bruno behind the wheel there. That car only turning up in the wee small hours of the morning. It's a special 2 hour session arranged by the track and by Creventic, the organisers here, for that car. And indeed the 930 to make sure that they could get some track time. It is the 930 in 10th position. They're 5th in the Cup class at the moment. Vortex is the GTX 3rd place car. Then we are into GT4, and on the pit strategy, it is the BMW, the Century Run RHC Jorgensen Strom machine in 12th overall. Speed Lover, the Rabdan Motorsport car in 992 category. The 979 is in 13th. 14th is the Century Motorsport Aston Martin. That's Piers Johnson, Bradley Ellis, Adam Hatfield, who's behind the wheel, and David Holloway, who started the car. They are in second in class at the moment. And we'll wait to see how those pit stops work out. Then it's the Lion Speed Racing. It's Herbert, if you peel the stickers off that one. Well, at least they're running that 718 Cayman. Jose Garcia behind the wheel. 16th, ARC Bratislava. A couple of tyre issues early on, but they seem to have stabilised that. Miro Konopka behind the wheel of the 4th placed GT3. And in TCE, it's BBR, the championship leaders, with Anason Aris Letathiri, sorry Anason, in the lead of that category, ahead of AC Motorsport in second. They're in the fuel area at the moment. And then the 3 Swiss flag cars, the 2 Hofer Racing TC cars, 332 from 331, the 2 BMWs, the lesser powered car at the front at the moment, and then the delayed 116 Wolf Power Racing, Jasmin Preissig. Now, if they get a clean run from now, I guarantee you they'll start closing that gap. Here's the highlights of the first 2 hours. In that first 2 hours. Team GP Elite then in 3rd position at the moment. Dan Van Kook behind the wheel of that car, heading through turn 2, underneath the banner for turns 3 and 4, monstering the curb, the area of the circuit that is being modelled slightly on the corkscrew. Not quite the fall that we have at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca. He's now into Patience, 5 and 6, tucking the nose of that Porsche in. And now through into turn 7. Meantime, slightly further around the track, the number 85 in the lead of the race for Team CP Racing in their Mercedes-AMG GT3. 58 laps completed, Phil, and we've not really seen this race yet. The race strategy, Paul Truswell down at Red Camel and all the rest of the race strategists will be looking at the data. We have at least had a full green flag fuel run now, which will give them some idea of where they are on race pace.
Indeed, John. I think this actual session right now sets the benchmark for everybody. And in answer to your question, the driver's stint time is from pit out to pit in, which means the pit time stoppage is not included.
Right,
so
even if they continue.
Yeah. Because it starts again. Well, it starts again when they on pit exit,
and that makes sense because you can be sitting quite a long time waiting for fuel.
Yeah, exactly right. So thank you very much. That is Article 30.22 on the regular sporting regulations on page 103.
Well done for finding that.
I did have a long flight.
Not as long as ours.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I think that stint right there. Really, that hour 20 minutes that we had, we went code 60 at with 11:22 to go. We're at 9:53 now. We had 10 minutes or 11 minutes of code 60. So it was around about 11 and a half hours. We're now at 9:53. So everybody, the TCE categories as well, have got a full stint in now to have a look at where they are on fuel and tyres.
6 lead changes.
Yep.
With 4 different cars. Team Kuwait, ARC Bratislava, Team Kuwait again, Team GP Elite, Team Kuwait, Red Camel Jordan.
Yes, exactly.
As well. So we've had a GT3 Cup car leading. I said that would happen yesterday. I said they'd cycle to the front, and now we've got CP Racing leading as well. In terms of the fastest lap, early on was Team Kuwait with Zaid Ash Kanani, and then the 44 ERC Bratislava BMW Lamborghini, where have I got that from, has then taken to the front of the top of the fastest lap and actually then improved it as well. Fastest laps in class, by the way, 992. Anders Fjordbach in the number 930 QMMF by HRT Sohail Qatar. In GTX, Razun Morvan Racing. Century Motorsport hold the GT4 fastest lap at the moment. Adam Hatfield in the Aston. BBR Kennedy Kusiri in the Cupra Leon. For TCR and TC Hoffer Racing, Rainer Partl, in the M2 competition, the 450 horsepower machine.
60 laps in the books here in Kuwait. It's the CP Racing Mercedes-AMG GT3 with Charles Putman at the wheel. 60 laps in the book for him. 59 laps, around about a minute and 7 seconds behind is Mohammed Al-Kazemi in the 47 car, Team Kuwait by MRS GT
And was that down to the 47 car got a penalty, didn't it?
Yeah, I'm just going to have a look at my penalty screen and see whether...
Or am I making that up?
47 got track infringements and but a warning only, so so no penalty there.
Okay, so quite a big change around. that with the 85 cycling back to the front was sitting in a very solid third position for most of the first hour, but has cycled through to the front with Charles Putman now driving. Remember that this all of the strategy that we've talked about, and whether it's the GP Elite machine, number 32 with the white stripe on the orange car, or any of them, they have got to cycle their drivers. There are minimum driver times. We'll not bother you with them at the moment, but we'll be keeping an eye on that. We've got a huge amount of information that you get access to via timeservice.nl, 24hseries.com, and you can click on all the timing information there and see exactly what we've got here in the booth at Kuwait Motor Town. And that includes driver stint times that you can follow through. The teams have even more information, of course. The GP Elite car comes down to finish the lap as into the pit lane. The
right rear.
This is Yasmin Preissig, I think, that's come into the pit lane. Joe Bradley.
No, it's the 955, the Villy Motors.
Oh, okay.
Villy Motors Porsche. Just been in right rear tyre change, and the tyre that's come off wasn't delaminated. It's still intact, but no air in it. Completely flat. The team are just inspecting it now, and once again, it's the inside edge that's looking the worst for wear on that car. So another right rear issue.
And that was the leader in class, Joe. Yeah. Sergei Nicolai.
Overall, I think.
Say again, sorry, Joe?
I think that car was 5th overall.
4th, actually, when it came in. Hasn't lost that 4th position yet. I'm still waiting for the GTX leader to come through, because they've just made a pit stop. So the GP Elite machine, drive to perfection. You might wander down, Joe, if you don't mind, to GP Elite, the number 32 car. Had a question on at RSL_studio, hashtag 24H series or 12H Q8, and about whether that is a Max Verstappen owned car. It is very orange, in fairness, and it's going past. It's trying to go past the other Dutch car at the moment, the 909, through the Pentagon area,
Up the inside
to
now.
16 now. Still can't get through. Here's 17, 18, and then there's a short straight to 19. And just proving how difficult it is, Dan Van Kuik, who's got the full house GT3 car. There's not a huge amount of difference now between the Cup car and the GT3 car. Big flash of the lights, but hasn't got the straight line speed to just drag through. Should be able to go through on the brakes, does go through on the brakes into the final corner. The two orange cars coming onto the front straight now. But if we needed any illustration about how quick this new 992 Cup car is, Phil, we saw it right there. That's the outgoing 911 GT3R, which is their GT3 Formula car, and that was a bit of strife there to get through.
He did not make that easy at all,
but there was no blocking per se.
No, there was no blocking. That car just drove off the corner so well. He couldn't get up underneath the rear wing. Rear tyres, I think, are being looked after a lot better in that model car.
Well, Ivo Breukers has not long since been in that car.
And I think we have a tyre differential between the two cars.
We do, yeah. Whereas Dan Van Kuik has been in there for quite a long time. But talking to the guys in the States, in the Visit Cayman Islands, Porsche Carrera Cup North America, when they first got the cars, they were testing at Sebring prior to the season start 2 seasons ago, and the GT3 cars were out at the same time. There was barely a couple of seconds difference between the GT3s on the bumps of Sebring and the Cup cars, which is why, of course, that Porsche are bringing out a new GT3 car, the new 992 911 GT3
Why not?
car.
They don't have enough GT3 cars at the moment.
Have you seen it?
Yes, I have.
It looks like it should be mounted on the hard point of a fighter bomber.
Exactly.
It is a weapon, particularly in black carbon. We see those cars first at the Raw before the 24. We'll be covering that for you, of course, here on the Radio Show Limited network of audio and visual channels. We will have some racing for you on the Raw weekend, the new VP Racing Fuels series with LMP3s and GT4s, and of course the qualifying for the WeatherTech Sports Car Championship for the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship Rolex 24 Hours. That's 4 sports car endurance weekends live consecutively of the start of next year. And of course, it is the Creventic Hankook 24 Hours of Dubai that will start it all off on the 13th, 14th and 15th. That's a Thursday, Friday, sorry, that's a Friday, Saturday and Sunday.
Yep.
Remember, we go to the Saturday, Sunday race in Dubai at the start of next year. Between now and then, we will have the Christmas break, and then of course we have the third race of the Middle East Trophy, which is Abu Dhabi down at Yas.
Yep, 6-hour race down there, 21st and 22nd of January, just a week after the 24 hours Dubai. If you don't have enough in the 24 hour, you can add 6 onto it.
Well, and that means we've got double weekend of action then.
Well, we do indeed.
So you'll be down at Yas with part of the team. We'll be at the Raw. Then we'll be at the 24 Hours of Daytona, and then we're straight off to the Liquid Moly 12 Hours of Bathurst. So I'm not going to see...
I may be in your suitcase for that one.
I'm not going to see home for a little while.
Exactly.
They have to be doing some washing. Interesting info from race control. Keep away from the edge of the exit of turn 20.
20. There we go.
The sharp edge, it says in brackets there.
Yes.
So that's right. That would be right rear there, Phil.
That is exactly right, and it's just past the entry to pit lane.
Yeah.
And so there may be, that's what Pirelli have been looking at. Sorry, my mistake. That's what Hankook have been looking at, obviously with the
10 dirhams in the swag.
So it is indeed. It's actually 50 fills here. That's what they've been looking at, and obviously they've been talking to the drivers as well to try and get the feedback of where they've been placing the car. Yeah. And as we've discussed, and I discussed it with Joe as well, because of the restricted testing times that they had, getting 4 people into the car, trying to find, or 3 people into the car, trying to find the balance that they're all happy with. Really not enough time to do some long runs with full fuel and all of that. So
here's the GT4 third position car coming across the line now. And that is the second place car for Line Speed, Jose Garcia. Decent walk-up yesterday later on in the day, and the organisers telling us they're expecting similar today.
Nice.
And the concessions out the back. Very good coffee from the VW Combi, I hear.
Amazing coffee. We were there bright and early this morning as they opened.
Well, you were there early. I'm not sure you were bright until after you.
No,
coffee.
We're very bright now. Indeed we are. Oh, another puncher for the 710 this time.
So this is... I heard you saying...
Yes,
no. You've cursed
the
curse of the commentator.
Oh, no.
Jean-Francois Bruneau at the wheel of that car. And this is the Lightbit machine. It only arrived in the small hours of this morning. The Lightbit team got it out the container, got it ready to practice this morning in a special session that was organised by the track and by Creventic. Huracan Super Trofeo, not exactly the same spec as the number 44 machine.
Yeah, it's so hard to keep.
How long's he been out?
Let's have a look at the 710. And he has been out, 159, 45 minutes.
Right, so that's coming to the end of the stint, and it's gone by the time he gets to the brow at turn 3.
Yeah.
So again, is that exit of turn 1 run down to turn 2? Maybe.
Just putting
the pressure on at turn 2 going up the hill.
Well, when we were listening to the cars,
it's gone a while back.
Actually. I reckon as we were talking to him yesterday, he said, "Look, in these cars, turn 1 is flat, absolutely flat through there. Maybe that side load through there, as well as a bit of curb strike, is just causing that issue. Luckily, at the moment, that tyre is staying together, so no body damage. Now, have a look at where he's placing that car. He's trying so hard to stay out of everybody's way. It's so difficult around here because some of the runoffs don't work in the right area, but he is staying well on the inside all the way up.
He's off the track.
He's off the track at turn 15, and he's going to be able to stay off that circuit all the way around until he gets down into pit lane now.
And he's on the right-hand side of the circuit.
Exactly. So
if he follows round the long way around, turns 17, 18, 19 and 20, he's in the pit lane. And he won't have to be on the racing surface again.
That is just, well, as you said, so courteous and also so smart, because he can release it a little bit more, go a bit slower just to hold that tyre together so it doesn't damage the bodywork. So, yeah, very intelligent driving and very courteous driving.
So he is just heading down onto the back straight now.
Yeah, I've got him, but visually out of the commentary box, he's just coming around turn 19 now. So
yes,
he's got that little straight to go, and he'll be in pit lane, and Joe will be down there to have a look at that one and see if it's the same thing again.
It is the 710 Lippert car, Jean-Francois Bruno, the American, who is bringing that second place GTX car, sitting right on the edge of the top 10, just 5 laps off the lead, and they thought they were in with a chance of a decent finish here. Wouldn't take much stumbling from the GT3 cars, and we've already had problems with the ARC Bratislava, another Lamborghini, and more right rear problems for these cars. But this is the first one for the 710.
Yep.
It is not the same specification, remember. This is a Huracan Super Trofeo car. And brilliant driving by Jean-Francois. Well done, JF. He's got into the pit lane. And Joe Bradley will see that car. We'll hear the pit lane siren in just a moment. And the good and bad news, it happened early in the lap. That's the bad news.
Yep.
The good news is the pit team have had a long time to prepare for that car coming into you, Joe Bradley.
Yeah, they've been here quite a while. They've been watching that car on the TV monitors and just seeing what a fabulous job that Jeff Bruno has been behind the wheel, done behind the wheel. The carcass of the wheel, of the tyre, I should say, is kind of poking out from under the wheel arch, but I can tell you the wheel arch is completely and utterly intact. As that wheel comes off, it's going to be 2 rear tyres that are going on this car. They're not going to bother with the fronts. They've just about brought out 2 rears. Now, a quick inspection underneath the wheel arch, and everyone's happy because the wheel's already on. So, car already off the jacks. And Jean-Francois Bruno is already back out and heading back towards the track, and he's done a sterling job in not...
Hang on, Bradley. We've got another Lamborghini. I thought it was a replay there for a moment, but this is the 44 car with a right rear puncture. And at the moment, that's the Miro Konopka-driven car. So they have not... Again, I may have cursed them by saying they seem to have mitigated whatever problem they had earlier on, and it's gone at the same early part of the lap, Philip.
I think it is the pressure that is put on the sidewall at turn 1. I think that is where...
I can't quite see the exit, even if I lean forward of turn 1. I wonder if they're just running over the curb.
I can hear them run over that curb on the exit.
I was thinking that.
I was listening to that last night and going, they're really hammering that exit curb at turn 1, and I think that just is doing enough to upset that sidewall.
Let's go back down to Joe Bradley, where the Lippert car has left him now, and he's down in the fuel. Joe, what's the reaction from the team down there?
Well, they're just glad that the car came back and in one piece, and they're staring at the broken carcass of a tyre and shaking their heads in disbelief. But when only 2 garages along, we get ready for another Lamborghini rear puncture. So it's not uncommon, and I'm pretty sure that everybody's scratching their heads and trying to find out the reasons for that, as still waiting for that other
you've got to wait
to make its way.
Yeah, you've got a wee while yet, Joe.
Right.
Yeah,
okay.
It's about a third of the way.
The team are ready, by the way. The team are ready. Pretty much, I think they must be listening to you, mate, because as soon as you mentioned it, I turned around through 180 and looked up the pit lane, and they were already bringing rear wheels out. Again, it's going to be rear tyres only for the ARC Bratislava.
He's just coming into the Pentagon now.
T12, yeah.
Yeah, this is Miro Konopka driving. Mato is ready to get into that car. And another puncture, and it's another car that's had one before. This is the 47, Team Kuwait by MRS. This is Mohammed Al-Kazemi. Now, last time they saw that on the tyre pressure monitor and brought it in.
Yes, indeed.
And it didn't actually cost them too much time. So this is very, very worrying for these teams, because there are other cars out there, there are other Porsches out there which are not having this problem. And Now, both the Lamborghinis and the 47 Porsche, multiple times for the 44 Lamborghini, and now multiple right punctures for the 47.
They have to change their driving style. That is the only way that you can stop this from happening.
The problem is, Phil, you'll ask the driver, where are you going over the curbs? And you say, I'm not.
Exactly, because they're blind to it.
Yeah, because that's just the line that they
take. Exactly.
And in some ways, you almost want to compliment them for being consistent and doing the same thing over and over again, which is exactly what you have to do to drive a racing car quickly. It's either a setup problem or it's where they're putting the car on the track, and therefore they are going to have to modify something.
Well, it's the only thing they can modify.
Clearly the 44 car are learning something, because it's taking them longer this time to do damage.
Last time was lap 16. We're on 67 now, so they've got a session and a bit out of that car.
That's a full tank of fuel. That's a full tyre run, isn't it?
Yeah. So, but you would have to change your driving style in the hardest corner to change it, because you change up just after you go through turn 1, and so you'd have to come through there, turn in earlier, and sharpen that.
Here's the theory then. We've had race control telling people to stay away from turn 20.
Yeah.
He's going off a little bit at turn 20, coming back on, maybe cutting the sidewall of the inside sidewall, and then you're putting the pressure on it, the side pressure, as you rightly said, which is flexing that tyre wall, and then it's causing the issue.
Yep.
That, to me, listen, I'm putting 2 and 2 together and making up, maybe I'm making 554, but that's starting now to look like a set of events that we can put together. Joe Bradley has another Lamborghini and another Porsche, both with right rear punctures.
I've got a bit of Lamborghini deja vu going on here,
Yes, I
because
bet.
the 44 is in, and again it looks exactly like the Liebert car, insofar as the carcass has moved off the wheel. The left rear is off, now the right rear. This is the punctured one. I've just been having a chat to the Hankook tyre engineer, and they've done their track walk earlier in the week, and they identified potential areas which could be concerning, and they were mentioned, if you remember, in the driver briefing. The drivers were told, don't go off here, watch that there, because it's not just edges of curbs, but there's drainage covers and areas of the drainage lips that can cause problems, but everybody's been made aware of them. So,
do you remember back to Mugello, when we were there a couple of seasons ago, and the big double apex corner at the bottom of the hill, the drainage covers were actually being lifted by the GT3 car, and they had to all be welded and screwed down because they were causing issues. You remember?
I do, yes. And did we red flag it, or did we go code 60 for a long time?
I think we had to kill a session for sure whilst it was done before we went into the race.
Yeah, the 44's got it, just trying to fire the car up. It's been given the go-ahead by the team.
It's the ERC Bratislava machine.
It's the ERC Bratislava, that's the Lamborghini. Miro Konopka is in a discussion, as no surprise, with the Hankook engineer, and I'm pretty sure Miro's going to be saying exactly what Phil said. And, I wasn't overly using a curb, etc., but it's all a job of identifying on all of these cars what everybody has been doing, because this has become a behavioural pattern now, hasn't it? This is a pattern of behaviour. All different marks, Lamborghinis, Porsches. It's not really picking out its victims, is it? This tyre problem.
No.
Or curb or drainage cover problem.
It is very, very reminiscent of the Arabiata problem that we had at Mugello. At RSL_studio, let's hear your thoughts. That gets you to the booth. Hello, Adam Wareham. With no 903 Red Ant Racing car Kuwait, does this mean no dramas for the Porsche and they'll take the lead of the championship? No, it doesn't, actually. I'm not sure anyway. Miro having a good chat with the Hankook tyre engineers, by the way, down at ARC, as reported by Joe Bradley.
Standing by well, John.
We'll get back to you with the standings.
I'm gonna let's chat and you, and then I'll try and have a chat to Miro. You know what? Nobody's wanting to apportion blame here.
No.
We're trying to get to the bottom of a problem here that's not just causing the ERC team, but all of the teams down the pit lane, and that's pretty much what the tyre engineer is looking for. He's trying to gather information from the driver of where do you think you've picked up this puncture. And when you put all of the elements of the clues together, if you like, it's a bit of basic investigation, isn't it? And he's gathering information now from Miro, who's the latest puncture to have come in. I think what's happened behind me, outside of this ARC garage, is the Porsche has been in, I think. John, is that right?
Yes, correct. And if you give me 1 second, I will tell you that they have
Miro.
disappeared. Let's go down to Miro.
Yeah, let's Miro. We've been talking with the tyre guys. Where do we think's causing all the problems? Not just for you, but for everybody, it seems.
It's not easy because I don't know, but if we have 3 puncture for 30 minutes and I run really very soft, I don't touch curbs or very soft, and after 1 hour 90 minutes also puncture every time same, rear right, maybe not very well construction tire for this temperature and this circuit. This circuit is really very hard for rear right tires. A lot of very quick left curve and turn, and maybe that's problem, I don't know, but little bit dangerous for us.
We've been told that turn 20, which is the final turn here, might be a problem. Were you aware of that?
Yes, I feel in turn 20, but was very late if go for pit. And I try here, and because I have TPMS, that I looks my pressure, and I was 185, 185, and immediately 0. That I know that is some problem, but sorry, it's bad that every time in this very quick curve, number 1, and all circuit, and I don't know why. And I greetings for Mr. Director, but I have 4-time puncture and never was called 60. But all another car had 60. That's I don't understand.
We're trying to get to the bottom of it. We're puzzled as well.
Greetings for Mr. Director.
Great job, Miro. Get it back without damaging the car. Great job.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, Joe, it's gone to code 60, as Miro noted there. I think it still has only been 3 cars, Phil, that have had this issue. So
the 929, the 47, and the 44 have all come in, and then we had the and another Porsche as well. So that Charles Putnam had the 85 car with that puncher as well.
Well, we'll take the opportunity whilst the track inspection and cleaning is going on to start getting you excited about next year. It's not that far away. Here's what 2023 looks like in the Hankook 24-hour series by Creventic. So the at the Autodrome, starting on the 13th of January, followed the next week by the 3rd and final leg of the Middle East Trophy. So that doesn't form part of the main championship, and we're back off to Yas Marina for the 6 hours. Then to Europe, 25th and 26th of March, to Mugello, and the awesome dive down the hill to Arrabbiata, as we have the first of the European Championship races in Italy. And then another 12-hour race off to the Ardennes, and the sweeps and curves, the rise and falls of Spa-Francorchamps, and the new gravel traps as well, much closer to the edge of the track. Then it's another 12-hour European race, the Cathedral of Speed at Monza. That's in the middle of June. Then Estoril, new venue, brilliant circuit. I've been there before to watch the European Le Mans Series, and we have a new feature too. Bit like F1 the Sprint. We have a 6-hour sprint as a qualifying race for that. And then one of the biggest European races of the year, the 12 hours of Barcelona in early September. About a week later than normal for that race. The 24 hours of Barcelona, of course, is the twice around the clock event in Catalonia. That rounds off the European Series for 2023. And then we'll have another Middle Eastern trophy. We'll tell you more about that closer to the time. Under code 60 then, this is the second code 60, and it's for cleaning of the track. We've had another tyre go on a couple of cars, 2 Lamborghinis and a Porsche in the last few minutes. Race control deciding it's a good idea to clean up the debris. They're also going to clean other areas of the track and have a look at some of the areas that were identified earlier on by the tyre engineers, the Hankook tyre engineers, and see if anything has changed. I suspect they'll be looking at curbs and the outside areas of turn 20, probably turn 1, turn 4, and the outside of, as you enter into turn 14, is when cars are going off the track, and then turn 20 at the end of the lap. Let's head back now to Joe Bradley. Got an opportunity to talk to some drivers. I don't think this is going to be the work of a moment. He's at the 909 at Porsche Cup Car pit, as 1 or 2 people taking the opportunity to come in for fuel. And Luke Breukers, who started the race some 2.5 hours ago, is with Joe Bradley.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like 2 minutes. It doesn't seem like 2 minutes since you started the race. What was it like at the start? It looked exciting, an exciting first turn.
Yeah, the first turn is always exciting here because you go about 220 kilometers an hour, and the start went initially good, only had trouble to get into the rhythm. So I lost some places, but at the end of the stint I did the full 2-hour stint, and the laps were good, so I think now we're running P1, so we're going good.
It looked like you might have got some damage from a collision with the KTM, just a slight collision. Did you feel anything?
I didn't have a collision, I think, so I didn't feel anything, so no collision.
So it's the first opportunity we've had to see what the track is like under race conditions. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, it's really surprising how the tires hold up. I see a lot of flat tires, but our tires seem to do fine. I did my fastest lap at the end of the stint with 1.5 hour old tires, so it's interesting.
It's quite a technical track. Is it as technical to race on? But, you know, do you have to be very careful where you make the move?
Yes, it's very technical because you have really fast approaching entries, so you have to position the car really right. If you not have the good position, then it's difficult to make the corner.
Is there anywhere on this track where you're conscious of putting tyre wear and using the tyres too aggressively?
Yeah, especially in the S's, because you're really scrubbing to the corners, and you want to minimize the scrubbing and also have a fast exit, so a balance you need to find.
What about the long left-hander and then the long right-hander? Does that not load up the tyre?
It does load up the tire. You see your tire pressure going up. So after that, you go a bit slower the lap after, and you just try to keep it in balance every lap.
The Porsche class is always the most competitive. How are you guys approaching the race? Have you got a strategy?
Yeah, we have Paul Truswell.
I know. What greater strategy can you have?
Exactly. No, he's doing a great job, and now we're running well. So yeah, I'm curious how we look up in the end.
Thanks, Luke. Great stuff.
Very, very interesting. Yeah. Look, Luke is not that experienced a driver. You would not think that, Phil, from what he's just said there. And he's made the point that we've been sort of trying to say that, you know, our tyres were fine.
Yes.
We're looking after them.
Yeah, indeed.
And they've all got TPMS now, tyre pressure monitoring systems.
Yeah. So, and very, very, I like what he said about there. You can see the tyre temperature rising as you're going through these corners. But we're just...
I want to have a quick chat about what's going out in the circuit.
Yes, indeed.
One of the circuit cars is out there. It's very unusual for us to have a circuit car. And they're looking, there's a hole at the edge of the track and the officials are looking into it.
Yes.
I'm making a slight joke about that.
But it's a hole.
There is a little bit of breakaway of the back edge of the curb at the exit of turn 20. Now that is in itself a little bit of a worry. I think what they've been looking at even more closely is the fact that there is a drain cover right there. This is a cast drain cover, like a manhole cover that you would see on a city street, what are called ironworks in the trade. Now, normally that would sit flush or below the area of the track, but because there's been a little bit of damage to the edge of that curb. The edge of the manhole cover has been exposed.
Yes.
And I think that's what they're looking at there.
Most definitely. Making their way down towards turn 2 now. They didn't look on the outside of turn 1. They've gone past the pit exit, and they're heading down towards turn 2 at this time. So we'll keep an eye on them.
See if they stop anywhere else. Give Joe a chance to do some interviews. We are still with 9 hours and 20 minutes to go. Just starting to get the moon rise, even though it is only 20 minutes before 3 this afternoon. It's very, very clear here today. The haze that we had earlier on has just started to burn off. Yeah,
I think we're 13 miles now to the horizon, John.
We were sitting talking about this the other day. Nick and I were musing on how far you could see with an absolutely flat vista in front of us, which is pretty much what we have here. And with a little bit of searching the internet, we found the equation, which involved a square root calculation. Thank goodness we had a calculator on our phone to do that, because it's a long time since I've had to do that.
I left my abacus at home.
Yeah, slide rule would have been required. We reckon we're about 30 metres up here, just under 100 feet up in our eyrie of a commentary booth, which gives us a phenomenal view of this track, by the way. And at this height, the curvature of the Earth, being able to see to the horizon, is just over 13 miles or 21, 22 kilometres. And that will change a little bit, obviously, with air quality and haze, etc. But if we're seeing all the way to the horizon, we're seeing about 13 miles on the flatter parts of where we are here.
Now the track car has just done a little
height in meters, by the way.
The track car's just done a little corkscrew. It's just done a shortcut.
Yes, I saw that.
Yeah, and he's just nipped back. Nipped back around onto the middle of the back straight as he comes in now. So I think turn 1 was the only place. He didn't stop anywhere else. I did follow him around, and he's heading down towards turn 20 now. So I think that is the area down there at the exit of turn 20, where the majority of the issues are taking place at this time.
Let's go down to the pit lane. Joe Bradley's going to take the opportunity as the circuit car comes back in. We're not seeing news that Code 60 is going to end, Joe. I'll go through who's been in and out of the pits in a moment. Who have you got?
I've got Dan Van Kook, who was just out of the GP Elite Porsche. We've cleared something up, guys. The speculation about the team's connection to the Verstappen family, there isn't anything really other than you're orange and you're all Dutch.
Yeah, the connection is easily made, I can imagine. No, the connection is, maybe people remember that his dad, Jos, was supposed to drive in Dubai beginning of the year. So that's maybe where the connection comes from. But unfortunately, in the end, he couldn't participate. So no, that's it.
And talking about this race, of course, Dan, you started the car. You had a very eventful first stint, didn't you, with that puncture?
Yeah, definitely. It's really searching with the Hankook tires and the curbs here, the combination, how to keep them alive. In the beginning, it was apparently too much, the things that I was doing, maybe on curbs, maybe on exits, pushing a bit too much. Then we had to change the tire, and in the second stint, I found better the rhythm to be quick, but also to keep the tires alive. So now we managed, and we had to change due to the Code 60 situation.
Now, we've just gone green out on track, Dan, but I want to talk to you about what sort of compromise did you have to make with regards to the tyres?
Yeah, of course we can play with the traction control and the ABS settings on the car to ask less of the tyre, and other than that you just have to be careful to really go wide on the exit curves. So you are a bit less gentle going on throttle to keep really the steering straight and not go over that angle that the tyre doesn't like apparently.
It's been identified, the final turn here, turn 20, that's been identified as a potential problem. Did you notice anything?
That's the one I was staying away from the beginning. So I think it might be part of the problem, but I think there's more places where you really have to be careful. Maybe now that the temperature drops, it will be a bit easier to keep the tires alive, but we need to see now. My brother's in the car, so it's his job now.
And overall, I mean, everybody we spoke to is loving the track, and now that we've raced on it, are you still of that opinion?
Yeah, the track is really, really great. It's so fast, especially in the GT3 car, where you can take so much speed into the corners, and especially in the dark, the trail gets even bigger, because it's hard to see some apexes. There is a good lighting, but at some places it's a bit less. So yeah, the first time going out on track 2 days ago in the dark was a real challenge, but a lot of fun, yeah.
Thank you, Dan.
Well, we've got drama out in the circuit for the 429 Aston Martin. It is spewing fluids from, I presume, that is the fuel access area on the right rear of the car. Whether the buckeye hasn't closed properly, that's got to be it, because it's not just leaking a little bit, it's every left-hand corner. The Century Motorsport car is being driven by Adam Hatfield now. That'll be being reported by the trackside marshals, and it's clearly sloshing up there, and it shouldn't be doing that. That should be an absolute seal there, and it's very spectacular, particularly through turns 1 and 2, but basically every left-hander, it is,
yeah.
I don't think that's properly closed. It hasn't sprung back, Phil.
No, I'm just seeing if he's coming into the pitch. Yes, the 429. He had to. They obviously saw that on the TV as well. And in their pit box with their very large screens down there. And, well spotted.
How good are these pit box? Air conditioned. They've got lavatories in them. You can open them up to make a double wide one if you need to, or close down the shutters if you want a bit more seclusion. The teams are having a ball here.
They are. They're very reminiscent of the Yas Marina circuit pit boxes.
Yep.
Very, very similar to that, as the team's now going to work on trying to get that valve shut. Now, they've got a dry brake system that they have to put the gun into, and I think that might have been the system.
They've actually got a fuel cap.
Yes, and the fuel cap didn't see them, because that's normally where the dry brake system would be, and the O-ring has either failed, or the locking mechanism, which is a aircraft locking mechanism on those rings.
Joe Bradley?
Yeah, I can talk to Bradley Ellis. Brad, what's happening, mate?
We seem to have a problem with our sort of fuel filler cap. It's sort of broke. So a bit of fuel vapours were leaking, so we've just come in to fix it.
It's an odd one, really, because it's high up the car, so it's not like it's took a prang or anything.
No, it's just, as you can see, I think the locking mechanism is just a bit jammed, so we just brought it in. It hadn't fallen out or anything, but it just obviously wasn't sealing correctly, so we've just brought it in just to ensure we can get it sealed properly, and just under safety, bit of a precaution. But because we just fueled up, tank's full, so it's just the stuff in the filler neck really that was leaking.
It wasn't like it was being drawn from the tank?
No, not at all. It's just the filler necks are full up, so just because after we just did a splash and dash under the code 60.
Okay, mate, I'll let you go. The car's back out, guys. They've done a quick fix on it, and it's back out onto the track. So, fingers crossed, keep an eye on it, and hopefully that fuel will stop.
Didn't come back in for fuel, as it had only been. I think that if it wasn't its out lap, it's only its first flyer. So let's keep an eye around the left-handers for that very pretty Triple Crown Aston Martin.
It's lovely, isn't it?
Dark green and gold.
Oh.
Yeah, that works for me.
Does for me too. Indeed, it is. Team manager of car 930 to report to race control.
They absolutely blew the pit lane speed limit on the last pit stop, and they've attracted the attention of race control and been assessed a 32-second time penalty. So that will tell you immediately how fast they were going, because all of those speeding penalties in the pit lane are on a sliding scale depending on how far over the 40 kph marker you are. I'd say they've fixed that down at Century, because we've seen a couple of very quick left-handers and no vapour whatsoever coming out of that car. So good spot from them. And Adam Hatfield, let's see him through this left-hander. That's where it was flying out before. No, he's fine. Well done, team.
Even though they had to come in and pit, they still held on to their place in class. So they're still leading the class, even with that unforeseen stop to fix the filler cap.
And that place in class is the lead.
It is indeed, and they've had that place in class for a little while now. So in that category. So it's the Aston Martin, one of the quiet achievers out there this weekend. And looking up the top, Shane Lewis is now in the 85 car in the lead of the race, 76 laps in the books for the CP Racing Mercedes-AMG GT3. Around about 2 minutes clear of the Team GP Elite. Jesse Hankook is in that one, the Porsche 911 GT3R, and that is running second in the GT3 category. And then it's Mohamed Al Kazemi in the 47 car, Team Kuwait by MRS GT Racing, another Porsche in third position in the GT3 category. And then it's that KTM Crossbow. It's that KTM Crossbow, that GTX car, 714, up there in the top 5.
It doesn't help that it's an X.
It's
and
an
it's
X,
a GTX and it's a Crossbow.
I get all my X's mixed up, John.
I completely know. I just want to update everybody on what's going on for re-penalties. The 9:30 with that 32-second track, pit lane speeding penalty for QMF by HRT Sohail Katara. So that'll need to be served in the next 2 hours. The only other penalty snuck in while I wasn't watching, actually, a little before at 2 o'clock, so about an hour ago. So they're an hour into their 2 hours, and that's the 9:55. The Willy Motorsport by EB Motors. Sergio Nicolai has a, check that, 10-second penalty, I think it was. Yes, it is. And that was at turn 4. But it was his 6th offence, so that's the first. You'll get 5 on your 6th. You get a 10-second time penalty, and then I think it's every 3 after that you get another 10-second penalty. So that will. Let me just run through 10 second. Yeah, I think so. It's 4 by the look of it. Excuse me, but there we go. It adds up. We did get the number 930. They have been the most penalised car so far. They've already had over a minute in penalties with their track limits and then the speeding in the pit lane. Wolf Power Audi had problems earlier on, and they're now back in the pit lane. They ran into some tyre debris shed by a Porsche. Spent the better part of 35 laps. That's nearly an hour, isn't it? And it's over an hour for a TCR car in the pit lane. And they are back in again. And the fact that I can only see 2 pairs of legs out the front of that car, with Yasmin Preissig sitting patiently in the car, even though it's up on the high jacks. Been there, done that one. Not fun.
He's underneath.
Joe Bradley is there. And it's round the front again where they had to do that repair earlier on, Joe.
Is this the car that had something flapping, but it wasn't from underneath?
No, what happened, Joe? You might have been out for lunch. Sorry, as I just mentioned, what happened was that they fixed that flapping underneath, they sent it out, and then it did a handful of laps, and then when we had one of the Porsches shed a rear tyre, it hit the carcass, and it had to come back on a flatbed. This car, radiator was replaced, and quite a lot of the undertray.
Right, that explains why we've had so many bodies, because you could only see two pairs of legs sticking out the front. We had a pair of legs sticking out both sides as well, right underneath the driver's seat. We've brought out some brake discs and pads as well, so I'm not sure whether the decision has been made. I mean, I'll be amazed if it's needing brakes, or whether it's just going to need one set of pads and discs for the 12 hours, so it doesn't really matter where within that 12 hours you change it. Now that you've gone past, 2.5, 3 hours, these brakes will take it to the end, I would presume. But they're deciding to do that, and I'm not sure. I'm not going to talk to anybody. That's the thing. So I'm not going to be. I'm only speculating until the guys have stopped working on the car, and then I've got someone to talk to, because I don't really want to butt in. And
have they got brakes to change, or they're just taking the discs off so they can get to something on the drive line?
Well, that's a good point, actually, but they've got brand new pads and discs out.
Oh, have they? Okay.
I can tell you now, the caliper that I'm looking at now, that has just come off. There's as much meat, if not more meat, on the pads that are coming off than the pads that are going on. So that's not a brake change for necessity. It might be
Maybe
a
this is what
vibration or
I was going to
something.
say. Remember, they said they had a vibration. I wonder if they've warped a set of discs, because there's nothing worse than I've had it on a road car, and all that takes is for you not to bed the brakes in properly. You overheat the brakes. It's the vibration, is it?
I've just used the international language of hand signals.
I dread to think what your hand signal for vibration was, Joe.
Exactly.
Well, it was like sort of. I went on the brake pedal.
All right.
And I shook my hand as if it was like, you know what happens when your ABS kicks in and you get a judder, or brake judder.
Don't get that anymore, Joe.
Well, you're not the way. If you drive properly, you don't.
Well, even when you don't, I mean, it's amazing now, these race-based ABS systems. I mean, the road car ones have come on magnificently. The first race car I ever drove with ABS on was a Porsche Cup car back in 1996, 97, when the 996 came out. For 1 year in Porsche Cup, they had ABS, and they got rid of it. And I remember saying to Kelvin Burt, all right, so how does this ABS work then? And he said, oh, you don't get into the ABS. If you get into the ABS, you've already gone off. It was, as Joe said, it was like brake judder. And it rattled the steering wheel. Things have come on since then. And GT4 and GT3 cars with ABS have mirrored the strides taken forward in your road car. When you get into your road car now, and you hammer the middle pedal because somebody does something stupid in front of you, or you haven't anticipated, or whatever, there's barely any judder on the wheel. You feel it a tiny bit through the pedal, but the thing that we always used to be taught and teach people in driving classes was ABS stands for, never mind what it actually stands for in German, or assisted braking system, as some people say, it stands for always be steering. What it does is allows you to continue to adjust the car's trajectory without locking the front wheels up. And what most people do when there's an incident ahead of them is they jump on the brake pedal and they target fixate on the thing that you don't want to hit. Whereas if you look past that and for an exit, you'll naturally be taken towards that. You learn that as a motorcyclist, don't you?
Yes, you do indeed.
Look
where you want to go, not what you're going to hit.
It's the same in skiing. You're led by your eyes. You're led by your eyes. Look where you want to go. And these new brake systems are absolutely phenomenal on race cars. And so that typical brake judder that you get from the pedal is not really there anymore until it goes wrong. Or it ices, what the drivers call it, icing up, which is where the brake pedal just freezes and you're not actually getting that much retardation. Then you've got to come back off and go back on, which is very unnerving and counterintuitive. Bradley's still down there at the moment. How's that brake change coming on down there at Wolf Power, Joseph?
The brakes have gone on, the new brakes have gone on, the new disc and the new caliper with pads. However, there's still speculation going on underneath the car. The front tyres that have come off have got quite a bit of pickup around the centre of the tread, but that's a different type of vibration. That would be a constant vibration if it was pickup on the tyres. So it's a brake vibration, or a vibration when the car is under braking. So there's more work going to go on underneath these wheel arches for now. So we'll leave the Wolf Power boys and girls to sort this out, and we'll come back when they maybe have gotten to the bottom of whatever it is.
Jean-Francois Bruno on the Lamborghini number 710, the lightweight car, being ushered gently off the track, but I'm not sure whether...
That was the 331, Michael Mayer.
331,
yes. He was actually trying to get out of the way. He almost stopped before the corner before, and the Porsche almost hit him as he was trying to get out of the way. And
so he had Lamborghini one side, he had KTM the other side, and the Porsche behind him. At one stage we were four wide across the track
at turn 8.
At turn 8-9. Well, it can be done.
It can be done
Let
indeed.
me run through some race control messages. We've got another 10-second penalty. This time it's going to Century Motorsport and Adam Hadfield. Now, Adam, that's not to say Adam will have done all of the offences that's taken them to that 10 seconds, but he was the last one, and that was at turn 4. That's a 10-second penalty that's taken them over there. The infringement at turn 4 has taken them over their allotted minima and maxima rather, and the 10 seconds is their penalty next time they come in. Now I just saw something about race control. Oh yes, track inspection outcome. Avoid track limits at T20. Sharper edge.
Sharper edges.
Yes.
So there's a change.
Yeah. Let's get on with the racing and remind you of this 5.6 kilometres. Patrick Kolb in the 491 line speed came and goes down the inside at turn 1, runs all the way out and over the green. Motorcycle stay off this curb on the exit of turn 1. Now he's diving down towards turn number 2. Watch for the cones on the left hand side and the marker boards on the right. See where he brakes. He was about halfway down. Loses the back end for a moment as he asked for traction, and he's gone way wide through turn 2. That's going to put him out of kilter for turn 3. He's dragged that back nicely, actually. Gets right the middle of the car, right over the curb at turns 4 and 5. That's a perfect line through there. Now into this section called Patience. I really like this. He's staying a little bit wider than some of the drivers we've seen and only cutting to the inside when he sees the white edge of the red and white curb. He's gone very wide indeed in turn number 7. Well, I think that gets you on the power a wee bit earlier. Into the green at 8 and 9, and now coming up to turns 10 and 11, just over the top of a rise from turn 10 to 11. So again, making it difficult to spot your turning point in the apex. Now into the Pentagon. First apex, you can miss the second one. This is almost Nürburgring-esque. All the way out over the curb. I think that's another danger area for the tyres, by the way. Through 15, through 16, and do you know what? Other than a little bit of counter steer there when he just had to catch the back of the car, that was pretty much all one lock that he had on the steering wheel. But another big lose through turn number 18. He's got to be struggling with rear grip on that Cayman 718, and that's unusual. These cars don't have very many vices because they're mid-engine. The engine is very, very low. Flat 6 engine, of course, in these machines. 3.8 down towards turn 20, brakes just before the diamond cut section, and then turns in. Now let's see if he stays away from the edge of the track. Yes.
Yep.
You're all right on the red and white curbs with your right Hankooks there, but go further over, Phil, and you're in danger.
You are indeed on that one. And just having a look at the GT4s at the moment, they're currently, with Lion Speed Racing, currently in 3rd position. Century Motors have dropped 1 position into 2nd, and it's Brett Strom in the RHC Jorgensen. Strom by Century BMW M4 GT4 taking the lead a few laps ago, just after they had to come in. The Century Motorsport team came in and fixed that loose fuel cap, and it did cost them the lead of that which they had led for the first hour. Coming up now, just under 3 hours have gone, John. How did that happen? It's been absolutely... There's always...
What have the race gone, Phil?
There's so much going on. This is the same length track as we have at Dubai for the 24 hours. It's almost the same length. We've got 21 cars out there, and there's always a little bit of traffic happening. We've got the back markers, the lead cars. There's overtaking. People are starting to sort out, and I think we're seeing a couple of lines appear around the circuit now with the overtaking cars getting out of the way.
In some ways, I'm quite pleased that we have 21 cars. I don't think... I mean, I'm sure the organisers, Creventic and the track would love us to have 50 cars here, but I'm not sure that I'd want to see 50 cars around here. Maybe 30, 35. I think that would be enough around here in the mixed category formats. Any more than that, and life would get a little more fractious in that middle section between turns 3 out to, let's say, turn 19, actually. And that is half the track. That is half the track in distance, and probably more than half the track in time. So that's very, very interesting that we're seeing this race the way it is right now as we come up to, and indeed through, the 3-hour warning or 3-hour area of this track. Quarter of the race has gone. Joe Bradley down in the pit lane. It's Phil Anson with me, John Hindhaugh, and you, whether you're here at the track or further afield, live in sound and vision. This is the 12 hours of Kuwait from Kuwait Motor Town. hello to our technical team back in London, making sure this goes to the world. Thanks for their hard work, Tim Gray and his team. I think it's going to be Rob in the next section of the race, coming up to just after noon in the UK, 1 o'clock in Europe on a Friday. Oh, sorry, you need me to talk a little quieter so you can stay listening at work. Sorry, is the boss there? 9:28 NKPP in very fetching dark grey stroke black. It's the car that we have seen for so many years, the same drivers, and at the moment it's Keith Bessam behind the wheel of that HRT performance car. So used to seeing that driver line up in touring cars down through the years, but now, like a number actually, Red Camel's done the same, of course, graduated up into a 992 Carrera Cup car, and just a moment or two ago, one of the Kuwaiti entered cars, that's the 929, with a big slide through the S's there, and that's not going to help the back tyres of Abdullah Ali Al Khalifi. Just going to show there, though, how people are pushing on. I was going to mention, Phil, we've seen the Carrera Cup cars down through the years in the 991.1s and 991.2s and now the 992s. Be consummate endurance cars, and they were never designed for that. I know that there's an endurance kit, including a bigger fuel tank, and such like the pneumatic jacks, better lights. You can have ABS on them as well, of course, if you want, if you tick the box for that. But these are cars that were built to do 35, 40-minute races. It's quite unusual in IMSA, actually. We do 45-minute races. That's the longest Carrera Cup races now that they do. We used to do 50s before, but that's what they were built for, and yet we see them performing pretty much faultlessly right up to 24 hours.
Well, I'm going to mention a name, John, because they, in the 6-hour at Yas, their cars on 1 and 2. That's Uber Racing, Christoph Uber.
Yeah.
Now, he is obviously races in Porsche Super Cup. He races in ADAC. He also races in the Porsche Cup the old Porsche Cup Middle East. And when I spoke with him about how did he transition, he goes, "We're sprint racers, but this car can do everything. This car does everything." So yeah, it's a very, very great piece of kit.
Unbreakable engine and gearbox normally as well. That's the thing that you think about. So it's actually quite cost effective to run. You could say the same about TCR cars, Joe Bradley. They were built for 20-25 minute sprints, but generally speaking, they've been pretty bulletproof in 24-hour racing. Although we have had some problems for the Wolf Power number 116. They had an outside chance of the championship coming in here. What's been going on down there?
Well, they're absolutely fine until something hits them, or they hit something.
Yeah, true.
And we've kind of gotten to the bottom of what this vibration might be. The guys have got the differential out, and they've dismantled the differential, and they're thinking that the gearbox and the differential is brand new for this weekend.
Oh.
However, they think that it might be a residue of that impact from earlier on, and they have now got the innards out of. They've got a Franklin looking device, and they've got the actual differential out as well, and it's going to be very hard to check tolerances, and they're going to dismantle the differential and see just if there are any kind of slack bits, any teeth missing, any sort of even the edges of the teeth are important on things like gears and certainly on crown wheel and pinions in differentials. So that's what's happening now, and obviously it's a massive job. The differential they can dismantle whilst it stays in the car, and you can actually get the inside of the differential.
They're talking that up.
They're on the bench.
They're talking that up. They're not taking it apart. They're checking the torque on those diff bolts and that's been tightened to a torque. That's not been slackened off.
Yeah, but
that's really interesting.
This is the bit that putting it all back together after an inspection.
That's really interesting, isn't it?
Oh. Driveline vibration. So many places it can come from.
Oh, don't.
Yeah, it's just, yeah, and especially a front-wheel drive car. It can be anything. So, well, they've got to take a punt.
Graduated back to rear-wheel drive now.
Exactly.
Honestly.
Yeah, I could talk about my minis, but I won't.
Front-wheel drive, Joe Bradley, unnatural, particularly for racing cars. You raced Clios for quite a long time, and front-wheel drive touring cars, didn't you?
Hard to get my head around what you have to do with those things.
No, I know.
Well, you know what? I'm not sure who actually said this, but the rear wheels, the rear axle on a front-wheel drive car is just to stop the rear bumper trailing the ground. And that's pretty much what it is.
Martin Haven,
Haven, was it?
The king of world touring cars. The rear wheels and the rear axle is to stop the bumper and the exhaust from scraping on the track. It's interestingly, of course, the world touring cars doesn't exist anymore, and part of that was because one of the teams was having big trouble with rear tyres. Interestingly, because we didn't see them race at the Nürburgring Nordschleife this year when we were there. However, a new touring car World Series, World Rankings coming. Marcello Lotti, the man at the head of WSC, for whom the TCR regulations, he came up with the TCR regulations and the previous the World Touring Car regulations. And he's a very clever man. And watch out for news on that series. Coming up towards the end of this year and the beginning of next year. I had a really interesting chat with Neil Hudson on Midweek Motorsport, our Wednesday evening show in the UK, 3 or 4 weeks ago. He's the manager of the World Rankings, and there's going to be almost a World Cup final or a Super Bowl of touring cars from around the world at the end of next season. Keep an eye on that as these TCR cars continue to compete around the world in events such as the Hankook 24-hour series, designed for that. The Pilot Challenge in the States as well, of course, and some of those are up to and including 4 hours they're running at least twice a year. And these, I think the attraction of TCRs, Phil, is that they are factory manufacturer built racing cars, and therefore they have a provenance, or if you buy them new you get a works manual to go with them, and they have a resale value at the end of it.
They're a fantastic model. When they first came out, I sort of went, really, you're going to throw this out there? But it was accepted globally.
Yeah.
And that's what really threw me. We obviously run a few TCR cars in Dubai as well. And you've got the old DSG gearbox ones, and you've got various other incarnations. But the system, or the series as a whole for touring cars, has, in a place where I never thought it would be accepted in Australia, where we have more towards a Bent 8 type scenario. But you buy it as a race car out of the shop, and it comes with everything. And you go racing. You go racing straight away.
It's done for touring car racing on a global stage what GT4 and GT3 has done for endurance racing, for my money.
Yeah.
And that's where Marcello Lotti, who I have a lot of respect for, has been very clever with that. He's kept pretty close hold of what the manufacturers
on the 116
can do. The new Evo cars that are coming out are a little easier to work on, but they keep the prices in check.
Yeah.
And a little over 100,000 euros to buy a car, put it out there, it is a very cost-effective way to go racing, particularly long-distance racing. Joe Bradley is continuing to monitor the work. I guarantee you it'll have been all joke and do to stay away from getting a spanner out and helping there.
Well, my hands are dirty, I'll give you that. Yeah, I couldn't help it. I just had to touch the metal, the oily metal. The diff is broken. Long live the new diff. They're putting a new one in.
Wow.
And that was a new diff and gearbox for the race?
Yeah, they suspect that it's residue of an impact, yeah.
Right, so that was the quite hard hit that took out the radiator and some panels on that front click.
Yeah, with the carcass of a tyre. Yeah.
It's enough. Very bad luck. the bright orange and black number 701. This is the Vortex V8 Philippe Bonnel, sitting in third in GTX at the moment and 14th overall. What a great story Vortex is. We've seen them around these parts of the world for quite some time, competing in the Hankook 24 hours. Started off as silhouette cars that sort of resembled other manufacturers, and
we had the Donkervoort Sting as well.
As
well.
Well, if you remember, the first Vortex looked like had a BMW front end to it, and there was another one that looked like something else, sort of like Peugeot, rather like Mark Cars in Australia.
Yes.
But they've gone on to their own design, and this quite funky little coupe design, short tail. To me, coming from the northeast, I'm bound to say this, it looks like a sort of 21st century version of the old Clan Crusader. Very small, light.
Lost me there.
Wheelbase. It was. Think of Darien and Davrians. That's what they came. You'll know what I'm talking about there. The KTM has gone a similar way. This is the new GTX, newish GTS, a little bit longer, a little bit wider, a little bit more aerodynamic at the back. There is a full house GT4 version of this using Audi engines that are mounted midships in those cars, and KTM and the people at the very top of KTM have been racing them. And, you know, it's my company, I'm going to go and race it.
Off you go.
KTM, obviously much better known for motorcycles. They now have taken in the Husqvarna brand as well, and still produce a variety of motorcycles for different areas of the world.
Yep, now Jack Miller will be riding a KTM next season in MotoGP.
Yep. Interesting move from former Ducati man, Jack Miller.
Yes, I don't like it.
Miller the Thriller. Jack Miller the man when there are changeable conditions. He's always the first person to change tyres. So if it's wet and drying, Jack will be the first man on a full slick.
Do you remember that race where he was on the grid on his own?
Yes.
Because he was the only one who went out on the right tyre.
That's right. Everybody else peeled into the pits. Turn 4, if you're here, get yourself to turn 4, and there's some spots that you can take pictures there, because we're seeing, particularly the Porsches, as they're running out of rear tyre, just sliding through there. And the 909, the most recent one, that's Ivo Breukers, that's Dad, leading the 992 category. He's having a ball of a time. He's really decided to sharpen himself up. He's got both of his boys driving with him. He's lost a bit of weight. He's been in the gym. Very pleased with it as well. And as soon as I saw him, I said, "Hey, have you been in the gym?" Yeah, I have, he said. And sort of, yeah, I have. And he can still tell it's Evo, but he just looks like a sharper version of Evo.
And he's got to be quicker than the kids.
Well, you can feel that. There's definitely a bit of a friendly family rivalry in there. Down towards turn 1, just starting to see the shadows start to lengthen now. The sun's gone over the top,
and I'm gonna give him a little bit of a benefit of the doubt here. That sun now is getting into his eyes as he's coming over that crest of turn 3. As we found out the other day, it's going to be an issue for these guys, and if you're new into the car, it's going to not hurt you.
Adam Hatfield just set a new overall best in GT4 in the Aston, the 429. 2 minutes 3.748. Some quite punitive penalties coming here, and for the QMF by HRT Sahel Qatar machine, exceeding the speed limit during code 60. Now that again, that's a sliding scale. 1 minute and 4 seconds.
Wow.
1 minute and 4 seconds, and another time penalty. This is turn 4 track limits for the Rabdan Motorsport Enrico Fernando Fulgenzi. 10 seconds there, and in fact that's 2 in quick succession for the 979, because at turn 20, they've got a 10 seconds, so they've now got 20 seconds. Outstanding. Is that the 188 coming back in or going out, Joe?
The car's just come in, and it's caught the team out. The team just burst into action. I just happened to be standing here, and the team burst into action. Stefan Perrin has brought it in. James Kay came running out from the back of the garage, and he didn't quite have himself ready, just zipping up his overalls, putting his helmet on, grabbing his hands device. He was already across the other side of the car. He had to have his gloves thrown at him and his little cushion to help him out. So I'm not sure what the problem is, and as soon as Stefan gets his helmet off, we'll be asking the question as to, it was clearly not on schedule. It's clearly ahead of schedule because the team were just completely caught out by surprise.
Hello to Dave Alcock, who is tuned in and has tweeted at RSL_studio. Says, circuit designers have done a grand job here. Love the variety of turn radii, straights and the complex of corners. The elevation changes are a refreshing change from the bowling green flat tracks that we see so often. Well implemented and deployed here, he says. And hello to Adam Wareham as well. Good to know what you're doing. Let's go ahead with that then, Joe.
Stefan, that was clearly unscheduled. A problem?
No, we don't know what's happened. At the first corner, I hear one bang at the rear, and after the steering wheels is not online, it's a little bit at the right, and I prefer to go back in the pit for checking, but we don't know exactly at the moment what's happened exactly. And that's the new car, and you have not new parts for this car. It's very difficult. Okay.
Thank you, Stefan. So a problem with the handling of the car. I did see them bringing a rear hub out. It looks to me as though the car is now being jacked up, swiveled round. It's going to come into the garage. So whatever the problem is, it's going to need the car to be in the garage, and it's going to take a bit of time. Like I've always said, John, with these 12-hour races, doesn't matter what happens, it's always worth putting the car back together because there's bad luck going to befall most of the competitors here over such a long distance. So you've just got to hope that you can repair whatever the problem is and get back out in quick succession and get back in the race.
EBR are leading in that blue, white and yellow new colour scheme for that Cupra.
They inherited that lead because the car in the pits, the AC Motorsport, were leading the TCR class, and they lost that as they came into the pits.
Just a quick update. Somebody was asking earlier on about the 992 fight in the Continents Trophy. HRT, the 929 car, 3 points ahead of Red Camel's 909, and the second of the QMMF HRT cars, 928, 10 points further back in the championship of the continents. So that's how it stands here. So Red Ant not playing a part in that. I presume, Phil, that's because Red Ant weren't at, I haven't got the full list here, weren't at, I didn't score well at the 24 Hours of Dubai. That's why Red Ant weren't in the running in 9-9. He's just getting his GT3 spec out there.
Sorry, I've just got to shuffle my papers. Sorry, Tim.
The word misses.
Let's have a look at that. Let's have a look at what we have here.
Oh yeah, it's got GT. So 992, yeah, HRT. Red Ant aren't here, yeah. So it's HRT from Red Camel. So Red Ant are on 45 points, the same points as Red Camel. But Red Ant, Bert and the team, Red Ant haven't come here.
They haven't come here,
so there's the answer to that question. But it is the HRT team that are leading by that scant margin at the moment. Hello, if you are just joining us. We've still got 8.5 hours to go. And about, what is it, coming up to 3:30 now. It's about 90 minutes before it's going to be noticeably dark, I reckon. Oh, spin at the final corner. And that's the 47 Team KUWAIT by MRS GT. Mohammed Al-Kazemi. Now he'll be
running third,
running third in category and overall. And in fact, I think was just about to be lapped by Hankook in the second place car.
Well, he's been able to turn it around and get back into the pits. So, obviously,
Mohammed did he?
Yeah, he's just come into the pit lane. That's very clever, very well done. He may have flat spotted the tyres there.
Now the question is then, what is he? His pit is right at pit out, isn't it?
Yeah,
so that'll be a
long run down.
That'll be a long way for Joe to get to.
Joe's ankle's in good conditions. I'm worried about Nick's at the moment.
He's fine. I think it was just a little bit over exuberance with the rear tyres. Maybe went in a little bit quick actually into turn 10.
Yeah.
And as good as the Hankook tyres are,
they all have grip limits.
Yeah. Laws of physics, I think.
Yes.
Especially
with a Porsche.
Yes, well, there is the moments of polar inertia, aren't there, with a Porsche?
Porsche physics are completely different to every other race car physics. I can't drive them.
You get used to them.
You do. You do indeed.
You do get used to them. And there's times when you are very, very happy to have that traction at the back. Greasy surfaces, bad road conditions, they are super planted.
However, I thought that my lift-off to oversteer when I was racing my Clio 102 Cup car was very similar to the lift-off oversteer you get in a Porsche. Turn 15 at Dubai, coming up over the hill there. You lift out of there, slower traffic in front of you. It's going to do exactly the same thing.
It's been a very good stop by Team Kuwait by MRS. They're just finishing putting the new Hankook tyres on, and that car will be dropped. And they've just about got enough lock to squeeze out and into the pit lane. So it's hard left and then straight back. They can almost stretch into their pit, actually. That's not allowed, obviously, because we don't do fueling in the pit. Coming down to that 8.5 hour mark with another half hour of racing having been completed. At RSL_studio, if you'd like to get in touch.
Shane Lewis still leading the way in the CP Racing Team Mercedes AMG GT3. Around about 2 minutes now from Jesse Van Hoek in the Team GP Elite Porsche 911 and also in the GT3 category. But Shane Lewis in CP Racing running in the AM category of that one. Then it's the veritable KTM Crossbow GTX up in third position. Just inheriting that due to that spin from the 47 car, which is now down in the fuel bay. So moving up into the top three for that one. 47 stays in fourth position. They've got quite a lead over the 955, which is Sergio Nicolai in the Willie Motorsports by Eben Motors in their class, leading the 992 category at the moment, but only 4 seconds ahead of Ivo Brokers in the 909 Red Camel Jordan 6 overall. Good class battles going on out there, John. I mean, we're over 3 hours in now, and they're fighting tooth and nail. This circuit is lending itself to great racing. It's something we really didn't touch on when we were driving around it, but we didn't know how it would race. And there's a lot of, if your car is good in one place and not good in another, you can get away with it slightly, but you can't be too far off. And I reckon, given the limited amount of time that everybody's had to get a setup in their car, they've done a remarkable job to keep the classes very close together. Everybody's sort of gone down the same road, I think.
Yeah. A bit of sensible driving as well, to be honest.
True. And car preservation. It is a 12-hour race. You know, you got to make it to the end. And as the 47 heads out of the pits now, drops down to 6th overall, and 3rd and 7th now in overall, and 3rd in the GT3 category. And no tyres, straight to fuel.
That was interesting.
Yeah. I thought they'd take tyres. He did lock up.
The 47?
Yeah.
Oh, no, they did take tyres.
They did take tyres, okay.
Yeah, they did take tyres. Definitely. It was stationary in its pit box for a wee while. And then it had to do that little wiggle to get through. It looks like there's been a bit of damage on just ahead of the right rear wheel. So I can get a better look at that. Or is that just part of the livery? I thought there was a bit of white tape on there. It might just be part of the livery, actually. Yes, it is. It's now coming through the S's into the Pentagon. Really good part of the circuit. Aston Martin in and taking the penalty. That was the track limits penalty that they had. Track limits infringement issued for the 979. So they've just racked up 40 seconds of penalties. The Aston has served its 10-second penalty. Also, we've got the 159. I have to say I missed that one. That's the BBR leading TCR car. That's a 10-second penalty for 6 offences.
Race leader in to the pits, Shane Lewis, on lap 97, almost 100 laps here. Into the penalty box, gets his penalty out of the way and heads on down. Let's have a look at his stint time at the moment.
Going straight to fuel.
Yeah, he's going straight to fuel. Thank you, Joe. And get that penalty out of the way.
8.5 hours still to go. It's 3.5 gone. It's live motor racing in December. How good is this? With a beautiful temperature still over 20 degrees. Kuwait Motor Town, the venue for the first ever 12 Hours of Kuwait as part of the Creventic 24-hour series and the brand new Trophy of the Middle East. Let's head down to Joe Bradley, who's in pit lane.
Yeah, we've got the Aston in, as you guys described, the 429 numbered car, and there's a little bit of a problem with where the air jack goes into the back of the car. It was a bit loose, and I think it might still be loose. The man at the back of the car is one Graham Leslie, son of the legend that is David Leslie.
Thank you very much indeed.
He's been working on Aston Martins for Aston Martin Racing for many, many years, hasn't he?
I was dashing out of the catering yesterday, maybe, and I thought I saw Graham there, and I wasn't sure. And by the time I got back, he'd gone. So good to see the Leslie name still in motorsport. Fast David Leslie.
Graham's fixed it, and it's back out. So the Aston wasn't delayed too much, and it's back out into the race. I think it had a driver change there, if I'm not wrong.
What car number was that, Joe? Sorry?
429.
429. That was the Aston. That came in with Adam Hatfield at the wheel. I shall tell you if it's still Adam behind the wheel.
I'm not sure, because by the time I got down here, the tyres were on, the car was ready to come off the jacks, and all that was being done is the repair to the air jack fix. So I'm not sure if it did actually have a driver change.
I can't see it from here, but it'll trip the driver ID.
We've got a Leipert pit stop due any second, and Karong Lee will be so happy to actually get at the wheel of this car under race conditions, won't he? He's already suited and booted and will be taking over from Jean-Francois Bruno very shortly. I'll give you a shout when that car appears.
Thank you, Joe. As our race leader, we're getting close to the 100-lap mark here in Kuwait. It's the first time we're going to get to 100 laps at an international event at this circuit. And what a circuit it is. Current race leader Shane Lewis in the CP Racing down in the fuel bay at the moment. And 32, the Porsche 911 from GP Elite in second. And then the KTM Crossbow in third, outright leading GGX.
Bradley has the bright green and black number 710 from 11th position overall. The late arrival, but actually doing very nicely, thank you very much. Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo. Jean-Francois Bruno getting out and Karong Lee getting in, Joe. That pit stop ongoing. New set of tyres. Also coming in is the
32, I think that is.
It is indeed. They had it in just inherit the lead when Shane Lewis came in. So that's Jesse Van Kruyk coming in there, and they've gone past their pit stall, Joe.
I'm with the 710, John. Very busy down here for some reason. GP Elite have, they're going to block off the Leipert car. The Leipert car, so the GP Elite car, the 32 Porsche, comes in, then it's pushed back literally onto the nose of the Leipert Lamborghini, which now has to be pushed back. And had plenty of space to get out until those pesky GP Elite boys push that orange Porsche back. Now Kerong Lee gets underway. So fresh tyres. Just going to have a look at the rear tyre wear on this car, especially the inside edge. And you know what? That looks pretty good. GF's done a good job in the way that he's driven that car to just looking at the tread, and it's looking pretty evenly worn across the full face of the tread. When JF gets his helmet off, and he has, in fact, I'm going to get a very hot and sweaty Francois Bruno.
Just to square the circle,
short moment.
Just to square the circle on that, the Century Motorsport car, the Aston, the 429, did take a driver change. It's Bradley Ellis that took over that car.
Right, splendid. That was, because Brad's been sat there all afternoon, and now he's not on his chair, so I should have deduced that one. I'm just going to dive in and drag Jean-Francois Bruno out for a quick update from him. He'd be happy to get... Come with me, JF. Let's have a talk in the sunshine. Now, we spoke to GF on the grid, I think. Didn't Nick speak to GF? I've got to say, mate, I am delighted to see you climbing out of a car under race conditions. You must be happy just to get that one in the bag, are you?
Yeah. It's needless to say, the first few laps are quite exploratory in nature. But now found the pace. The car's running strong, and we're in the fight for the podium. I think we're P2 currently. I had one puncture. I know there have been numerous punctures. Right rear seems to be the culprit. I was eating a lot of curb, so I might be responsible for that one. But yeah, on the inside shoulder of the right rear. The GT3 Lamborghini had 3, I think, and then a couple of Porsches as well. So.
Yeah, there was a lot of action actually while you've been in the car. Now, you did an absolutely outstanding job in getting that car back with that damaged tyre. We described what you were doing, but give our viewers and listeners a bit of an insight as to what's going through your mind when you know the car's got a puncture, and you must be, you feel like you're stopped out there, don't you?
Yeah, well, first, number one rule is do no harm. So, you don't want to do any more damage, because that rubber can, a lot of people want to get back to the pits because it's excruciatingly slow, right? And cars are flying by, and the clock's ticking, and so you're under pressure to get there. But if you start beating the inside, you start breaking aero components. You can rip wires out, ABS wires. You can do all kinds of damage. So the idea is to try and keep the carcass on the rim, right? So it kind of cushions everything. So when you change directions, you got to be careful just to baby it, easy on throttle, and then just there's a certain speed that you absolutely do not want to go over to get the car back. The most interesting part, which surely wakes you up, is when I had the failure happen in the brake zone. I was coming, I think I was 275 when all of a sudden I felt her going. I was like, gosh, but
you probably not noticed, because as a racing driver, it's best not to. There's not much runoff down there.
So I sort of knew, I had a feeling something was coming. So I call it stupid, but I still kept my foot in it. I felt coming out of the last corner, right rear was very loose, and I wasn't sure, maybe it was pickup, because there's a lot of sand, there's a lot of clag, rubber buildup. So if you go offline just a little bit, next couple corners, the car won't stop, won't turn. So I was on the fence. Maybe I dropped a wheel a little bit because I just passed the car. But I was cautious in turn one, because losing a tire in turn one can be very ugly. And so, it kind of felt a little waggy. And then, I still kept my foot in it, got to the brakes, and I started feeling like, oh, here it comes.
I've got to say, when those tyres came off, I had a little quick look, and looks like you've sorted your driving out, and you've stayed off the curbs, because those rear tyres look in good shape.
Yeah, well, and on top of it, I made a couple of passes that I probably shouldn't have made, and there was a couple of track limit infringements, and they called me on track limits as well. So unfortunately, a lot of the work I did out there, I'm going to lose. We're a team we're going to end up paying for with track limit infringement. I think we've got a 10-second penalty, stop and go.
You wouldn't be a racing driver if you didn't ping for your track limits, mate. Well done, mate. I'm glad to see you out there. Tactic for the rest of the race, how are you going about it?
I'm sorry?
What's the tactic?
First, you must finish. So keep the car safe, finish. I mean, we're working on a set pace. So we've got a set lap time and that the car likes, that the tire likes, and based on what the other cars around us are doing. So that's basically the tactic right now is, you know, kind of the metronome.
Absolutely. Good analogy. Thanks, Jeff.
Just over 10 minutes ago when he got his track limits time penalty, and it is indeed 10 seconds. We've got the Lion Speed Porsche going a little bit slower than I would like to see it. That's the Cayman and the 491 with Patrick Kolb at the wheel, and I'm gonna hazard a guess this is a right rear tyre issue. He's driving very slowly. He's got a little bit of right lock into that Cayman 718.
A lot of vibration there on the belt in the middle.
Where is he? Oh, he's nearly at the pits, isn't he?
Yeah,
so he's coming down to turn 20 now.
Just coming under the 12-hour KUWAIT gantry on the way in, staying right off of the circuit. Once again, great courtesy shown, not throwing any rubbish up onto the circuit, but also driving at a pace, as JF said, to preserve the car. Don't do any damage. Really, really important.
Yeah, I like the Hippocratic Oath way of driving. First, do no harm.
Do no harm, indeed.
Very good.
Yeah.
Into the pit lane then for Patrick Kolb. He's into the pit lane off the circuit. He's not yet on the pit lane speed limiter part of the track. He can make so much time up coming in and out of this pit lane. Now he's on the pit lane speed limiter, and 491 doesn't have any outstanding penalties, so there's no need for him to have to make that decision. It sounds to me as though the Leipzig guys are waiting to see if there's a full course 60, full course purple, and see if they can get rid of that 10-second penalty and burn a little less time.
You were right, John. That right rear is gone. So some more trips over that curb at turn 20. Possibly the resultant action, driver change going on. As it's... I think the teams now have got themselves into the right rhythm of telling the drivers this is where you have to be. And as JF said, they've got a set lap time that they're going to stick to the entire time that they're out there, that looks after the car and looks after the tyres. And it's taken us almost 4 hours into the race for the strategies to really start to play out inside the teams themselves.
Little crowd beginning to gather in this huge grandstand. It is nearly 7,500 seats, and I'm not going to suggest that that's filling up at all, but a steady stream of people have been coming in since just before the start, and we've got nice to see some families here with some youngsters, some pushchair strollers as well, so for some very little ones, all with ear protection, which is nice to see, and some slightly older children as well. Quite a lot of people as amateur photographers here, I notice as well, not with the photo bibs on, but at least seeing what is going on as into the pit lane. We're coming round to another set of fuel stops and tyre stops, and indeed in from 5th position HRT Geese Bessem and the 928 Porsche. Joe Bradley is watching what looks to be, Joe, a fairly standard tyre and driver change.
Very standard, John. Geese Bessem getting out his good friend Harry Hilders. It wasn't so long ago that these guys had the record of doing every single Creventic event, and I think that was the up until the pre-COVID years, or up until the COVID year, that is. But they've been a big part of the Creventic series, the 24 series, and even before it was a series, they were part of the Dubai 24 Hours all those years ago as teammates, and the NKPP is their business. And with Harry Hilders now at the wheel, smoke billowing from the front wheel arch. That's just the heat of the brakes. It start billowing. You can sometimes see that brake dispersed into flames. Always great to have a chat to Gijs Bessem, and I think that's what we'll do. We'll give Gijs a chance to get a drink of water and cool off and get his helmet off, and then we'll dive in and have our first chat of the race.
There's still some pace out there, undoubtedly, at the moment, Phil, because Jesse Van Kook, excuse me, has just put a new fastest lap of the race in, on 53 flat.
We were in the 52s for qualifying, John.
Yeah, that is barely a second away from qualifying,
and that's 101 laps in.
Yeah.
So rubber coming down, going down on the track. So the track's gone from green into a usable state now after nearly 4 hours of running. Everybody understanding that you can't use all the curves anymore. So all the drivers now changing their style slightly. We see lesser of the right rear issues than we saw in the first 3 hours. And as JF said, now we know what we need to do. Here's our lap time that looks after the car and the tyres. Off we go, and up and down pit lane. They'll be doing exactly the same thing. The 450 car with Brett Strom at the wheel, currently leading the GT4 category. Good battle going on in the GT4s at the moment, with various different makes, the Aston Martin and the Porsche Cayman and the BMW, and Joe's down there in pit lane.
Yeah, guys and I are just reminiscing. You just put your Hankook tyre sticker. That's off his seatbelt. You've been working hard there, my friend. That's salt. That's sweat.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's a sport, eh? It's not billiards or something, or no, snooker. This is racing. I mean, I want to get out sweaty, being happy, and that's what Creventic gave me. I'm happy again. So, what else? I'm the most happiest guy in the world, and we're doing okay. Harry's going out now. I don't know, which number are we in the class?
I'm not sure. You're third in the class, yeah. That's a good place to be at this stage.
That's a good place to be. It's an old saying. The race starts after 11 hours, so we're just hanging in there, and then the last hour in the night will be the finish, and then we will come up, I hope.
Good friends with the driver in the car now, Harry Hilders. You've been racing for a long time, guys. Give us an idea. How did you guys get together?
Well, we had a friend. We sponsored his racing team. And then halfway through the season, he said, well, I'm quitting. And then we said, well, we already paid for it. So let's get our driver's license. So we got our driver's license. And then we started with the DNRT for the first race in Dubai with the Seat diesels. And we couldn't race at all, but then we were hooked. So now we're probably racing, 17 years, 18 years. And Creventic going bigger and bigger and bigger. And Martin, the race director, left, and Jeroen took over. Yeah, we've seen it, we've done it, and we know we love this game. And we love the atmosphere, it's friendly, it's amateurs mixed with pros. So you can weigh your strength against the pros, and sometimes we win, as we did in Dubai.
Wouldn't be a 24-8 series race without Gijs Bessem and Harry Hilders. It's gonna go dark quite shortly, within the next couple of hours. Do you think the track will change much? We haven't had much running in the dark.
Well, we had yesterday, and the track itself is very well eliminated. So I don't think you will see any drop-off in lap times. It's a very, very technical but good job. But if you do the same thing every lap, then you might finish. And that's the trick. And in the dark, the track stays the same. Just look at your clipping points and what you do with your throttle. Don't do stupid things.
Thanks, guys. I'll let you go and cool off. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Sage words.
I wanted to take a beer, but we're in.
Sage words from Gijs Bessems there, down in the pit lane, about the driving. And he's right, blind corners and driving in the dark. It hasn't changed from the last time that you were there. Of course, unless you're on the Nordschleife and there's been a plague of locusts, snowstorm, and 3 different seasons that have passed by in the 8 minutes or so since you were last at that particular corner. But he's spot on there, and that's a really, really educated way to go racing.
It is, because everybody says about night racing, and we ask the question quite often at Dubai. for the same thing. The track does not change. The track it doesn't move. The track conditions change. And what I think we'll see here, John, as we saw last night, this track will get faster in the evening. Okay, because of, and a couple of the drivers have said when they've been interviewed down in pit lane, they think the tyres are going to get better in the evening, and just for what they're feeling in the car.
And let's not forget that this circuit, although it is a focal point for the emerging local motorsport culture, it's not being used 6 or 7 days a week, just like some European circuits. It's not being used 2 or 3 days every week, and it's certainly not being raced on every weekend. And therefore, it was a pretty green surface. When the drivers say that, they don't mean that in colour. They mean that it's not as grippy as it could be. Here's the GT4 RHC Jürgensen Strom car, and that was Brett Strom bringing it in from the lead in GT4. This is the 450 BMW, Joe.
Yeah, it's straightforward pit stop, it looks like. Century Motorsport going to work. Remember, not just one wheel locking nut on these wheels, on these GT4 cars. It's a 5-stud pattern, so it's real NASCAR style when you hear the guns go in and brr, 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 brr.
Not NASCAR style anymore, mate. They've got a single
that's right. Yeah, of course. Yeah. Why would they do that?
The next generation
there was
cars
something
got
special.
a single nut.
There's something special about that.
All right, they'll test you. I'm going to test your anorak knowledge here, mate. She's the only current GT4 car that has a centre lock nut.
Isn't it a Porsche Cayman?
No.
Ah, right. Okay. What is it then?
Bradley doesn't know something.
Are you going to tell me? Or
it's the McLaren.
Ah, of course it would be the McLaren.
Rob was typing even as I was saying. I know he was. He's going to. It actually led to a change in regulations in IMSA. They only gave it. They only give it 2 wheel guns rather than. Sorry, 1 wheel gun rather than 2 in IMSA competition.
I've got Brett Strom with me.
Let's have a word with Brett.
I'm sure Brett is not interested in wheel nut configurations. Brett, how was that, mate? What is this car like to drive out there?
We apparently nailed the setup on it because I was running my fastest laps at the end of the stint, which I frankly couldn't believe. This track is really fun. I think part of it was me actually finally learning the track all the way. But yeah, we were getting close to. I was getting close to qualifying times at the end there for what we ran. I don't know. The Hankooks seem to work really well here, and the track is like. There's not a ton of cars here, so there's not as much traffic, of course. But the track makes up for that because it's like it's a challenge, so it's fun.
So you're not the quickest car here, and you're not the slowest car here, so it must be very busy from that aspect.
Yeah, it's some of the faster cars are not super well driven sometimes. So they'll pass you, and then you brake in the next corner, and all of a sudden you're almost taking them out. So that's interesting, but yeah, I mean, I'm glad we're not in one of the M2s because they're getting overtaken quite quickly. But some of the GT3 cars are very well driven, so you're suddenly like, whoa, there's a car all over me. But yeah, it seems like because there's not a ton of cars and it's a huge track, so you're really focused on like getting every 10th, and suddenly there's a GT3 car on you. So I'm used to like Dubai where it's just like car. But yeah, I mean, I had a ton of fun, so this is cool.
That must be refreshing not to have that constant. You can actually focus on what you're doing, I would imagine.
Yeah, it's different for sure. I mean, I love endurance racing because there's so many different speeds of cars, and keeping a consistent lap time while passing the slowest cars and getting passed by the sometimes you get slowed down much by getting passed by the fast cars. So that in itself is what makes endurance racing fun a lot of the time, beyond the whole team aspect. But this one's different. I mean, the track is so technical here. There's a lot of spots where there's just a teeny bit of camber here, teeny bit of camber there. So if you don't place the car perfectly, you're suddenly sliding across track. And so that makes a lot of fun.
So with the quickest lap times coming at the end of the stint, does that kind of lend itself to thinking about double stinting tyres?
Yeah, I mean, they were going off. I was driving it as hard as I could. And I had gotten some gas during the Code 60, so I was close to my max drive time anyway. So in that case, no, I don't think we would. But if we came in at an hour, then yeah, maybe we just quick driver change. So our team is really quick on the tires. So other than the cost of the tires, we don't really lose much. The driver change is near the same time as the tire change. So, and I like new tires. So.
Is your stints fuel limited then? Is it? How long is that?
We're doing, I think, 70. I got to check with him since this was my first stint, but I think it's about 70 minutes on 110 liters. So, that car's pretty thirsty. I mean, we make some of our time in straight line speed. So.
That's almost your 2-hour limit for a driver, being driver limited, so it works well.
Yeah, so if we get a code 60, if we can get in with a code 60 fuel and then a full fuel, then it's max drive time. So, but yeah, I mean, I was a little worried that, again, it's a big track with not as many cars, so I was nervous that it'd be like, okay, I'm driving around, but I had fun. It was cool.
You look like you have. You've never stopped smiling since you got out of the car. Great to speak to you, Brett. I look forward to talking to you later on the race. Look forward to talking to you later on.
Oh, sorry, say it again?
I said I look forward to you talking to you later on. I bet you're still smiling.
Yeah, I hope so. I hope so. Thanks, guys.
Let's from the BMW GT4 car, came in out of the lead, and his teammate now in that car in the fueling area. Coming up to complete another 2 hours of racing, when we'll give you a full rundown for those of you watching and listening. With this race now thankfully settling into a bit of a rhythm. I like to keep up to date with what's going on the penalties. We've had a 40-second slew of penalties. Rabdan Motorsport, the 992 Porsche 979, having just been served. Oh no, actually there was 40 seconds. The 74-second penalty that the 930 has got, that's another Porsche. That is still outstanding. And also the Lippert Lamborghini has a 10-second penalty outstanding, as has the 159. Is that against that? Yes, it is. The 159, that is the BBR TCR car. And I think that's the only ones that are still outstanding. Yes, it is. Everything else has been served. And again, the reason I'm doing that is just to keep it in my own mind as much as anything else, Phil, for when we get down to the closing stages, indeed, of the races. Now, you've got 2 hours from the assessment of the penalty to getting it served, so that it doesn't mean you've got to break off, and you can come into the pit lane and do other things at the same time. Two very, very important things to note on the penalty system here in Hankook 24 Hours Racing.
And towards the end of the race, John, the thing that happens is fatigue. And that plays
for everybody.
For everybody. And that can compromise the driver can make mistakes, the pit crew can make mistakes, etc., etc. They've been out, everybody's been up since we had breakfast this morning at 8 o'clock with all the drivers, and so everybody's going to be up for 18 hours by the time you get to the end of this race. So fatigue will play a factor, I think, in the last 4 hours. Even though you have a lot of adrenaline in the driver's seat, the guys who are sitting down there in the pit boxes at the moment, by the time we get to that end, motivation to get it done and not make a mistake is very, very high. But it's the nature of the beast. It's just the way endurance racing is. That's why it is so good. And the Car 47 has just been issued a 10-second time penalty, just as you finished talking about time penalties. We got that one for the number 47 car, and that's Mohammed Al-Kazemi in the Team Kuwait by MRS GT Racing Porsche 911, running third in the GT3 category at the moment. And they will serve that penalty when they come back in.
As the voice of Phil Anson, who you'll remember was with us at Dubai earlier in the year, already getting geared up for that. Been talking to a number of the teams here about their plans. Around about 65 entries at the moment for that, which is a manageable number. And interestingly, talking to Creventic, a few teams saying 65. Oh, I might. Would you take a second entry from us on that? And that's very interesting, that, Phil.
It is. I mean, we've been there, John. Obviously, when we had over 100 cars, and you're always.
I think we started 98 one year.
Yeah, no,
I don't think we've ever started into the three.
We lost a few in the practice.
Yeah.
That's right. We had 104, I think, on the entry list, and we lost a few in the preceding days. So it was 98. But for that circuit and the way the circuit is, 70 to 75. Talking to the people who run the circuit, are saying that's probably the sweet spot for what we have now. Remember, back in those days, we had Clio Cup cars running around and all that. Now we've got, and we had differential speed of over 100 kilometres an hour down into the braking zone at turn 10.
Yeah.
So that has sort of gone away now with the TCE category being a quicker car overall.
Yeah.
So we don't sort of have those differentials that we had before. But yeah, I'd say 70, 75 cars, and then put another 30 down at Yas.
Oh, hello. That's the next two rounds of the Middle East Trophy. This being the first. This is a crossover race ending off the 2022 season and effectively starting the 2023 season as well for the Middle East Trophy. Dubai, and then the week after the 6 hours at Yas Marine, the 6 hours of Abu Dhabi. Three very interesting circuits. So that's another 2 hours of racing completed. We are 4 hours in, a third of the race have been completed. Here's how things stand, and we'll start with TCE this time. Compact field of 5 cars. It's still the championship leaders in the Champion of the Continent standings that are ahead. Tanart Sathiin Thirakul, who's behind the wheel of their Leon competition, having completed a impressive 104 laps. They are ahead by some margin of the next TCR car, because both the 188 AC Motorsport machine and the Wolf Power Racing car have both had problems. Impact with the tyre carcass for one of those cars. So the two BMWs are second and third in TCE at the moment, and it's the 332 from the 331. In the overall and in GP, again, it's a championship leader who's at the top of the standings, and CP Racing's Shane Lewis has managed to pull out a full lap now on the rest of the field. So Shane has had the hammer down since he got into the car. Jesse Van Kuik is in the Team GP Elite Porsche in second. That's the number 32 yellow and white car. No connection with Jos Verstappen or Max Verstappen, that car, other than the orange colour. 909 is the best of the Porsches, and that's Red Camel Jordans. That's another orange car. Then in fourth position, the third GT3 machine is the Team Kuwait machine, the MRS GT car. Mohamed El Kazemi is driving that car at the moment. Haythan Kwarajuli in the 714. That's another class leader, the GDS Razan Mordan Racing Crossbow, in fifth overall, excuse me. Sixth is sixth down to ninth is a raft of 992 cars. Willy Motorsports by EB Motors, QMFF by HRT, Thuraya Kuwait, Qatar, excuse me, and the 928 HR performance machine, HRT performance machine, comes up next. Ninth, QMF by HRT, Sohail Qatar. In the pits at the moment, the TCR leader in 10th position. So we go down a little bit further to Lion Speed and the GT4 car. So it's 14th for Century Motorsport. They lead GT4 at the moment by about a minute and a half from the BMW and then the Porsche. Plenty of variety there in GT4. Nice to see the three different sections. ARC Bratislava fighting back, as the Leiber, both Lamborghinis with right rear tyre problems early on, multiply so for both of those cars. Here not happy. It's Matt Edge who's behind the wheel at the moment, and that's how we stand after 8 hours. Another time penalty coming in, and it's a second. It is the time penalty being served, in fact, by the BBR team as Tanner came into the pit lane that time. Wolf Power with problems. Oh, and the bonnet has sprung loose, or they've had some contact. That car has had no luck but bad luck, and it's Jasmin Preissig again behind the wheels. Vibration problem earlier on, then they hit issues with debris from another car, and now it looks like it's the driver's side that's popped up the most as well, Phil, there. Well, Jasmin extremely experienced. She's quite a slight figure and does not sit up very high in the car anyway, so I'm not sure what she's going to be able to see. She's almost going to have to be driving through the side windows.
She's just about to hit pit entry right now. She's at turn 20.
How has that popped up?
It's very strange, isn't it?
It's popped up on the hinges at the back of that.
As the clamp failed?
Well, it's got the fasteners at the front. Nick Damon has just taken over down in the pit lane, so he'll be on his way to Wolf. Oh, it sounds like he's already there, Nick. You've beaten me to it.
Oh, you can hear me good, because I faced my cameraman, so that's the only slight problem. Yeah, that's the car. I was going to say, oh yes, the Wolf Power's car's gone out. That's a major failure of the clipping system. They've obviously just done a big amount of work to replace the diff, and they put the bonnet back on again, small amount of tape, and it just pinged up on the gas against it. Absolutely nothing to do about it. They're now leaning back again. The other, one of the other TCR car come in, the BBR come in to service. Car was in, and that was actually right rear problem, not tyre problem, a right rear hub and brake issue. So that was in the pits for a few minutes with James Kay on board, but that's now left again, probably a loss of 2 or 3 laps.
Spin out on the circuit. Thank you, Nick. For Porsche number 929, Abdullah Al-Abzi. 4-way flashes on there. Now that, I think, is coming out of turn 20. But he's got a long... Oh, no, it's not. My apologies. Wrong part of the track entirely. So, where's that on the circuit? That is turn 1, is it? Wow, so that's a high-speed track. The long lens really cuts down the run. Thank you, Fabian. Last corner, 20. Right, okay, coming out at 20. I have to say that's where I thought it was the first place, and I talked myself out of it. 4-way flashes came on there for the 929, Abdullah Al-Abzi. Well, that's a name as well that you'll be familiar with if you've watched motor racing out here, Phil, and you have seen plenty of it.
Indeed, I have, John. That sun is just getting into that position right now where it's right in the driver's eyes, right through turn 4 and around that area. But there is a little bit of cloud on the horizon, which may help them as we get towards dark here. 4:05 local time. We've got about 35 minutes. You can see that sun right there as he comes around turn 18 and 19. And it just really off-putting because you've got that swap over between natural light and track light where your headlights aren't quite efficient enough as the Vortex is in the pits as well.
Official sunset here, 11 minutes before, 11 minutes before 5. 11 minutes before 5. So we're, 50 minutes away.
Yep, indeed. And
40 minutes away, sorry.
40 minutes away.
And it gets, for people who haven't been around here, there's no lingering twilight here, Phil, is there?
It's a light switch, John. It's a light switch. You just walk to the door and off you go. Click, and there you go. Day, night.
No romanticism of the lingering slider. I've sat in the Intercontinental Festival City at the end of a day when we're up there for the Dubai 24 hours and taking video from my phone, and if you in the right place, you can actually see the sun moving down behind the buildings on the strip, as it were, at Dubai, and it's exactly the same in this part of the world.
It's a very interesting scenario. The reason we don't have that is because we're very close to the equator, so the sun doesn't have a lot of atmosphere to go through like it does further north, UK and Europe, where the further north you get the refraction off of the layers. Towards the equator, it is what we have right here, a light switch. It does go a lovely shade of amber for 83 seconds, and then it's dark. Just having a look, the 979 just had a huge moment at turn 15 on the entrance there, just where you tap the brakes. The back end really came around on it as it's making its way through now. But with the Red Camel Jordan's team coming into the pits and now on its outlap 909, that's allowed the 714 and 955, the KTM and the Porsche, to move up into fourth and fifth outright. CP Racing and Shane Lewis at the wheel in the GT3 AM category, still leading on 116 laps. Around about 2 seconds up on the Team GP Elite. Now, they've been battling for the lead now for probably the last couple of hours on that, with that gap, and it's all about the pit stop strategy playing into that. And when we have the Team Kuwait by MRS GT Racing, the 47 car, in third position. The KTM Crossbow not out of the top 5 since about for the first 3 hours, doing a very good job. That's Haytham Karajouli at the wheel for that one. Haytham put that car on pole last night with a great lap, with his last lap as well. A local Kuwaiti, and he's doing very well. We had a great chat with him down on the grid and in the pits earlier on today, and he's comfortable out there in fourth position. Sabino D. Castro at the wheel of the 955. Willie Motorsports by Ebden, the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car, running first in the 992 category, followed by Rick Broikers in the 909 in the Red Camel Jordan's car, and Abdullah Al Abasi in the QMF by HRT Thuraya Qatar, running behind them, and then Harry Hilders, who has inherited that car, running second now in the 992 AM category.
At RSL_studio, hello to Blur Fiend, working hard on Porsches over in the US, watching and listening, and filling this workshop with the sounds of race cars from Kuwait. The marvels of modern technology. And hello to Ian McCarthy as well, and to Robert Jewell, who liked my comment about the Clan Crusader with the Hillman Imp engine as well early on. Yes, you see, there's some of us who remember old cars. Clan Crusaders that were built in Washington in what was, well, then I suppose it would have been Tyne Weir, County Durham, I nearly said there. And they had a deal with the local development corporation that when they built a new road, before it was tarmacked over, so it still had the Dolomite top, they could go and test the rally versions on it without having to hire forestry commission. Nick Damon, welcome back to the pits.
Yeah, I'm kind of half high. So just to make sure we're going to hit. When I take this back in the pits again, unfortunately.
Which one? Oh, right, yes.
Quite sure the problem. Stefan Perez. Is it a vibration, or is it a problem that's causing worse issues than that?
We don't know exactly. I don't feel the same vibration. It seems to not be the same problem. We check. We don't know. Sorry.
That worst thing of all, where you have a problem, it's causing you a problem, but you don't know what the actual problem is or how to fix the actual problem. They've worked on both sides of the left-hand side of the car here, John. Also, the Wolf Power car's been. They appear to have fixed the bonnet issue, which is a weird one because it's actually not actually leveraged from the front, but they they're now kind of wandering around looking perplexed at the front right of the car, which is a bit odd because they just fixed that. So I don't know whether they've in all the repairs they've done, they've broken something else.
I don't understand how the back edge of the bonnet popped up, because as you said, it was pushed up on the hydraulic struts, but there are hinges there. It's not as if it's a clip. The clips are at the front, not the back edge. The whole bonnet doesn't lift off. They've still got hinges on those.
Yeah, so that's looking at it now, it doesn't appear, I'm not looking at the bonnet right now, why that would ever have happened, because the hinges are attached. And they didn't take them off, because obviously the bonnet opened super wide. There's no issue about doing the gearbox work and the different work they were doing. Right now there's a man,
Is a man looking into it?
They're laconically prodding a couple of the structural parts of the car. I don't mean the chassis parts. If you think about if you think about the kind of the areas they hang things off, the kind of the lighter piece of metal, you hang off the lights, you hang off the radiators, you hang off. They are, but it's bolted obviously into the chassis legs. But this is this other area.
So the front clip and
exactly all those areas and the lower areas. There's 4 guys looking at it. There's a man who's got an angle grind. So. But there's not, this would be a joy for any of the Discovery Channel repair shows, because they can just show some angle grinding. But I think the big problem is they're not using an iPhone torch. That's the issue. But genuinely, there's 4 guys sitting there looking perplexed. The drivers aren't in the garage anymore. They're probably just fed up.
Is it an angle grinder or is it a cutter? Are they just going to cut it up? Are they not just going to cut it up and consign it to the skip then?
No, they're not. I think the problem they're working on now, which doesn't seem particularly linked in any way to the bonnet, is they're just trying to work out this stay, which is the holding stay, which goes back to their original issue of the under tray.
Yes.
And whilst all these parts look brand new, they're obviously having an issue on the right-hand side with that stay. They're looking at it. They've measured. They've got out one of these machines, which is it's a dual-axis digital angle protractor. They've got a digital protractor they're using on the whole situation. So they obviously are not in a hurry, because they're very last, and they're going to stay very last unless someone else breaks down.
It doesn't help that the championship leaders are well up the field. They're in 11th at the moment, and they've just put their fastest lap of the race in a couple of laps ago.
I think they decided they're going to fix it properly.
Yes.
Maybe fix it properly, do a few laps, stick it back on the trailer for January. But so the lack of drivers in the pits is quite telling, I think, because all the previous problems, we've had no shortage of drivers in the pits.
Okay, thank you, Nick. That's down at Wolf Power Racing. Yasmin Pricey brought that car in with the rear edge of the engine cover, the bonnet, sticking up at an alarming angle, being pushed up there by the hydraulic struts. It's AC Motorsport also in the pits. James Kay brought the Audi in, the 188. So the only one of the TCR cars that's still running is BBR. Kennedy Kasiri has just taken over the Cupra Leon competition. He's up into 11th position. So the 2 TC Hofer Racing BMW M2s, with still the lesser powerful one in the lead, 365 horsepower against 450. That's 332 and 331. Shouldn't they have made them 365 and 450? That race numbers, that would have been much easier. And so they're at the moment second and third on the overall TCE podium. Another car that's just been going very quickly, Bradley Ellis, a lap ago, put in that car's fastest lap of the race, a 1:56.348. No, check that. 2:02.032. I thought that was a bit quick for that car. However, that was his fastest lap of the race. He's putting another good one in now as well, with the personal best first sector for that car. Other leaders in class, we go all the way up to 5th position for Vili Motorsport by EB Motors, Sabino De Castro, and the 955. 714 Razun, More Than Racing. It's still Hytham Karajuli and the KTM Crossbow, and of course at the front of the field by just on a lap now, Shane Lewis and Jesse Van Kook. That's the 85 Mercedes and 32 Team GP Elite car. Leader with a little bit of traffic is being held up at the moment. Now, he's got the better part of 2 minutes lead, but Jesse Van Kook is just putting that car's fastest sectors in, and he's desperately trying to get back on the lead lap. In fact, he's right there now, right with the leader of the race. He's about 10, 12 cars lengths behind, maybe a little bit more than that actually. But he's desperately trying to get back on the lead lap. No split race here, Phil, so this is a race in the next 7 hours and 41 minutes to the checkered flag.
Yeah, and watching those lap times come down for Jesse in the Team GP Elite car. Looking at last lap time, Shane Lewis 55.090, 53.57 for Jesse. So he's on a mission at the moment. Track temperature's cooling now as the sun is really starting to disappear behind the horizon, and also causing some issues for the light in people's eyes.
Well, yeah, as you're coming up into the Pentagon, it's in your eyes there. If you go further back around the track, you're going to be coming over the top of 3.
Yep, exactly.
And after that, you're kind of okay. The whole of the pit straight now is in shade. The pit lane has never been not in shade, at least the working side of the pit lane. I love this design. Absolutely brilliantly thought out by everyone concerned. And as somebody who occasionally works in a pit lane, it's much appreciated. The other thing that is great is that the commentary boxes never get any sunshine through the window.
It's amazing. And as we visit a lot of commentary, yeah, exactly, you can see the screens that we need. Just see up here to pass on all of the information. And so design-wise, I haven't found an issue yet, John, and we go to a lot of tracks, and normally we can pick issues out pretty quickly in regards to what we have to do and what the teams have to do. The teams are all really happy at the moment. They're really happy.
Yeah, absolutely right. Plenty of hard standing behind the paddock. Yep. Plenty of good hard standing car parks for spectators. I mean, 7,300 and something in this grandstand is the capacity, and there's plenty of car parking for 2-3 people to a car. There's plenty of car parking. You're not going to have to park and ride, and from before you use the drag strip area.
Exactly. And from this grandstand you can see 95% of the circuit. You just miss a little bit out down around turn 2, but everything and a little bit behind 16, 17.
Another new fastest lap for Bradley Ellis. I said he was on a quick one, 2:01.893. That is moving for a GT4 car. Really. The responsible adult has asked whether the chairs will pass the responsible adult test. If you'll not believe this, these are exactly the same chairs that you have in your office in here, with the very comfortable netting back so your back doesn't sweat, and they are very comfortable indeed. I've actually done more sitting than standing, which is very unusual for me. Race.
The 429's pole time was a 2:04.5, John.
Yeah.
So they are getting quick, very quick out there.
Another time penalty, 10 seconds to the Lion Speed Porsche. Now that has got Andreas Backerud behind the wheel, the World Rallycross champion in that 491 Cayman. So maybe he's been hanging it out a little more. Leader coming through, and that's a quick lap for Shane Lewis now. That's that car's quickest lap of the race. 1:53.777, 1:53.777. So maybe just responding a little bit to Jesse van der Koek, catching him, and he wants to keep a full lap ahead of the competition, because that is the advantage that CP Racing has at the moment, Phil.
7 tenths up on his qualifying time, John. So he's almost a second quicker than his qual. That tells me one thing. This track is rubbering in now. Temperatures are dropping. Tyres are starting to work like the teams have set the cars up for. Remember, we did qualifying at night last night, and all of the setup work was done in the evenings and the afternoon. We haven't been on track not a lot of cars have been on track in that midday to 4 p.m. session. So now the track is starting to come to the cars, and I think that's going to be a big. What we're seeing now is air temperatures to where we were on track yesterday, and the cars are starting to smile, in my parlance.
Yes, I know exactly what you mean.
25 degrees outside.
22-kilometre-an-hour wind, keeping it absolutely gorgeous here in the grandstand. And
Perfect now.
It's the dusky light just showing.
Just to your point there about that setup work that was done yesterday, we've heard a couple of drivers say, Gies van Besem saying, race till 11 hours and then see where you are. And I think this in some ways is a little bit like the Sebring 12 hours. Because the race is going to be run in the darkness. So you're going to do, if I was doing keys to the race for this race, it would be do your best work in the dark.
Yes.
And that means not just the drivers, but the cars as well.
Yeah.
So, and I wonder at that point as well, if we rewind back a little bit to the start of the race, I wonder if maybe in the heat of the day, because neither of the Lamborghinis have had any problems recently.
No.
And I wonder if those cars their setup was slightly better suited to
later.
What we'll see. Yeah. We're not even at half distance.
No.
We're 95 minutes away from half distance at the moment. And pretty much all of the second half of the race is going to be in darkness. In fact, probably more than that. Probably 7 hours.
7 hours,
of the 12 will be in what you and I would call dark.
We're about to do the first presentation.
Nick Damon down in the pit lane with some formalities before we go much further. Hello, Nick.
Hello there. Yes, we're about to do the first of a couple of presentations we've got today. Actually, 3 in total to be by the end of the race. We are waiting for the delivery of that most important thing. What is the most important thing in the world, John?
Cake.
Cake is the most important thing, and we are waiting for the delivery. And here comes a cake, because this is what we need. This is your life, Charles and Charles. If you could stand, please, to receive that most wonderful things. It's cake for 50 races. So for 50 races of Creventic, you have achieved a Charles and Charles. Congratulations on your 50th. Well, I'm definitely a piece of that. I quite like some of the bits on the side. As I said, the most important thing in life, it's not racing, it is cake.
Well, I don't know. They're tied. They're pretty close together. But the cake that's beautiful. That's really nice of them. We appreciate everybody with Creventic for all the things they do, but that's really nice to take note of that.
Let me ask you, what's your first memory of Creventic races? What do you remember when you think about Creventic races? What do you think about?
I have to think back. I think the first memory I had was not getting to a Creventic race that I was hoping to get to. But no, it's. I think that the first thing that strikes you when you get here is it's a little bit different kind of racing in that these folks are always trying to treat the drivers and us as friends and as a part of the race. So it's nice to be included and not just be something that's thrown aside as part of the presentation. We're all sort of a group together putting this all together.
And Charles, if I was to ask you what your memory, what race do you remember most? What result, good or bad? What do you remember the most?
Honestly, the Portimao this year when we went overall finally for the first time it really hit home. It brought a little tear to my eye just thinking about it because we had missed it. We'd been really close many times, and that one just kind of stands out. But to reiterate what Charlie said, everybody at Creventic is just fabulous. They make mistakes like everybody does, but they try to work and they take input from all the competitors and they make it a better place, and they're super sweet people. So we love to come in here.
Gary, as the man who is one of the 2 men behind the history that is Creventic, how important is it to have people like Charles and Charles in the series?
Well, let me answer for you. It's really important.
Actually, all our customers are important. But what we like from this team is actually they are as a role model of what we like to do for a gentleman racing team. With a spirit you cannot believe. They are there every time. They have sometimes problems. They go on. In Portugal, they had their first overall win, and this is their 50th, so that's difficult. It is. So that's like, and there's not only about the drivers. There's about the team. That's what we like about them. So they more deserve this.
Congratulations, thank you, Charles. Charles, Gary, thank you. And there's more cake. Oh, Peter's got. I think Peter's got an announcement. Sorry.
Well, this is actually just the beginning, because in Dubai we have a very special celebration for you both guys. And with a very nice surprise, Can't tell you what it is, but it will be.
Is it another cake?
Another cake, you think? No, it's not another cake. No, it's not more cake. So you have to wait 1 more month, and you know what it is.
And they all have to tune in 1 more month to see what it is. Beautiful.
We'll just put the whole season on loop, and they won't be able to tune away.
Thanks, and thank you to you guys too, not just to the Creventic group, but to you guys for bringing this so that our family, our friends, our fans, everyone can enjoy it, and it's a big part of the racing here. We love the coverage you guys give us.
Thank you ourselves at Radio Show Limited and O221. We are part of the Creventic family as well, and we love working with you guys. So we should really get you a cake, shouldn't we, really? Guys, thank you very much, and someone needs to cut that.
Nick Tierman will be interacting with the royal icing for a little while after this. He likes the twiddly bits on the outside. Congratulations to Charles Esplanade and Charlie Putnam. 50 races with the Creventic team. We reckon that this is 80. Yeah. 80th race, and they've been in. We reckon that before it became the FIA endorsed series, there was 20. I think there was 31 or 32, and I think they've only missed 2 since those early races. So that is absolutely extraordinary. And really, what Gary Willems there said is absolutely right. They are poster children for this type of racing. Whilst we love having the pro drivers in here, that this is really for people for whom they're not going to be at Sebring or Daytona or the Le Mans 24 hours. This is the time for those people to shine, Phil.
Yeah, most definitely.
Drivers like us, if we had more time and more money, I've done one of the races in that 80, and it was undoubtedly the best racing experience I've ever had on so many different levels, just from signing on and doing the fast track sign on to actually competing in the race and everything that was laid on, and the podium celebrations and all of that. And that's the memories that you're making here.
Indeed. And I just want to hark back to what Creventic has done since we started this series, 2006 24 hour in Dubai. And that was my first experience with Creventic. They don't have an easy job. The cars change. They keep on adapting to that. More classes, changing classes. And I remember Gary saying in 2007, if you bring a car to our race, I'll make a category for it. And that was what got people excited. I remember we had the Donut King cars come out from Australia to run there, the Mitsubishi Mirages, and it was such a diverse grid back then. But racing evolves, and Creventic evolved with it. Lots of people bought TCR cars. Let's bring TCR in as a category. Perfect idea. Touring cars are still out there. There's special classes for them. Let's bring them in. Let's do this. Look at the GT categories. Look at the Porsche categories. They picked the right marks to work with, and then grew that to grids of 90 plus in Dubai in the 24 hours. And now we've got solid grids. We have championships of countries. We have the Middle East trophy. We have all of these things that entice people to come back and race at amazing circuits like this. I mean, these guys are going to go home and talk to their colleagues back in their own home countries about this Kuwait circuit. My goodness, what a place this is.
Back on the pit road for the 188, and this looks like a brake disc change for the AC Motorsport machine, Nick.
Yeah, they seem to have gone for brakes now. I think James Kay's out the car. He did do a couple of laps. Stefan hadn't really had a chance to drive to. A quick word with James. James, this is a very regular pit visit at the moment. What is the problem you're trying to get the bottom of?
Okay, so the first problem was the rear hub. One of the bolts broke in the rear hub, which stopped us going. And then I went back out after we managed to locate the part. And then the big vibration from the front of the car. We thought maybe tyres, something, but now we're changing the brakes to see if this is the problem.
So the two things are unrelated, just happened in the series?
It looks like it, yeah. Unless we have a gearbox problem and it's manifesting itself through the car on the brakes.
Ah.
Yeah. Exactly.
Let's hope not.
Yeah, hope not.
Thanks, James.
There is the...
that was worried face on that.
It was a worried face. And the resignation of a man who has seen race cars decide they don't want to race anymore for somewhere over 3 decades.
3 decades, yes.
Yeah.
In the 90s he started, So
1991, he said.
Yep.
I think I've seen quite a lot of James's career. Obviously, been involved with British Touring Car Championship in that sort of era, and people, it's easy to forget what a great career James has had. Drove a lot for Honda down through the years in the super touring era. What a driver he has been, and what a servant of the sport, and still giving to the sport. This circuit, elegant in its isolation at the moment here in Kuwait, but only it took us half an hour from downtown Kuwait this morning.
Yeah, nice freeway all the way down here, and the facilities, they're basically, they've set it up so well.
The entry road into the track, which if you are watching the TV pictures at the moment, are down to the bottom left where the cars are going in and out. The drag strip is in between that and the circuit. The landscaping there this is a track that's been here 3 and a bit years.
Yes.
That landscaping would flatter a circuit that's been around for a decade and a half. And that's
most definitely, yes.
And it's the impression that makes as you're driving in, Phil, with
it's a long drive in as well.
It's a 4-lane road, 2 lanes either direction. You could easily make that 4 lanes one direction for a big event. You could use the drag strip entry as well to bring people in. I just think it's been expertly considered about what you need, and that does come down to car park. And there's nothing worse for me than bringing a nice car to a racetrack and then find
into mud.
You've got to drive it on mud to park it up, and then you've got to walk. And particularly if you're coming to hospitality, I come to racetracks with my boots on, as I have today. But if you're going to hospitality and you're trying to do business, then trolling across mud and getting your shoes dirty. Anyone who's not wearing flat shoes,
yes.
And let's be honest, not everybody does. There'll be ladies who want to wear heels. It's been well thought out. This into the pits for the Cayman. This is the 491 line speed car, which has a little bit of Herbeth help in that. Andreas Baccarid has just come into the pit lane. He's soaking up some of the penalty that car has got. They got 20 seconds worth of time penalty, and that's what he soaked up. He was also looking a little bit tail happy.
Yes, it was. I think the rear tyres are gone. I think the rear tyres have cried enough at the back end of that stint, as the sun now really starting to disappear from the horizon. It's a little bit of haze on the horizon, which is helping the drivers because it's not as bright in the eyes as it was previously.
Right rear puncher.
Right rear puncher, yes.
Ah, right. Is
on
that what it was?
so he's coming with the right rear puncher. They are doing a full service driver change.
The second one.
That is the second one for that
Looks
car.
like wheel comes off. Yep, being quite safe on the. That has very large rear disc brakes, isn't it? This Cayman. Very large diameter brakes. He's done a good job. He's not damaged anything. He's not left the cords all tied over the in and around the rear hub. Just so you know, whilst this isn't on a GT4, I did know the answer to the GT4 question earlier as well, but I couldn't shout at you from 2 booths away. But it's not often I know trivia about sports cars, but I knew that one. So the old 5 nuts are going on. Interestingly, he's got a little bit of damage there. He's managed to lose half the light cover. I don't know how he's done that. That's a weird impact when you've got a bit of light cover missing. Let's see if I can grab a quick word with Andreas Baccarid, who I do believe does rallycross. I'll get this one right.
Multiple champion.
Andreas, was it part of your inability to stay on the track because you like being off-road so much, why you got the Porsche, why you got the puncture?
No, it wasn't me, was it? I don't know. No, I mean, we're quite some off on the pace, so we're out there trying to push our hardest, and I think we're like on the limit of everything. So being a little bit off there, it's calculated.
So you had a puncture as you came in. Had that happened quite late in the lap?
Yeah, it happened after turn 4. So yeah, I don't know what really happened, but I think it's been going on for a longer period of time there. Patrick had the same in his stint, so I couldn't be any worse.
Well, you had a look at the car on board, and it seemed quite lively. Is it quite loose?
It is. Yesterday, actually, yesterday it was very loose. Today it's very understeering. I think the temperature and the wind changes a bit, and yeah, struggling a bit with the front there, trying to squeeze everything to get the rotation in the car, and that tends to drag the corners out a bit over the curves and exit.
Great stuff. Thank you, Andres.
Thank you.
He's happy. He's smiling.
Yes, indeed. Yeah. And coming third in class, in the GT4 class, just behind the BMW. And leading the GT4 class at the moment is the Century Motorsport Aston Martin, with Bradley Ellis at the wheel, 14th outright at this time. There's 7 hours and 20 minutes to go. Here's the pit entry for those who are watching. Ooh, nice. That was as you said, John. You have to hit it really hard, and then jump on the anchors at the 40 board.
He was down into first gear quite early.
Yeah.
There, and I wonder if that means that first gear is an automatic pit lane limiter. That's how some of these cars are
possibly
actually set. That was how the Aston Martin GT4 was set.
That's the 714. Haytham Quarajuli at the wheel of that one. Third outright at the moment, leading the GTX category, straight down to fuel.
Also, we've had the leader in. I think we've had the leader in. Yeah, CP Racing came in whilst we were chatting to Andres. My guess from when we were giving the cake away is that Joe Foster was suited and booted, so I think he's taken over. So it's been a full service, and they are now at the fuel station.
Let me just check your workings out on that. I think you're spot on. Shane Lewis getting out of that car with a lap's lead, and they've held on to that lap lead and indeed extended it, because Team Elite stopped just before them, but obviously Lucas Groeneveld's back in that car now, and therefore he'll be making time back up whilst the fuel is being pumped. If you wonder why the pit stops are so long, the part of the philosophy of Creventic Hankook 24-hour racing is to try and keep the cost down for the team. So there's no specialised fuel rigs. They're not using pressurised fuel. It is literally the same type of petrol pump that you'll fill your car up when you leave here or over the weekend. A pistol grip service station style fuel pump. There are 8 of them at pit lane exit. They are away from the working pits, so that not all the team has to be suited in fireproofs, and that, trust me, in these weather conditions is very much more pleasant working conditions. See some of the pit lane guys working in shorts here, and that is far more pleasant working conditions for them, and that's just to make sure that you don't have to buy expensive fuel rigs and more suits for the drivers as well. Nick?
Down with a 429 full service for that it's very pretty, this particular
it is.
Aston Martin. I think they are colour dependent. When you go lively on the Aston colours, not as good as when you have a nice sober look on this one. So just my opinion. What can I say? Ian is getting David Holloway. I think was it Bradley Ellis who's in the car and absolutely dragging it, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
Just trying to see what they're going to do about the issue of the air release, because I saw the thing. They're making up a tie wrap fixing. We're only the torch short now. So they're making tie wraps to make up for the air release. So they've had to think about it. As you can see, the bonnet's up. That's what they're doing. Sorry, the boot's up. Sorry, that's what they're doing. The trunk for our American listeners and viewers. You get a nice view of the massive fuel tank that sits where the rear 2+2 bench seat would be. Down it goes, and you can see they've now got a nice bit of. And look, and he's going to pull it. He's going to work. Tie wrap-tastic. Oh, it always works. And off they go. I'm going to try and grab a quick word with Bradley as he's got out. He can be chuffed about the fact he's gone 3 seconds faster than qualifying. Let's see if we have a quick word with Bradley. Just say, you are live. Please do not swear. So you managed to go. You're going 3 seconds a lap faster than you were in qualifying. Is that just because you've worked out where the track goes, it's cooler, or you're unbelievably good?
No, it's 1/10 quicker, but 3 seconds quicker than the average.
The average. Yes, that one. Of course, it was 3. Anyway, so obviously the car is coming into its sweet spot.
Yeah, we found something in that extra test after qualifying, which made the car.
Sorry. So explain. So you found the sweet spot of the car.
Yeah, the qualifying was the first time I drove the car in real anger. You know, I did a few laps in testing to get the boys going, and I wasn't that happy with it. So we tried something in that extra night practice that was after qualifying, and we found a lot more consistent, stable car. Didn't feel like there was any more grip, just there was a lot more stability, more confidence inspiring. It felt like you could just do those lap times every lap.
And is it getting easier with the temperature down, the sun coming down?
Start on new tyres, so it was feeling nice. So I'm looking forward to the night stint later.
Great stuff, thanks Bradley. So yeah, so it's a more positive excitement here. So but their car actually is working very well.
Thank you, Nick. Nick Damon down there. Have a quick reminder of the calendar for 2023, and effectively this starts the 2023 season this weekend, and then we'll head to Dubai 24 for the substantive season start. This is the first round of the Middle Eastern Trophy. Then we're off to Abu Dhabi on the 21st of January. Reminder, actually, the 24 Hours of Dubai, remember that Saturday-Sunday race this year for the first time. Then we're at the European Rush, which is 4 12 hours races at Mugello, Spa, Monza and Estoril, which includes a 6-hour qualifying race. Now, the last time I did a qualifying race that was anywhere near as long as that was at the Western Supermare Motorcycle Beach Race, where they had a 6-hour race on the Sunday and a 4-hour qualifying race on the Saturday on sand once the tide had gone out. And then we finished the European season with the 24 Hours of Barcelona a little later in September this year. That's to allow Joe Bradley to get his wedding done in August this year. Oh, I hear hearts breaking all the way around the world. So in terms of the substantive season, that is 5 European races plus the 24 Hours of Dubai, and then we add on this race and the Abu Dhabi 6 hours to make the Middle Eastern Trophy. We'll give you details of the Middle Eastern Trophy 23-24 at some stage during the season, but plenty to be excited about. Please come and see us if we're going to be nearby. If not, you know, you can always tune in sound and vision, and it's always available for you live and free with no blocks or breaks on the Radio Show Limited network of audio channels. And that's next year. 7 hours and 13 minutes to go. We're right on official sunset now, so expect to see the lights coming on around the circuit. They've just come on in the grandstand, actually, and they are just starting to illuminate around the circuit. Do not expect Formula One, Abu Dhabi, a Bahrain style of lighting here. That's not what this circuit is lit like. They are much lower level and slightly fewer candle power as well, which actually I like, because you still need, to a certain extent, Phil, to rely on the headlights of the cars.
Especially these cars which have corner lighting to pick up the apex. You'll see that. You'll see they're allowed to have some extra. Oh, we've got a fire down in the pits, John. Is this the KTM?
It is the KTM, and they were in the penalty box soaking up some of their penalties.
Is that a rear brake fire?
Really quick work. Really quick work. And
all smoke, no flame.
This is Haitham Garajouli, the man who's studying at Oxford University in the Milwaukee Tools 714. Now, that is really good work by the marshals down there, because there's no team members down there, of course. And Haitham who's come up through a variety of racing. Nick Damon down there in the pit lane.
If there's no team members, then it must have been pulled in because he knew he was on fire.
Well, no, he's in the penalty box.
Well, no, because you need team members to serve your penalties.
Yes.
Yeah, good point.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So he must have known there was a problem, pulled it into where he thought it was
That's
a
a good
safe
point.
place, and there
Yeah,
was
very
great,
good point.
incredibly good thinking from the young man.
Oh.
So he obviously knew where to come in and where there was going to be a fire extinguisher in the pit lane. So he must have known there was a problem. It did seem very smoke and not much flame. But there were two colours of smoke. There was white smoke and deep brown smoke. Car itself, home's okay. See if I can just grab a quick word with him. That looked very dramatic. What happened?
Basically just caught fire. I don't know quite what happened yet, but...
Because did you come into the penalty box because it caught fire, or did it catch fire as you arrived at the penalty box?
No, I came into the penalty box because it caught fire, because there's a fire extinguisher there, so... it's quick.
That's great thinking. So, but the car, was it still performing okay, or did it lose power, or it just suddenly flames?
It just suddenly caught fire. We were running fine, and then all of a sudden, big bang, and then caught fire.
So you weren't due in the pits, but you just saw in the rearview mirror all the smoke?
Well, no, I felt it. It was a big bang.
Big bang's never good. Well, great thinking, mate. Well done. Congratulations. Well, and also bad luck, of course. If it's a big bang, that sounds like something is no longer attached where it should be in the rear of the car, and it's an oil fire, would be my guess. We can probably trundle down with them and wait for them to take the engine cover off, but I'm going to predict this is terminal.
Yeah, it's not good if there's been some kind of clunking going on.
There's fluid on behind the
It's oil.
foam.
It's oil.
Yeah.
So
that's a hole.
I think what they're concerned about now is pushing it down the pit lane if it's leaking. No, it seems okay. Oh no, there we go. Look, massive amount of oil. Oh, that is no longer a complete engine. I haven't got to taste that. I know what that is. That's engine oil.
I thought you might have tasted that sherbet that was all round it, though.
Oh, this is quite nice. Like a bit of, just to help them there. Yeah, so that's not good. That's a car that at best has blown an oil line, and at worst has blown an engine.
Yep, indeed. Well, teams are going to have to be very careful because the penalty box is now dirty, and they don't want to come in and do a penalty now. They've got fire extinguisher foam, powder, and oil down there. The team down here, obviously, at the circle will get to work on that very quick, but team managers need to be very careful about calling penalties in now.
I wonder if they can just move those cones.
Yeah.
Just
down a bit.
Move it a lane over, or move it down.
Just move it down in front of scrutineering garage. That's all they need to do just to get it out of there.
We have seen it in the past when there's been teams getting towards the end of the race where they are stacking for penalty. Spin out on the circuit, and that is the Porsche number 930. This is one of the QMMF cars, and that was the car that was running very nicely early on. Ibrahim Al Abdul Ghani, and a fast spin coming out through Patience and through turn 7.
Yes.
And he's picked that car up very nicely. I tell you what, it is very dirty offline. Had the 955, the multicoloured Porsche, right in behind him of the Vili Motorsport car. And that was a bit of expert avoidance by Sabino De Castro, who seems to have been in that car a lot. Sabino.
Yes, indeed. I just thought he was trying to get a quick car, a slow car in front of him. Maybe he was just trying a wider line to get that run out of 7 and just got onto the dirty stuff. And as JF said earlier on, there's a lot of marbles out there. So he just got onto that dirty stuff, put the foot down, and no rear end grip. And away it went. But well recovered, running 4th in the 992 AM category.
And breathe. You are not going to make up all of that. Well, and he's had another spin. That's the other car.
That's the 929 car.
That's the 929. So that's Abdullah Al Abaisi. I was just about to say, don't try and make it up all on the next corner. And then I saw a similar, I mean, it's the same livery on that car. The yellow wing end plates for the 928. And he's just gone straight on at turn 4. And in trying to pull it back from outside the track limits to try and make somewhere near the apex.
Too dusty out there.
really dusty.
Yeah.
Really dusty.
Very fine dust here.
Well, we were explaining to the guys, weren't we, when we were coming up from the airport and to the track on Wednesday, the sand here is like talcum powder.
Yes.
It's so fine. It really, like that fire extinguisher powder we've seen. And it's very easy for it to get picked up and blown around. You don't really notice it until there was a little bit of overnight dew or maybe a splash of rain on Thursday
night,
evening. And when we got the car back on Friday morning, you see just how much of a coating there is. And that was without any major windstorms.
Exactly. It was just in the atmosphere. And that's how it works here. Now the headlights are starting to have a bit of an effect to the cameras around here as well. And
our cameras make it look a lot lighter than it really
is, because it's starting to drop. The light switch is half off at the moment, John. We're about halfway through that. It has a dimmer on it, but it's a fast dimmer. As the 85 car still out in the lead by around about a minute and 56 seconds over the 32 Team GP Elite. And they're running in two different categories.
Even Deja Vu?
GT3 Deja Vu.
It's a puncture for the 44 on the right rear. I don't know how many this is, John. Is this 4? 5?
Yeah, 4, I think.
Either they don't learn or they have set this thing up wrong.
Well, it's going longer each time.
Oh, well, fair enough.
They have done at least one full fuel load.
Yes.
That's the inside shoulder of that.
Again.
It's gone.
Every single time.
Nero back in the car.
They
are actually looking under the arch on the right-hand side this time.
That'd be a shifty, but the actual bodywork seems okay, and there's nothing protruding that I can see. I'm sure they would have checked many times in that wheel well, but it's another flat tyre. A wave of frustration from Miro. Waiting for the other driver to come in. Miro's handing over to one of his teammates, but they aren't quite ready. They've decided this sets in with their driver change as well. But yeah, the problem is, of course, you get a puncture. It's not a planned stop. But yeah, so well, I'm sure they've got plenty of hours to lose more tyres.
Thank you, Nick. And so this has been a little more of a leisurely stop than perhaps they might have wanted to. I think that's Mikolasco who's going into the car. They're having a look around the front, bizarrely, and knocking panels to see if everything's all right.
Yeah, it is Mr. Velasco.
So, coming down to 7 hours to go, coming up to 2 o'clock in the UK, 3 o'clock in Central Europe. Just beginning to see the effects of the sun having dropped below the horizon, 7 or 8 minutes ago. Darren Jorgensen in the number 450 BMW M4 leading its class and up to 14th overall for that car. 14th in its division, should I say. So that's been a pretty good run from the RHC Jorgensen Strong machine. Ahead of Century by just under a lap at the moment, about 1 minute 50. But at the front of the field, the gap has come down as well to between CP Racing and Lucas Grunewald, as I said it would, because it was all on the fueling. Joe Foster in that car has resumed in the lead with about 1 minute and 50 seconds between himself and second place. And just to prove that whatever James Kay mentioned and suggested on that 188 has obviously been right, because Mathieu Dutrey has just put the fastest lap of TCE in that car as the Vili Motorsport by EB Motors Sabino De Castro car goes out after a driver change, I believe, Nick.
Yes, Simone De Castro got out. Fabrizio Broggi has got in. I think give you a chance to the Italian. Of more significance, out the corner of my eye, whilst that was going on, I noticed the garage door of the 714 Raison More Than Racing KTM. The garage door came down. I'm not Normally that is, of course, the traditional we've given up and retired. However, it doesn't quite work as well here because, look, they've got perspex windows in all the garages. We can still see what's going on. It's like, you know, if you put your garage door down, I can still see everything at the bottom. But, yeah, the engine's been blown. Not good. Bit of background of that 188. That's been a regular pit visit the AC Motorsport car. They've been doing some sort of elimination. It came in, it just put a front left on. It came in again, they just put a rear left on. So they've obviously tried to work out where this vibrations come from. And theoretically it's worked.
Size, but should mention the size of the garage, by the way. You could get 4 cars in there. That's bigger than the Nürburgring garages. Maybe not quite as long, but they get 8 in there. You could easily get 4 cars in there. Coming round to the end of another racing hour. We're moving into darkness and the rest of the race from here. So 7 hours to be run in darkness. It's the first ever Kuwait 12 hours. The venue, brand new for Creventic. The 23rd different circuit we've visited in the 80 races. And it is Kuwait Motor Town. And we're heading into darkness. Get back to GP Elites, second position, 1 minute and 44 seconds away from the leading car. And at the moment, Lucas Groeneveld doing a pretty good job, taking 3 or 4 seconds a lap out of Joe Foster. But Joe is doing exactly what he needs to do. He's managing the car, managing the tyres, and he's getting his time in that car. The beauty of this type of racing, Phil, is that not everybody is going to do the same lap time, and you've got to use those as tools in the same way as you would tyre management, strategy, fuel management. All of those things are there to be balanced.
Indeed, because it's part of your strategy on, you know, where your driver sits and what their, well, let's say an hour stint of what they can do. JF said it very well. They've got a time they're going to sit to because it looks after their tyres and it gives them their fuel burn that they're looking for. So it's an art. It's a very precise art, and you expect your drivers to go out there, whether it's what it is now, which is dusk, or whether it's raining or whatever. You expect those drivers to be, even though most of them are amateurs, they are expected to maintain that level throughout their stint.
as you know, and as we're expecting it to see towards the end of these next stints, that the times will come down yet again as we get more rubber out on the circuit, and the drivers start to get into their comfort zone for night driving. And I just want to mention, John, that our leading car, the CP racing car, which is running in the AM category, by the way, has been leading since hour 2. And that's what multi-class racing is all about. If you get all of your sums right and you get your strategy right, you can go better than those cars or those semi-pro drivers that are racing in other cars. So there is a chance. And I think that's what Creventic is always about. A 12-hour race, guys who could only get out on the track this morning are running second in their class already.
Yeah. Good point. Leiper with the car that didn't do the early part of the week, wasn't here. Great effort by everybody concerned to get it here, get it up back, get it ready to race.
Second in class.
Yeah, doing a good job.
And before the pit stop thing, they were running in the top 10 as well.
I'm trying to work out what everything's doing. The dashboard I can read.
Yeah.
I'm really interested
on that
what's going
center
on
console.
On the center console, what looked to be a temperature gauge going up and down. But I'm not sure what that was. We've been getting very excited about how many races there have been. 80 races, this is the 80th race on the 23rd venue. We have drivers here who've done 50, and we've just calculated that Radio Show Limited have done 68 of the 80 since we started in 2012 at Dubai 24 hours. So in a couple of races, we'll be on a significant number.
Yeah, all those unfamiliar faces in my commentary booth.
Yeah, you didn't know what to make of us when we turned up in 2012, did you?
It was only Johnny Westbrook who said, "They're here," and he goes, "You know those guys? They're it."
And there began a beautiful relationship.
Did.
Yes, when we were younger, brighter, and had less aches and pains.
I had hair and a waist back then, John.
Oh, you didn't have any hair. you did not. You decided, I think, doing exactly the right thing, that as you were becoming less hirsute, the whole lot was going to come off.
It had to. It had to. My stylist said that. I use the same stylist as Yul Brunner.
Very good. It was a French polisher. The code 60 is out. And we have a technical issue down in turn 6. And that will bring everyone to a hold for the moment. So that means everybody comes back to 60 kilometres an hour. No overtaking. The pits will stay open. And just waiting to see if anybody takes advantage of that. 714 is in the pits. That one's the one that we think is...
Yeah, that's retired. That's already pushed back in with the closed garage door. We've just had Lucas Granville come into the pits from second position as well.
Well, he's not been out that long.
Exactly.
But it's long enough that I think the fuel...
Top up.
The fuel drop will be significant.
Stopping the pits.
And he
He's
will...
not just fueling, John.
Nick Damon?
He's not just fueling, John. They're doing a full service. He's got a front left tyre. Yeah, they're doing the dance of the 1,000 Veils and putting 4 tyres on in a skippy way. Driver not getting out, so they are...
That means he's going to extend his stint, Nick, doesn't it?
Yeah, but he's getting a nice fresh set of boots. He'll pick up half a tank of fuel, because that's all you're allowed under Code 60. And off he goes. That car looks very... it must be an optical illusion, but it looks like it's running low at the back. I assume it's just a combination of orange and black makes it seem lower than it actually is. Here comes CP Racing. They've also stopped in the pit. Don't forget that Joe Foster's only been in there for a very short amount of time. He's also getting a new set of boots. I suppose at this point, well, it's been about 25 minutes since he went in. They're saying, right, we'll go the whole way. You'll get the 2 hours. Off you go.
Yes, exactly
so. He'll now come in, top that back up. That'll be over full, because don't forget that these cars will start with 120 litres of fuel, even though they may only be allowed to refuel 105 or 110. because you have a 120 litre endurance tank, so they can actually get overfilled from where their theoretical maximum is, if that makes sense. That particularly, if you are going to start following our events more often, which dear Creventic for you should do, that really comes into play in the first stint in Dubai, where the Porsches normally lead after an hour and 20 minutes, don't they, with their massive tanks.
Well, and we did have that, of course, with the Cup car,
yes, with
Red
Camels. Yes, absolutely.
Led at the start of this race, exactly as that. They brim fill it and send it, and with a little bit of help from an early Code 60 after that puncture turn after 6 laps for the ARC Bratislava machine. If you're on the stream at the moment, and if you're not, you can be. If you either go to the series website or radiolemans.com and head to the resources page, where we have already started to build some of the archive from yesterday and today, and there's also a live video link there as well. You are being treated to aerial views of this circuit. It is absolutely splendid. Even this brilliant camera work does not do justice to this. This is one of the better thought out circuits that I've been to in the new era of circuits, where I seriously have not been able to point a finger and say, oh well, why didn't they do that way? I was impressed from the moment we turned into it on Wednesday morning and came up that long avenue, which is also lit, by the way, and very green either side. There's a full-length drag strip, and that's very popular here. That is
very popular.
They get hundreds of cars.
Yep, they can pick capacity of 200 cars. So they can do, and street racing here is huge, absolutely huge. And this facility is get them off the streets, get them on the strip, and that's what they do here.
Including things for 4- and 6-wheel drive cars.
Everything, VIP, you name it.
VIP means what?
VIP, it has to be worth over, well, let's put it in normal parlance, $250,000 US.
Okay.
Anything under that doesn't race on those nights.
Okay. Nick, you like that, don't you?
Yeah, I couldn't combine all my vehicles and my house to get over there, so that's more of an issue. Plenty of stoppers, mostly for fuel. I have seen the 909 Red Camels Jordan car has picked up a bit of tyreage as well. The 188, that was, of course, our leading, in fact, only clean running TCR car, the BBR machine, that's come in as well. Quick brief stop at the pits, then pick up some fuel. So most of these people are taking fuel. I think the 450 is doing a full service. That's the BMW Jorgensen Storm racing car. But yeah, it's not the panic you normally see. I think they've kind of worked out this is going to be a lap or two. So if you get the information that the pumps are full, you hang on. One thing I did see, I can tell you that the Cayman is going to be serving a penalty, because I saw a Renauer, who could be our Renauer, running up to time it. So I kind of want to have a word, but I feel I can't just continue my rest of my life saying, which one are you? Though interestingly, what has happened is the Cayman has overshot the penalty box.
It might not want to park where all the fire extinguishing is.
I'm not quite sure what's happening now. I think he overshot it. Someone else has gone actually into the penalty box.
Well, that's been cleaned up.
I think they've moved that penalty box.
I think
the TV's still there.
No, you're right.
So I'm not sure whether this is going to count. Robert or Alfred is trying to make it count for the Cayman, and he's now going to go and have a chat with the people in timing and scoring. And go, look, honestly, first of all they'll say, "Who are you?" And then they'll go, "All right, then. So we'll let them off because you did stay stationary there 15 seconds in completely the wrong place, but not in anyone's way because his pit lane's super wide. Another plus point for this environment." I must say, this track is brilliantly well designed. It really is. I mean, I think the only other track I've seen, which is as well designed, and I might Phil might disagree with me because he's got more noise. I think Yas Marina is very well designed as well.
It's not as easy to work at Yas, though.
Oh,
I would say.
Well, no, because it's got the behind it. It's not got 10,000 spaces of car park. It's got 10,000 yachts.
Yes, that is true.
Well, of course, you still haven't birthed your yacht. It's still in Ipswich, isn't it?
Yes, it is. They haven't tempted me over. I don't know how I got on that loose.
Discount berthing for John. Oh, 30 metres. It's less than Ipswich.
Yes, absolutely. Hello to Robert Jewell, who is watching the race in Wales with the log burner going. He says, I've been watching and working in the series since the 2013 24 hours. Well done on the series for its longevity. Dave Alcock saying on at RSL_studio, can't help but wondering how LMP2 and 3 cars would race here in the Asian Le Mans series, maybe a third venue for that series in the future. Can you imagine prototypes in T1 around the Pentagon sequence? It's a Class 1 circuit. It is a Class 1 design circuit. So absolutely WEC could come here. As far as the Asian Le Mans series is concerned, I believe that under the new control of SRO Asia, that this is the last year coming up of the 2-centre 4-race 2-weekend format, and they will go back to a true Asian calendar now that travel has opened up. Although hearing today, and though this is no surprise to anyone who listens to Midweek Motorsport, Chris Medland, a renowned Formula One journalist, saying it is now official that the Chinese Grand Prix will not go ahead next year. However, it will be replaced, and it looks like Portimao might be back on the calendar.
There's two that could be possibly on the calendar, John, through my messages this morning.
Yes.
And one is Portimao.
Yeah.
The other is Istanbul.
I should mention, by the way, for those of you that don't know, Phil is
more logistical sense.
Phil is the voice of the English language coverage of Formula One across this region, and you're adding Formula 2 next year as well, aren't you?
Yeah.
And that's across which TV services?
SSC, Saudi Sports Company, and the Shahid VIP app, which you can get in this region as well. And it's all 24 races, 23, 24 next weekend.
206 next year. 2 every weekend.
That all makes more sense.
Yeah.
Logistically, because I come from Australia to Baku.
Yeah, it's a good point.
And that's what it's all about, Nick, is about the logistics of it, the movement, and the amount of time that it takes for the various areas. So it does fit.
Hello to our listeners collective artist in residence, Neil Gardner, back at the day job.
Love his work. I just want to say that out loud.
Isn't it just wonderful?
I mean,
and he's a smashing lad. He said, back at work, having taken his lady Kerry out for lunch, might have had a mince pie. Anyway, between jobs, enjoying the commentary and the videos. Well, that's a great thing nowadays. You can take it with you. Thanks, Neil. Keep up the good work. Can't wait to see your Monday masterpiece for this week. Under a minute to go, Phil, to restart.
Yeah, indeed. And just having a look at, we've just had over 34 minutes of Code 60 with 6 hours and 44 minutes to go. I think that's pretty remarkable, actually, given everybody's new here. Everybody's new racing here. And they've really behaved.
But no contact.
Exactly. That's what I mean. They've behaved. It's all been failure related, not driver related.
Yep.
As in collision related.
Again, I'll say this, that if you are watching the video stream as we go back green, it is not as light as our high-def cameras make it seem. And thanks, by the way, to the whole production team from 0221 who have worked miracles this week. And particularly to Flip and the audio team who got us on the air for qualifying
I don't know how they
audio
did that.
yesterday. That was really well done. And we've got full coverage today. Our camera operators, long shift for them today, and all the technicals that had to be run in a very short time period. So it's not just the teams and drivers who have had to make things happen, but also the production team here for the TV. Dead easy for us. All we had to do was turn up and get excited about motor racing, which frankly is not a headline or a push for any of us for.
No.
And it meant that we were able to take a more leisurely walk down the pit lane and speak to everybody before things started in earnest yesterday. But again, well done to 0221, 028, and all of the work that's gone on behind the scenes from the circuit and Creventic to get this inaugural event off for the 12 hours of Kuwait here at Kuwait Motor Town. And I have to say, Phil, with everything we've said, this place has got a future. This has got a future.
Oh, yeah.
No doubt about it, as far as I'm concerned. Particularly with the support for it within the community and within government, particularly with the sports minister who knows a bit about motorsport.
Yes, indeed. So I think here, you have a look over the back here, the paddock's buzzing. Right, we've got a great little area down there. Best coffee.
Believe it, last night when we came out to qualifying,
it was brilliant. And being that this is the first international motorsport race that this venue has held, it's a very, very... They're going to be measured on this, John.
Yeah.
And they will be measured. My colleagues at F4 UAE are looking at this because they're coming here next year, 2023 season. So they're looking at the management and how the venue runs thing. They're doing a brilliant job.
F4 around here.
Epic.
Oh, it's going to be up. Imagine the drafting battles down
brilliant.
through that kink of turn one. You've got to time your run
3 wide
straight down into turn 2. The light has taken over. The artificial light has taken over.
Love that look.
The artificial light has taken over. There's a little bit of crimson in the sky to the west, but the winter camps for the Bedouin just off in the distance as well.
Yeah, lovely. They're all lit up. They look amazing at night, and it's a very, very popular area. You know, we're south of Kuwait City, the centre of the city. Where we're staying is on the southern part of the city, and this place has been put in the middle of oil refineries. You know, this is where it is, but you don't notice that when we're sitting here and watching the action on track, and you don't notice it when you come down that driveway. All of a sudden, you're in somewhere special, and I really do pay credit to all the people who have put this circuit together. And hopefully we'll get Khalid Al-Madaf up here soon to have a chat in regards to how it all came about, because he's the man in the know, somebody I've raced with previously as well.
And has been to Le Mans.
Yes, and he's raced Stadium Super Trucks. That's where I give him the best. He gets all of my respect for racing those things in America.
Hello to Ryan Walker, well known in the sim racing scene. Hello Ryan, just catching up on the 24 hours, 12 hours of Kuwait. The new Kuwait track gets a thumbs up from me. Hopefully someone will get it into the digital world, Ryan.
Yes.
Sooner rather than later, because Joe Bradley is dying to turn some laps around here virtually. We had some slow passes around earlier in the week. Oh, a little bit of a slide there from the Cayman at the moment. That is being driven by Dan Miller, the Lion Speed car, with a bit of help from Herberth and one of the Renard twins. Slight track limits through turn 8 from Dan.
He must.
Actually, that was turn 9.
Yeah, he must have blinked.
One of the real features around here is the gas being burned off from the refineries on the cracking towers. Being burned off from the cracking towers, and that's some of the flames you'll see in the distance around this area. I think we counted 8 kilometres of refinery as we came back into town.
Joe's got pictures of all of it. It's like, and you took a video of it.
It's like a spaceport in a science fiction. It'll be on Andor next. We had the McLaren Technical Centre double for a spaceport in Disney's Andor recently. Well, at night in particular,
most definitely,
it's absolutely stunning, and it looks like a science fiction movie. And these are the surroundings in which we are racing for another 6.5 hours plus, so more than half the race still to go. It's the 85 CP Racing Mercedes AMG. Joe Foster leading, lighting up the brakes, lighting up the exhaust.
Oh, that exhaust.
Down the sills of that car.
Oh, that's gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous.
Have an update?
Nick, go ahead.
Yes, I have an update on the 714 Razzoon Northern Racing KTM Crossbow. First things first, I've got a picture of the hole in the crack case where something came out of it, which is very exciting. But secondly, they're doing a gearbox engine change. They may have shut this, that's just to make things easy, because they are going to try and get the car back out again. Right. So they are changing everything, and so it did go bang in a big way.
I had an alternator problem on my old Chrysler Avenger once when I was trying to get flat out up the Horton Cut. The alternator problem was one of the bottom end bearings came out of the block and took the mounting for the alternator off. Somehow I managed to get that car home and swap the engine block, rebuilt the engine to a slightly better spec with domed pistons in the overboard block. GT.
Well, that's the beauty about endurance racing, John. They've got time to get that done. A wisping of stuff out the back of the...
That's the leader.
Yeah, it is.
That is the leader. Now, let's hope that is only a little bit of dust and dirt that's coming out of that.
Picked up through the diffuser.
Yeah. Kuwait City in the distance to the north, which people forget. Kuwait City is a coastal city. It's a beach city, effectively.
Yes, we looked out our windows and surprisingly saw the ocean.
It was quite choppy this morning.
It was indeed. Fishing boats were going out this morning.
Yeah,
so
they were.
Indeed. We'll keep an eye on the 85 with that, because it got lit up by the headlights on the car behind. So it just
That's a second now, down to 90 seconds, by the way. That's Joe Foster to Lucas Grunewald. Joe he's not expected to match Lucas's times, although last time it was a 57.1 to a 56.2.
Yep.
So that's all right. Joe's just got to keep that car pointing in the right direction. That is the key. Grunewald's headlights piercing the darkness here, or at least the gloaming. Not full illumination here. It's a dull grey light. It isn't quite as yellow as it looks from the overhead shots. What is interesting about it is I thought it would flatten out the curbs, but you actually see the curbs really well with this light.
And the curbs have got white paint on the beginning of them.
Correct.
And you can get that
point and the end, the beginning and the end.
Beginning and the end. So you can pick them up in your curb lights, as you can see on the Lamborghini there, that they flare out left and right. So that will illuminate them, and they're slightly fluorescent, so the drivers get a good look at where they need to put the car as we follow the Lamborghini there through into the that was in turn 15, as he's now making his way through 17, 18.
Behind the wheel at the moment of the ARC Bratislava Lamborghini, it is Zdeno Mikalasco. He's put him in the car at the last stop with the sort of Sir Paul Smith multicoloured stripes on that car. Always a relatively easy one to spot. Heads across the start-finish line and down into turn 1.
Look at the marbles offline, John.
Yeah, well, I noticed that earlier on from one of the low shots when we were keeping an eye on somebody who was coming back to the pit slowly. And not surprising, Phil, that the areas of most lateral loads, or the long radius corners and through the S's, that they are going to be pretty much one line.
Yep.
Now, I wonder if the possibility exists, not now, but in the future, particularly for longer races, in a period of Code 60, you might want to get sweepers out there.
The sweeper or the draggers, just to pick that up, because as we found out from our laps and as we found out from the proper people driving, there is, you've got to be right on your line to get your lap time. When you get offline, especially through this sector here, through turn 8, 9, 10, 11, getting past people gets you in the wrong position, and you compromise it, especially if you're racing against somebody or you're trying to maintain a set lap time. And you're also now going to get pickup. And with this surface being very smooth, as we noticed, when we were out there, it's going to take 3 or 4 corners to get rid of that pickup.
I'm not sure what aggregate they've used on this circuit, but it seems to be a pretty good balance between grip and degrading the tyres. You need enough grip so the cars don't slide around, and because when the cars are sliding around, then you're actually overheating the tyres, and that is the issue. And as soon as the surface temperatures come up, things start to go a bit bad. Now I recognise this gentleman who's just joined us here, and he joins us at the exact point that we are talking the track.
Was it half fast?
Do you know what? I did not realise that. I was genuinely just starting to talk. We have Mr. Madaf here. How are you?
This is Mohammed Al Abdurazak. Thank you very much.
How are you?
I'm good, very well.
And so let's talk a little bit about this track and what has gone behind the scenes and how this track came into being. These things don't happen overnight. I know we know when it opened in 2019. How much planning went in before that?
Well, the talks for this race specifically, or an endurance race of this type, started pre-corona and pre-COVID. And you know, the whole world was affected with COVID, so it took a pause. And then we regained it just shortly a year ago, less than a year ago. And alhamdulillah, now we see it up and running live on our circuit.
And the circuit itself, how long was that in the planning before it opened in 2019?
I mean, there's fairy tales and lots of stories to hear.
Really?
Yeah, we've been planning different kinds of circuits, different kinds of plans from probably the 70s, 80s, and perhaps the 90s. It only took effect in the early 2010s.
Yes.
And with a year in construction, a year and 8 months, it got to life.
Is that all?
Yeah, towards the end of 2018. 2018, yeah. And we started the operation in 2019. And we operated for 3 months. Then we stopped for the summertime because it's really hot over here.
Yes.
And then we reoperated at the end of 2019 for a 4-month period until COVID hit.
Yeah.
And then we also operated during COVID for 3 months. And then we stopped for the second wave of COVID.
Yeah, well, tell it. We call that the long yellow flag.
The long full course yellow. Exactly.
Long full course yellow, exactly. How important is it for Kuwait to have a facility like this? The knowledge, the understanding of motorsport is growing across the whole GCC. And we see it from Dubai to Bahrain, Qatar, all around this area. Motorsport is becoming, the language of motorsport is becoming more well known, let me say that. So how important is it that Kuwait has something to say in motorsport?
It's very important. We learn from our neighboring countries, and we also share our experience as well. We believe in being a whole as one. Europe has been the home of motorsports for the world. I believe in the next 5-6 years, this region will have something to say against Europe. Nonetheless, heritage is still a very, very strong word in the world of motorsports. So that said, during the summertime, it's always the main focus is Europe. But
Yes.
during the winter time, it's too cold in Europe.
Yes.
So I think will be the second hub.
Perfect match.
Yeah.
Well, we don't have an off season now. You know, we work in. We start off in January over in Dubai, and we work through Australia, back to the States, a bit of Europe, and then back here again. It's a 12-month calendar now, isn't it?
Yes, indeed. No days off.
No weekends off. Absolutely. I haven't been able to find a free weekend to go racing myself this year because we've been it's been so busy. What do you hope to achieve in the medium and the longer term here at Kuwait Motor Town?
So in the medium or for now, to expand the knowledge of motorsports and what this type of racing is, and how when this was announced, everyone wanted to be on board, wanted to become a race driver within it. They knew this was an international event. They found out qualification process to it, where you have to have a set of race starts, a national event. This all was a crash course for anyone that saw that poster and wanted to join in.
Yeah.
So that was a knowledge step that we spread awareness with. Secondly, we also hope to start a national series in our hometown here in Kuwait. And with that national series, this becomes like a stepping program for this beautiful circuit.
We got the ARC Bratislava car in issues again, but this time, for the first time, I think that's a left rear puncture for Zdeno Mikuláško. So he peels into the pits from turn 20.
That's very interesting.
Left rear this time.
Left rear.
Not the right rear. Every other time's been.
Was he here last night for the sessions?
Yes. Yeah. That was the Lamborghini that was here. The other one was not.
Yeah.
One thing I want to talk about is the design of the circuit. Now the track's beautiful, and we had some very slow laps in higher cars earlier in the week to get us an idea. But some of the features, including that 270-degree left-hander through patience, as we've been calling it, through the S's up to the
It's
Pentagon.
catching on, huh?
Oh yeah, it's all catching on. It's all catching on. And we'll just have a quick look down into the lane, and that is
That's terrible.
Well, it's again, there's been no damage to the car in that.
That's very fortunate.
Who's down there? That'll be Nick down there. Hello, Nick.
Yeah, this is unique. It's the first left rear we've seen go down. Perhaps they found a new curve to go over. There's still only one rear light.
Between the right lines.
Yes.
It's as simple as that.
It's only got one rear light, I noticed. But yeah, that one was, again, what it basically is now is they've got very, very good at driving on three wheels. So they're bringing the car back with no damage whatsoever.
Yeah.
A lot of practice. Is that the sixth one?
Sixth for them.
Yeah.
5 left, 5 right, 1 left. That pit lane, first of all, is huge. It reminds me rather of, they've gone for fuel, by the way, in the RC. It reminds me a little bit of the Kota pit lane, although it goes in the opposite direction with the big concrete area and then the fast lane.
Yep.
But what is really clever here, and thank you for whoever did this, so please find out whose idea this was and shake their hand from us. We never get any sunshine in the commentary boxes, and we never get any sunshine in the working part of the pit lane. Genius. Absolute genius. So many places around the world don't think about that.
Yep.
Was that important? Was that deliberate?
You managed to catch the golden hours?
Oh yes. Oh yes.
Beautiful sight, isn't it?
Beautiful sight. Was that deliberate when this circuit was being laid out? You had a clean sheet of paper. Let's lay the pit lane north-south.
I'm not quite sure for that, but I'm sure that we like the sun.
Yeah.
And we enjoy the sea. We were very close by the sea.
Yes, absolutely.
Did you see it?
Oh yeah, we're right next to it when we're downtown. Yeah.
So I'm sure that was factored in at some point.
Now, you hold the position of steward. Yes.
At this race, yes.
You do, right. So is it also the ambition of having this circuit here, as here comes the other Lamborghini for a more standard pit stop in the pit lane? Karen Lee brought that car in and looks like he's staying in the car, so he already got out. But it's a full service for this car, so maybe Karen has already jumped out of that one. Yes,
Orski's got in.
Who's got in, Nick?
Orski has got in.
All right, thank you.
What his first name? I do apologise.
Yeah, it's John Gorski, isn't it?
John.
He's just got into that car. Is it the hope and the aspiration that not only drivers but teams and officials from this area will be able to get the skills required to look after your own racing and indeed represent Kuwait and Kuwait motorsport further afield?
Indeed, it revamps the entire industry as a whole. Today we have the first-timer officials being here, locals, Kuwaiti locals. We have drivers driving for the first time in endurance races. We have a lot of people wanting to become race drivers and participate in something at their hometown. We have 20 student engineers, each one paired up with a team downstairs. So it's an overall picture of growing the motorsports community as a whole. And alhamdulillah, we are very fortunate to have all the support and exactly what we need. And we're getting there, slowly, surely.
And inshallah, we'll be back next year?
Inshallah, for sure.
Love it.
My hopes is to have the 24-hour of Dubai, and then the 12-hour of Kuwait, and then the 6-hour of Yas. It just rhymes together. It makes sense for me.
Like it. Well, and this Middle East trophy that Kuwait forms the very first race of really focuses in on this region and gives you guys something to plan for and to aim for.
For sure, for sure, indeed. We have Formula 3 regional coming up in January, Formula 4 as well, first outing of the UAE. It's going to be an exciting season. The learning curve for a lot of my employees here at KNT, and we hope to grow motorsports community as a whole.
Well, I still hold an international C licence, and it is my genuine hope that I get to race out here. Normally I'm working, so I'm not allowed.
So we'll see you in a bucket seat next year?
Well, we're going to try. We're going to have to try. We're going to have to try and do it, aren't I?
Let me tell you, if I have a car prepared, I'll have a few laps for you.
That sounds reasonable. That sounds reasonable. Can I just say, by the way, thank you very much to you and your team who've looked after us brilliantly. I know there's been some logistical challenges. You've met them all. You've helped out everybody who needed helping out.
Just saying, for the record, the logistical challenges was outside of our jurisdiction.
But you've still helped.
Yes, we did.
You've still helped. You did it with a smile on your face, whether it's the first security guard we make at the gate, the guys who are providing your excellent catering here. Everybody we've met have made our jobs very easy, despite the things that were outside of your control.
Fine Arabic hospitality. That's how it is.
Well, it's been 20 years since I was here, and
you visited Kuwait before.
I was here under very different circumstances. Think about what was happening 20 years ago.
I think it was 30 years ago.
Very different circumstances when I was here 20 years ago, and I didn't get the chance to come back for quite a long time. So I'm pleased I'm back here now.
Well, welcome back to your second home.
Thank you very much indeed.
If you know if you need anything, we can help you with.
Thank you very much indeed, and say thanks to the team for us.
Thank you for your time.
We know these things don't happen by accident. Thank you. Excellent stuff then. The circuit doing a really cool job to look after us here for the weekend. And the chairs as well. Yes, Eve has mentioned that getting the proper chairs in the box as well. There is a genuine excitement here, Phil, isn't there? None of this is put on. There's people with smiles on their face.
This is genuine stuff. This is something that they're going to grow, and they've got, as you just heard, they have a plan. 20 junior engineers planted inside teams. Yeah. Where else does that happen? This Leipert car not going well.
Greg Gorski, not John Gorski, that was my fault. I gave Nick some bad information. I was looking at something else at the time. And Greg's got up to speed. He was just staying out the way.
I think so, yeah, on the 710. Yeah.
Yeah, in the Leipert car. So he's going well. I like the genuine enthusiasm that is coming through. It's not going to happen overnight, and everybody knows that.
And they also realise that. That's the key thing. They know that this is a building process. You know, we're going to have Formula Regional Asia, F4 UAE, more learning, single-seaters around here. You have to have different crash equipment for single-seaters. You know, they have to learn different things in race control about managing open cars around circuits. Lots of learning to do. But look at the team they've already put together to do it.
Yeah. Well, and look at how... You know, I think it's interesting to look at it in the context of the rest of the region.
Yes.
As well. When I first went to Bahrain before Formula One,
yep.
And to the circuit there, I did 2 test events out there, a Formula 3 festival and a GT festival. And there were no local marshals as the 710 just goes off a little bit there. And that's Greg just struggling a wee bit to get back up to pace in that Leipert car, or has he got other problems? That car didn't turn in at all there. And let's just watch him round here as I finish my point. There were no local marshals.
Exactly.
And now between Bahrain and Dubai, they send marshals to other Grand Prix.
We go to Azerbaijan, we go to Baku, the Baku Grand Prix. So between Qatar, Bahrain and the UAE, when we had a Russian Grand Prix, we were there as well.
Yeah.
Okay, so regionally...
Because Abu Dhabi as well, of course. Yeah.
Abu Dhabi. So all of a sudden we have this regional powerhouse that was like our marshals. When we started Grand Prix there, BARDC marshals came over to help. CAMS marshals from Australia came over to help.
That's right.
We get the best education from the best people who have been doing it for a long time, and now we've become the learning centre for this region. And that's what we send here, and to help to grow.
And that is joined up thinking, isn't it?
It is.
It is joined up
thinking. It's GCC think.
Is there a bit of competition between all of them? Of course. Yes, of course there is. And I think of normally we think of Lusail as a motorcycle venue, but that's a Class 1, a Grade 1 FIA circuit as well.
It's signed up for 10 years for Formula 1 from next year.
Yeah.
So it's going, so we're spoiled here. We've got 4 Formula 1 races in this region, an hour and a half plane ride apart. Okay, so that's where else in the world does that happen now?
Well, you'd have to be right in Central Europe.
Exactly. So this area is becoming on. And what that's bringing with it, John, is support categories. Yes. Then that grows that as well. And all of a sudden it becomes a little snowball.
Well, again, because you and I have been around for
too long,
a long time, we've reached our 3 score, and we've reached our 3 score, not for playing.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. But I think back the formative years of Carrera Cup and the kind of talent that's come through that, and it wasn't necessarily talent from the region, but I saw that growing in the percentage of how many local drivers. I mean, Christina Nielsen came out. That was
indeed
one of her first. I see similarities when I'm looking at Carrera Cup Asia. The first couple of years I did Carrera Cup Asia, there was maybe a third of the field that were going over from Europe or further afield. Now, there's been some travel restrictions, so that's had an issue. But the grid sizes haven't really changed. We've still had 22 cars, except the roll from that region. And I see similar parallels here to that as it's growing. You can't make history overnight. What have we just heard? Heritage, it doesn't grow on trees.
No, exactly.
Heritage does take time. That's the nature of heritage. It'll come and it'll happen. You can't say there's not a car culture out here. There's a car culture.
Huge car culture out here.
And that's the...
It's a driver.
Shoot.
It's a driver. Track days and stuff like that. The Kuwaitis now have a track to come and do track days at. And track days are an important part of getting to motorsport.
It's I think for non-pro racing, track days are the driver.
Yeah.
Track days and sims.
Yeah.
Track days and sims are the way to get through it. All very well. That 7:10.
It's not at race pace.
It's not up to pace with Greg at the moment, and Greg was turning quicker laps earlier. He's not getting out of 5th gear,
and he can't turn in the corners. That's the big problem. He just ran off again.
I think they're having gearbox issues because I'm not seeing anything more than 5 on his dashboard there.
Yeah.
We'll see if we can get another onboard down between 1 and 2 the next time around, but I wonder if they're struggling a little bit with gearbox. Nick will nip in and say this is the Lightman car we're talking about, by the way. At the front of the field, the gap has come down to 1 minute and 10. It was about 1 minute and 50, but that's fine. It's still 1 minute and 10.
That's adjusting due to traffic, John, because on 2 laps ago, Joe did a 59 because he had traffic, and Lucas did a 54. On those previous laps, they're both in the 55s. Yeah. So we're getting traffic variance there as well, because everybody's in traffic at the moment, especially at the top end of the field.
Kanta Sakashiri has just done the fastest lap of the race for the 159 car. That's the TCR and therefore TCE leader. 2:02.6 for a TCR car. That's as quick as the GT4s are going. In fact, it's a little bit quicker. Let's head back down to Nick in the pit lane. Nick, I haven't asked you this all day. How's the temperature? I mean,
lovely.
You haven't been hot and sweaty because you didn't get direct sunlight. How's it now?
Well, I came down, I'll be honest, after my little break, and the sun was going to I'm going to need an extra layer. But no, it's lovely. It's really pleasant. It's, I think, 17, 18 degrees, and having a lovely time. Just had a very quick chat with Jean-Francois. There are no gearbox issues with that car.
Okay.
Apparently, I'm not sure if this is off the record or not, but Greg obviously has a little bit of, finds it a little more difficult at night.
Okay.
But it's quite lit. So it's fine. It's working okay.
No, he has got up to 6th there. Thank you to the guys in the... I always say the truck, even when it isn't the truck. But, in the gallery, everybody knows what I mean when I say the truck. Thanks to the guys in production for showing us that. So Greg's just it, but, they've got nothing to gain by throwing it in the wall right now.
Well, the thing is, as I said, they've got a plan, and they're going to keep to that plan. Everybody's going to do their lap times that they can do comfortably without putting things at risk.
There's still only 43 seconds from the lead in the class.
Exactly.
you know, at the moment, Greg's up against Nathan Freak. Well, he's not going to take time out of Nathan Freak, so there's no point in trying. What he's got to do is rack his time up and keep the car between the white lines.
Like he's doing right now.
That's exactly what he's been doing. The other GT4 car we need, the other GT car is the GT4 car that we need to talk about. That's David Holloway's for Century's Aston, second at the moment. And they are in a bit of isolation at the moment. They've got about 3 or 4 laps on lion speed after the problems for that Porsche earlier on. And leading GT4 is Nathan Freak in that BMW. So that gap between those two cars I mentioned actually wasn't a class battle. So it's the Vortex and Lionel Amarouche, who started from the pit lane, who's leading and is in the top 10 for the Vortex. I hear a small cheer go up from Creventic fans all around the world.
The Vortex, yes.
In a car that this might be its last out.
Well,
that's what we're hearing.
Apparently there's a new model on the way, according to Mr. Damon. We'll wait and see with bated breath what turns up in Dubai in a few weeks' time, as it will then do its normal thing and present itself on the starting grid at the 24 hours.
Can I just mention the propensity of Porsches at the pointy end?
There's a lot of P's in that.
At the point, yes, I know. At the pointy end of the timing screen. CP Racing by 1 minute and 8 seconds. And then it's Porsche from Team GP Elite, Porsche from Team KUWAIT. That was the pole sitting car. There's 3 minutes between those two. And then we have we have 5 out of 6 of the 992 field from 4th down to 8th position. Now, there are some laps between those, led by Luc Breukers, who started the car. So we basically just about cycled back around to the lead drivers again. Fabrizio Brogi is driving the Vili Motorsport by EB Motors car in second. In third, HRT have Guy Bessem. Now, there's only Easton Harry Hilders driving the 928 car. QMFF by HRT, Ibrahim Al-Manal. Olivier Dons for Rabdan Motorsport in 8th position. It's 15 class, and there they are, all the 992s, bar one in the on the timing screen.
And we're not at half race distance yet, John. We're only 9 minutes and 50 seconds away from half race distance, and so for a lot of these teams the race hasn't started yet. It's about just getting to a point in the race.
Was it Geese that says the race doesn't start till 11
hours? Yeah. Well, remember when the Dubai 24 hour was an endurance race? Now it's 24 1-hour sprints for the GT cars.
Yes, it is.
And so the whole aspect of this racing has changed. However, in the classes, it's still all 3 wide.
3 wide and disputing it down in the final corner. That was a little bit dicey there for this. That's not a class battle that was going on. We had one of the Bonk Motorsports M2s.
332 that was.
Good eyes. We had the
429 Aston Martin.
We had the leading GTX car, the Vortex.
And the 429 currently running second in GT4 as well. So 3 wide, turn 20. Not what you
can
really
be done.
We've just been proven that it can be done.
What? Just before we close, we've got 8 minutes till the next racing hour ends. Just to close this off, you've been here a while now. You've seen the growth of motor racing, and in your unique position as part of the Formula One coverage in this area, it's often easy for us in Europe, perhaps lazy for us in Europe, to look at Formula One as actually not part of motorsport. There's Formula One and there's the rest of motorsport, because we don't get the trickle down from Formula One anymore in Europe. Are you getting the trickle down from the interest in Formula One in this area of the world?
Yes, we are.
Yeah.
Okay, you've got to understand that motorsport, track-based motorsport in this region is not more than 25 years old.
Yeah.
We don't have the lineage of the Silverstones, the Spas that have been around since the turn of the century or post-World War II. So we had to start from the top down rather than the base building up. And that is the difference in this region. that how you get motorsport where Formula One is your first real big race that you have in your country, Bahrain, Qatar, Saudi, and the UAE. So we did it. We had the funnel up the wrong way. It was we were starting at the sharp end, and then we had to spread it out. What happens here in Kuwait is that they've seen how every other part of the GCC have managed their motorsport and then taken the best parts from that. And that's a very, very smart thing they've done. And they've listened. All of their drivers who race in Kuwait, lots of them like Zayed and the guys, I know them from years from Porsche Cup Middle East, guys who've driven radicals here and radicals throughout when we used to race in Qatar as well. We're a community, a very small community that is based over 5 countries. But we all keep in contact and we all work together because we all want it to be better. Yeah. I come from Australia. I've got lineage in motorsport in Australia. So coming here, it was a completely different thing. It took me a couple of years to get my head around it. But then helping out and being an FIA international steward, being a racing driver as well, I've got the knowledge to be able to help out in multiple areas, and everybody else does too. And that's the difference. We all have the same passion. It doesn't matter if I'm working with 16 different nationalities. It's the passion for this sport that changes it.
And that makes it everybody pulling in the same direction, kind of thing, instead of trying to fight your own corner. Which, I understand why that happens.
Yeah.
I do understand why that happens. Because there's a competitive edge in anything you get. If you can get a rules change, if you sit on a committee where you can get a rules change, if you're on this committee or that committee, the touring car committee, the GT commission, the endurance commission, you can get a rule change that benefits your manufacturer, then obviously you're going to try and do that. I understand that. But what I've seen in the last 2 years since the conversions of IMSA and ACO rules was enacted, and it was announced a little more than that, and once again the big safety car period slowed all that down. But I've seen a collegiate atmosphere between teams and manufacturers who will be the biggest competitors on track come the Rolex 24 in January, and they have worked together to make it work because they know that if they don't, then they don't go racing.
Exactly.
He's the leader in GT4 coming into the pit lane, Nathan Freak. And we'll head down into the pits now with Nick Damon, who's got another pit stop.
Yeah, we had the ARC Bratislava car, which remarkably didn't seem to have a puncture, to be honest. So well done them. But they are having a good old look at the right rear that's come off. Whether they were getting a warning on it, I don't know. They're doing a full service anyway. We're all having a look at the tyre now. Oh no, it was going already. It was just about to go. It hadn't gone, but it was just about to go, and they're waving at the Hankook tyre man. So yes, that was already showing stress on the inside shoulder, but it hadn't gone.
That's great though, isn't it? Because what they'll see there is a tyre that's still quote unquote intact. That's going to be really good intel. I think we've got a drama here, Nick, further up the pit lane for the Vortex
going in the pits.
Yeah, they are.
It's managed to avoid the pits for so long, and now it's going in the pits. It's rolling back as we look at it.
Mind the door on the. You're going to have to close the driver's door. It's going to be.
No, it's going to clear. It's fine. It cleared. There we go, an issue with the slight step of their entry point, and they are now.
Nathan Freak brought that in, Nick. What I don't know is whether that was.
Nathan Freak didn't bring in the Vortex.
Sorry, no, he didn't bring in the Vortex at all. What did he bring? He brought in the BMW.
Yeah, that was fuel only. He went through for fuel only stop on that one.
It was Lionel Amarouche who brought in the car. One of the things I noticed, Nick, if you look on the top of the roof, they've lost their air intake.
They have. They've taped round it. So obviously they lost it at some point earlier because they. Sorry, Seb. They clear the tape. Let's have a look. So it's a big old smoke here on the rear left. So it's probably, he says, is it a braking problem? That smoke coming from the engine. No, it is a braking problem on the rear. So they've cooked the rear brakes in some way, but they run now to get some air and cool it down. But up until now, the Vortex has been going particularly well. I thought they hadn't seen any sign of a problem.
I think they're going to do a brake change, Nick. They're going to do a brake change on that car.
Yeah, I think it's the rear that's Certainly. Yes, but just to confirm, the 450 with Nathan Freak on board, the BMW, that just came in for fuel only. So he trundled down the pit lane and got another slurp. Assumes so he can make his full two. The Vortex is about to get definitely a new disc, and my guess is the whole lot. Hopefully dry brakes, and it won't take a dry brake system, so they won't have too many problems. I think we're about to get the second place car in as well, actually, John. The all-Dutch machine, all-Dutch driver machine, GP Elite, no relation to Max Verstappen, as we now know. Yeah, that car's going to be on in a moment.
There is literally red-hot metal coming out of the hub and the brakes. They've got there's been metal-to-metal contact there between.
They've run out of pads
between brake pads and disc.
Yes. They seem to have pad there.
Sorry, Nick, can't hear you.
They do seem to have pad there still, Phil, but it doesn't necessarily mean there hasn't been some sort of seizing that's happened or something's moved within the brake. And you're absolutely right. Those little embers are quite impressive, aren't they?
So again, Nick, sorry, just lost you there for a moment.
The embers are quite impressive.
They are.
Lucas Groeneveld's just soaked up a penalty on the way in the Porsche for GP.
Here he comes in. Lucas, full service, including driver change. I can see it. Bang, hit the spots. Just trying to see who's going to get in. Obviously, it would be one of the Van Kujics, because it has to be, doesn't it, really? It's D Van Kujic who's got in. Marvellous long distance in the dark reading of belts. Lucas is out. Pretty standard stop. Belt being done up. Are they going to manage to do the thing where they can get all the tyres done? No. So wasn't too long. Still looking down at the belts, about to fire the car up. This is all wasting time. You could be going already. And off it goes. So another Porsche back into the race and a full driver change.
Whilst I agree with your assessment of the situation, Nick, about all that wasted time, you of all people know how difficult it is to get in and out of small sports.
Yes, but I couldn't even get in at the road car. Though at that point you hadn't worked out there was a seat adjuster.
That's true.
I kind of let me in, kind of crawling through, moving my old inflexible body, and they go, oh, guess what, Nick? I found it was a seat adjuster 2 days later.
Yeah. Who was that?
Somebody like you with a very high voice.
The thing is, that's a race car. Your seat doesn't move in a race car.
That is true.
You can't take the wheel off.
The thing you have to remember is I've been stuck in many cars. I've been stuck in a GT1 car. I don't want to show off.
No, that's very true.
I'm handing over to Joe now, by the way.
All right, thanks very much, Nick. And whilst that goes on, let's take a look at the standings at half distance. No one living on a prayer, but we are halfway there. CP Racing, with 166 laps in the book, will stretch their lead out as Lucas Groeneveld has just come in, soaked up a penalty in the second place Team GP Elite Porsche and then gone for fuel. Team Kuwait makes its 2 Porsches in the top 3 of GT3 with Zayed Ashkanani back at the wheel of the number 47. That car started on pole position after a stunning qualifying by the local team last night. Then it's the battle for supremacy in 992. Red Camel Racing lead. Luke Breukers, starting driver there as well, back in the car, and they lead by over a lap to Vili Motorsports. Fabrizio Brogi behind the wheel of that car, the Italian in the 955. Then it's Guy Bessem with Harry Hilders and Kim. I don't think Kim Andre Huschild has been in that car. He's been in the HRT Thorea Kata car for sure, which is in 7th position. 979 Rabden Motorsport by speed lover Ollie Dons driving that in 8th position and 5th in class. These are all in the GT category, of course. As we go through the top 10, in 9th position in that category is QMMF by HRT, the Sohail Kata car. And then it's the Vortex in the pits at the moment and getting a brake change, leading in the GTX category. Leipert Motorsport, second in their category. That is the GTX category. And at the moment, just over a lap behind, and that is coming down very quickly. Then it's the GT4 leader of the Jurgensen Strom by Century, RHC BMW, the American flag car, in 12th in GT. Century Motorsports' own Aston Martin is next up in GT4 and is just over a lap behind the leader ER3 Bratislava fighting back from multiple of the punctures, and it's Matej Konopka who got back into that car after Zedno Mikhailesko got out. Lion Speed, they've had their issues in the Porsche. We think the crossbow is going to come back. They're doing an engine and gearbox change with that. Haytham Karajuli doing a cracking job when he heard the bang and bringing it in straight away and finding a extinguisher point. In TCE, BBR are leading, as they have been for most of the race and indeed most of the season. It's the two Hoffa BMWs in second and third, the least powerful one, or the lesser powerful one, 332 with just 360 horsepower in the lead of the two TC classes. And then AC and Wolf Power have both had their issue. AC back in the pits at the moment, and then Jasper Preissig though back out in the 116, although some 113 laps on the overall leader, which is CP Racing. Joe Foster leads, having completed 168 laps. There's 5 hours and 56 minutes remaining. Phil Hansen and John Hindhaugh with you as we are rapidly, in fact, just past 6 o'clock in the evening, so into the second half of the race. Your thoughts on the first half of the race, Phil? A couple of people saying, oh, we need more cars here. This is the first event here. We've got people in the grandstand. We've got 21 cars in a variety of classes. We think maybe 40, 45 cars would be as many as you'd want to run round here with GT3 as your top class. What do you reckon to the first half of this 12 hours of Kuwait Motor Town?
Okay, the first 2 hours was the drivers getting sorted.
Yeah.
They just simply did not have enough track time to actually get 4 drivers in a car, try and get an agreed balance and set up between 4 drivers. Then we had the tyre issues that compounded that, which was a track limits issue on the exit of turn 20. All of a sudden, everybody had to change the way they were driving the car. From about hour 3 onwards, what we've seen is, okay, the track's coming to us, the car's coming to us, we're getting our next driver in, the data is starting to come in, and the new drivers are starting to see what they need to do out there by looking at the data in the pits. And it's settled down. Yes, we are having the occasional punches, because people are going to roam wide, people are going to make mistakes. But I'm just looking at we've had a GT3 AM car leading from hour 2. Okay, that's the CP Racing car. The 32, but in the GT category, which has just dropped down into third position. Zaid Ashkanani in the Team Kuwait MRS GT Racing has just moved up into 47 as the TGP Elite had been in the pits. But I'm just seeing that in all of the various classes of people having issues, the track's coming around. We're seeing fastest laps when they start to get low on fuel. The tyres are now starting to really come into their own. You could do a 24 here, John. You could do, yeah, you could do a 24 here.
Do you want to do another 24 here?
No, I don't think the teams would want to do a 24.
I think 12-24-6 is the trophy.
Yep.
It's not a bad idea. You could possibly play with the order of that. Obviously, Dubai's not going to move. No. It is centred there and has been for 10 years plus, maybe 20 years now.
Yeah.
So that's there. So could you move the 6, the 24, the 12? Yeah, you probably could. But would you want to? I think this works nicely at this time of the year here.
Look, the weather here is absolutely stunning. This is perfect motorsport conditions. For me, it's cold, but for everybody else, it's lovely. For the teams and everybody else, it's absolutely perfect working conditions down in pit lane. The drivers, as JF said earlier on in the broadcast, once that temperature drops, everything, your concentration becomes better inside the car. Remember, these cars don't have all of the, like you have in a road car, they don't have AC. You've got bare metal just generating heat. So if it's 30 degrees outside, it's 50 degrees inside these cars, and you're in a 3-layer fire suit. So, and also, you're very busy between turn 2 and turn 18. You're working very hard, and then you get 3 areas where you get a little bit of a break, but then you're working very hard again. When you're working hard, it's not just physical, it's mental. Knowing where to place your car, trying to make that advantage, trying to get that gain or increase that gap, as we've got the 930 into the pits now as well. So yeah, it's they're currently in that's the QMMF by HRT, running 6th in the 992 and 4th in the 992 AM category. So yeah, this place has so much potential. And given it's their first attempt to put on a 12-hour endurance race at your first attempt at an international, that is big shoes. That's really stepping up the game. And boy, I think they've really done a great job of it. Everybody else can do it.
Joe Bradley's down in the pits. Hello, mate.
Hello, boys. I'm back here. It's quite a nice night here. It's not too cold and it's not too warm. Ideal racing conditions as the 930 completes what is, I can only describe as a very, very straightforward pit stop. They've changed driver, they've changed tyres, and the car is off to its fueling station. Let's have a look at the tyres. A little bit of pickup from the fronts there. That's all. And I think that's only the left front, really. That's got a bit of pickup. The right front's coming up. So yeah, pretty straightforward, the 930. Who's just got out? Is it Ali that's just got out? Because I think I might be able to get a chat with him. He's working very hard.
The 930 was brought in by Ibrahim Al Abdul Ghani.
Ah, right, okay. Yes, there he is. He's got his helmet off. Let's see if I can have a chat to him. How are you? Working hard? Let's come and have a chat to you. I've got my cameraman here. That was Ibrahim, that looked like a pretty straightforward pit stop. You guys are going round and round, but there's been a few, 1 or 2 incidents we've noticed. You didn't go unnoticed. Was that you, Spun?
Yeah, it just been, I think, early in the game. I was trying to pass one of the TCR cars, and my front was out, so I'll try to kind of turn it with the throttle and kind of gave it too much. I'm sorry, I don't hear the whole question, but I still hear the gearbox.
Oh, you heard exactly right, man. This is your local track, isn't it?
No, I'm from Qatar. I'm here to participate in the first race here in Kuwait. What an amazing track. Great hospitality, great organization. The track is absolutely amazing. The elevation, the turning, everything is really marvelous. The track is really amazing. This won't be the last time I come here.
Yeah, this place kind of complements the Middle East region for motorsport, doesn't it?
Exactly. We've been having great track openings so far, and I think this is a great addition to the tracks we have here in the GCC.
What are you planning on coming back with? Obviously the 12 hours or the 24 hours of Kuwait, perhaps?
Yeah, so this is a preparation for the 24-hour Dubai. We're really, anxious to go there, and hopefully that's going to be our first 24-hour. This is actually my first endurance race, first time in my life to do an hour 50, so I can barely hear you. I hope I'm answering correctly. So
you are answering correct. So a completely different challenge then. What's the biggest difference in the challenge that a longer race brings, and of course working with a teammate?
So for all my career, I've been doing sprints, so mostly maximum about 30 minutes, the longest race we had. So this is the first time I do an hour 50. And it was not in a Porsche Cup either, so that was a huge change also. So it was a great experience. It won't be my last, hopefully.
Was it a surprise how you feel after 1 hour 50?
It's as fun as I expected, let's say that. But yeah, it's I didn't expect it to be this tiring, but I can handle it. Can't wait to go out again.
Yeah, and you are going out again?
Yes, it was absolutely.
Great stuff. Well done, Ibrahim. Welcome to endurance racing.
Nice talking to you. Thank you.
Yeah, great enthusiasm, and actually, following on from what we were talking about earlier on, exactly, Nick Damon, what this circuit is meant to do. It's meant to inspire, it's meant to enthuse, it's meant to entertain.
Absolutely, and it does all those things. And I think that one thing we should point out is whilst we were chatting actually with a couple of the guys, and this full race circuit is actually the least used part of the complex. The drag strip's incredibly popular, the motocross section is incredibly popular, and the kart track's incredibly popular with the locals already.
And that's a CIK kart track, isn't it? That's
blooming quick, even in a rental car that I was in. As Joe said, I kept seeing this big light pole. Oh no, you shouldn't look at what you're about to hit. And I'm thinking, that's a man who doesn't ride a motorbike. You always look at the street furniture you're about to hit. That's the key point. But yeah, I mean, it's an amazing complex. I mean, I know we're eulogising that, but generally, you come to a new place, it's in a new country for motorsport, and you think, oh, they've built something called Motor Town. What's it going to be like? And the answer is it's pretty damn impressive. The track's fantastic. But it's all about seeding. It's all about seeding the region, and the region's been slowly seeded. The major races we had initially starting in Dubai, which included the 24 hours, but also their version of ASCAR as well was very popular, wasn't it, as well in the area? And we had A1 GP, of course, was based out of Bahrain originally. It spread obviously with Yas Marina and all the other circuits around the region. And they now have, as Phil said, 4 Grand Prix, which I think is a bit selfish, to be honest. But when you think about it, there's 4 Grand Prix within an hour and a half. In fairness, in Europe, there's 4 Grand Prix in much less than an hour and a half. You have Spa, Zandvoort, and
Nürburgring, and that's been there.
That's been one, yeah. So it's just going. That's not really odd, but actually Europe has. You fly an hour and a half, you go to a lot more than 4 Grand Prix. But and they're all in great venues, and as you pointed out, John, at times of the year when it's not always possible to race elsewhere.
Yeah, and I think that's key. It would be difficult to race here during the summer because of the heat, and they accept that. So where is the niche? Motorsport in some parts of the world is 12 months around. If you've got the right sort of climate, you go to Mediterranean, down to Portimao, they operate pretty much year round. Back in for the 9:30. This is one of 2 local teams. QMMF is the Kuwait Motorsport and Motorcycling Federation. HRT running this car in. It has come to the pit lane and soaked up a penalty there before it moved on. Penalties here, just in case you weren't with us earlier on. You are allowed to come in the pit lane, take your penalty, and then continue to service and fuel. You are allowed to take your penalty if we have a neutralised circuit under code 60, but if it's a 10-second penalty, it becomes 20. Basically, you double it.
Bit of confusion here.
However, if you do, mine's immeasurably greater than mine, to borrow a line from War of the Worlds, have decided that it is always worth coming in to take your penalties. Nick Damon is with John Hindhaugh, that's me, in the booth. And Joe Bradley is watching a bit of confusion.
Well, the 9:30 pulled off the penalty box, as you described. He's gone straight by his pit box. And that is a driver waiting to get into that car, isn't it? He's drove straight past him, got into fueling. And there seems to be a bit of confusion as to whether or not... But mainly from the driver who's saying, why am I standing here, kitted up? And there was some sort of conversation went on. I'm just going to ask him if that's his car that has gone by.
Your car, sir.
That's exactly what I'm going to say. Are you getting into the 9:30?
Sorry?
Are you getting into the 9:30?
No.
You're for another car. Very confusing, all you guys in the suits. There you go.
Same suit, different
No
car.
radio communication, so it's all confusing.
So the 9:30 has got no radio?
No.
Right, but that's not your car?
Also, my car has no radio now.
So nobody's got any radio. Yeah. So how are you communicating, you guys?
Board.
The old board. Yes, that's how they used to do it in my day. So are you getting ready for your car? You're in the 929?
Yes.
Right. Yeah, that explains it. I can't tell who you are under your helmet. Khalifi. Right, okay. I'll leave you to your pit stop. Hopefully you saw the board. That's the thing about... I've worked for teams, and you put the board out, the driver never sees it.
I have to go outside and show.
You'll have to hang off and wave. Best of luck. He's gone back, right, so the crew member has gone back up onto the pit wall. This is old school stuff. And he's hanging the board again. And he's been waiting here ages, so I thought, oh, he's got to be in the 930. And, of course, the 930 goes by. The only confusion is not with the team, but with me.
Well, yes, Joe, because do you remember back in the Australian Grand Prix in 1997, they kept holding the ball out to Jean Alesi, and he kept ignoring it, and then he ran out of fuel, and then he had a bit of a cry, and he got told off by Flavio. Flavio went, hey, you ran out of fuel.
Yeah, it happens. It happens. I think, now they think...
Nobody ever ignored a pit signal given by you, mate. Never. Never, ever. They wouldn't dare. The 930 has gone back out again with Hamad Said Al Azam in behind the wheel. Coming into the pit is another Porsche, but this is not the car we were... this is the car. This is the 929. This is the car you were...
This is the car you were looking for.
Go about your business. This is not the Porsche you are looking for. So Ibrahim Al Manai will come out of that car, and
Abdullah Ali Khalafi, who we were just speaking to there,
getting in.
Yeah.
He's having a bit of trouble with his helmet comms as well. And we've got a right rear puncture on the Porsche Cayman. This is the Lion Speed car with help from the Herberth machine. I think this is the third puncture for this car as well. Dan Miller, the American behind the wheel. It's happened in the early part of the lap again. Is this
a Renault brother has just run by me down to the penalty box.
Yeah.
So that car may be coming in with a puncture.
Renault brother, are you just going to do Nick now? And just...
I honestly
can't tell.
You can't tell them apart.
Doors open.
Especially you haven't seen them.
Your driver's door's open on this car as well. So maybe he's had a spin. I wonder if he's had a spin on this car, because the driver's door is open. It's not latched. He's got his four-way flashes on. He's cruising around in second gear at the moment and trying to stay off track as much as he can. He's got quite a long way to go in the Cayman. That's the 491.
Yeah, he's only coming through the S's prior to the run round.
We'll see him any
12,
second
13,
now.
14, 15.
Out of the booth. Yeah, in fact, I can see the four-way flash. Amazing.
Is it because the car's smoking like anything? That's why he got the door open? Is he trying to avoid smoke inhalation?
It's not. He's not flapping it, and it's not like he's got hold of it. It just looks like it's popped open.
Yeah. There's a lot of... every now and again, he's just managing to rub the top. There's smoke coming out from the front left. That's not coming out from the back. There's something else. There's two things wrong with that car. Or something is overheating. It's running so slowly. So there's something overheating on the front left.
Is it because the front left is now bouncing? Because he's lost the tyre?
Could well be.
It's like what happens when an aircraft touches down, so it stops rotating.
As you can see, there is smoke coming off that front left as well. And there goes a Renault.
Or our Renault.
A Renault, who knows? We need to find out, don't we, really?
Yeah, we really should.
Or is it funny and not finding out?
No. I think you've worked that one a little bit too hard now, to be honest, Nick.
You can never work a Renault too
It's
hard.
Alfred Renault and Robert Renault. They are identical twins. They both are extremely proficient Porsche racers.
Robert won the amateur.
I was going to say...
Twice he won it.
Twice Robert won the...
Night of Champions thing, isn't it?
It's World Porsche Cup, effectively. There's a very complicated system of point scoring, and it has a multiplier, a coefficient, depending on which championship you're running. But it is not open to pro drivers. It's non-pro drivers only. So depending on which series you're racing in, you get your points, and then it's a bit like the diving multiplier. When you hear people saying, this has a difficulty of 5.6, well, that's exactly what happens.
So if you're in DTM,
now, the guys in the gallery have found out a replay. Well, he's already going slow by this point. Does he pop the door open at this point, or has it already popped? He's got no tyre at all on the rear right, and then there's smoke coming out from underneath the car.
From the wrong side for the actual puncture.
Exhausts either side on that car.
He's dropped something. Like an exhaust has dropped or something, or it's worn out. He's done a link or something. I don't know.
Well, or has the tyre done some damage underneath to an oil line that's now spewing oil out? I can't read any of the...
Just second gear, 49, 50 kilometres an hour, just going as he comes in the pits now. May well serve his penalty if he's got one. That will be counted in by team manager.
Yes, that would be a good idea, wouldn't it?
And this time he's actually going to make the
What is that? What is
last time he
491. Yes, he's got a 10-second time penalty, 20-second, 30-second time penalty, 40 seconds time penalty, and he served that one. I reckon he's got 40 seconds.
He served some about an hour ago in the wrong place, remember? He parked
so have
outside
they
and
not
stopped,
been...
And then Mr. Renau decided to try and ask if that would count. I think it didn't count. He had to reserve it, I think.
Well, I reckon he's got at least 40 or 50 seconds of time penalties, as well as a flat tyre.
Yeah, a while now, so he's done at least 20 already.
He's read a chapter of his book.
Yeah.
He needs a good Dan Brown novel there, doesn't he?
Yeah,
That kind of. This is not.
You could have sped read a Jack Reacher by now.
Right. Well, that wasn't. I don't think that was all of it.
That was 30, I think.
You put 10 fingers up, and you said that was 30, or was that just hello? I'm Nick.
That was 30.
Just Jack.
Jazz hands.
Jazz hands. He has jazz hands penalty.
The Red Camel Jordan car is in with Luke Breukers. One thing I did notice actually is about 4 laps ago, Dan Van Kuzik of the Team GP Elite, currently running second, put in the fastest lap of the race.
Yeah.
On a 53.057. So it's a bit of despite having quite a full tank of fuel, that was offset by his new tyres.
Yeah, that's the second time that car's done that. Joe Bradley is with a very poorly looking 491 Cayman from Lion Speed.
Yeah, as that car pulls in, the 909, the Red Camels Jordan car, with Luke Breukers at the wheel, he's just took on new tyres and he's off already and into refueling. Meanwhile, the Lion Speed car has made it back. Well done. Well done to get that car back with that delaminating tyre just destroying itself. He has not damaged the rear end of this car in any way, shape or form.
Joe, is there anything...
Your wheel's gone straight on.
Joe, is there anything happening around the front left at all? Because that was smoking, and now we postulated it's bouncing up and down, so it's just it probably was just that situation. Okay, cool.
No, I'll tell you what that probably was. So it's leaning, the corner weight of the right rear is affecting the left front, and it took the weight off the left front. Sorry?
Yes, that's exactly what we said, Joe, at the time.
All right, okay.
Like an aircraft wheel coming down
car,
its spins up.
The car has now made its way off the apron and heading to fueling, and the tyre's been inspected by Ben from Hankook Tyres. It's just one of many, many punctures that we've had here.
And only one of them have been left rear.
Yes.
All of them have been.
I help feel that the Art Bratislava must be very chuffed about managing to achieve that.
And that was that not that car?
No, that was the Art Bratislava car, wasn't it? They finally managed to
puncture
and almost punctured as well.
So Joe Foster's lead is back out to a pit stop and more at 4:36. Oh, we've got another puncture. It's the RC Bratislava car.
Looks like it's sitting flat to me.
I think it's another left rear. Let's see.
Look, it's going slowly, obviously.
Oh, no, air in the left rear.
Might be, but they may have the warning up. They may have the low pressure warning up.
Yes, Matej
Is it going on the right? Is it going on the right-hand side?
Yeah, I think you're spot on, Nick, because that looks...
Yeah, it's not right. It's too square. It's going on the right-hand side, but hasn't gone.
Matej Konopka. Another right rear tyre issue.
And that is 6 now, isn't it? It's at 7. Is that 6 rights and 1 left?
Phil was writing them down.
All right,
and,
okay.
You know, he's run out of paper.
And pen.
He's gone to refill his fountain pen.
I found something quite unique down here.
Quite unique. Not actually unique, then.
It's very unique.
It's very, almost entirely unique.
Entirely unique.
Uh-huh.
Understand what I tell you. I found an American driver who doesn't want to be interviewed.
Well, that's just unique.
That is unique.
There's no qualifier for unique. It's an absolute.
Is that like almost being pregnant?
Yeah.
Is there any reason why he doesn't want to be interviewed?
He's shy, I think, which is like, huh? I said to him, you are American, aren't you?
Right, coming down to the far side of the circuit, we're still waiting for this Lamborghini to come into the pit lane. Tell you what we'll do while we're waiting for that. Just remind you that you are listening to Nick Damon, Joe Bradley, Phil Hansen and me, John Hindorf. Thanks for joining us. Or thanks for letting us join you, actually, is what I should be saying. We're at the first running, the inaugural event here at Kuwait Motor Town. First international race meeting, and the first, therefore, of our Middle East Trophy events, kicking off a 3-race series that encompasses Dubai 24 hours and the 6 hours of Abu Dhabi. And you're on the Radio Show Limited network of audio and visual channels, as well as 24hseries.com, and also the YouTube feeds as well. Thanks for joining us. There's 5 hours and 31 minutes still to go. And the 44 car has made it into the pit lane. Joe Bradley.
Yeah, standard procedure here. I say standard procedure, and then they're going to completely change the procedure. So the
standard procedure if it's being pushed back into the pits.
Well, it was standard procedure up until they pushed it back into the pits. So they've replaced the punctured right rear corner, which is standard procedure.
Yeah.
And now we're being pushed into the garage, which is not standard procedure. So I'm wondering if it's going to be a brake change. So stand by, callers. I'll keep you informed. The car, there's no urgency about the team.
I think they might be considering not going any further, Nick.
They're 13 laps down, and they've got what is effectively a unsolvable, potentially dangerous issue.
Yeah.
So what do you do? At the moment, they haven't damaged the car too badly. So, and with a deflating tyres, a chance you're going to spin, chance you're going to hit something, chance you hit somebody else. So you kind of think, well, if we can't solve it, perhaps it is more sensible to park it.
Yeah. Joel Sticky.
Let's talk to Hankook. Hankook, is there a problem with the car now?
It's 8 punctures. 8 punctures, I think that is very dangerous for us. And I spoke with Hankook. Hankook told me that tires is perfect. I never have that problem. I don't know, but 8 punctures is not normal.
It must be very disappointing.
We will see, we check.
Could you walk out of the pits with me, Hankook? Just the microphone won't reach.
Okay.
It must be very disappointing to have to come here and this happen.
We never have that problem. Last year we was in Dubai, in Abu Dhabi, no one puncture. This year I don't know why, same car, 8 puncture, it's a dangerous. It's a dangerous, we looks now, what can be, maybe we can go outside, but for this series on this track, I don't know. But I think it's risky.
Yeah, but we understand that. It's a shame. I'm sorry to hear that. But we understand exactly what you're thinking.
8 punctures is a lot. It's really a lot. Thanks.
Thanks, Michael.
Sensible.
Yeah, I think he's right. It's not the only car that's had the problem, but it's the car that's had the most problems. It's the car that started at 6 laps in. The other Lamborghini has had a problem, but not to the same extent. We've had a couple of Porsches. It's not spread right throughout the field, as I said earlier, Nick. It is something that is specific to 2 or 3 cars, and there have been multiple issues.
No, because we've had the Caymans had it, some of the Porsches have had it, CP Racing had it, and they've since changed their tactics on driving. They had one about to go. So we've had most of the cars, the Lamborghinis. I'm trying to think who we haven't had, actually, because we've got so many. The Vortex hasn't done it. I think we had the 450s had it, the GT4.
None of the 992 class cars have had it, have they?
Even Motorsports one had it. Yeah,
I did it.
We've had 2. So I think that I think it's definitely. I guarantee it's something to do with these motorcycle curbs.
Yeah.
And the way it tempts drivers to come off it, and it's the exit side. It's when you come over the motorcycle curb and back on them again. There's probably an element of sharpness that needs to be perhaps ground down. Because it's always the failure of the inside shoulder. I've been lucky enough to see a couple of tyres that had just about not gone, and you could see them lifting up from that inside shoulder about to go. So it is unique to this track. It's down this, we've not been doing before. It's really the really interesting thing, I think, John, is it must be, I think, fuel posture related to fuel load as well, because we had nothing. We had nothing prior to the race. And they were driving all day in private tests and all day in practice, and we had the qualifying as well.
Not had anything from the TCR cars, have we? Any of the teams?
No, front-wheel drive's not had the problem.
No.
They've had other problems of their own.
Yeah.
They've not. That's a very good point, actually. The TCRs have not had any punctures.
The GT4s have had it.
Yes, they have. The BMW's had it.
The Jorgensen car.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I'm not totally sure. The Central Motorsport hasn't had it. They've had different fuel tank problem, didn't they? So
put the cap on properly.
Yeah, I know. But yeah, I mean, I'm sure there is an element. Absolutely, you're right, John. There's going to be an element of how the car handles, how it weighs, the way the suspension works. But it must be something to do with the backside of the curb. Also, the fact that Muller in those curbs is a major time gainer. You know, putting a tyre on the other side of the motorcycle curb is going to make you a lot of time. Hence the reason that CP have stopped doing it, because they are for more senior racers who are key about.
And are still leading the race, by the way.
And they know getting to the end counts. And they
see people whinge and moan about sausage curbs having no place in motorsport, but unfortunately, if people can't keep the cars on track, and you start having problems, then what do you do?
And this is the first major international race at this circuit. It's built to Grade 1 FIM standards, and I think it's also Grade 1.
It's called
Grade 1A. Is it 1T?
FIM. It's called A.
A, yes.
Class A.
It's a very, very well built circuit, but they've not had these powerful cars running at full weight, running for a long time on the track, and this is what you find. And I'm sure that
it is a Grade 1 FIA circuit. That's up to Formula 1.
But it's interesting, if you think about some of the other new circuits when they've run, they found issues. You yourself pointed about how drain covers can come up with the downforce, and it can be a sharp curve. I think it's these low curves encouraging the cars to go over, and as they come back on again, you think about the lateral loads going both ways and that sort of thing, and it's just getting the edge of these particular tyres. And Hankook are right, the tyres are absolutely fine. The tyres have been, they've probably been running for 3, 4, 5 seasons all around Europe and the Middle East. But it's a unique circuit in the unique circumstances, and people need to look at it, and I'm sure they'll learn from it.
Just a note on some of the leaders. The TCE category leader is still BBR, and it's Pazarit Promsabat in that Seat Leon at the moment. They have a slim lead in the TCR Champion of the Continents series. Second is AC Motorsports, James Kay, also second in the championship. But now with the travails that car's had, some 30 laps down.
38 laps.
Yeah.
And then it's another further 60 laps to the very, very constant trouble delayed Ivars Valles in the Wolf Power race. In the end, they actually cut up a new lower bumper for that. So the whole lower bumper and valance, they took off the one that was on there. Well, they felt it was a mating issue between the two halves. So to the extent where they actually took a new one and cut out some holes to put the night lights in, because they weren't there. That's what the angle grinder was for. And it wasn't to grind off large sheets of metal to be precise, just get the lights through. But they are now, and they have been running for a while now, relatively competitively. But obviously they've just lost so much time to the other car.
13 seconds is the gap at the front of the field now. Charles Esplanade reinstalled. Joe Foster did effectively a stint and a half, and the pit stop for full service and driver change was, the lap time was 6 minutes. So that tells you how long to think about. So when you see these 4.5 and 5 minute gaps opening up when people do pit stops, remember, if a team has to do a stop of their own, they're going to lose the same amount of time, 5 or 6 minutes. 1:53.407 last time around by Zayed Kanani. So that has pulled him within about 3 minutes of the leader.
First and second, less than 10 seconds apart now after that pit stop. So during this cycle, Danny Van Kiej has definitely gained over Joe Foster.
Yeah, but he'll have to stop first by quite a long margin. So even if he goes through, Charles will be out there for a wee bit longer. Taking about 3 or 4 seconds a lap out of Charles at the moment, Charles Esplanade at the moment. But that's all right, because Charles has just got in the car and he's getting up to speed.
Yeah, I mean it's one of those typical sort of tactic races, isn't it? Where in fairness, the 3 races in the GP Elite car are slightly quicker than the CP racing team, but they're behind at the moment by virtue of that puncture that GP Elite had, whereas CP Racing found their puncture on the car before it actually happened. They during the first of our Code 60s, so that's put them back a couple of minutes, and now they are, as you say, nose to tail. But it is more of an advantage to CP Racing because they have got sort of half a pit stop in hand at the moment. But we are still, plenty of this race to go. 5 hours and 22. And if GP Elite can run clean the whole way through, they have a very good chance of being incredibly close in real terms when we get towards the back end of the race in the last hour.
Yeah, just to give you an idea, there's about half an hour's difference between the Charles Esplanade car in terms of how far he can run and Dan van Gogh. The pit stops last time around, Dan had a... Where's that gone now? Just looking at that, now it's disappeared. Dan had a quicker pit stop last time around as well by about half a minute. But that could be just how much fuel went into the car. Let's not forget that's absolute. So 9.8 seconds, the gap between first and second on the road.
Remember, even though some of these cars are getting different amounts of fuel going in, some have 110, some 105, some 100 litres in GT3, it all goes in at the same rate now because they have filters on them. They have throttlers on them. So you put the pump in and it goes through a throttler, which takes away both the difference in speed of the individual pumps, so no need to time the pumps anymore.
Oh, really?
And also, it'll mean that if you have 100 litres, it will take you that long to fill up. If you have 105, it'll take the same time as well.
So let's say it takes you 2.5 minutes to put 100 litres in. Your competitor in the same class, it'll take 2.5 minutes to put 100 litres in.
Yeah. And it won't matter which pump you go to. So
because it's built into the car.
Exactly. So it's
very clever.
As Creventic go on, they are looking at all the little loopholes and closing them back out again. I mean, I'm not a massive fan of the more recent one on Code 60s, where they've said that if you are in the pit lane when it goes Code 60, you can still have half a tank when you get to the fuel. Because I always quite like that. I quite like the way that you could change that around.
Joe Bradley is down in the pit lane. Joe, where are you?
Well, I'm at Vortex, the Vortex V8, and it's about to be ready to come out, but more importantly, we've got another celebration and another cake to celebrate, and it's the 50th race of Lionel Amarouche, and we've got to celebrate. Lionel, at the back of the garage, is being awarded his cake. Bridge door, and then we can maybe have a chat to him and unveil the cake, which is... So hopefully have a French-English translator that will... My French is very... So it would be a very, very short conversation with Lino.
Tu n'avais pas le français, mate, I'm telling you.
So Lino's just coming to the front of the garage.
Alan Roykers coming through, one of the long-standing members of the Creventic team, along with Peter Fry, Ivo Boykers, Gary Willems.
Gary's wearing his 2019 Cota jacket. I think it's
nice.
A tribute to you, I don't know.
I was 17, Mike.
Oh, you were 17. God, the years do go past, don't they?
They do.
Bonsoir, Lionel. Congratulations.
Felicitations.
I need, you speak English? Petit. Can I bring you out here? So, Lionel, you have done... Can someone translate? Can someone tell Lionel this is a cake to celebrate 50 races with the series?
50... Really?
5-0.
Oh, 50.
There you go.
Oh, very, very good. It's very funny. Oh, what a surprise. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Gary, if I could bring you and it's Gary from Creventic, the race organisers.
Lionel Amarouche, it's a pleasure to have you so many times. We are so proud you're coming every time. It's a really big effort. I know it's a hard job to do it every time, 24 hours, 12-hour race, but we really appreciate to have you as a regular customer. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, you too. It's a very good pleasure for me to make a race in this team first and Creventic. It's a very good race. Thank you for you.
You're welcome. Okay, take care.
Thank you very much.
I'm going to disappear now, guys. I'm going to go off with Monsieur Amarouche with the cake and make sure that he can put it somewhere safe.
You'll be eating the royal icing as well, are you?
Any of the season.
You know what?
I was so dedicated to the job. I went straight down the pits and talked to somebody else. That's how I.
You'll not get that with Bradley.
I don't know, mate. I've been doing this a long time, Nick.
It's more about cake now. I think I made a mistake, to be honest.
The thing is, Lionel Amarouche has been a driver, and the Vortex team. I know we they've been recipients of the Spirit of the Race Award for their just dogged determination to keep this car going, and it really is the epitome of what this series and what endurance racing is all about. It's, our tag is hashtag this is endurance, and if there is a team and a set of drivers amongst them leading the charge at Vortex is Lionel Amarouche. And the thing is, this car has been in the pits. You guys will be able to confirm exactly how long this car has been in the pits and losing time. It doesn't deter them. They just go about their work, and they go about it doggedly.
It's still second in GTX.
It's still second in GTX.
Yeah.
So I am going to see it on the podium at this stage. But the car has got a laptop plugged in. They're just resetting something in the engine management, and I have heard it fire up a few moments ago. So it's not going to be long before the Vortex is back out there.
Yeah, it's just got to 49 minutes in the pits, Joe.
Which is not, for a Vortex, that's not long, really, is it?
No, the point of it is, but it'll come out again. It may go in regularly, but it always comes out, and they always get the thing out and rolling again. It's very rare it doesn't make the finish.
Well, I'll keep you guys updated. I've got some good news of another car that's about to come out as well. That's had a full engine and gearbox change, and that's the Razzoon Racing entry, the KTM.
KTM's had an engine and driveline, hasn't it?
Yeah. I think Nick did report that was what the plan was. I think.
I was thinking how well they've done in a relatively short time. The KTM Crossbow's been in. That's 2 hours. It's under 2 hours. They've done a cracking job on that KTM. That's an Audi unit in the back of that car.
Ron's taken over the camera responsibilities, and the car, I've been told, is about to be readied. Heron.
This is which car?
Heron Kurajalu. Heron, it's I've heard that your car is almost ready. Is that correct?
Yes, it is nearly ready. Yeah.
What a job by the team.
Yeah, it's an amazing job by them, and I wasn't actually expecting it to be ready this quickly, but they've done an amazing job to get it done.
You are still going to do a lot of laps. There's still a lot of race left, so you are going to get a lot of track time for you and your teammates still.
Yeah, definitely, and there you go, it's running. So I think that shows how good this team is. They've done an amazing job to get this car repaired, engine back in, everything's been done, so it's really good.
It's as if we rehearsed that for our TV interview. Here I am talking to you, and the car fires its lights up and sounds its engine. Great stuff. I'll leave you to get back on with the team. But it can't be long before the 714 rejoins. Its lights are ablaze. It's still on the jacks. They're just running through a few final checks before we see the car back out. But I'm told that's imminent.
Thank you very much for that, Joe. Phil Hansen back in the booth with Nick Dame, and John takes a quick break for shawarma, and that's going to be all important. Well, it's great news for that car, getting the KTM back out on the circuit. That's a pretty quick change.
Yeah, especially given how the engine was in so many pieces. Well, it had one big
hole
at the back of it.
Yes.
It was covered in foam and fire retardant extinguisher, and it was quite interesting because they very quickly made they're going to go for it. So
12-hour race.
And they want to get the laps in. It's all part of the christening of this circuit, and good luck to them. It's nice to see people doing that and pushing out. Since you've been enjoying the shawarma, we've lost the Art Bratislava car. They decided they had their 8th puncture and decided it was safe to puncture and safer to park the car rather than carry on. I think it's fair enough, to be honest.
Well, yeah, 8 punches. Obviously getting more and more damage to that right rear, and
discretion being the better part of valour, park it. And obviously a setup, probably, what do you reckon, a setup issue with that car, because it was a bit more than everybody else was getting?
It does seem something like that. It is the inside shoulder that's going. We're postulating it's the motorcycle curbs.
Okay.
And coming back up and over them, these low curbs. And as you know from the laps you did, it is so tempting to monster those corners. You'll save so much time if you do it. And we've seen so many track limits as well.
Exactly. There's no real penalty for doing it except a time penalty, which is being issued at the moment for the 979, a 10-second penalty for their 15th track limit offence. Now, when we were driving around, Nick, we thought track limits will be an issue here.
Yeah.
Because of those curbs. It is what they do. And that's...
If you're going to have a multi-purpose Grade 1 and Grade A circuit, you have to have the flat curbs. Cars can take flat curbs, motorcycles can't take heavy serrations, so that's what it's going to be.
Yep, and I think what happened was once everybody knew that turn 20 was sort of the presumed culprit, everybody adjusted their driving style to suit. And that, I think...
Vortex out on track.
Yep, and the Vortex going back out, thank you, Joe. And heading back out the 701. But you're running now down in 17th position.
50 minutes in a cake they've had since they've gained a bit of time in the pits, and they've gained a cake.
Joe did that cake.
I know.
It's really?
I've made some major cake errors there. So I was saying earlier, I didn't get any of the frosting on the CP1 either. But it's good to see the Vortex boys out.
Yes, indeed. And we're hearing, and you were correct, that there is a new car in the offing. It may not be racing in Dubai. They may take it there as a show car.
Right.
But I'm postulating they may, because it's a non-championship race, just take it down to Abu Dhabi and shake it down.
That makes sense.
And then have it ready for Portimao, or possibly that. So, yeah. We'll see how that all plays out in the near future, and it'll be great to keep that Vortex name running around.
Yeah, Vortex, great supporters of Creventic. A lot of times we see two cars in the European events, and I wouldn't be at all surprised if they stick two entries in at Dubai. And they have, whilst sometimes you go, is that the other? They have won on more than one occasion their class.
Yeah, they had a pole last year as well, just going on about the circuit behind us behind the grandstand here is a lovely little area where they've got a lot of activities happening. It is absolutely jam-packed in there at the moment.
Are they all enjoying the coffee?
Yeah, well, the Volkswagen coffee van's doing an amazing trade. But the car park's absolutely full. It's pumping down there at the moment. Congrats and thank you to the circuit again for just turning out. If you're going to have your first international race, it's a very big step to make it a 12-hour. It's a really the whole thing that goes around putting on a multi-hour event that running day to night, and I've got nothing but praise for what they've done. They've just done an amazing job.
Well, also, what's going on really well is the drivers are putting on a bit of a race as well, because
this is what we want to see.
Two now are only 3.5 seconds apart.
Yes.
So Dan Van Kook, who's much further into his stint than the CP Racing of Charles Espenlaub, the Mercedes Porsche. Dan is going to get up to Charles. What Charles does then will be interesting. Will he fight him, or will he just let him go, knowing they're kind of unwinding a stagger still of the pit stops? But we may well see a race change for the lead in the next couple of laps.
Well, they've both done 7 stops now, so we are seeing the race for the lead.
Well, Charles has got 33 or 34 minutes of fuel in hand, which is about a minute about a minute at the stop.
Yeah, true.
But it's all.
When it comes down to that last hour, that's when we'll see it. But it's sort of that's boding well for a good finish. Luke Broeker's doing the normal thing for the Broekers family, the 909 car, leading the 992 category. All 3 drivers performing very well in that car, always been up in the top 5. And but a big line of Porsches behind that Mercedes, all the way down to the 710, currently in the pit slope at Motorsport.
Vortex made a lap, perhaps fortunately, perhaps it was a exploratory lap. They made a lap. They're back in the pits again.
Okay, so and they're working on that right rear again.
Yeah, that was where they had to completely reset the braking system. Those embers that were burning. Now, whether they're just checking it's all right, it looks like they're retorquing that rear nut.
with a very, very serious talking bar.
Remember, if you're thinking, hang on, that was lefty loosey. Don't forget that in racing cars, on your right-hand side of your car to prevent them auto-unwinding a single wheel nut, it is reverse threaded.
So in the pits at the moment we have the ARC Bratislava car, as you said, that's no longer out there, and just keeping an eye on who else is in there. We've got the 710 now moving down into the fuel station. It'll take me a couple of minutes to work out where everything is. You go away and have a shawarma and everything changes.
Oh, you know, nothing like a shawarma.
Nothing like, and it was stunningly well done as well. I'm an aficionado of the shawarma since living here. So, yeah, at this stage, 34 minutes only on code 60.
Yeah,
I'm very impressed with that.
You made a really good point actually earlier that none of this has been down to two people hitting each other.
Exactly.
In fact, two of it was actually down to nothing to do with cars at all. It was to do with checking the track and for a weird incident in turn 6, which had nothing to do with anything. So we've had there has been some great. Yes, it's low density of cars.
Yes.
It's a quick track. There's lots of places where things can go horribly wrong.
Yes.
And the closest we've had to an incident was on lap 1 or
yes.
lap 2 actually, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Around the outside of turn 2, but then everyone else has driven sensibly. Yeah, we lost this car, the KTM car, to an engine explosion. It's now going to come back. So we're keeping most of the cars. We've had a couple of problems, but it's been very much on their own. People have been driving really, really well.
Yeah, and they've been staying off each other, and I think that goes well for everybody's starting to think a little bit more. When you don't have that car density like we have with 90 cars and stuff at Dubai, where it's just so difficult to stay off each other because you get caught up in other people's stuff. Here, even though we see, and I'm seeing the overtaking spot or where we get congestion is turn 15. Okay, I've seen 3 wide through there, because they're coming through a long section where they literally can't overtake from turn 7. And you're losing time through there and you can't go offline. When we see these, the marbles offline are getting very, very nasty.
Obviously, another sensible head was in there because the lead has changed, but in an uncontested way.
Yep.
And Van Kuich has gone past Charles Espinal last lap, and he now is second in the lead. But that's because the CP boys know that they don't need to fight this.
No.
Their battle at the moment. There's no point running blocking with with over a third of the race to go. That car looks very loose.
He's soaring away at that steering wheel really a lot. More than I would expect. And this section of track between 7 and 12, undulations, over 6 metres of elevation change around here. It's very difficult to see, but blind crests and just a little dab of the brakes as they head around 15 and just get the car settled down. I think a lot of, John asked me before I went on a break about what I thought of the first 6 hours. A lot of the first 2 to 3 hours was just understanding what the car needed and how to drive it on this circuit. And since then, everybody's now got onto their program and understood, because we had such limited time to get this car sorted out, especially when you've got 4 drivers and you're trying to find a compromise setup between all 4 of them.
Virtually no one's been here. And
exactly.
No one's been here in as powerful a car as they're running.
Yeah.
We're going to rotate through people. Also, it's a 2-minute lap, which means it's not like you can get buckets of laps down a certain amount of time.
Yeah, the fastest lap of the race, GP Elite, a 52.9 just after that. So he's been let loose now after he's got past the 85 car. And the guys were saying, as you were saying down in the pits, the track's coming to the tyres.
Yeah, but Charles himself, who had overtaken, and as you did, his best lap of the car's time as well. So he's
exactly.
So, and we know he's got at least half an hour's more fuel on board. So it's a case of
it's got weight in that car.
Yeah,
definitely.
But I think it's because you say temperature has got to a very pleasant level. The track's rubbered in.
Yep.
People know what they're doing, and hopefully they know what to do.
And they actually know where the track goes now.
That is, I think it's an interesting thing because when you see normally, say we go to a new F1 track, as you know, and the drivers are on it in 3 laps. That's because they've already done 700,000 laps in the simulator. All they have to do is just change it into a 3D image. You go, no, I know it's. genuinely, yeah, it would take you. It takes you 5 or 6 laps just to know where the corners go, which bit. And, even the best drivers wouldn't be able to get up to speed under 10 or 15 laps.
Exactly, because then you've got to work out where the best place is. There's 5 lines through the series of corners. So what is best for your car? And then you go through that motion as well. Another 10, 15 laps go on to that. Then you go, okay, I'm going to bolt a fresh set of rubber on to see what that does, because these are 3-year-old tyres. And the process starts again. So credit to all of the teams who got out there, especially the teams who only got out there late last night or this morning, and was able to get a baseline on their cars and now start to move up through the field. Whereas just such a short time, the knowledge that these guys gain if we come back here next year is going to be absolutely immeasurable.
This morning we were watching the 710 car go out.
Yes.
Its first laps of all on a base setup. And I think it was Jean-Francois we were watching. I watched his first lap. He spun at turn 7.
Yes.
And he was like going around turn 8, 9, 10. It was like, no, I'm doing. The next 2 laps, he was way too wide going into 19, which is and then suddenly it got tighter and tighter and tighter and tighter. And but it took him, and he got about 25 minutes, 30 minutes, and but even I think his fastest time was like a 2 flat. He's already like 4 seconds faster than that now.
Exactly.
Because it's just you just need that, because you need to try. Well, if I put that combination of course together with do I need to dab there? Do I need to go wide there? What do I need to do? And it just takes a certain amount of time, because you're starting from nothing. You're not starting from having run it on Gran Turismo or iRacing or anything. You're starting from nothing.
Because this is not a point and squirt circuit.
No.
And that you have to think about each section you go, and I break it down into the 270, the link between the 270 and the quintet of corners. That's where all your technical stuff is, but you can't get 3 or 4 wrong either, because you're going to get pinged for track limits there.
Or to your tyre.
Yeah, and then once you've got all of that sorted, then you've got to start to push the car to work out what's this maximum, what are the tyres going to do, how are we going to hold this all together? And that's starting race prep after you've done 45 laps of practice.
Yeah, also turn 20 and turn 2 are both more than 90s.
Yes.
And you come off a reasonable amount of speed, then you've got to brake and turn more than 90s. It's been noticeable, again, I've been watching a lot of cars out there, that the people are working their braking distances out as they go, and they're eking it forward 10 metres and working out the line.
Taking another breath before hitting the brake pedal.
And so there is a bit, in fairness, really, I think maximum speed going into 2, there's a bit of bravery. It hasn't got the biggest runoff in the world.
No, it hasn't.
And, you need to really kind of work yourself up to it. But, it'd be really, really interesting if we start the second 12 hours of KUWAIT tomorrow.
Yes.
The same cars. And just see what differences would happen and how people where we see a completely different move around of the driver, because everyone would be obviously much more relaxed. But would we then see all the cars coming together again?
Well, this is the whole thing, because everybody's on their own program, which means they're working out what their car will do. They're not working out what their car will race. That's the difference in there. They've only found that out since they've been out on track, because at all the other races, they know who their competition is, and they know what their competition is capable at Dubai, at Yas, at Portimao, wherever they are. They don't know here. And that's it. What are the Porsches going to do? Is it going to be a Porsche-specific circuit where they shine and look after their tyres and can run good on fuel, and the AMGs struggle because of the different type of car it is, and then the Lamborghinis are completely different again. You don't have that measure, or you didn't yet before midday today. Now you have that measure. You've started to work out where you are. We will see the 44 car back again, but it'll have a different setup on it.
It does look like a Porsche circuit, but
well, I'm just looking at all the Porsches.
But then again, there is a large number of Porsches. Yeah, because when you talk about the GT3 cars, you've got front engine, rear-wheel drive with the Mercedes. You've got mid-engine, rear-wheel drive with the Lamborghini, and rear-ish engine, rear-wheel drive with the Porsche.
I call it
different concepts.
To John's destination, I call it back-engined.
Yes, not as far back as it used to be.
No,
but I mean, it's. These are the things which make endurance racing exciting. And coming to a new track makes it even more interesting. It's really great, because sometimes you get the impression that some of these teams just know what they're doing too well, and they execute things in such a way. You go, well, this is, but now you get to see the cogs swirling, you get to see the thinking, you get to see the drivers going, that time you told me to hit, well, I can't hit it.
Yes, exactly.
And we have a trouble on track for the 450. That's the RHC Yorkshire Strom BMW M4 GT4. It's Nathan Freak. That's the car that is in the lead of GT4. Now, is that a tyre problem? It doesn't look like it. Now, whereabouts is that slowing down?
Let's have a look on my...
Oh, that's come to a halt.
That's a halt.
That'll be a code 60 if you can't do it. Control Alt Delete and get it going again.
I'm just trying to find
He's trying to do right now. The 450, the lights go slightly dim as the BMW M4, the GT4 car, leader, the 450.
450 between turn 11 and turn 12. I had it on my map.
12, so that's it's a short. I think that's about right. So it's just effectively come out of the 270, and it's going through this. You put the single route before you get to the 5 apex, 12 to 16. But that's part of the side quite safe.
The tracker does stop there. That's the problem. The tracker stops there, but I can't see the car.
Power off at the moment. And we have got a flashing yellow flag.
Yes, we're not code 60. We're just under yellow. Now we are code 60.
Yeah, we're code 60 now, and that's it really has to be the car off on the inside. I'd say that probably may well be where we thought it was in the 12th. As into the pits again comes the Vortex, the 710. I think they'll be very careful because they had that kind of very severe failure on the rear right hub, and they're just checking for temperature. I mean, they haven't got to worry too much about the laps they're doing. Of course, this is one of their... There's a lot of steam coming out the front of the 450. They've turned the power back on again, looking to see if they can get a little bit of go on it. It's not looking too good at the moment. Nathan Freak giving it his best, but that car is currently still dead stick. Now remember that this car can get rescued back to pits. It can then be delivered to the garage, and it can be fixed if it's a bit of electronic.
That car's at turn 6.
But again, if it's electronic, it could be more of an issue.
So turn 6 is where that is. Yeah. So it's on the outside of turn. Looks the inside of turn 6.
Turn 6. Yeah. So that's the 270 degree, the longest corner I've ever been round. I can tell you. This isn't looking very good now. It looks like they've gone through the procedure of the turn it off and turn it on again. The full Bill Gates has been done, and they are now going to have to get that on the back of a tow rope. Now, just out of interest, their lead over the second car, which is the Adam Hatfield machine, was only a lap and a half, so they will lose the lead. In fact, they probably already have lost the lead of GT4. Now, Lion Speed Racing in the Porsche 718 came in for their own issues. They're a further 7 laps back, so they can get the car back, and it's a simple new fuse. But we can't tell. There is smoke coming out,
but it's normally just brakes.
That could be brakes. Doesn't mean anything at that point. It is all lit up like a Christmas tree. It's just not going anywhere, which is kind of worrying.
That's driveline. Could be possibly driveline.
Neutral.
Well, it's nice to see that. Leader into the pits. GP Elite into the pits now. A lot of cars into the pits. 429, 491. Lots of them there. And repair on track at curbs at turn 20 as well, as the tow truck gets in there.
Take the chance. The car's been driving so well, they haven't had a chance to throw a code 60 for anything.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll take this one up, and we'll patch up the back of the curbs.
Guys, we've got the Razzoon car coming out.
So it's, of course, we've got with the 450 about to get on the back of a tow truck, with the curbs about to be repaired. There's only one place we can go, and that's Joe Bradley in the pits.
Indeed.
Yeah, because the Razzoon Modern Racing KTM has just been wheeled out onto the pit apron. The car 714. It's had a complete. This is the car, remember, that you guys described having been the full rear end. The engine destroyed itself, and it was then covered in fire extinguishant, which, if anybody's run a racing car, will know that it's not a very nice thing to happen to your race car. Well, they've cleaned it off. They've found a brand new engine and gearbox, and that's the car in the background that makes its way out on track. And a big round of applause from the team behind me.
Not surprised.
And a great effort from the Razzoon Racing team. Fabulous effort.
Sorry, on track we have a problem. The tow rope on the 450, they put it on the towing eye and it immediately snapped and went.
So did it pull the eye out?
I don't think the eye was in properly, but it seemed to have pulled the eye out. Yeah, certainly it wasn't the rope that snapped, it was the eye that's come off. So whether that wasn't screwed in enough, what they're going to do next, I don't know. So at the moment, the 450 is unable to be towed by the rescue vehicle. This is another learning experience for the marshals out there.
Indeed, it is, and this is Creventic specific that the vehicles get towed back to the pits, and see that they can continue on and continue racing as that.
So it wasn't. So the brakes weren't on. It wasn't in gear. It just began to row. But they just, I think, perhaps
it is on a slight incline there because it's rolling backwards after it released. But the crew here doing a fantastic job this evening. Their first long endurance race. but getting everything done and doing it very, very well indeed. And the 450 leading the class as well in the GT4 category.
Yeah.
So that's going to make it a very interesting.
It's going to lose the lead in the next time round.
Century Motorsport will get that
Century
back.
have also done a full pit stop, so not only are they going to take the lead, they're going to have a full tank of fuel and a new driver on board. So this is going to be give the R80 joggers and Storm machine who's going to drop out the first. It's really about how easy it is to fix when you get back, because you can't tell from here.
No.
Have they thrown the gearbox? Have they thrown a bit of the engine, or is it just something electrical that's not letting them engage gear?
Yeah, I prefer carburetors. And no ECUs, it's just easy, and you can fix with wire.
As I always say, my TR4A that has 2 fuses.
Exactly.
It hasn't blown either of them so far. It may well do next.
One for the headlights and one for the wipers.
Well, no, because there is one on the starter motor. I think, I don't know, but yeah, no, there's the proliferation of electronics have obviously improved all sorts of things. They've improved the drivability of the cars, they've improved the fuel consumption, they've improved the power.
Yes, indeed.
But they have made it rather more complicated, and they have made it really hard to fix when something goes wrong.
Just under 5 minutes into this Code 62 things happening at the moment, recovering the 450 from turn 6, and we have some track repairs on the curb on the exit of turn 20, where we believe a lot of that tyre damage was done on the backside of that curb. A beautiful 20 degrees here in Kuwait Motor Town at the moment. The wind from the north around about 20 kilometres an hour. Just keeping it nice, humidity around about 50%. And it's going to get down to probably about 19 degrees when we're on the podium a little bit later on. But the work continuing on the 450 to get things attached to that, because if you can't get the towing eye, there is very little else that you can attach to, because it'll take the bonnet off.
Incredibly lightweight, the
exactly.
balance and everything else. It's not like you can just loop it around something, because they'll just pull out and won't hold the weight of the car. So this is going to be a major challenge now.
Well, the other thing is they may need to get a flatbed there.
Nathan Freak actually getting out of the car now to help try and get this attached. See what's gone wrong. Now, I don't know whether the situation was they didn't have it screwed in enough and therefore it stripped the thread, or whether there's been a failure within the actual inside of the actual towing eye mounting mechanism of the car itself.
Oh, he's right into it there. He's going to thread it through one of the ducts.
Yeah,
I think he is. So track repairs continuing on, as you can see there, and there's Dominic Albert in the KTM Crossbow GTX, currently third in gut, even though they had that immense pit stop to change the engine and possibly the gearbox. And we'll find out exactly what got changed from Joe down in the pit lane. But great effort, brilliant effort, but this is what 12-hour and endurance racing is all about, is getting to the end. And to the end, we will get in around 4 hours, 50 minutes and 20 seconds.
Yeah, the Razoon car, they had an engine gearbox mounted up and ready to go. They took out the broken one, which luckily, by taking out the engine and gearbox, they took out most of the gunk as well from the fire extinguisher.
Well, that's a very good thing, actually, yes.
Put the new one in.
Yeah.
And I think it was obviously it's a cooperation between the Austrian factory and some local racers. So they obviously decided, we want to get those extra hours on the track, and want to learn some more. And 2 hours and 15 minutes or so for a complete engine gearbox change is pretty impressive. Though it does help, of course, that the KTM Crossbow is designed for easy access. It's even easier access than a Triumph Herald. That's how good it is.
Wow, that's a lot of access, a lot of very easy access, and a stunning looking car as well. It's a very pretty looking car.
Nice, that paint job.
It does. It looks really nice in that paint job, and was driven well to pole position in class yesterday evening.
Before it got a 3-place penalty for being out of its balance performance not being correct.
Yes, so they're going to flick the bonnet up and see if they can loop something around. I think they had a look inside
I think Nathan was trying to re-thread the towing eye. But they've got a real problem now, because I'm not quite sure where they're going to find something they can tow it from.
Well, the only other alternative they have is to get a flatbed there and put it on the back of a flatbed.
But how are they going to pull it up the flatbed?
They've got cranes on them.
Oh, so you could loop it and lift it up, yeah.
Put the loop through the windows like they do at Zandvoort. Put the loop through the windows and lift it up through there.
So the team think...
Go on, Joe.
Yes, Joe.
So the team think they've run out of fuel, but they think it's more of a computer glitch or error. It's showing 13 litres. But they think it's run out of fuel, and they're not very impressed with the way that the tow truck pulled away. It's as if it was fired out of a cannon.
Well, I think the problem was I don't think they screwed the towing eye in enough, and the towing eye has now stripped its thread.
Yes, yeah.
So they can't now get the towing eye in. And
think about the flatbed. You usually have to pull it onto the flatbed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like you guys were saying, it might have to be lifted.
Either lifted or you pull it through the windscreen pillars and you just wrap through there.
Yes, yeah.
I've done recoveries. I can do that.
It might be they might be what they have to do now. They've got a long enough bit of rope. They can loop it around the two windows and the two windscreen pillars. Well, it's not really pretty. It might do a little bit of damage, but it won't. It will actually move the car.
It will move.
Forward.
It will move the car forward. That's the whole thing. They're at turn 6. They have a little way to go to get back to turn 20, where the pit entry is. As the cars continue around under this code 60.
Now, CP Racing have gone back into the lead because Team GP Elite have taken the chance to change drivers. Jesse Van Killick is now in. He's obviously the brother of, but more importantly, of course, they've taken half a tank of fuel as well, which is going to put them just slightly ahead as far as fuel is concerned in the tank, the CP Racing car. But they will have, in coming down here, they will have lost less time than they would have done by doing a stop any other time. But they're only timed at 15 seconds behind, which probably means that Charles also came down for fuel as well. So he's now has 8 pits to 9. So I don't think he did. So it'd be interesting whether the next time we get a gap between the two of them, where we're actually at, because
there we go. Bonnet's up. He's going to fly.
Is he going to go through the engine, around the block itself?
Yeah.
That's a risk.
It is indeed, because you need to wrap it around, get a shackle on it somehow.
You go underneath it, don't you?
Yeah, exactly.
Nathan knows what he's doing, boys.
Well, Nathan Freak, absolutely. Just Jason, Nathan Freak does know what he's doing. This is a man who's a very experienced team manager and driver. He's probably going to say, could you possibly let the clutch out slightly more gently next time?
Oh, dear.
But I'm still not... I'm really, really hoping for their sake this works.
Yes, so am I. And
like he gets into the steering. This is quite a severe penalty for just running out of fuel, isn't it?
It is indeed.
They've been stuck here for a while. Marshals get back into the pickup truck, and
there we go.
A little bit slower this time. Picks up the stress, the bonnet. Yep. Now you can go ahead. You got the stress. That's how you should have it last time. Very nice at the slap. Just made sure they got the tension and they'd gone through. But I think the problem actually was that they hadn't screwed the eye enough.
Yeah. So that will never happen again to this team.
No.
They will know that, and they will put it in their
experience.
They will put it in their training documents.
Here's
and
one for you, boys.
Go for it, Joe.
That might not be allowed out unless it refixes that towing eye.
Yeah, but you can probably, if it's just stripped from the threads, you can probably do a little bit of a clear up on it when you can actually get the nose section off. He had no tools; just had the existing eye.
Yeah.
Which also may have
depends on how stripped the threads are.
Well, they may have stripped the threads on the puller as well as the attaching point as well. So I mean, it's something you'd have to look at when it comes in, Joe, to see what what's going on.
Joe,
there.
you should have a tap that size in your pocket, should you?
Oh
not?
yeah, carried in my luggage.
I thought so, mate. I thought so.
He's well known for his selection of tap and dies.
Yes, indeed.
The cross member, what it attaches to, I suspect might be alloy.
Yeah.
And so
they're being gentle.
My money's on the towing eye winning that stripping.
Yes, you're absolutely right. But you can never tell.
No, I'll have a look at it when it comes in, and we'll have a chat to Nathan, and he can express
probably a little bit annoyed because
frustration.
He wasn't involved in the connection of that, and as Phil rightly said, they did drop the clutch a bit the first time.
Yeah,
probably automatic actually, isn't it? It was just floored in low.
Just trying to expedite getting them back to the pits. That's all they were trying to do. 47 minutes in total under code 60 so far, with 4 hours, 44 minutes and 15 seconds to go here in Kuwait Motor Town for the first running of the Hankook 12 hours at Kuwait. And all the cars just circulating code 60. For those of you who don't know what a code 60 is, when these purple flags and boards are illuminated, everybody has to go to 60 kilometres an hour. That means you don't get gaps. You can't close up on your opposition, and there is a set lap time that you go around. If you go under that lap time, you'll get penalised. So that is what code 60 is all about, as the stricken BMW making its way, the class leader as well. And I think he may have lost that now. No more. The Aston Martin has taken that back. And yeah, it's a long walk. Well, a drive of shame, really,
Well, yeah.
especially if it's fuel. But as Joe said, it's showing 13 litres in there, and without that.
It could be a misreading, or it could be fuel pickup.
Pickup, yeah, that's what I was thinking, and yeah, that's
Mixed emotions as well for Century.
Go for it.
We've lost the lead with the BMW, but gotten the lead with the Aston Martin.
Well, it's that's what's having two guys in the fight makes it easier, doesn't it?
it does.
Makes it tricky at the end.
Yes. Who do you fancy?
Well, whatever happens, they favour Max Verstappen.
So the reason for this code 60 is but on tow at the moment, car 450 coming to a stop at turn 6, and also using the track is also using this time to have a look at the curb and the exit of turn 20 just to see what can be done. Nick, they could have angle grinders.
Oh, I hope so.
They could. I'm not saying they will, but they could have.
Well, they just need to have a mobile phone torch to get the set for me.
Oh, yeah, and then you're done.
I'm off home then.
I got the keys to the car, mate. You're going nowhere.
Yeah, good point.
Exactly. But yeah, I think from a driving standards perspective, it's been exemplary. This performance. We're on a track similar distance to what the Grand Prix circuit is at Dubai. That's 5.269, and I think we're at 5.6 here. Dubai's got 16 corners, this has got 20, so it's a little bit more complex. But having, back in the early days of Creventic, we only used to have 30, 35 cars there with a lot more speed differential because we had Mitsubishi Galants and
Clios and that sort of
Clios and stuff like that, the Donut King cars out of Australia, the Mitsubishi Mirages and all that sort of stuff. So it's equaled out now that we don't sort of have that, which I think, I remember the Mitran brothers telling me that the differential between a GT3 car and a Clio Cup car at turn 10 was 115 kilometres an hour under braking.
So, yeah, reasonable. I mean, I'm just wondering whether this circuit, as you said, there are certain parts where you can't get past.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
I'm going to try. But in a way, when people get a little bit kind of edgy, you've got areas where you can relax because you've got 3 straights where you can get past, as Code 60 has been
green flag,
unwound.
green flag.
Green flag. And away we go with 4 hours and 40 minutes and 40 seconds approximately to go.
Thank you very much, Nick. We'll hear from you down in pit lane in the not too distant future. Joe Bradley down there with the 450 coming in now. He's going to head over there and shove his finger into the hole where the towing eye should have been. And
yeah, I can't really see in there. There's a lot of... he put it around the top of the strip.
Okay.
Where they hitched their tow strap to. I'm not sure they're going to bother with repairing that towing eye.
If he's
straight to work with the service.
If he's out of fuel, he won't be able to get down to the fuel bay, Joe, under his own power.
Well, they
can't fuel in pit lane.
With driver, no, they can't. That's a very good point. They're going through the service.
Officially.
Replacing driver.
That's true.
Yeah, not officially. We've seen that before. Brett Strom is taking over the driver's seat. Nathan Freak has gotten out. We've got new tyres on the car. The bonnet is shut. We haven't caused any issue. We're not going to bother repairing the towing eye. We're just going to hope that we don't have to be recovered again. And if we do need to be recovered, we know exactly where to hitch the towing eye to. So that's the thing. Now then, it's just about to come off the jacks. This is where we're going to fail. And yep, we're going to get pushed all the way to fueling. So this is the 450 getting back into it. Let's get some insight from Nathan when he's cooled down in 1, I would imagine.
Yeah, give it 5, mate.
Yeah.
Give it 5.
25.
Okay. No problem. They're pushing that car down. The hard-working teams get some fuel into it. It was reading 13 litres when it came to a halt. And but the 85 car, CP Racing, has gone back into the lead around about 1.5 minutes over the 32 car, the Team GP Elite. And that's the AM GT3 back in the lead of the GT3s.
Got Nathan now.
Okay, down to you, Joe, with Nathan.
I didn't know whether to approach you there, mate. That's looked very frustrating from where we were. How was it for you?
Yeah, it was frustrating. I had a pretty decent stint then. I guess I was coming to the end of it, and just at the end of the straight after turn 1, big splutter. Trademark run out of fuel signs, which is weird because we've got a pretty comprehensive fuel counter on the dash, and we're within at least 10 litres, I guess. So ground to a halt, and then obviously a bit of shenanigans getting the car recovered.
What exactly went on there?
The guy just pulled off with loads of slack in the ropes. Of course, as soon as he went slack, he just ripped our front tow hook clean off, and then chaos ensued. But thankfully, I get to get my hands dirty on the cars as well, and I knew which was a strong point. Had to check with Darren that it was okay to tow from there, and it was actually fine. So,
I'm a bit of a geek, so I want to know where you towed from.
There's like a cross brace at the big strut brace bolts.
Across the top of the struts?
Yeah, it's fairly sturdy. Bolts in 3 or 4 places either side, so I guess that would be safe.
Good thinking. That's called desert tackle. It's quite literally.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, hopefully it's simple as put some fuel in it and carry on now.
Yeah, mate, I'll leave you to it. Thanks, Dave.
450 back out on track now, currently running second in GT4. Now Bradley Ellis in the Century Motorsport car, and the Aston Martin had taken over that lead during that Code 60. Total time at the moment for Code 60s with 4 hours and 37 minutes to go. 51 minutes under Code 60. We also got some repairs done down onto the circuit and the exit of turn 20. Currently, we only have one car in the pits, and that is unfortunately the 44 Lamborghini, who have called it quits for the day. Still running in 16th position because of the amount of laps that they have done, but after 8 punches, that was enough for them, and it could have been a setup issue or something else, but they have learnt.
It could have been running low tyre pressures, couldn't it?
True, exactly right.
We were talking about that early on.
Yeah, and it just flexes that sidewall when you do that.
Yeah, I've just had a chat with the guys from Hankook, and they are taking it, as ever, very seriously,
yes,
as you might imagine.
Yep.
And they've looked at every tyre that's come off. So, they have full confidence in their product, and it's been in this series for a very, very long time.
Indeed, it has.
And done hard work. I've raced on these tyres, and the thing that I was always told by my team manager, thank you, Dario, even at quarter, even in the warm, don't hit the curbs on your first 2 or 3 laps.
Yep, sidewall.
It doesn't. You don't see the damage straight away. It'll take 3, maybe 4 laps to make itself known. And it's very tempting because you get in grip, you get really good grip.
Yes.
And you think, oh, I'm all right. But you've got to keep looking at the TPMS and see where your pressures and your temps are. And I understand the temptation to under pressure the tyres particularly when you think it's going to be hot. But Hankook, like every other tyre manufacturer, gives out recommendations, and if you go outside the recommendations, then the tyre manufacturer can't be held responsible. Can
they? Exactly, and what that does, the low pressure does, it rolls the shoulder over further, and it starts to affect the sidewall. And you put a little nick in that sidewall. Once you get up to pressure, that nick grows in size, and once that nick grows in size, and you keep on hitting those curbs, in time it's going to fail. So lessons are being learned here, John. Lots of lessons. We've got the 188 back into the pits. James Kay at the wheel of the AC Motorsport car. Only 132 laps completed, running second. TCR, Joe?
Nothing's happening on it. He's pulled to a stop. There's no tyres readied. There's some attention going on now in the rear of the car, but it's not like a sort of a dynamic reaction to the car's presence. They were expecting the car in because they were ready to receive it, but so I'm perceiving from this that James Kay has identified an issue. He's brought the car in. The car's going up on the jacks, and they're going to find out what exactly the issue is. I'm trying to see by their reaction.
Sure, they've got the rear doors open, haven't they?
They have.
That is an Evo car because it's got the reverse. It's got the swan neck. They'll be looking at the anti-roll bar. It runs right through the back of the passenger compound. You can actually see it running through there, and to remove it, you take the back wheels off and just take the pins out. And to adjust it.
The only reason the doors open is to retrieve the camera.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, that's all it was. It wasn't related at all. because I thought something along those lines when I saw that, but we've only gone and took the camera out. There's nothing actually happening. James has got out of the car.
Okay.
He's walked to the back of the garage.
And there's no other driver running to get in?
No.
Ooh.
They're looking under the wheel arch at the rear. They're looking under the wheel arch at the front.
He's felt something, hasn't he?
He's felt something.
Yeah. Yeah.
See if I can grab James, even if he just tells me in my ear what it is.
Thank you very much for that, Joe, down in pit lane. As we continue on, just over 4.5 hours to go here in Kuwait Motor Town for the first running of the 12 hours of Kuwait. We have 203 laps in the books at the moment. Team 85, the car 85. Charles Espinal at the wheel of the CP Racing Mercedes AMG. Leading the way at the moment, 49 seconds, nearly 50 seconds for Jesse Van Kuchik in the Team GP Elite Porsche, running in the GT3 category. The Mercedes is running in the GT3 AM category, which means they have all AM drivers as their lineup. But that gap is staying around 49 seconds. Basically, we've got a fuel delta of about 20 minutes between those two cars. It's going to be interesting to keep it on that. Joseph, what do you have for us?
Yeah, it's James' case, funny. So they're chasing that problem they've been chasing all night.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and he's just said, the only thing we haven't changed is the driver, so we're trying that. Stefan Perrin is getting into the car.
All right.
Now, Stefan told us earlier this is a brand new car.
Oh.
That's why he was really, really peeved with the fact that there was such a problem. So it's still there, whatever it is.
Indeed.
And it's been described as a vibration, a big, heavy vibration, which is very disconcerting, I would imagine.
Yes, in one of those cars. It could be a gearbox, could be anything.
I did say mistakenly early on that we didn't have any of the Evos here, but that car is the Evo. That is the new version of the RS3. The RS3 is the only one at the moment of the TCR cars that has a boot. It's a 4-door rather than a 5-door. You can have either. So that car comes down on its hydraulic japs, and James Kay pulls it forward and fires it away. I won't mention that he stalled it because he's got far too much experience.
James has jumped out of that one.
James is out, is he?
Yeah.
It hasn't changed over yet. Right.
Yeah,
Okay.
it'll click over once we get him out of pit lane. Probably going to go to fuel and top the tank up. Side-by-side Porsches. Very pretty in the light.
That's the EB Motors, the Veely car. That is the multicoloured car, and that seemed to be... What car was that? Was it passing? You got distracted there.
I couldn't see that clearly.
It's the 955 Veely Motorsport car.
The dancing ants are over the top of each other at the moment.
That's how close
That's
they
how
are.
close they are. It's a 909. 909 is the car, yes.
I thought that was the orange car, but
Yes,
I would have thought that would have been going quicker.
Indeed, it's dropped behind that. That's exactly
this. So that's a lap taken back
off that one, yeah.
By Sergio Nicolai on Ivo Breukers.
Yes.
So Ivo probably driving to a lap time at the moment.
I would say at this stage of the season, yeah.
That was a 2 minutes point 286 from Ivo last time around in the Red Camel class leading car. 4th overall, by the way, just one away from a podium position, and then an issue for the 188 on the far side of the circuit as well, just coming back onto the track.
Well, that's it. That's Stefan Perrin, because that was his outlap.
Cold rear tyres.
Yeah.
Cold rear tyres through turn 4 and a complete
not quite 180.
No,
I would say 120 on that one. But yeah, you're dead right, John. Cold rear tyres on the car, and it did sit for a long time in the pits. Stefan, as Joe said, back on board. Let's have a look at this again. And we have the KTM into the pits at the moment. And that's down running 3rd in the GTX category. However, quite a few laps alone because of that 2.5 hour to change the engine and the gearbox. But brilliantly done Not the engine. I can see the engine cover up because it flicks up higher than the roof. So they're looking underneath the engine cover. So maybe an issue there, as well as that car has had a full replacement of pretty much everything in the back end of it. And the team seem to be just trying to isolate or look at an issue. Nick, they didn't have a phone torch there. It was a different type of torch, so I'm sorry about that. It was almost the phone torch was out, but they are definitely into the engine bay on that one.
Quite a lot of heat coming off the back of that car.
Yes, indeed.
The KTM was the car, remember, that had the engine and gearbox change.
Yes, totally changed.
A big thump and a hole in the side of the engine block for that car. Spotted by the young...
Haytham spotted it.
Yeah,
he spotted it so quick, and he pulled
so quick.
And the presence of mind to driving a car on fire and pulling it up right where he knew a fire extinguisher was. Brilliant.
Why did you stop in the penalty box? Because I knew there was a fire extinguisher there. Very good.
Oh.
One of the things you do when you track walk, you should do.
Exactly. You know
when
where...
I'm talking to young drivers, there's always the fire bottles marked.
Yeah, it's got an F on the side of it. Yeah.
And you need to know where that is. I've only had to stop once with a fire in a car. It's the scariest thing in the world. I was driving an Aston Martin with the engine in front of me, an old Aston Martin, and it burst into flames from the trumpets, and I could see it because the back of the bonnet was tilted up to get more air through.
Yeah,
it was the old DBS. And fantastic piece of kit. 4-speed NASCAR locker diff box.
4-speed?
Yeah, 4-speed.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Wow.
It was serious. Up over 160 miles an hour 3 times at Snetterton in that. And it had decent brakes as well. It was fun to drive, but not when you see flames under your bonnet.
No.
So I pulled off at the end of the back straight at Snet and knew where there was a marshal's post.
Did you pull the bottle?
No. As I came to roll into a halt, I turned the engine off to see if that would take it off. It didn't. So then I turned it back on again and gassed it, and as it's restarted, it sucked the flame back down and went out. So I actually didn't need the fire bottle, thank goodness. But I did have to drive him back through the paddock. They wouldn't let me back out of the track, which I was a bit annoyed about because we lost a lap while I was trying to chase down 3rd position, which was it was a 6-hour race.
The 491 just got a haircut from the 85 going past it. It was very, very close. I'm quite surprised it's still got a mirror on the left-hand side. As that was Charles Espinard going past Jose Garcia running 3rd in the GT4 category for Lion Speed Racing. As that little bit of there's a little bit of like string or a tie hanging down from the rear vision mirror, and that I would find that incredibly annoying trying to look through a corner. We've got a piece of string flapping around. I'm not sure what that is there for, but we picked it up on our in-car camera. Saif Al-Amiri is out there for Rabadan Motorsports by Speed Lover, 5th in class, 8th overall in the 979 car. UAE driver, one of the many that drive Porsches around this world and knows how to flash the headlights as to warn the cars in front of them. I'm used to this lighting. I'm going to find it hard to go to Yas now, John. I really like this. I do indeed.
No, I really like it. I think it is bright enough to be It's bright enough for the TV cameras to work.
Yep.
Which is great, but it's not daylight.
Yeah.
The TV cameras make it look much brighter than it is.
Probably 30%.
Oh, yeah, all of that.
Yep.
Yeah. If I look out into the midfield, there's areas of shadow.
Yeah.
And you think, how could those TV cameras make that look so bright? They've racked them up.
Yeah.
Very, very good. Let's go back and take a look at a bit of side-by-side action coming down through 4 into 5. And this is Porsche versus BMW again. They both made it. Just about.
Possibly a little bit of contact there.
Yeah, might have been.
I saw a puff of possibly tired a tyre.
Ah.
So just a little bit close. Everybody made it through. It's one of the few contacts that we've actually seen. I heard about. We saw some damage on the KTM at the which happened on that first lap spin.
That was his spin, and someone brushing across the front.
Brushing across, right. So it was incidental brushing rather than contact, because no damage was done to both cars, except a little bit of fiberglass carbon fiber damage to the front of the KTM. And Joe and Nick have both noticed a little bit of what we call in the aircraft parlance, hanger rash on some of the vehicles there that they've just had a brush here and there. And there we go. Oh, that is going back into the box. And
straight away,
that
is KTM
KTM, yeah. He went out for a lap. He's come straight back in, engine cover in, and that's done. Let's see.
Well, that's a new engine and gearbox. It might just be something not tightened up.
It could be tuning. It could be anything like that. Let's give them a chance to have a look at it.
I'm going to very quickly run through the outstanding penalties, as I like to do. So I'm having a quick spin through to see what's been said. Actually, a couple cancelled, including some exceeding the speed limits. But at the moment, we have the only outstanding ones that I can see is a 10-second time penalty for the BMW, the RHC car, at turn 4. That was their 6th offence, so that's 10 seconds for the Jurgensen Strom car.
Yep.
We've got 2 penalties for the Vortex, exceeding speed limit in the pit lane, 24 seconds time penalty, and 10 seconds for exceeding maximum refuelling during code 60. So that's a total of 34 seconds for the Vortex, which of course was in the lead of its class until recently. It has now dropped down closer to the... No, it's gone down into second.
Yeah, it is now second in GTX.
So it's Leipert, after all their problems, and Greg Gorski's inside the top 10.
Yeah.
With the Leipert. They didn't have a car yesterday.
No, they first went out on track this morning.
That's the way to do it, lads.
Well, they did have to go through all that complicated setup stuff for,
roll it off the truck, polish it up, put some fuel in it, let's go out.
Let's go racing,
some more
guys.
tyres on us.
We don't need practice. No, that's... you don't need to do that. And Greg Gorski currently into the fuel bay at the moment and running in the top 10. When we talked to JF earlier, he said he was looking for a podium. Well, 4 hours 20 to go.
Well, I think Greg may have got out of that car, actually.
Yeah, we'll wait till
I'll tell you when he comes out of the pit lane.
Yeah.
So well into the second half of this race. Full dark for, the sharp end of 2.5 hours now. As the second place car, Team GP Elite, 46 seconds behind Charles Espinard. Did they take the lead when they came back? Because
there was a time between the two pit stops.
Yes,
pit stops that they did. What happened is they're running off sync by about and their pit stops by about 25-30 minutes. Nick picked that up, so the CP car runs longer in its stint. Okay, just the way it's turning out at the moment.
10 lead changes. Team Kuwait, obviously, they were on pole position, so I don't count that one.
Yeah.
ARC Bratislava led some laps. Then Team Kuwait went back to the lead. Then Team GP Elite, Team Kuwait by MRS. Red Camel Jordans, that was when the 992 category car was leading. Then CP Racing led a few laps from 57 to 97, so 40 laps. Then GP Elite led, then CP again from 90 to 191, so over 100 laps in the lead. Then GP came back and led 5 laps, and then CP Racing Charles Espinard was back in the lead when it was Dan Van Keek, wasn't it, who was driving at that point. He had to come in. It was nearly 30 minutes, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I've heard you talking about the delta on fuel, the time difference since they'd been out on track, and at the moment the stint lengths between them, the leader, and that is the that is the number 85 CP racing car, has been out 1 hour and 32 minutes for Jesse Van Kiek for Team GP Elite. So it's 30 minutes there or thereabouts, isn't it? Depending on which side of the line they fall. So that one's still to play out.
Yes, it is.
If
that could come down to the last 30 minutes of the race.
It might be who does their last pit stop first.
Yes.
And then if you get a little bit of a break with the traffic, as long as you don't get any penalties to be added on afterwards. Remember, once we get into the last phases of the race, where there's not likely to be pit stops, those penalties are translated into time after the race. All right, Veely, the second place car, has he just put a lap on that Porsche behind him?
I think he has. They've been doing this for about 4 laps now. There's another Porsche just in front of them, I believe, as well. And these 3 cars have been just dogging out.
Oh, they're catching 3 Porsches catching the Lippert.
Yes.
710.
Well, the 710's just come out of the pits, and Jean-François Bruno is at the wheel of that one. And there we go, down into the braking zone.
Well, that's the GT3 car.
Yes.
Mohammed Al-Kazemi behind that, the wheel of that. He's in a podium position at the moment from the car that started on pole overall. And he's just keeping out the wheel. A bit of side-by-side action between that and the Lippert green Lamborghini Super Trofeo. That is not the GT3 car, but it's very quick in a straight line, that Super Trofeo, when it gets wound up. And through goes Mohammed Al-Kazemi. So that just leaves the third of those Porsches to go through. So 3 Porsches, 2 different categories. You can't miss the Vili Motorsport by EB Motors, because that's the one with the strobing multicoloured lights over the top of the doors. Just starting to quiet down a little bit in the back of the paddock, but the music was still banging out there, and a lot of people sitting. Coffee's a big thing here. Sit and have a coffee and a chat.
Indeed it is.
And there was a lot of people doing that. Joe Bradley has found some special guests for us with 4 hours and 16 minutes to go.
You're based out here in Kuwait?
Temporarily based out here.
What brought you to the Kuwait motor town for tonight's race?
Say again?
What brought you here? How did you know the race was on?
MWR.
What's MWR?
It's military wellness and recreation. They let us know about events that are happening in the area. Yeah.
I bet you were excited by that. It's an international motor race, endurance race. Are you guys race fans?
Absolutely. Back home, huge NASCAR fan, so to get to see any kind of racing out here is amazing.
Oh, absolutely. More dirt track where I live, but yeah.
What's your favorite racing?
I actually have family back home who races locally, so it's a lot of fun going out and watching them race on the local tracks.
Good point. Where is home exactly? Where's back home?
Maine.
Maine, up in the northeast. Yeah. Where are you from, sir?
From Kentucky.
New York.
Well, all right, so you two are neighbours, aren't you, really? So tell us, what's your thoughts on your race fans? What do you think of the facility, what they've done here in Kuwait? It's fabulous.
It's great out here. I was impressed when we got here and saw the track. It's pretty impressive.
Are you guys staying long?
I think we're going to stay as long as we can.
Well, don't forget, there's a massive podium celebration where, the trophies are going to be presented and everyone's welcome. So stay around for that, yeah?
Hopefully they allow us to. We'd love to see it.
It's great to have you guys here. And, of course, they're here supporting the USA in the form of CP Racing, our American team. So, so far, so good, but we'll not say anything else, guys? We'll just keep our fingers crossed. Great to have you here. Welcome.
For John on the end there, let's not forget, NASCAR Next Generation.
Yes.
We're running as Garage 56 at Le Mans next year. as part of the 100th anniversary celebrations, 100 years of Le Mans next year. Full Le Mans and a Classic Le Mans next year. We'll have that for you, of course. Still the only broadcaster to bring you full, live, free and uninterrupted coverage of test day and every session through the week for the Le Mans cars, as well as the Road to Le Mans as well. And brilliant to be back on site as we were last year for the first time in a wee while. Thoroughly enjoyed being back there and can't wait to be a part of the celebrations. Have a little bit of Le Mans news on Wednesday, actually, on Midweek Motorsport. There's a lot of questions being asked about camping and tickets and things like that, and we're going to go to our friend in the trade, Brian Shane from First Tickets, to give us a little bit of an insider's view of what's going on next year and what's changing and what's the same. So tune in from 8 o'clock on Wednesday UK time. It is also our show of the year coming up as well, so we'll be announcing our nominations for the various categories, including the Listener Award. So that's something that you can get involved with.
I fail at that one, John, because it's on at midnight.
I know. I know.
And Crazy fails as well because it's like 6 or 4 a.m.
Well, that's why we have a free archive.
And that is fantastic. Absolutely
on
fantastic.
demand whenever you want, or download it, and it's all free. We're getting to the time when some of these cars are going to need one of their tear-offs taken off. I'm just looking through the front screen to see what Jean-Francois can see, and he's actually gone off at turn 2.
Oh, he held it. Oh,
wow, did he ever? Sorry, that's turn 17, I think.
See where he is.
That was a very high-speed slide. I was just about to say...
It was 17.
Yeah, it was a very high-speed slide as the back end of the Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo got away from him, and you're accelerating pretty hard there. Now, does that mean there's trouble at the back of the car again, that he lost that, or was that just the laws of physics? It was very quick, Hans.
Yeah, it was very quick. He's not backing out of it. It's 5th gear. He should change up to 6 on the exit of turn 1. Yeah, a little bit.
And then back on the throttle.
Oh, yeah, and he should get 6th gear down on the straight there. There it goes, down towards turn 2. So I just think that was a moment. Let's have a little look.
So he's coming. He just missed his turning.
Yeah, exactly.
And he's trying. He's all the way back down to 3rd.
Look at that.
And as soon as he tries to put any throttle on at all, in fact, he was off throttle, and the back end just broke away. How do you remember which way the steering wheel is meant to go when it's not a wheel? When it's got a gap at the top?
No, the 2 buttons, the red and blue buttons are at the top. The red and blue button are at the top of this wheel. So when he's looking at his dash, those 2 buttons are right in front of him. Once he comes off lock, you'll see them. Those buttons there, they're coloured. So. Yeah, they're coloured though, and that's what you pick up in your peripheral vision. If there's no colour there, your steering wheel's upside down. My Radical had that.
Hit the red tape.
Yeah,
at the top.
My Radical had that, but then again, I had issues.
Fastest lap of the race for the leading car, Charles Esplanade. It's just done a 53.3. There's time in this track at the moment, and his lead is now 52 seconds. Team GP Elite in the Porsche, Esteban Hankook, is trying to chase him down. That was a 5-second advantage to CP last time around. Mohamed Al Kazemi is some 4 minutes off the lead.
That's
third position.
That's 1.1 seconds quicker than his qualifying time, John.
This is the track rubbering in, isn't it?
It is. It's the air temperature, the tyres and the track starting to gel better, and the rubber down on the circuit. So all those 3 things, and plus the drivers aren't as stressed anymore because the heat inside the cars has come down as well.
We qualified at around this time last night, 10 minutes. We started at 8 o'clock.
Yep. Yeah. So now these guys have got some data where the track was yesterday. Yes, because it's a completely different circuit now. It's got loads of marbles offline, and it's also got rubber online. So the car's now starting to behave like they would normally do. And everybody's I think the engineers are just getting back into their comfort zone now, where they know what to expect because they've got a rubber-in track.
Yeah, and I'm seeing more light colours.
Yes.
Green colours, bright colours, greens and purples. Fastest first sector by Sergio Nicolai and Harry Hilders in the two Porsches that are fighting for 5th and 6th, although they're a couple of minutes apart, just over a lap apart at the moment, but in a similar part of the circuit actually. So is Harry coming back? No, he's not. He's dropping away. 157 last time around from Sergio Nicolai. That's not hanging around in a Porsche Cup car. Into the pit lane, the 332. That's now gone back to the... Oh, that is still rather in the lead of TC and second in TC Endurance. That's the 365 horsepower version of the Club Sport, or Competition Sport, excuse me, machine. They're cleaning up now. See, that's smart. While you're doing it, clean off the headlights, get the crud off it, even give the windscreen a little wipe. You can wipe those. Yeah, that's what's going on.
Yep.
If you have got tear-offs on, you can wipe over the top, but I don't think they have actually. That looks just like a standard windscreen with no tear-offs. If it has got tear-offs on, they've done a cracking job putting them on.
There's no bubbles.
By the way.
There's no bubbles at all in that, is there?
Even the side glass is dusty now.
Yeah. So what's happening is that there is dust in the air. There is always dust in the air here, and we can see it in the track lighting around the circuit. You can see this haze that sits in the air, and this haze gets attracted to things. It gets attracted to metal and glass, and that's why we get that on these cars.
Yes, this isn't fog as such.
No.
It is a little bit of humidity in the air, but as the air gets heavier, the dust that's in the air is attracted to the minute water particles, and it starts to just drop down like a little haze. Passerit Promsumbat, one of the all-Thai driving squad in the Cupra Leon, that's competition. TCR there. And they, at the moment, are on track to win the Champion of the Continent trophy and start off the Middle East trophy with a win. New colour scheme this weekend, new sponsor, Flow. Might not have heard of it. It is an energy drink. Nick Damon found that out earlier on. Well done. Also Flow happens to be the name of one of Nick's dogs as well, which I think is why he asked the question. the track, you were talking about the track lighting earlier on, and we got distracted from that. And what I like about this is it's almost like street lighting.
It is. That's what it. You're exactly right, John. It is like that small pool of lighting that we,
I would say there are probably 4 lights within the area that you would normally have 2 street lights, so there's 2 extra ones equidistant in the middle. But I really like the intensity that it is. I don't think it needs to be any brighter for GT racing. No. Obviously you wouldn't race Formula cars around here, they don't have headlights and tail lights, but there are some quite dark spots, notably coming out of turn 1, which is where the RHC Jorgensen Strom car is, and it is Brett Strom behind the wheel there. Down towards turn 2, nicely lit down here, big pool of light, a little bit darker at the apex as he turns into 2 and accelerates up the hill, wind off the lock, and then point the car over the hill. I reckon you've got to go where it says about the U or the W of Q8 is where you've got to go under.
Yep, exactly. You've got to turn and commit to that apex before you can see it.
Long before you see it.
There is no view there. And he's taken this inside line around here as well, John. It just gives you a better opening here. You can get on the throttle earlier as you come through 7. Yeah, and because this is quite a long stretch of these 8, 9, 10, 11 before you get into the quadrella. This undulates
there as well, Phil.
Yeah.
Just over the top of the that's how you know that the track's going up and down, because there's little bits of darkness that are in a tiny wee bit of shadow coming through that the Pentagon, as they are calling it here, and heading through 17 into 18. I love this. This is a really technical. It looks easy, but it's so technical. And as we saw from Jean-Francois Bruneau, you get your turning wrong there, and you're way off at the side of the track. And that is very dusty at the moment.
Well, it has been dusty the entire time, and because we haven't had a lot of cars running off track, it's not cleaning up. And as you said before, the humidity starting to set, dewy on the outside with a bit of dust on there. Get these slick tyres out onto that, and you've got no rear end whatsoever.
It's effectively the temperature inversion.
Yes, it is.
This time of night. The sun's gone, so you've got heat coming up from the ground, and the air temperature has dropped. And we can tell how dusty it is in the air by, as we look out from our commentary box to the 13 or so miles we can see into the distance. Even in the fairly near distance where the Bedouin Winter camps are, all the lights are twinkling like stars. And why do stars twinkle? Because of the dust in the atmosphere. They aren't flashing on and off like somebody pushing a button on a headlamp flasher. It's the tiny little particles that are in between you and the light source. And right in the not even in the far distance, but certainly the amber lights in the far distance towards the 30, the 40 and the 50, which are the main freeway dual carriageways here. All of those lights are twinkling as if it was a yellow version of the Milky Way, and that tells you, Phil, exactly how much dust there is in the atmosphere.
Yeah, temperature now dropping down to 19 degrees, humidity increasing. So we're getting the inversion here, which will affect some of these cars on performance, others on handling. So it's just how you deal with it. The Hankook tyres are pretty good. They're not as temperature sensitive as some tyres. They can work in a reasonable range.
Well, the thing about these Hankook tyres that we found down through the years is they are an excellent multi-purpose tyre.
Yes.
And that's why they are so good, these race slicks. Just one compound of slick and one compound of wet tyres from Hankook. And when you consider what I've just said there, that you have obviously different sizes for the different cars, but essentially same compound and construction throughout the sizes for the fitments that they have. And when you consider you've got front wheel drive TCRs, you've got the front, mid and rear engine cars in all of the GT classes, and you're going right the way up to very high downforce GT3 cars, and then some of the GT4 cars and the TC cars. And if you look at those two CS BMWs, there's no downforce on that at all. That's all about mechanical grip.
Yeah. And so
massive range.
Exactly. The loads are so different, and the way that, on the tyres, the loads are so different, and it's amazing that they work across that range. And that's all credit to the Hankook engineers of making this work.
Hankook, of course, with we know them from this part of motor racing. Been involved in Super Taiku over in Japan for a long time. The Class 1 DTM tyres at the end of Class 1, they were Hankook. They've done Formula 3 tyres in
Formula 4 here in the UAE.
They do the Formula 4 here in the UAE. And of course, they also do rally tyres as well, off-road tyres, but their newest acquisition is FIA Formula E, and that is a brand new compound and construction, which is a test bed for new electric vehicle tyres for Hankook for street cars.
Well,
they are learning so much.
Yeah, they are, and
we'll talk about that again in a little while. We are into the last third of the race here at Kuwait Motor Town. So let's start with the GTs this time. And at the top of the shop, it is CP Racing on 220 laps. Their lead just over a minute at the moment. It's Charles Esplanade versus Jesse Van Kuik in the 85 and the 32. AMG versus Porsche. Team Kuwait back another lap or so, but holding on very nicely to a top three position by, again, just over, actually 2 laps ahead of Red Camel Jordan NL. It is Ivo Breukers, the father in that team. His two sons, Luke and Rick, joining him, and he leads the Porsche class from the Vili Motorsports by EB Motors, the HRT Performance 992, which has got Harry Hilders at the wheel. The QMMF by HRT Thurea Qatar 929 in 4th in class, and 5th for the 979 Rabdan Motorsport by Speedlover 992. Saif Al-Ameri behind the wheel of that, Al-Ameri. The second of the QMMF entries, that's the Qatar Motorsport and Motorcycle Federation by HRT. So Al Qatar is the number 930, and that's in 6th in class, 9th overall, 10th in GT. Leipert Motorsport lead in the GTX category. Also a leader in 11th place, the 429 Vantage AMR GT4. That's Bradley Ellis driving that at the moment. Second in GT4 is the RHC Jorgensen Strom by Century GT4. So Century doing a very good job there. The Lion Speed Racing GT4 in 3rd is the GT4 Cayman, but that's 3 and a bit laps further back. The Vortex, 2nd in GTX. Philip Bonnell back out in that car, taking over from Lionel Amarouche. 50 races in the Creventic competition for Lionel. ERC Bratislava have withdrawn that car. Matej Knopfer came in after 8 punctures. They decided that it was better to voluntarily park it than to in the pit lane and in its garage, rather than to involuntarily put it against a barrier or worse still, someone else. Razzoon Northern Racing are 3rd in their class and 16th in GT. That's the Crossbow, that car in and out the pits, but has had a full has had some work, but that car is has done well. BBR Passerit Promsabat leading with the Cupra in the TCE Touring Car Endurance category, also the best of the TCRs. The two Hoffa cars have been battling it out, and it is the slightly less highly powered car, 365 horsepower, with now around about a 10-minute lead over its teammate. It's the same 5 drivers. They're just changing around and having fun. AC Motorsport, they've had all kinds of weird rear axle issues, rear brake issues, and Yasmin Preysig, Ivan Valles and Mohamed Al-Sabah a 3rd place in TCR, 5th in TCE. That's how the standings are. We have 3 hours and 56 minutes to go. Spin in the 710, but no harm, no foul on the Leipert car, which, as you heard from the rundown, is still leading its class. The artificial light from miles around dominated. You look to the north of here by the flares from the refinery cracking towers, and it's a very picturesque situation here at Kuwait Motor Town. Let's head down into the pit lane.
Hello there, John. It's me again. The ever-visiting 188 is back in again, the AC Motorsports car. Now, they've had an impressively long stop. So basically they came in before you started the rundown and the highlights. They're just about to go out now. And the stop consisted of a man lying on the floor looking at all parts of the car without actually doing anything. And then, right at the end, they put some more duct tape on the bonnet. So I think they still have no idea what's wrong.
Well, they've sent it back out again.
Well, yeah, this is the thing. I think they've kind of worked out it doesn't feel quite right.
Let's stick back down to Nick Damon just to finish that story off from down at the 188. Nick?
Just watch that video. It's great, isn't it? I'm looking forward to next year as well now. Yes, really, I think they have no idea what's going on. If you look at the detritus layer, they've got discs, they've got pads, they've got all sorts of things. It just isn't feeling quite right. Also, whilst you were doing the rundown, in complete opposite, the BBR car came in, the 159 Cupra, and had an absolute standard stop and went on its way, and I assume it's now, 25 laps ahead? 30 laps ahead?
Yeah. Which two cars with that, Nick?
The BBR car.
BBR car's leading class.
Oh, yeah.
TCR car, yes.
And that's 24 laps down the leader. That's good, done 20 at 200 laps. The second place car is 139 in the TCR category. Of course, you've got the two TC cars. They're only 15 laps behind the BBR. So if there's any problems for BBR, you're talking about anything more than half an hour, and those two fairly street stock looking BMW M2s are going to be there or thereabouts for the lead of the TCE category overall. They're nailed on for first and second in their own class, but for the TC endurance part of that, they're right there, half an hour. That's all we're talking about.
And as we said before, the 365 horsepower is ahead of the 450. Remember, the 450 did have some issues earlier on in hour 3 and dropped behind its sister car, and all of the drivers are sharing those cars. And I can't imagine, and I think Joe said, it might have been you that said, imagine jumping out of a car, jumping into the other one with 100 horsepower less, and you'd think there was an issue the entire time you were doing the lap. You just can't get out of corners, you know. But it is the lesser powerful.
I wonder if they've set them up the same, other than the fact that one's got more power than the other. Is there anything else that's different about them? Have they trimmed out, for example, only the 365 horsepower version, that so it's a wee bit quicker down the tubes, down the long straights, or have they put a bit more wing into the 460 horsepower, 450 horsepower car, so that it's got a bit more through the corners? I don't know. It's an interesting conundrum, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm just going to nip into their lap times at the moment, and looking at the 450 horsepower is doing 2:13. Traffic for the 332, 2:28.
Yeah, but if you look at their fastest laps, those two cars, 2:11.918 and 2:11.083. That's
yeah.
So is that what it is? It's 9/10 of a second is the difference between 365 horsepower and 450,
and 17 degrees of angle on the back wing on the 450 car.
Possibly,
yes,
possibly.
And just to give it more grip in the corner, but just slow it down a little bit on the straights. Yeah, very interesting, very challenging way to do things, but they're succeeding in the TC category at the moment, and they would.
So the TCR leader is the car that we've talked about probably the most this year. This is the BBR machine, and this leads TCE as well. 13th position overall. Tanart Thirikul, and they've challenged us in at every round with fabulously poetic names.
I'm just going into my hi there, Sathan Thirikul.
Sathan Thirikul.
Yeah.
How you would say that?
Yes, I would indeed.
Sathian Thirikul. Yeah. Okay. I will stand to be corrected. Okay.
No,
well,
my English isn't as good as
his name gets mispronounced quite a lot. I do try quite hard to get people's names right. The first contact that I had with Thai Motorsport was when Race of Champions went to Thailand at the Ramanganjala Stadium, and they had their own version of Race of Champions on the Thursday night, I think it was, and Toyota Gazoo Racing have a rally team out there, and there's a guy who just calls himself Mad Cow, who won through that, and they did really well in the Race of Champions proper, and
Toyota then started bringing teams of drivers over to the Nürburgring 24.
Yep.
And putting them together in a variety of weird and wonderful small engine, small category cars. And lo and behold, did Mad Cow not pop up there as well? Jenny Gow and I spent all weekend trying to learn his name.
I actually called a race over there, the Tyre Ute Series at the Buriram circuit. And I was really lucky. They all had nicknames.
This is it. That's what he called himself.
Yeah, and they all had nicknames because there was no way I could pronounce all of their names, especially when you have 28 diesel utes on there, and they pour black smoke out. You can't see anything. Brilliant racing though, absolutely brilliant racing. 188 in the pits at the moment, 4th in class. That is the Audi, sitting down in 20th position, 2nd in the TCR category.
Doing nothing again?
Yep, down to you, Nick. What do you got for us?
It's just sitting there. They're doing nothing. I assume what's happening is a man in the car, which is Stefan Perrin, is pressing some buttons or something, or doing Control-Alt-Delete, because they are sitting there with one of the mechanics making small hand gestures, polite hand gestures, let's quote here. And there's a man standing there with getting further. I don't know really whether they have any idea what's wrong with the car. My guess is no.
Thank you very much for that. I have to concur with your
expert
thing of saying no. Let's just try something else. And they're running out of things to try and running out of hours to do it. 3:45 to go here in Kuwait. The first running of the 12 hours of Kuwait. Another Creventic track. It makes it 30 circuits, I think it is, that we've been to. 23 circuits, sorry. Yep. And 23rd circuit. Wow, since 2006. I'm really enjoying seeing brake disc glowing again, John. I don't know what it is, but it just does it for me. And the glowing brake disc coming down into turn 20, and especially with the AMG GT3 with the pipes glowing as well. It's just like if they've got LED running down the side of them. Very, very pretty to watch. And talking about that, CP Racing leading at the moment by 1 minute and 10 seconds. And Charles Espendup just done the fastest lap of his race at the moment. 3:31 into the pits now.
Oh, that's the last couple of... that's about 2 or 3 times out the last 5 or 6 that he's actually brought that down. Nick. 3:37. Nick Damon.
Yeah, down with the 331, which I'm going to ask you. I assume this is the one that's got
450.
More power. The more power car.
It's the tool time car. More
Absolutely. Michael Bonk gets out, and Herman Bock gets in. You've got to be careful with those ones, I can tell you. Michael's wearing an incredibly attractive, I don't know if Ron can show it, an amazing Harlequin suit there. Look at that. Look, he's got every single colour under the sun there in the suit. It's like one of those, remember that Volkswagen Polo you could buy for a while?
Have you noticed what's on the top of his helmet as well? He's got the old Mark Blundell.
Mark Blundell, yeah, the same thing.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Let's see if Michael will have a quick word with us.
Just 1 second, Nick, before you jump in there. We've got one of the
32 second place car into the pits slowly.
I think it's got a right rear puncture. We'll watch that
past it.
Michael.
Okay, Michael, we can't miss you in the pit lane. Very colourful.
Yes, so. You look here. Hardcore is the colour of you, eh?
You're driving in 2 cars. They're very similar, but slightly different with 100 horsepower. How different are the 2 cars to drive?
The brakes is different, and yes, your horsepower. And it's the same car. Also the same car, but brakes and but horsepower. It's faster. The car is 20 kilometers faster, but for the lap time, 2 seconds.
Is it easy to go from one to the other, or does it take a while to adjust?
It's easy. It's easy. It's nice. Great track. It's very fun. It's nice here.
Michael, thank you very much. Thanks a lot, Michael Bonk.
One of the great supporters of this series down through the years, Hoffer and Bonk Racing. Nice to see Michael taking part. Now, Nick has walked away to see what was going on with
32,
the 32 car.
I think
it was
I think it's left already and is into the fuel tank. I think it's gone to the fuel bowsers now. There's nothing on There's nothing on the apron, though. The 429 Century Motorsports Aston Martin is just coming to its pit stop now.
Bradley Ellis.
The 116, which is the Wolf Power, much delayed TCR car, that is, I think, just going for fuel. I don't think it stopped in its pit.
Ivars Valler's driving.
So, yes, so Century Motorsport getting a full service, and I'm not sure if it's a driver change. He's getting tyres, and they will take fuel and hopefully put the cap on properly. No major panic around the 32 garage. Just
ask them if they were just getting low on fuel, if you wouldn't mind.
What, the 32?
Yeah, 32 came in very, very slowly down the back straight. So if you could do that. Just noticing Jean-Francois Bruno's just done the Leipert's car's fastest lap of the race. 1:58.7 for that car. That's up there. That is up there. He'll be happy with that.
I think he's comfortable out there, John.
After that spin?
Yes, he took a while to get his tyres where he wanted them. Obviously, he is in the window now, and he'll set about his task. 3:41 to go. That car now sitting just on the edge of the top 10 in 10th position, but leading, more importantly, the GTX category. Keeping an eye on that gap between the 85 now with
Jesse Van Click.
Nick, down to you.
With the Jesse Van Click just out of the 32. Jesse, first of all, you seem to come in quite slow to the pits. Was the problem?
Yeah, again a flat tire. So, yeah, we're trying to guess or estimate where the end of the life of the tire is, but it's really difficult to say. I was in now more than an hour, so we had a lot of fuel because of code 60, and somehow it just, I don't know, it just goes. We've had, I think, 4 now. So
is it because you're wearing them out, or you've perhaps had 60 curb strikes? Do you know what it is?
We're really taking it easy, like we're not driving flat out. Turn 19, turn 20, we don't even go on any curb, like maybe the red-white stripes. But so to be very honest, it's really also not nice to drive because you have to hold back all the time.
When you have been out there, the track now seems to be, apart from the curbs, in very good condition. It's a very good grip and everything.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, we've been learning so much. For us, it's a new car and obviously a new track. So yesterday was a packed day already, but I think all of our 3 are getting to grips with the track and the car a bit more.
Now we're having one little problem. We aren't quite sure how to pronounce your name. How should we pronounce it?
Yeah, if you want to go Dutch,
we always want to go Dutch. It's cheaper.
Yeah, obviously. Then it would be Jesse Van Kuik. Kuik, yeah. I would also listen to Jesse Van Quick. I've been mentioned.
That's good.
Oh, we like Van Quick.
That's also fine. So
one more time.
One more time, Van
Kuik.
Van Cook. Van Cook.
That's a tough one.
I'm going to record that and play it back. Thank you for talking to us. Thank you, Jesse.
No worries. Thank you.
Van Quick.
Yeah. He's got a little bit of a limp, actually. You see, he's going away there.
I think he's very tall, as is his teammate, Mr. Grenville, as well. So I'm just wondering whether the Porsche is a little bit tight for these very tall. Of course, the Dutch are the tallest country in the world, aren't they?
Oh, are they?
By a large amount. The average height in the Netherlands is over 6 foot for a man now.
Why wasn't I born there? Seriously. Thank you for that information, Nick, down there in the pit lane.
I missed how he said Jesse Van Gauk.
Van Gauk, yes.
Gauk.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll say that with my Australian lilt. You will do it with yours.
By Northeastern.
Oh, look at those flames.
The Milwaukee Tools crossbow with afterburners.
Yes, indeed.
It looks like a racing version of Bruce Wayne's work car, Batmobile. And it is blue flame at the back
lovely.
of Dominic Olber's driven Razoon more than racing. I hope the photographers trackside, and there are many of them this weekend. Good to see a good selection of photographers here working for the teams and various publications. And it's just like Can we not get someone to knock up some nice homemade egg custard and just have it bruleed off the back of that?
Oh, that would be lovely.
It looks like a chef's torch.
So it does indeed.
It looks like a chef's torch. That's amazing out the back of that car. The only other car I've seen do that on such a regular basis was the last iteration of which is this last iteration of the Corvette, C8R.
Oh, the C8 does it. Oh, I
yeah,
haven't seen
does that as well. Blue flame almost all the time. We're coming down to the last 3.5 hours. By the way, I kept getting interrupted when I was talking about tied drivers because there was stuff happening. Mad Cow is Natavude Charansuka Watana. And
yes.
As I said, Jenny Gower now spent all weekend learning his name because we knew he was going to be in the full Race of Champions where the races last all of 55 seconds. And so you can't be going, what's his name again? Natavude Charansuka Watana. Smashing bloke as well, actually. Superstar in Thailand. I mean, when I say, I mean like rock stars.
Rock star status, yes.
You couldn't go anywhere without getting people asking for his autograph. Amazing fella. And so humble. Loved that. It was a great event in the National Stadium. Ramanganjala Stadium. Lifetime ago, that seems now. Race of Champions, end of January, beginning of Feb, I think. And they're back on the frozen sea again, as they were last year. Veely Motors by Veely Sport by EB Motors with their scrolling multicoloured
disco
LEDs.
car.
And that's excellent. I mean, that is a racing equivalent of a rainbow, isn't it? Look at how it's just moving through there. Absolutely. Veely Motors by EB Motors, and it's Sergei Nikolai.
Beautifully done, isn't it? How it rides up onto the back.
Both sides, and it rides up onto the wing stanchions as well, and right onto the swan necks.
Oh,
isn't that fantastic?
It's just disco machine.
The Sub Series wouldn't let you do that.
No.
Because they don't like scrolling lights. But I actually, it goes with the colour of the car, because the car is multicoloured with the multicoloured splatters on there. As well.
They've got the same on their pit wall down here on the bar as well, so they know where to come in. One thing, if it's hooked up to the battery, it will take power out of the battery.
It's taking nothing now, Phil. You know that better than anybody.
I do, but you don't want them to short out because they will drain batteries so fast.
Do you think they might even put them on a separate circuit?
I reckon they've got a separate battery running on those.
Yeah.
You can put a couple of D cells in there and they'll sort out that.
And that would last for 12 hours easily.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. It didn't go on until it was starting to get dark. Yep. I think the last pit stop before it got dark, they started to put them on, and they must be sort of semicircular.
Yeah.
Because you can see them from all different angles.
So yeah, it's got the flat.
It's like an old disco rope light to go back to our formative years.
It is literally a rope light. It's like conduit. It's flat at the bottom and then curved across the top.
It is costing them 3 miles an hour down the front straight, but they don't care.
They're getting a massive amount of camera time.
Well, yeah, exactly. Exactly so. I was just talking to the guys from Porsche actually before I came out here. We were talking about the new GT3 car. The lighting technology on the new GT3, therefore the 992 GT3R, I know Porsche everything's GT3, but the GT3R is the GT3 class car. They're saying now that the headlights that are in that car are powerful enough that there will be no need for additional lights in that car. The technology,
LED technology,
the LED and matrix technology that they've put in that car from their street cars, there will be no need to have additional lights for night racing on that new Porsche, which is starting to be delivered right now. Actually, I've got a couple of older Porsches and a quite new one, and the old 968 Sport with its halogen bulb headlights, twin filament.
Ooh, that's nasty.
They're hella units, and then it's got driving lights in the bumper and fog lights. When they're all on, that's really quite good for a car of its age. That's a 94 car. My 97 993 has got what Porsche called Lightronics back in those days.
I remember
which
that
is
Lightronics, yeah.
Sort of the gas ones that pop up and look a bit blue for a moment.
Yep.
And then, of course, we've got LED technology on the 992 on the GTS. And that's extraordinary.
Exactly. We used to have what was called bitumen burners.
Bitumen burners.
Yes. 7.5-inch diameter. Yeah. That's all halide globe.
Yeah.
On trucks in Australia, obviously, we're driving for 3,000 kilometres with no corners. But it used to light up 2 kilometres of road because it takes 120 tonnes a kilometre and a half to stop. So that's what you need.
Coming down to 3.5 hours to go. Charles Esplanade behind the wheel of the leading car. His race mugshot not showing him with his Movember stash. He's decided to leave that on till he gets home after this race. Doesn't want to take it off, thinks it might be bad luck. Nick Damon down in the pits.
Yeah, just saw the 491 Lion speed. They made a full service. Jose Garcia got out. Not quite sure who got in. They sneaked in behind me.
491 was that?
Yeah, 491 the Lion speed. The Cayman that's actually managed to run without a puncture for a while. The thing I would say is, if you want to talk about headlamps, you should have seen the things that came on my TR4 vintage 1965.
Yes.
It was like a slightly wafty candle sort of thrown ahead of you slightly.
Would you have been better using your iPhone?
Oh yeah, absolutely, yeah. On the flip side though, my new car has full-on laser arc lights which will blind anyone for about 400 miles ahead, much like it's what it was modelled on, which is the 2016 P1 Audis, which were told to stop flashing your lights.
Yeah, there was actually a rule change, wasn't there? Yeah. How many flashes you could have. So they had to program that in to a flash button so that the drivers weren't constantly flashing people and burning people's retinas, even if they were only looking through their rear views. Thank you, Nick. Nick Damon down in the pit lane. Joe Bradley will be back in there in a wee while as we move towards the closing hours. And the leader's in the pitch. So Nick Damon springing into action. Still got a goodly smattering of crowd sitting in the grandstand. Some of them right up top with us here as well, been waving to us as they go by. They're a friendly lot here. Right, Nick, you've got the leader in.
Yes, exactly the opposite end of the pitch from the 491.
Right,
but luckily, Ron told me they were going to come in, so we got an early start. We're still 4 garages short, but they are
driver change.
They go full driver change and service. Well, Charles was always going to get out at this point. They got flashing LEDs themselves. Left-hand side of the car is green. Right-hand side of the car is blue.
Yeah.
Can't tell you who got in, because I'm literally getting here as the car drives away. So one of their drivers has now replaced Charles Esplanade. I think it should possibly be Charlie Putnam. I don't think he's done his 2 hours yet.
Charlie was in before Charles.
Was he?
Yes, he was.
And
he did a really good job in not losing the lead.
Right.
On rotation, I think it should be Shane now. But I wonder if they'll put Joe Foster back in and let Shane finish.
Joe Foster. So I'm looking at him.
Right, okay. Well, okay.
It is Charlie. It's Charlie.
It's Charlie's gone back in.
Yeah.
Well, Charlie, if he can do just under an hour and a half, then Shane can finish it off, can't he?
Yeah, so Charlie's in there now. It's like,
I see what you mean about the disco flasher.
Oh, wow.
Disco, it's all on. It's the rage. Obviously, everyone's got the disco light message. A good quick word with Mr. Esplanade. Charles, some very quick laps towards the end.
Yeah, you know, the CP Racing guys give us a great AMG Mercedes. The Hankook tires are doing awesome. We made a little adjustment with them, and then they're working perfect. Love the track, obviously, and it's even better at night.
You did a 53.3. Is that a combination of now you've done enough laps to really learn the circuit and the circuit's coming to you?
Yeah, absolutely. The track's definitely coming in the evening. And, you know, every lap you do, you're trying, let me try this a little, let me try this a little, and it's getting a little better, and we're able to do that now and take care of the car. I think, obviously, there was some problems with people going over the curbs and using a little too much track earlier, so, you know, you learn. I mean,
well, you say you learn, but your chief rivals, the 32 car, just came in a few minutes ago with another puncture, didn't lose too much time. What are you doing to avoid those punctures? How are you driving differently? What corners are you taking differently?
Can I tell you that after the race?
Tell me now, it's easier.
Yeah, but then
they're very tall Dutch people. They're not listening to anybody.
So it's just really taking care of the tire and not using a lot of the curbs. I notice a lot of the other guys are using a lot of the curbs, and I think there's some areas since it's a new track. There's some sharp points on the concrete and stuff. And, you know, we all know the Hankook can handle a lot of stuff, but, I mean, there's no tire that's going to handle a puncture, so.
So if you were absolutely monstering this track, how much quicker would you go?
I was thinking about that. I don't know, you know. Us old guys, we're not those guys that, like, throw it in anymore, but, you know, it would have got us pull, I think.
Great stuff. Thanks, Charles. Good stuff. Charles Espenlaub out of the 85 and left in the lead. Has the 32 taken over? Now it's got fuel, John.
It has not yet come round. Here's the interesting part of that, though, Nick. That car is faster now than it was in qualifying, and they're taking fewer chances. As just a moment or two ago, I wonder if the Leipa Lamborghini is having some braking issues. Jean-Francois off at exactly the same corner, turn 17, he went wide before. This time he doesn't try and steer back onto the track and just lets the car go wide. Very interesting. Sure. I think we've got a few tired cars now as the 85 leaves, tired cars and tired drivers, as the 85 leading car goes out and back onto the track. Speed limiter out, 3 hours 26 to go. And we are back in the race with the leader, Nick.
Yeah, the Red Camels Jordan car just came in and served a penalty. Now, I've not seen this before, but it actually had a countdown of the penalty on its numerical display at the front. You know the bit that normally says Evo and the number? Yeah. Has that been, for a while they've been doing that?
Yeah, I think that is a visual clue to the guys who were sitting there next to that big screen in the computer so that they can tick them off what they've done. It also happens when they're standing still in the pits as well.
What happened at the end is the team manager, despite the fact he counted down 10-1 on the numerical indicator, then had to show his iPhone stopwatch time as well, and so they all agreed that actually 10 seconds have been served.
Yes, exactly.
So, as you say, it's obviously an indication. It's not the actual. It isn't actually the official rule that it's happening. Not the official.
I suspect it all comes from the wheel speed sensors. In Formula One, they use it from the load sensors on the wheels to make sure that between the tyres stopping and the car going up on its jacks, any requisite penalty, stationary penalty, is being served. The problem is if you lock your wheels coming in, you can actually confuse the timing a little bit and manipulate it. Sorry. That a little bit. But what you can't do is pull it up on the jacks too early because the load sensor shows that. And somebody got caught foul of that. Was it Gasly?
Wasn't stationary for long enough by about 0.3 of a second.
Yeah. It was the fact it went up too early. It was still standing still. It went up too early. And I suspect that is something similar here, that they're using wheel speed sensors to know how long the car's been stationary, because if you look carefully, it also does that on the pit stops as well. And we also have that in IMSA on the side countdown boards on there to show how long the car's been standing still. It helps us to know how much fuel's gone in, because obviously they're fueling at the pits.
714 is to my right. That's
Dominic Olbert brought that in. He's already out.
Yeah, the recently repaired about an hour ago. New engine, new gearbox.
Driver
fire extinguisher knocked off.
Driver number 2 is in that. Oh, hang on, 930. Number 930. This is the 6th position QMMF by HRT Sohail Kata. Karim Al-Ali. Karim Al-Ali was talking to him actually when I went away for a bite to eat. And I wondered if that was a puncture, but he's going too quick for a puncture.
Hazard lights are on.
The 992s, even the Cup cars, when you have an ice, he's got a problem.
Yeah.
Because he's missed the pit lane.
Yeah.
But even if you have a problem and you spin the car, the hazard lights come on automatically. They've got sort of a yaw sensor on them. So he's in the pit lane anyway.
I've got a button. Anyway,
you have to remember to turn them off when that happens.
Exactly. Just going back to the Line Speed Racing Porsche, Patrick Kolb took that over.
Kolb.
Yep. Yeah. So he's out there now in that one, and the 955 and the 928 into the pits now.
It is a puncture, the 930. The rear right, unsurprisingly, it's very heavily shredded. It's kept most of its outer sidewall.
Nick, I'm not surprised. He was fairly cracking along.
Yeah, they've got some problems because that's thrown a few threads off and a few cords off. Now they're lucky they'll get the wheel off and it's not tied itself around anything.
That's flapped.
They've managed to get away with the bodywork. It's now the big check.
The wheel line has gone, Nick.
Oh no, and they've also taken out the air duct for the rear brake. So there's the brake duct, cooling duct is now no longer US. Now I don't think I put the tyre on that. Even though I was going to decide I didn't want the air duct as they try and kick back the wheel well, that's got the propensity to flap about a bit. But yeah, that puncture's not done anyone any good whatsoever. Smells bad too, so that's not helped them.
The duct's been shredded as well, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's been snapped. It's now no longer contiguous.
Yeah, all right, I see.
They've had a couple of flailing.
Meanwhile,
the
Hilders has brought the.
He has the
28 in.
That seemed more standard. Harry's actually got out the car. The 930 is still there. They kind of worked out they don't want to just let it go with the broken rear brake air duct, so they are at least going to try and tie that duct up slightly. But you're asking for temperature issue. You've got no air going in there.
Of course, at this time of the race, it's far better than it would have been at lunchtime.
Wheels off again. The initial mechanics, it'll be all right. Now they've decided that it won't be all right. Oh, torch. No, it's a bespoke torch.
Actual torch.
Oh, no.
Real torch.
See, that's a team that's organised, mate.
There's a couple. It's disappointing. Yeah, so they've managed to get that. That's obviously that just shows you get a bit of bad luck. The tyre itself has weirdly stayed quite solid on the sidewalls, but shredded itself on the middle, and that's those flailing little cables of
Nick,
tyre cord.
Don't you love the attention to detail on Porsche race cars? There is a full colour enamel Porsche crest on the end of the stub axle, so that when the wheel nut goes back on, the single wheel nut goes back on, you've still got the crest there.
All about the branding. All about the branding.
Motorsport use a different version of the crest to any of the other cars. The crest's changed slightly down through the years, and the colourways have changed. Slightly different colours of red and gold, and different parts of the crest are highlighted in black. So Porsche or Stuttgart or the antlers and stuff like that. The Motorsport one is the only one that has them all in black, and quite often it's only a sticker. If you look at the bonnet badges the next time one of the Cup cars comes in, Nick, you'll see that the bonnet badge is only a sticker.
Well,
weight saving.
If I was paying the amount they cost, I want made of enamel and etched in gold, to be honest.
Unobtainium.
Yes, exactly.
Mistake by Patrick Kolb in the line speed Porsche, as he ran a little bit long at turn 20, lost the back end. That 718 Cayman, the GT4 car, that has been squirrely under braking and turning and power application all through the race. They've set that up at the back. Still some hardy souls in the grandstand. Right, it's not 7,500 people, but I'm quite impressed, Phil, that we've still got spectators here. Hello, all of you in the grandstand right in front of us. I know you can hear the PA. It's a supremely impressive and effective, and still people wandering around the concessions. Off. Oh, hang on, Nick. We've got someone in the gravel.
Wow.
I've not said this before. Code 60 is out, and that is it's one of the two QMMF cars. It is the 929. So it's 007. So that is 7th in the class, and that's Ibrahim Al-Manal. And this is the first time we've seen someone go far enough, Phil, to have the back wheels in the gravel.
Well, that is a reasonable way off track. Was that car just in the pits?
30 was in the pits.
30 was in the pits.
It's turn 18, by the way, so it is that quick turn. We've seen Jean-Francois Bruno have a couple of moments down there. I wonder if it's getting a bit slippery out there.
Okay, second place has come in, and interestingly, he's taken a single right rear tyre for safety's sake and going for fuel. So they've decided because they've lost 4 already and they don't know why, If they're going to extend this run, they needed one new tyre. So Lucas Gronveld's taken that, so the 32 team learning from the problems they've got and trying to work around them. They know they can do an hour on a tyre, and they've given Lucas now probably about an hour and 20 minutes of fuel.
That tyre has not cost them a position. The fuel might cost them the lead lap.
Actually, I don't think he's stopped for fuel, actually.
So he's just done the tyre.
Just drove through. I don't think he's stopped.
No, he's in fuel now. He's in fuel now, according to timing. He hasn't left the pit lane.
Not left, because there's a car that's just leaving. There must be two very similar Porsches. Then he's being occluded by a different Porsche.
Let me see. Occluded, as is he? Did Rick Breukers come in the 909? That's a similar colour car. Here comes the leader into the pits. Charles Putnam.
This will be fuel.
Putnam doesn't need tyres, does he? He's not been in that long.
3 or 4 laps. It's this whole thing of brimming it. He wouldn't need a half a tank either at this point. So he'll be brimming this, which will take Charles with fuel for an hour and 30 minutes.
That's perfect.
Yep.
That gets him inside the last 2 hours. It means one driver can go to the last 2 hours. And you put your half recipe in. What am I saying? Half allocation. Thank you. Half allocation in, whatever it is, and you'll put as much. You'll brim fill that tank, because anything that's left when he comes in with just on 2 hours to go means that Shane Lewis doesn't have to stand still for quite as long in the pit lane, in the fuel area.
Century Motorsport are going to be in a minute, and they're going to do a brake change, John, a pad change.
Oh, are they?
So
Just pads?
they've decided they can't do safely the 12 hours and one set of pads. And obviously, if you get a code 60 this time, this is the time to do it, because it's half the cost, or less than half the cost, actually, on this, which is quite a quick track, of a normal stop. By the way,
go on.
Sorry, John. You mentioned the hardy souls. It's really nice weather, by the way. It's lovely out here. I'm still in a single lane having a lovely time. So we're very pleased you're all here, but you're having a nice time with the weather as well.
Yes. I smell hot brakes wafting up here. Track limits infringements. That was the 32 car served that 10-second penalty. No, that's just a warning for the moment, excuse me. So outstanding. We still have the 979 that has an outstanding penalty. And that is the Rabdam Motorsport, Saif Al-Ameri. He's in that car at the moment, and I think that's the only one. Oh no, exceeding the speed limit, exceeding the speed limit in the pit lane, and code 60. That's the 701, the Vortex, and that is 34 seconds that they've got to do. And here is Saif Al-Ameri in to serve this penalty. So that's 10 seconds doubled up to 20.
Ooh.
And there he goes, the 979 in that very pretty colour. Nick Damon.
It's still worth doing it. It's lap time is more than double under code 60, so your 10 seconds converted to 20 is worth it. We're down with Century Motorsport as they're doing a GT4 brake pad change, slightly different from the GT3 ones.
Nick, one of the things that's been a little bit of an innovation over the last couple of seasons here in Creventic, and particularly for our TV coverage, has been the addition of a couple of drones. Now, hang on a second. If I stand up here, you should be able to see us. Hello. Look, there we are.
Hello, Mum. We're on the telly.
That's us in the end box there. Fantastic. So the drone outside our window. And they bring the takeaway as well. I can actually see it in front of us, the red and green.
John, I was chatting to them earlier. We were in the lift together. And the one they have, their tracking drone, tops out at 150 miles an hour now.
Yeah.
5 seconds, and they said it gets too fast, I lose where it is.
Yeah.
But they got some real speed in these things.
They tend to fly that in a straight line. Oh,
Yeah, I would
God. These are not the drones you're looking for.
Pads going back on. It's quite interesting actually how these brake calipers are done. They've got two retaining bolts which go right through the back, and they pull that out, and that means you can push out the pads. So the pads go out the back effectively of the caliper.
What?
Do the old anti-squeezer, the spreader, and then put the new ones in, put the bolts in. So it's quite well done.
Nice to see that Century Motorsport are supporting Race Against Dementia, so Jackie Stewart's charity. Of course, we know that sadly Lady Helen suffers, and Jackie and the rest of motorsport trying to bring some
notice to what is a really horrible disease.
Listen,
supporting that, Phil.
Less than 1 minute to go before we go green, and we have gone green. It was very much less than 1 minute to go. Back green again. We have, so at this time, having a look at just under an hour at code 60 at the moment, John, 57 minutes, 55 seconds, and we have 3 hours, 12 minutes to go. That's our 5th code 60 out there, and well done once again to all our track team here at Kuwait Motor Town, on the ball and making things happen. A couple of things drivers have to be aware of now. Cold tyres, John. Because we've had a few laps under that code 60 and the track temperature has dropped. Air temperature around 18 degrees at the moment, so it's a bit chilly out there to get that temperature back in. Cars leaving the pit lane now at the end of this, losing a little bit of time. Brad Ellis, the Century Motorsport, Aston Martin making their way down. We've got Safe Almeri and the 979, the 929 and the 710 all down in the fuel bay at the moment, along with the 701, the Vortex, down in 16th position. So the fuel bay getting quite full at the moment. And Charles Putnam still in the lead, but it's looking around about a 4-minute lead now over Lucas Grindfield in the GP Elite car.
Yeah, don't forget that'll change after the code
60, yes.
They've all been travelling around a bit slow, so we'll let them get through a couple of the mini sectors and then get it sorted out. We were talking about those flashing lights in the EB Motors car, on the EB Motors car. I'm indebted to Rob Chalmers, RSL_studio. He says you can run those LED strips from a power bank that you have for your phone. We do it at the 24-hour British kart race.
Like the one I've loaned Joe to power his phone up.
Yeah, he needs to get a phone that doesn't need so much battery, or stop scrolling through things he shouldn't be looking at.
Yeah.
That's the other thing.
It's all good.
Oh dear. So at RSL_studio would be where you get in touch with us. Bob Chalmers asking also, is Bradley Ellis the former motorcyclist?
Oh, I don't know that one.
Well, there was a Brad Ellis who was a motorcyclist, but I don't think this is the same one, because I've got a feeling Bradley started karting when he was quite young. Bradley's our karting expert. He's from Croydon, and he started racing all the way back in 1999 in karting. And I don't think it's the same Brad Ellis, Rob, as far as I'm aware. You've actually ticked something over in my mind now, because the last time I was talking about Bradley Ellis, I'd just been watching motorcycling and it crossed my mind then, and then something happened on the track and I got distracted, as I do at my age, in fairness.
Wait till you get to my age. Not long now.
No, I'll never get to your age, mate, because you'll always be older than me, obviously.
Obviously.
As will Bradley.
Exactly.
Just by the 5 years in Bradley's case. You know, he looks good for 60, does Bradley, doesn't he?
He does.
I'm only 55. Yeah.
Hey, I'm a senior in America. They put me on planes first.
Oh, that's great.
It is brilliant.
Coming down to 3 hours to go, lads. Just the last quarter of the race, and the drivers trying to get into the rhythm of this circuit. It is a rhythm track, particularly from, you get that super quick run down to turn 2 from the final corner, and then after that you've barely got the wheels straight until you get to turn 19.
It's I like it. It challenges the driver. It challenges.
Have you done track days around here?
Yes, I did a track day around here, but we had the loop in at turn 1 to stop the cars arriving at turn 2 and not being able to stop.
And what were you driving then?
A Radical R8 LM.
Oh, I bet that was a handful.
455 horsepower and 612 kilos.
I've been on the track at the same time as those when I was driving an SR3 Radical. And we were doing a test day in the damp at Donington on the national circuit. And whilst it was very quick in the straight line, the SR3 was a little more nimble around the corners.
Yeah, a bit more weight in them. I did a few laps around here, but remember, this was probably 3 months after the circuit opened in 2019. And so it was incredibly green and it was really dusty. I probably had more fun in the cars with treaded tyres and the road cars. The Radical was just, you couldn't put your foot on the accelerator, just spin the back wheels up. Doesn't matter what you did with it. It wasn't suited to the track at its time of evolution.
I actually think the SR3 is the best car that Radical make. I think it's a lovely balance of power and weight, and the balance between it. I'd not driven a downforce car in anger. All right, a Viper GT1 out at Ricard, but that wasn't racing it. That was on a test.
Yeah.
But I had a full race weekend in an SR3, which was two short races, which were 40 minutes, and then a long race, which was an hour, which I did on my own. It was a pit stop race. You had to come in.
Yep.
But
how was your neck?
My neck was fine. Everybody said, "Oh, your neck's going to be a problem." But I ride motorcycles.
You ride motorcycles, exactly.
With a very heavy helmet.
Yeah.
And I know it's not the same, but, you know, an hour and a half or 2 hours on a motorcycle, it does.
You're stressing your neck muscles all the time because of all the comms stuff you have in your helmet.
Yeah, absolutely. The thing that I found was the very small steering wheel and a lot of relatively quick corners at Donington. No power steering, and you were having to haul that around.
Did you get arm pump?
Forearms, almost like motorcycle arm pump,
arm
and
pump.
also across your pecs at the top. I got out the car like a rugby league player with a protector on. You know, couldn't. Oh, yeah, fella. But I was popular with the missus when I got home. Made a good workout that. Thank you to the guys at Radical for that. That was great.
They make some. I mean, I had chassis 57 from Radical in my club sport, you know, and that's hands, feet behind, and brain car. Carburetors, 39 mil can flat slides. Says it R1100. Chain drives for the differential. Sequential box, as I said, motorcycle engine. Every lap you do is you doing it.
Yeah.
Because there's nothing helping you.
Oh, I thought in terms of grins per pence, it has to be one of the best value proper race cars you can buy. And the Radical series in the UK, they've got one in the US now,
and we have one in Dubai that's been running since 2006.
Yeah, there's an awful lot of them out there, Phil, and they don't take a lot of running. You know, there's some parts that are life, as you'll well know, and you have to, with any racing car, you don't take liberties on life parts.
No.
Well, the engines are good. They're generally unbreakable. Motorcycle engines. That eight-cylinder one is effectively two motorcycle engines.
Well, it is. The RPE, I mean, it's the Hayabusa engine stroked out to 1500. You know, and RPE do a brilliant job with the engines. I've driven the new XX, which is very. But the thing is, they're getting heavier, John. Okay, over 650 kilos now. My car's 493 kilos. Yeah. I weigh a quarter of my car's weight. Okay, and that's about me being old and not fit. But it's one of those things that lightweight cars. Colin Chapman said it. You know, reduce weight and add lightness.
Yeah, add lightness and add pace and dynamics to the car. If you're not moving, I mean, the difference in myself when I lost 25 kilos, the difference in me racing was unreal. We're coming down to the last 3 hours. 3 hours, 3 minutes and 17 seconds. I could have waited, I suppose, till it was 3 seconds as well. That would have sounded contrived, wouldn't it? As we come into the last quarter of this race. What an opening international event it's been so far. And we've still got a battle on for the lead of the race overall. There's battles in the classes as well. 4th and 5th in 992. There's just 45 seconds between those. Just over a minute between first and second. Charles Putman and Lucas Grunewald. Lucas is pulling Charles back, as you would expect, but it's just not happening quick enough, I don't think, for GP Elite. CP Racing, who took their first overall victory in a Creventic event. They've been so close before as CP and the drivers with Pro Speed before they started their own.
Yeah.
But they'd been a couple of second places there, but then it was Portimao, wasn't it, earlier on this season, in a race that was in fact hotter than it has been here this weekend. At the start of the race, Joe was on the grid, it was 42 Celsius in the sunshine.
So track temperature would have been way over 50. Wow.
Portimao. It was unbelievable. Creventic, being Creventic, gave every team a kids' swimming pool, which was filled with water, and the CP guys were getting out of the car, stripping down to their swimming trunks and getting in there to get their core temperature down.
Yeah.
And it was absolutely necessary. It was really sensible by Creventic. I was sitting outside having lunch thinking, oh, this is pleasant. Oh yeah, it was pleasant sitting having your lunch in it, but I would not have liked to have been driving a car in it. My goodness.
The temperature obviously has so many issues with core temperature rises, concentration goes away massively. You know, a 2 degree rise in core temperature could cut your concentration levels by over 50%. It's why in Australian supercars they mandated the cool suit. That you have to run a cool suit. Now, I ran one on my Clio Cup car as well, because we'd raced until May. It was 45 degrees outside, 60 degrees inside the car, and I was sitting on the grid shivering because 2/3 of my body was covered with 700 feet of capillary tubing with ice water running through it. And so there are ways now that you can do that, but you can't take the more heat out of these cars when the air is at that temperature and the track is at these temperatures. So they're the thing that gets stressed first, and then it permeates through.
54 seconds now, the lead. And meantime, the leader in the 992 category, tantalisingly just 6 minutes away from an overall podium, the 909. Red Camels. That car in its bright orange colourway. That was a late arrival as well, but they hit the ground running. Interestingly, the two of the cars that arrived here late, the 909 and the 710, both class leaders at the moment. And I've said this earlier on, but I'll say it again, great efforts by everybody concerned here at the track. The logistic problems not of their making or even within their control, but used all their good officers' influence and anything they could to make sure that the cars were cleared through customs, the containers got here, and that we started 21 cars, albeit one from the pit lane, which was the Vortex. 2 hours and 59.5 minutes to go, so we are inside the final quarter of the race. Hello everybody, Phil Hansen, John Hindhaugh in the booth, Nick Damon and Joe Bradley down in the pits. It's Nick on duty at the moment. We're at Kuwait Motor Town for the first international motor race at this venue. It is the first round of a brand new Middle East trophy from the Hankook 24-hour series and Creventic, which will have its next round on the second weekend of January at the Dubai Autodrome, and then the week after that down at Yas Marina. 24 hours and 6 hours still to come to finish the Middle East Trophy Series. Vortex in the pit, soaking up some of its extensive penalties that it has still to serve. Nick Damon is watching the countdown.
It's been quite odd, actually. Also, there isn't a countdown on this one, so obviously it's just a Red Camels only.
34 seconds.
He came into the pits, stopped, and then half got out of the cockpit to chat to his engineer, then got back in again. This is the same car which about 10 minutes ago, perhaps a bit less, came down the pit, it was kind of moving to move into its pit box, then got waved out. I thought, oh, it's going to have some fuel. No, just carried on going. So who knows? I do have one piece of actual news though from the pit lane. Yes. Top breaking news here from the Kuwait Motor Town. The 188 have given up. They can't work out what the problem is. They've parked the car. They're having a look at it, but I'm pretty sure. Well, I'm sure that they will not be taking any further part because they just have no idea why it doesn't feel right.
I think that gives the champion of the continent to the 159, because I don't think the 116 will be able to overhaul them on points or indeed in position unless something happens now and they don't turn another lap, and we don't wish that on anybody. That was 34 seconds that the Vortex served. That was the speed limit infraction and a code 60 and speed limit infraction in the pit lane. Now the only issued penalty is a 10-second again for track limits turn 4, and that is the leader in TCE and TCR. That is the 159, the BBR car that has exceeded track limits too many times, so they'll do that the next time. They will not want to be left with any penalties. Meantime, on the track, 909 and 955 are together. This is quite a significant moment, actually. This is first and second, but they're exactly 5.69 kilometres apart. Yes, because this is the EB Motors car trying to get back on the lead lap. They've been gradually pulling that car back in during this stint, and that's Rick Broikers driving it. So that would suggest to me that Rick's not leaning on that car, because Nick is exceptionally quick. Former Lamborghini Junior driver, twice a Rolex 24 Daytona winner, and once at Sebring. And with no disrespect to Sabino Di Castro, who has been driving very, very well, to take a second or so per lap out of that car is doing very well indeed. And he's right there now, all in the mirrors of the red Camel car. So how hard is Rick going to fight? Or will he allow the multicoloured car to go through? Under 3 hours to go now, Phil. What's the strategy here?
Let him go.
You think?
Yep, let him go. Okay. You don't want to get in a fight. I look at that deltas.
You see how little the front brakes were glowing on the red Camel car, and how much there were on the Wheelie Motors car.
Indeed. There's going to be a push down here to probably towards turn 2 to get that position done and then try and get the lap back. I think defence would have cost him more tyre time rather than, and so just don't do it. I think defence would have cost him a lot more tyre time on that one, and so let it go. Nick, do you have something for us?
I don't have something. I actually links in what you're talking about. I have Ivo Broikers.
Oh,
so I can actually ask him, Ivo, what's the plan? About to be unlapped or re-unlapped by the 955? Let him go or fight him?
No, the plan is to drive as fast as possible, to try to stay ahead of them. They have very fast drivers, fast car, so it's going to be very exciting because Rick is one of our fastest drivers. They still have a fast driver left, and next one with us is Luke. So it's going to be an exciting last hour, I suppose.
Has Rick been told to be careful on the curbs? There's been a lot of tyre problems with the Porsches.
No, we just say go fast. No, we didn't have any problems at all. Of course, we're looking for the curbs a little bit, it's going well.
Talking about going well, I hear you've indulged in a completely new fitness regime for this race. Is that correct?
Yes, indeed. The last few months I did a lot of workouts and lost some weight, but also I was surprised how fit I came out of the car. I could have done another 5 stints if I wanted to.
Was it just you got fed up with both your sons beating you? You know, so we're having one fast, but two is just too much.
At least I know that I have some less kilos to take with me. So, but I found out it was not enough to beat them. So they're really very, very fast. And this track is extremely technical, really difficult. You need to be concentrated. It's fun to drive. It's a fantastic track, and I need to look into the data a little bit where I'm losing it.
Oh yeah, check the data. Thanks, Ivo. Great stuff.
You're welcome.
So just taking it easy.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. No need to push too hard.
Here we go.
Well,
yes.
See, that's what happens, doesn't it?
Pressure.
A couple of minutes ago, Rick, in trying to let the car go, gets dirty tyres and slides off. But there's plenty of runoff there. On the where was that?
That was at the end here. That was at 15.
Oh yeah, 15, 16. Yeah, absolutely right. So that's meantime, by the way, the lead is down to under 30 seconds. Lucas Groeneveld catching CP Racing. However, of course, that is going to change in a moment because Lucas is going to have to dive into the pits. He's done 46 minutes on this stint, 33 on the 33 minutes on the CP Racing car.
But the CP's done 10, they've done 11.
Yeah.
So there's a pit stop in hand there for Lucas Groeneveld and the GP.
Don't forget they both used the last code 60.
Yeah, true.
As well.
This is going to get tight towards
the Elite going past Rick Breukers, and that hasn't slowed him down too much. The gap between first and second, 28 seconds. Team GP Elite not at the moment gaining on the leader, plus 0.540, plus 1798 as they go across the line. That's what traffic does to you around here.
Yeah, it does.
It really does. GP Elite has been taking time out the leader all the way through this stint. It's down to 24 seconds, but it's still not as quick as Lucas Groeneveld can do. Can't quite see the leader at the moment. He's coming down through turn 2, and the leader is going out of turn 8. So if he looks across the track, there's going to be some places where he will see the leader, and even in the dark, what you start to do is the next time around, you say, right, he was the third lamppost along on the right-hand side here. Oh, he's only the first lamppost along now. I'm closing him down.
It's enticing, but you have to be so careful that you just don't over-push that.
Correct.
And as soon as you get into that mode of I'm catching, all of a sudden, all of the neatness and tidiness and all of the restraint that you've used to get that position, you lost.
The numbers that we're seeing on our screen and you're seeing if you're watching the TV pictures are the delta to the fastest lap of the car. So CP Racing are 3.5 seconds down on their fastest lap, and Team GP Elite are just a second down on their fastest lap, and those fastest lap respectively is 1:53.9 for CP and 1:52.8, the fastest lap of the race by Team GP Elite. But again, traffic for Lucas as he comes up to the EV Motors car. Now, those Cup cars are very quick in a straight line. Well, they're quick in a straight line because they don't have quite as much aero, so it's all going to have to be done on the brakes by Lucas, and he's had to work rather harder than I think he wanted to into turn 20. Well, that's good, clean overtaking maneuver there, but just showing how quick those Cup cars are with a little bit less aero, as into the pit lane comes the more powerful of the two machines from Bonk.
That was interesting. The last lap by Charles Putman was a 2-minute flat and a 55 for Lucas Groeneveld. 5 seconds in one lap. That
Charles is doing what he needs to do.
Yes.
He's getting his time in.
He had a lot of traffic on that last lap. That was the problem. He had he's basically caught in a web of 6 cars, and he's at a place where it's difficult to overtake them. And he's not being silly. He's biding his time till he gets some clear track where he can do the work that he needs to do. But that's allowing the 32 to close in behind him. So we'll keep an eye on that, as that gap is now under 20 seconds for the lead of the race. and with 2 hours 48 to go.
Remember what we said right at the very beginning. There's so many tactical elements and strategic elements to Creventic racing. This is a 12-hour race, and each driver has got a minimum amount of drive time to get in. And when you have different classes of driver, that might change. The lower class of driver normally has to do a bigger share of the driving, particularly in the case of the CP racing car, because of that, of course, is running in the AM class, the subclass of GT3. It leads overall and leads the AM category. But what are you going to have at the end? Remember what I said about what weapons are you going to have? What tools are you going to have? Are you going to have a car that works well in the cooling temperatures at the end of the race, which we are inside now? It's not going to get any hotter now. It's only going to get cooler. Are you going to have a gun driver and the right amount of fuel, the right amount of time left on the track for that gun driver to make the best of the cars and the tyres' performance? That's all got to be thought about before you get into these later stages. You can't just be making it up as you're going along here and doing rock, paper, scissors or rolling the dice and saying who's, pick a card, any card. All right, I've got this. I've got a king. I'm going next. That's not how it works. It has to be planned out. Really has to be planned out.
This temperature now starting to hover around the 19-degree mark. I don't think it's going to get much cooler.
Not in the air.
No, the wind has dried down, but the humidity is on the increase. So the track is going to plateau. It's all about the cars.
We were on the way home last night at this time, and the walk to the car and the walk from the car to the hotel when we got back to the city, it was 18.5, 19.
Yep.
So I think you're right. I don't think it's going to get very much difference in the next 2 hours. Maybe drop a degree or two. I'll be interested to see what happens with the humidity and if that goes up or if the wind picks up again.
The humidity here tends to increase just before dawn.
Yeah.
So I think we're going to stay around that 55% humidity for this, which is going to keep the drivers a lot happier.
Do you get a change in the weather here depending on which way the tide's going and whether it's an onshore, offshore breeze? Does that affect it?
Well, it brings the
marine layer in.
The marine layer comes in.
Yeah.
If it's offshore, it's going to be a lot less humid. If it's onshore, it's going to be more humid.
Yeah. I never thought to check the tide tables because we are not exactly a stone's throw, but we're a drone's flight.
A drone's flight away.
A drone's throw away from the water.
Gap down to 12 seconds now, John. It's coming down by like 4 seconds a lap at the moment, and 57 versus a 54 for Lucas Granveld on the GP Elite. Charles Putman is just doing exactly what the doctor is ordered. This is your time. Stay on that time. You're going to get traffic. It's going to vary the delta. Look after the tyres. Look after the car.
He's got 13 minutes more, at least, in the tank. He's done 30 minutes fewer on that set of tyres and that fuel. Remember, actually, the 32 took an extra right rear tyre when it came in last
Safety tyre.
That was the not the safety pin, the safety
tyre.
Safety tyre.
That's so they could push in this one here.
Yeah, and go to the end of the fuel.
Yeah, exactly. So they're giving themselves a little bit of a fresh boot on that right-hand side to make sure they can get to the end of the stint.
85 did, the CP Racing AMG GT3 did match them and came in during that last full course purple, the code 60. So they have a good amount of fuel on board. It's a question of how long the drivers can go. The thing is, Charles doesn't have to do, for some reason I haven't got access to the driver times here, but I don't think Charles needs to do all the way to the end of his fuel stint. He just needs to get into a 2-hour window to get the next driver in to take it to the end.
And this is what he doesn't need. The 979 is not in his argument. And the Rabdan Motorsport by Speed Lover has, and now he's run off the circuit and he's spun. He's spun.
The leader's got off backwards and a long way off. He's gone into the gravel. Oh my goodness. Is that the wind disappearing? He's not getting it out of there. That was the Rabdan Motorsport machine. by Speed Lover. The 979 car tried to give it room as it was going through. We said how quick those Cup cars were. Here comes the GP Elite car. Oh, that's so unlucky. Just got wide and the car started to go. Now, he's still on the track at this moment, and what he's trying to do is not flat spot the tyres, so he doesn't jump on the brakes, and in doing that he rolls off the hard standing, and it's a code 60. Well, this is slam dunk now for Lucas Groenewald. He's got to come into the pits.
Yeah.
Has to come into the pits now, and he does a full stop. And this is a free stop whilst the car that they were chasing down is stationary in the gravel. This is drama. This is race changing at the moment. My goodness me. Have you seen anything like it?
He couldn't turn it.
Through. He couldn't turn into turn one.
That's what it was.
And he gets onto the dirt. So at the exceptionally quick turn one, he tries to do the right thing and let that car through. Probably didn't realise there's a gravel bed between the track and the pit lane exit.
Well, he'd just overtaken the 979 at the turn 20. So he went up the inside. He didn't have the drive out of the corner. The 979 came back at him, got him at turn one. He was surprised by it, then had no grip on that outside area, and hence into the gravel trap now. Wow.
So this all started back at
here you go. Here's the overtake.
Coming down into it. Charles goes down the inside. That pushes him onto the wrong line, and the Speed Lover car immediately, we know how quick these Cup cars are in a straight line because they don't have the same amount of downforce. He forces the issue slightly offline at the corner. I don't see anything wrong with what this Speed Lover car did there.
He had the racing line into the corner.
He's got in, except it's the leader of the race, but doesn't give him any golden ticket. Oh, they're going to be disappointed.
Oh.
Already dropped into second. Now, the next thing is the Team KUWAIT by MRS GT. Almad Al Ghanem is going to come through into second place if this car can't get moved. Now, let's see if we can get the Tuk-Tuk driver to take it nice and easy this time and take up the slack. Now, he hasn't got a spotter in the back, as we saw last time. The next thing I've got to ask myself is how far does that car need to go? Not very far. Well, get it onto the hard standing. He's facing the wrong direction is the problem.
He's a car length, literally a car length. The front tyres are almost on that car.
I don't think he realised that there was gravel there because I know what he'd done. He was off the brakes trying to save flat spot in the tyres.
Yeah. Well, you saw him try and turn in, but the car was there and he had to straighten the wheel up as he went into turn one, and that was the end of that. And you can see
it's a car length, just a car length off the yellow and red wavy lines.
The front wheels are almost touching that line.
I wonder if he'd reversed the lock, he could have just spun it around.
Well, he tried
in the right direction.
I think he was doing exactly what you said. He was trying not to lock the wheels and flat spot the tyres because he needed to finish this stint, and they didn't need to come in and do a stop.
The Team KUWAIT by MRS have come in taking advantage of this. Nick Damon looking on down there. We still haven't seen the CP racing car moved. The driver is looking for some help from a spotter to get that tow hitch on and then pull forward nice and gently, driving slightly to the tow truck's right. Yeah, that's the way to do it. Takes up the slack. Nicely done. Charles has got the engine fired on the AMG. Oh, he doesn't want to high centre it there. That's it. You can stop. Stop. Back the pickup truck up. That's it. Lovely. Oh, my goodness me. It was literally a car's length failure spot on.
Yep, it was. However, he's mobile, but he will have his brake ducts and...
He's dropped off the lead lap.
Yeah.
He's dropped off the lead lap now. What did Team GP Elite do? They didn't make the stop there, but I tell you who did. Ahmed Al Ghanem.
Yeah, Ahmed is currently down in fuel, and this car's got to, they've got to come around and pit, obviously, because he's going to have brake ducts and everything full of gravel that they're going to have to try and get out and get that car back into racing condition.
The question is, how much time does he need to make his drive time? Whilst this is happening, the leader in the TCE category is doing its 10-second stop, which will have been 20 seconds for that.
A lot of cars taking fuel now, John. The 47.
Hello, Nick.
Yeah, just saying, we've got a complete group of cars. The 47 car, the car that's fighting now for second and third, that just came in for a quick shifty and then just took some fuel. Just about all the Porsches have come in. We've had the 450, the BMW is come in. Now, the Century Motorsport Aston Martin, that is also in, but they take the bonnet off. So having a bit of a look inside the engine, giving it a chance. It looks like the problem they've got is actually some rubber grommetage. I think they've got a problem with a slightly ill-fitting bonnet rather than actually something that you take the bonnet off to fix. The BBR car has been, as you say, through for fuel. The EV Motors, the 955 Porsche, that's been sitting for a while. That's getting some work done in the passenger footwell at the moment. So
second in class in 992, that.
So that's I'm going to wander down there. I think I've committed myself being this end of the pit lane. I'm not sure I'll be able to get up in time for the CP stop if it happens. But we've gone back to green, haven't we, by the sound of the engine?
Indeed we have.
I think CP's got to stay out at this point. They've got to stay out.
I think, no, Willie Motorsport, EV Motors by Willie, start again. Willie Motorsport by EV Motors, they are doing a pad change.
Well, they got it started at least on the in the full course caution, or the Code 60.
Yep. So that's going on. So they're going to get a bit of the work done, and obviously as soon as this pit lane fills up, the purple stopped and it's gone. But just to point out that our leader did not stop and did not take fuel.
Joe Bradley just points out to me he did go in backwards, so
true.
Might have got a bit of gravel in the tailpipes, but probably not much else. And so long as nothing's got lodged.
85's got side pipes.
Good point. He's got side pipes. Yeah.
Just keeping an eye on him. He's coming down towards turn 20 now. What's he going to do? He's turned left and he's heading on down the street. No, he's boxed. 85 coming into the box now after that spin at turn 1 into the
last lap. 7 minutes 47 seconds.
They had a 12-second lead.
That is three laps in time he's lost, but fortunately most of that was under full course purple. Nick Damon is watching this.
I'm watching from a distance. There is definitely a driver change. My guess is Shane Lewis will get in, as he is certainly theoretically the fastest of those four drivers.
They can't go to the end from here.
Well, they've got to mix about. Obviously Charlie doesn't want to be in the car at the moment. They did take tyres as well. This car had a reasonable amount of fuel in it, so I'm not sure how much fuel it'll need. Let's just see if he does. I can't believe he won't stop for fuel. Watching him going down the pit lane now. So
now's the choice for fuel. Does he turn left?
Yep.
He does.
Yep. He's gone for the fuel.
I think you have to. So we've got 155 minutes to go. These cars do just on an hour. So 60 minutes. He's got 2 stints and a half to go. This is CP we're talking about. It's not Charles Putnam in that anymore. I wonder if we put Charles Esplanade back in for 1 stint and then Shane to the end. I wonder. And you gamble on maybe another Code 60 and you come in straight away and you tyre it again and fill it. It's been a good run, by the way, for Lion Speed in their 718 Cayman GT4. Couple of tyre issues for them as well. Not unique in that this weekend. Very difficult conditions. Anders Bakkerud then, at the moment in a podium position. Fuel still going in.
AMGs are thirsty, John.
Yeah, but
he can only get a maximum of half his fuel allowance.
No, under green. We're green at the moment.
Yes, he came in under green. So they've brim filled that then.
Exactly. So all the cars that came in, Lucas Gronville only got half his allocation. So that could play into the next pit stop. Okay.
Very good point indeed. And we know it is Shane Lewis that got it.
Yeah, it is.
Right. Well, does Shane do one stint now and get out and try and put pressure on the guys ahead? Lucas Groneveld is 2 laps, better part of 2 laps ahead. 3 minutes and 26 seconds at the last timing beacon. So we now have a new leader. And we'll go to Nick in just a moment. Team GP Elite. 32, the orange Porsche, Lucas Grunewald by 3 minutes and 26 seconds. And then it's 2 minutes and 9 seconds back to third place. And Team Kuwait. Nick?
With Charlie Putnam, that just looked like bad luck. I mean, where did that gravel come from?
Where did it come from? Well, actually, I had just passed a Cup car coming onto the front straightaway. And believe it or not, those cars are faster than us with the lack of aero. They outrun us down the straightaway. And I saw him move out as we approached turn 1. I said, no way he'll try that. We're way too fast for him to stick. And he just kept coming. And he finally threw it in there. Then he went to the brakes when he realized he wasn't going to be able to make the turn. It drove me all the way out into the nasties. And I made things worse. I got out there, of course, the car spun. And I said, well, I'm going to be fancy here. I know where I am. I know there's nothing back here to hit. I'll just let the car come around, pull a gear, and drive out, make a minimum of this. Well, I let it come around into the gravel. So I was stuck.
Pretty bad luck. I mean, just out of interest, how much longer would you supposed to be driving in the stint? You have another 20 minutes to go or so? Or?
Well, we had actually pitted me earlier into the Code 60, so I had a lot of fuel. But originally the plan was to run me about an hour, and I think I ran probably half that or less. So yeah, we would have preferred to stay out. That's really hurt our strategy quite a bit on that. But after you have that sort of an issue with the car, they want to come in, take a look at it, make sure it's safe.
Yeah, but I suppose the ideal plan was you get you to 2 hours to go and then put Shane into the end, obviously.
Well, actually, we were going to rotate Shane back in for a stint and then Joe. So we're still on that. We still have the timing and drive time available to do that. So we'll still stick to the plan. It just ran my stint a little short instead of Joe's stint a little short. So, yeah.
Excellent. Thanks for talking to us. Bad luck.
Thank you.
Very classy, Nick.
Second worst bit of a random gravel after when? What's the worst piece of random gravel in motor racing history?
Lewis Hamilton in China.
Lewis Hamilton, China, absolutely right, 2007.
I know where your mind goes.
Goes to F1, sorry, loves.
What I would have said about the worst piece of random gravel ever was the piece of random gravel that cost Toyota their first Le Mans win, with the beautiful and possibly my favourite Le Mans car ever, the GT1. When a bit of random gravel punctured a tyre when they looked like they were going to win. And we were doing the commentary, and we had the onboard pointing at the driver's eyes, and other than them getting very big, never blinked. Just lots of hand movement.
Very, very quick hand movements.
Miles an hour going down the back between Mulsanne and the Indianapolis Arnage part of the circuit. I'm trying to remember which Japanese driver it was in the car at the time. That's the bit that's escaped me. That was I loved that Toyota GT1. I thought that was a very, very elegant car.
Pretty car, very pretty car, and very quick.
Nick and I saw that at Cologne when we went to see what is now GR Racing.
I'm not such a fan of the road car, you get stuck in it.
That was the one you couldn't get.
Look how it happened, literally. Not even making it up.
You look great getting into it.
I know. I think I look pretty good for all of 30 seconds.
Andrea de Cortanza's design, TSO20, is TSO20 actually is how they would have said it. Oh my. Unbelievable. 1998. They were doing so well till about halfway through the race. Amazing stuff. Sorry, was that 1998 or was it 1999? It was Ukyo Katayama.
Katayama.
There we go. Yeah, it was 1998. Katayama. How he kept the car going, I've no idea. It cost them any chance of the victory. It was indeed in the last hour.
CP Racing didn't lose the lead of the GTM category, but they're in third position, 23 seconds behind Ahmed Al Ghanem in the Team Kuwait by MRS GT Racing. So that battle is far from done yet. And Ahmed Al Ghanem just doing the fastest lap of his race, a 1:53.126, a 1:57.994. Shane Lewis in traffic at the moment. So just trying to get that all sorted out to get back that lost time that Charles spent in the gravel.
2.5 hours to go.
Oh, another car into the gravel as well. A big loss. There's a Porsche, but I can't tell you what it is at the moment, but that is a long way off track. This will be
a second place car. That's Team Kuwait by MRS.
47.
And that's at turn 3 and 4. There's another car involved. That's one of the Bonk BMWs. That is the 450 horsepower car. Oh my goodness me. So that is the Hoffa Racing. That's Michael Mayer behind the wheel of that car. And there's been contact. I think there's been contact because there's steering damage to the BMW. Code 60 comes out.
Yeah, he can.
Big opportunity here for anyone who's off kilter. Now, do you bring Shane Lewis back in and just change to Joe? What happened at the top of the hill?
Okay,
it was just a coming together.
Yep. The 47 was trying to go around the outside, yeah, and it just got loose.
I'm not sure, I'm afraid, where the Porsche expected the BMW to go. And damage to the suspension, and there is a gravel trap there, and that is where the Porsche is dug in. Ahmed Al Ghanem will be very annoyed.
Shane Lewis will have a little grin on his face, I think, out of that, because that's actually going to repay the favour.
Well, is it?
Is it? Well,
do GP Elite come in here now with a nearly 5-minute lead back to CP? CP should get second place back here.
Exactly, because that's what I was talking about.
Yeah.
The Shane will get past the Team Kuwait car.
Michael Mayer not very happy with the other driver, and there was a little bit of a hand signal there, just a bit of frustration, hands and shrug of shoulders and hand in the air from Michael.
This may take a little while because that BMW can't roll.
Let's not forget, that's the third place car in TCE overall, and the second place car in GT overall.
That's a lot of podium places that have just gone away.
Changed hands,
yeah.
Absolutely. So that means, I think, that, well, AC Motorsport have given up. So in 6 laps' time, Wolf Power Racing go into second place in TCR and third in TCE.
The 116.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
Absolutely. Still waiting for the emergency vehicles to make their way down. Lights flashing on the 47 car.
But just needs to turn it off.
I think.
Does not want that to be running in the gravel. He doesn't want to be spinning up the rear wheels.
No, and it'll cause...
Turn the lights off, save the battery.
Because once he gets towed out of the gravel, if everything's pointing in the right direction, he'll be able to drive off, as what happened with the AMG Mercedes. But if that's... We saw the amount of damage that's on that BMW.
Yeah.
Is there damage on that Porsche? That's what we can't see.
Under investigation, that is, from race control. There may yet be penalties for that. It's not about who
Nobody's suggesting that any of that was done on purpose, but we talk about incident responsibility in this type of racing and whether that incident could have been avoided.
It was difficult for us to see with that camera shot, John, because we just seeing the flaring of the headlights.
Ahead, yeah.
So not much we can do there.
Neither of those cars have got the onboards, I think. Or does the 47 Porsche have an onboard? If it does, the guys will be scrolling through it at the moment to see what they can see.
They need the long tow rope here, John, because they can't afford to get the recovery vehicle bogged off there.
In the meantime, the leader in the 992 Porsche category, 4th overall, Rick Breukers, has been through the pit lane into fuel. Nick Damon was watching.
Yeah, we had 3 fuel-only stops. Rick Breukers, you point out, the Century Motorsport car, Aston Martin.
That's the leader in GT4. These are class leaders here doing the sensible thing, Nick, aren't they?
Yep, absolutely. And the Cayman. But I think I've just seen the Wolf Power car get pushed into the garage.
Oh, you're kidding me.
No, I think
it is in the pit, you're right.
Yeah, it just got pushed in the garage. It pushed in nose first. Not quite sure. I'd have to walk up the way. I'm down here really waiting for GP Elite, but I'll have to walk up the other way. Here comes the very slow 979. That's the car that caused all the trouble for CP Racing. They have come for fuel only. Obviously, having had a code 60 just 12 minutes ago or so, there's less takers for full service, but quite a few people thinking, I'll have half a tank of fuel, please. I'm going. Yeah. Me and Ron are going to go and see Wolf Power.
Okay, I wonder if that's a brake change on that car.
It's not enough time, is it?
Forward.
So many hours it's not run, John. It can't possibly need a brake change.
Fair point. Yasmin Preissig brought the car in. As I said, now in 5 laps' time, it will become second in class. So maybe they're just going to get that car into second in class. They won't get it any further up at that point. I don't think there's enough time. They are... well, actually, will they... How far behind the BMW are they? That BMW that's broken is going to take a bit of fixing. I think they're 80 laps behind.
Yeah, that's a lot of fixing. We've got to be careful of the splitter here.
Pull. The front wheels are not turning on that Porsche. So, now they are.
Oh.
So that was just jammed up against the gravel. Keep going. Now stop. That's good. You've got your back wheels on the hard standing. The last lap by Ahmed Al-Ghanhem was the fastest lap of the race before he fell off for him. 1:53.1.
Oh, hell, he's trying to get rid of the gravel, but he's putting it all over the circuit at the moment.
Track.
He's absolutely just covering the circuit. Now, race control will not be happy with that at all. No, because that's going to cause... If you're going
to do that, you drive off the track onto the runoff.
I dare say we may see a race control vehicle head out onto the circuit just to look at what was going over. There's the 116 nosed in, which is very unusual.
And Nick Damon is there, and he's had a look. Is it brakes?
No, they're adjusting. Currently, they're adjusting the shock absorber. They're actually adjusting the ride height spring. So whether they actually take a spring off, I don't know. But they've got a significant number of tyre wraps waiting to do their work. Yeah, they're redoing the ride height on the front left.
Is this anything to do with that splitter and valance problem that they had earlier?
No, because this is the new nose that they cut the holes for, especially earlier.
Oh yeah.
It doesn't look like any scuffage on the bottom of the splitter, so I'm not sure whether this is something else. Whether they wanted to do this for a while. This is lowering the car. Yes, they're easing the spring down. So by my basic coilover knowledge, you screw down the base plate of the spring, you will loosen it. So they are loosening the spring, so lowering the front, which is interesting. But I don't know whether there is a question about if they want to do that, why have they got so many tyre wraps? So what's the problem been? Well, it's not doing what it's supposed to do. Has it been winding itself up or unwinding itself?
Meantime, the recovery flatbed has arrived at the BMW of Michael Mayer. Now he's not, at the moment he's not losing a position because he's so many laps to the good. He's nearly 80 laps, which is, what's that, 40 minutes to the good. So that's the amount of time
that he's got to get it fixed. There's still more than that left in the race. So if Wolf Power can get going again, there is an opportunity for a position to be made up by Wolf Power, both in the TCR and the overall in TCE.
I think they're adjusting the bump stops, actually. Because what they've done, first of all, is they've loosened the lower base plate. So if you think about it, you've got the threaded section and the solid section. They've now got a gap between the threaded section and the solid section of about, looks like about 5 mil. And they then lowered the spring. So they've kept the same ride height, but I think what they've done is just change the bump stops. I really need Joe to tell me. He knows more about Mephish and struts than I do at the front. But that's what they've done. They've effectively put a non-springy gap at the bottom of the strut and then just lowered the spring to match it.
They've also adjusted the spotlights and taken off the last peel off of that so that they're absolutely clean, but they've also put a bit of gaffer tape around the spotlights that are embedded in the grill.
You can never have too much gaffer tape, as you know.
Actually,
I think someone's sitting here and they must realise there's not enough light. They need to get their phone out. Come on, boys. Any minute. Any minute. I got the lump hammer so early as well.
You got the lump hammer really early on.
Indeed. Shane Lewis in the pits, straight to fuel for the 85 car. So just getting a top-up done there.
Well, you might as well fill this up. It's going to be long, so you might as well fill this up.
47 back in the pits, guys, so that's got itself round after the accident.
And has lost second position in the time that it took to do that. So as it stands under code 60, Team GP Elite, Lucas Grunwald leads from Shane Lewis and the rest of CP Racing in second. And into the pits has
new boots
just arrived. The 47, thank you, that's the Team KUWAIT. That was the pole sitting car, let's not forget. Shane Lewis is out of the pit lane. In 992 Porsche category, we have the Carrera Cup cars. It's Red Camel Jordans.nl from HRT Performance, from Veely Motorsport by EB Motors, from Rabdan Motorsport, from QMMF by HRT Thuraya, and then QMMF by HRT Sohail, both of those the Kata entered cars, 929 and 930. Now there are laps between those, but that is, I think that's the whole 992 field. That is the whole 6-car 992 field between 4th and 9th. Buy yourself a cup car, go endurance racing.
And go sprint racing at the same time.
Absolutely.
Do the support race and the main race.
And here from Porsche Sales are John Hindhaugh and Phil Anson.
I'll have mine in blue, please.
Fair.
You can have 992 cup cars in any colour you like, as long as it's GT silver. That is the supplied colour of that car, but of course everybody wraps them nowadays. So coming down towards the last 2 hours and 15 minutes, and this is going to have to be a lift of that BMW because of the broken steering arm.
They've wrapped around the roll cage like they do at Zandvoort and when they're in the gravel, and then it's a top lift for that one.
The good news is there's a couple of exits from the track not far from where they are.
And then cut through,
Turn 4, and then they can go around to that tunnel. That'll get them back to the pit lane.
Ahmed Al Ghanem down in the fuel station now on the 47 car, so making their way out 6 minutes 22 seconds to the lesser.
Well, now the BMW, is that going to lift okay? It put some pressure on the back of that car and close the door.
There we go.
Oh, I don't like to see it with the doors open. I understand why they're doing it. They're doing it on the roll cage.
Yeah, so they have to do it, otherwise it'll bend the door out because the spreader bar is quite wide.
Higher guys, mind the splitter. Do not stand underneath that. Interesting balance point on that BMW.
So tad nose heavy, John.
That.
And it's all the front.
Where's the right rear attached to?
The wheel.
Right, okay. I'd like that to be a bit tighter.
It's carrying it's supporting no weight at all at the moment. It's all on those front two as they get it over the tray now, as the team breathe a sigh of
Tell you
relief.
what, they've done a pretty good job of that. That looked quite precarious for a moment there. It's not quite the end of it yet, because they've got to get it down onto the flatbed without taking the splitter off. I'm actually on the edge of the seat here.
I'm trying not to look, but I can't look away.
I can't look away. I know exactly what you mean. Everybody in the TV gallery is watching the same pictures as we are and thinking, okay, how are they going to get this flat now? That's it. Careful, 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 careful. Mind the nose.
Okay, go to half, go to half, go to half.
Yeah, lovely. Just straighten it up, straighten it up. Everybody's an expert, aren't they, when they're looking on? 15 bosses, and the guy who's working the levers is going, what? Right, which way am I going?
Which boss am I looking at?
Yeah, it's got the, right front wheels down.
Splitter is okay.
Splitter is let it roll forward, let it roll forward. Lovely, well done. Guys. Well done, guys. Do you know what? I'd much prefer them to take that extra time to do it like that than to rush it and knock the front splitter or something like that. So they've done no damage getting that car up. It's not always the case. Sometimes you can't help it. But that was really nice work. Took the time. Weren't prepared to put that car down on the flatbed till it was straight, till they were happy. And the driver was overseeing it as well.
Yes.
And, you know.
Well, the thing is, John, they have to get it off again.
Yeah, I think they might want to shorten up the back strops a little bit.
And there we go. Somebody will have their foot on the brake.
Well, it's not going to roll anywhere, surely, unless they're disconnected from the cradle.
They may.
They're standing holding the doors. That's what they're doing.
Yeah, exactly, because they don't want to disconnect it from the cradle. And the car will have to come around, because with the arm up like that, it won't fit through the tunnel. So they're going to have to come around and come in through the pit entry.
Yeah, somebody tell them that.
Please.
You are cleared to come through the pit entry. Either that or... No, there's nothing else that can...
Well, there are some vagaries of... I've seen cars just disappear off on these random tracks around here, which are very well designed, and then we see them at the back of the pits. So there are lots of... these guys will know, obviously, very well, and race control will be telling them where to exit.
CP Racing need to get Shane Lewis out of this car. This is burning his race.
Burning his time up. Yeah. I thought they might have done that, because two cars, one out of the gravel, one that's got a recovery. We know that's going to be at least 10 minutes before that car can get out of the way. If they've got to clean any gravel up off the circuit, there's another few minutes on that. It is costing them a lot of time at the
ATM
moment.
Crossbow's back out. Meantime, the 929 is in the pit lane. Nick Damon is down there.
Shouty full service.
And spinning the rear wheels while it's on the jack. That'll be a penalty. Yeah. Ibrahim Al-Manai.
So this code 60 started at 9:33. We're almost at 9:50 now. We shouldn't be much longer, providing we can get that car out. And there's that lovely little thing we can see. Look at
the enamel.
The enamel
crest. Yeah, very good.
End of the.
Good opportunity there as well to see the sheet metal underneath the Cup car, where you normally don't see that because it's got the extended arches on it. Yeah. We have two sentries guarding the doors, so the doors don't flap open. That's really good attention to detail. Look, it's took a wee bit of time, but it's all right. At RSL_studio. Hello, Brian. Brian Redfirst are saying best commentary of a crane lift I've ever heard.
I'm back. The batteries went flat mid-word.
Okay.
You missed out on some... literally, this is my best pit report ever, but it went flat, so what can I say?
Yeah. It'll never be the same again. You can't do it again.
The career's over, 57. And let's point out, the youngest person in the team, you know...
Oh, he's going to go there already. Yeah, I have the hire car keys, mate.
Yeah, but I'm the only person not in my 7th decade.
That's a good point. Well made. Very correct.
Yeah, they're taking a shortcut back around behind the fence already, John. We haven't had anything. And under 1 minute to the end of the Code 60 procedure. That car is behind the Tech Pro barrier now on the exit of turn 3. And it will make its way back to the pits. We're waiting to go green, as all the cars would have got the same message that we got as we come to an end to around about 23, around about...
Truck's not going to make that turn.
No.
This is going to be an Austin Powers shuffle. The 127-point turn.
They're good.
Slowly, guys. I can't put it back on the track.
Green flag, we are back racing again. 2 hours, 8 minutes, 15 seconds to go here at Kuwait Motor Town for this, the inaugural 12 hours of Kuwait. And the battles still are continuing on out on the circuit.
Cold tyres.
Yes.
Cold brains. Too much excitement. Aston Martin makes up a position on track on the... That's the Cayman, isn't it, by the shape of those vents inside. That's the 718. And just drying out of the hands, I think, there by the driver of the Cayman. It's the Andreas Backerud driven machine. The Aston Martin at the moment, Adam Hatfield behind that. That's the GT4 leader. Just over 2 hours to go. Aston Martin GT4. Again, note the lack of add-on aero. There is a rear deck spoiler. Just to balance the air on the car. It is the GT4s are the least aerodynamically dependent of the GT4s. If you're watching our TV pictures now, you can see the recovery truck coming back.
Yeah.
Opposite race direction, being led by one of the tow trucks. And that's the internal road system that...
That'll come past us, John.
Yeah. That's they're going the... Actually, they're going in race direction, excuse me. That's the edge of turn 5 and 6. This is the internal road system that Phil Hanson was talking about a few minutes ago. And there is an opportunity for them to go under the tunnel. Very cleverly done this. Different thought process to what we have at Dubai, where there's wide open spaces where you can tow cars off track and come through the mountain section and round the back. We've seen cars have accidents at turn 1 and 2 and be back in the pits because they miss out almost a full third of a lap.
Yeah, you can't have a vehicle on track here, but especially when we're doing that between turn 7 and turn 12, because you're going to push the race cars off onto the marbles.
Offline, yeah.
And so you have to be very careful of where that gets placed. So they've thought very carefully about recovery.
Yeah, absolutely. I like what they've done here.
Yeah.
It's a different solution, but it comes to the same end. Lucas Groeneveld in Team GP Elite then, right up behind the third place car. I was trying to put another lap, already 4 laps down. The mostly red Porsche still throwing out gravel, by the way, that car, even though it was shaking around by Ahmed when he got out of the gravel trap. The leader is flashing. Oh, and he's gone wide. Manages to hold onto it. Grunwald closing right up, coming through 15, 16 now, and still gravel, large amounts of gravel coming out from that number 47 team.
Well, he's running over his own gravel now.
Well, now he is, yes, absolutely. That's a good point, Phil. Now onto the back straight. Look out. Surely this is the opportunity for the leader. There's a flash of the light. There's a bit of defence going on there by the third place car. Does not want to go another lap down. More gravel as he brakes onto the start-finish line. Groeneveld gets a big swapper on in the middle of that as he goes to the right pedal. Now you can't force your way through here, Lucas. You don't need to be doing that here. You've got 3 laps. You've got 9 minutes near enough on the next car as they come through. That'll come down a little bit, so it's going to be about 6.5 minutes, isn't it, at racing speed?
Is he going to throw it under brakes? That's what I'm wondering down into turn 2. We can't see
Not close enough. No, he's not close enough. Now this is the car that has already made a mistake. All kinds of dust and dirt being thrown out. Here's the scene of the crime. Goes wide again. Has to brake in the middle. Groeneveld will not be liking this. Waiting for CP Racing and Shane Lewis to come through.
Leader in turn 6, Lewis, yet to come across the line, still showing the time gap from the end of the Cord 60. The leader's alongside and gets very sideways. Was there a wee touch there as well? And still the 47 car battling for its position and not about to yield. Gravel on the track at turn 3, says the race control feed, and the 32 eventually gets through. But that was all a bit nip and took a dive, a bit wee and a bit wah.
It's not what they needed to be doing at this time. And let's have a look here. Oh, wow, what a move that was. And then the gravel just caused him to run wide and back up the inside. There was cut and thrust there, a lot of cut and thrust there through that corner. He chose that dive up the inside, but just couldn't make it stick there. Wow. I hadn't seen a move there, but I think a little bit of frustration creeping in and also getting cramp in his right hand from flashing the lights for the last 3 minutes. But yeah, those cars now coming down through the start-finish line down into turn 1. The gap opening up slightly, 32 now ahead as they make their way down towards turn 2. And everybody taking a small breath. And 268 laps in the book from our race leader. We've had a total of 1 hour and 21 minutes under code 60. And we have had a total of 7 code 60s in the 2 hours, 1 minute and 55 seconds to go. We're starting to get towards 2 hours of running, and this is where the cool heads in the engineering department in the pits will start to work out where we go right now. How do we manage this last 2 hours? The top end of the field is separated by nearly 5 minutes at the moment between Team GP Elite and CP Racing. 2 minutes 44 seconds back to Ahmed Al-Gam in the Team Kuwait by MRS and GT Racing, and that's the top 3 in GT.
We're down to the last 2 hours of the race. It's 4 minutes and 55 seconds now that the time has corrected itself after the Cord 60 between that top 2, as Phil was just saying. Shane Lewis, who is going to have to get out of that car. He can't go to the end. When does that happen? That's the question. Battles for positions in the minor classes. Veely Motorsport right in behind HRT Performance. In fact, have they gone through that? Looks like there may have been a change in position. The bright rainbow coloured car is the EB Motors car, and coming through, that's the Battling 992 by the way. Red Camel's up the road a little bit, and Sabine De Castro has gone through into second. He's Bessem to third. Rabdan Motorsport still sitting there, so that was a change of position out in the darkness. 2 hours to go exactly. Hello everybody. Well, there's been drama, hasn't there, in the last half an hour, 40 minutes, with the leader going off the road at turn 1 whilst having a battle with another car, GP Elite. Big thumbs up from GP Elite. Now, I wonder, have they got some kind of radio problems? Is that Lucas maybe being able to hear but can't talk back to the team, and he's giving big thumbs up. The teams monitor their own onboards all the time. So Grunewald, how long's Grunewald's stint been?
Let's have a look at his stint. 1:38.
So he's got about 20. He's got to get out in 20 minutes.
Yes.
He can only do 2 hours. Still, the only issued penalty that hasn't been resolved is for car number 930. It's a 10-second penalty for QMMF by HRT Sohail Qatar, and that is still to be served, but everyone else has done theirs, so nothing to worry about. Here's the pit. Yeah, I wonder if they were calling him in there. They want someone else in for the last 2 hours. We're inside the last 2 hours. Green flag pit stop for the race leader. Joe and Nick just exchanging notes down in the pit lane. The 001 that's flashing on the right-hand side of the windscreen of that car says that they are the leaders, and the Team GP Elite in Netherlands Orange comes to a stop, and this is full service and driver change. Well, now I've said driver change. Have they just opened the door to get a bit of a breeze in for Lucas, because I haven't seen him get out the car yet.
He has now.
Joe Bradley is down there.
Well, I'm not quite. I'm making my way there. Yeah, there's a driver change. Lucas has got out, a very tall Dutch character.
Very quick pit stop, that, Joe.
Yeah, very quick driver change. I didn't see the... I saw a driver get out, but not one get in.
Well, it's driven away. So Groeneveld's going. He doesn't have to get his belts right because he's going to take fuel. He can do that whilst he's sitting in the fuel. That's really smart. So not a free pit stop, but not far away from it for GP Elite as we head into the final 2 hours. The race lead and the pendulum of race fortune swinging towards number 32 Team GP Elite Porsche, with CP Racing in chase mode with Shane Lewis burning some valuable, half an hour of valuable time in the Code 60. They may live to regret that. Shane is the gun driver there. Team KUWAIT by MRS is still in third position, and the car 47 team manager has been asked to report to race control. There's still an investigation ongoing for the incident between that Porsche and the BMW, as well as the weaving on the track. As far as fourth position in GT is concerned, well, that's the start of the Porsche parade. 909 Red Camel Jordans with Rick Breukers behind the wheel is leading the 992 class by almost 7 minutes from Vili Motors by EB Motors. Sabino De Castro, the Italian driver, driving that, and in third, again 4 minutes between them, the number 928 HRT Performance. Then 979 Rabdan, that was the car that was involved with the leader Charles Putman when Charles ended up in the gravel. And in 8th position another Porsche, that's the QMF by HRT Tharea Gata. 6th is the final GT3 Cup car from Porsche, the 992s. That is the 930. And then we've got the GTX leader, the Leipert Motorsport. What a rags to riches fairy tale that's been. Caron Lee batting behind the wheel of that Leipert Lamborghini. That's the 710, the black and mostly green car. The Vantage, beautiful green and gold Century Motorsport car. Adam Hatfield leads GT4 from the RHC Youngson Strong by Century car, but now 7.5 minutes back. Lion Speed Racing nearly 10 minutes back. Andreas Bakarud, the World Rallycross champion. Then the GTX second place car is the Vortex. Razun More Than Racing GTX and ARC Bratislava having retired their car some hours ago. In TCE, the remaining TCR at the car that's had the least issues is well up the field and is, yes, you're reading that right, 1 hour 42 minutes ahead of the rest of the field. Now led by the 332, that's the best of the TC cars, but that is still a TCE overall second. Now, even the car that's just been damaged, Michael Mayer, that car is coming back to the pits, and that's got plenty of time. It's showing it's missing at the moment. It won't get the lap that it's on, but it's on its way back to the pits, and they will try and get that car out. Now, the 4 hours between that and Wolf Power Racing, that's not quite the exact situation. They are on 127 laps. 143 laps is Wolf Power, and the second Hofer is 211. So what's that? 60 laps at 60 minutes, it's 30 laps, isn't it? So that's going to be a big ask to pull back. Basically, the guys from Bonk cannot afford to just leave that car and leave it in the pit lane. They've got to try and get that car back out, because there is time for Wolf Power. What have they had? 128 laps. They're lapping, let's say, 2 minutes. We've got 120 minutes to go, just under, as the Bonk car is being delivered back to the pit lane. So that's going to be somewhere between 55 and 60. That's 177. No, I don't think they can catch them. I've just done the quick arithmetic. No, I think they're going to be a couple, half an hour, 40 minutes short. So actually they don't need to fix that car if they don't want to. They probably will though.
I think they're taking your advice, John. They've on the straights. Joe Bradley down there.
Yeah, are you guys aware of the ERC Bratislava Lambo back in?
No.
No.
Yes, you're right. I've just seen that. It's outlap as an outlap, so they've decided to go again.
Yeah, it's already been out, came in and bled a lot of air out of the tyres, so just bleeding the tyre pressure down, so and then it's gone back out, so might have a word with Merkel. He said.
It says Zdano
a change of mind, and the car's back out. Have you had, what was it that changed your mind?
We only try another setup because we think that if you send car to Abu Dhabi or in Europe, and we take the best lap time for the race or for the weekend. Now, that's I think is not bad, but we try how many laps we can run with these tires. Normally, Zdeno run 15-20 laps, 15-20 minutes maximum. That's condition for the tires is problematic for us.
So you're going for a fastest lap?
Yes.
Put a qualifying setup.
1 point. We try. No, yes.
Brilliant. You've just taken the fastest lap, Mirko.
152.159 for Zdano Michalasco.
That's got to be a contender for the Spirit of Qualifying.
No, I think so. It's going to qualify. I want to see what this BMW, the Bonk BMW team do, whether they decide to fix that
heading down there
and park it up. A lovely bit of work in the pit lane to get that car down. Again, done with very great care, Phil, there.
Yeah, most definitely. They did take your advice. They adjusted those rear straps. The car was much less nose heavy than it was previously. Yeah. So a little bit of work done on the back of the truck.
Yeah, they needed to slacken off the front ones and just tighten off the back ones a little bit. And then they've dropped it straight onto the dollies.
Yep, there was a bit hanging down from that front left.
I saw that.
Yeah, and that looked like either a tie rod or a steering arm.
I think it might have just been the brake duct hose, because they were through the gravel. The Razal Mordan KTM, a very unusual onboard shot when we are in the pit lane with the whole clamshell cranked up and the steering wheel hanging on a specific little set of hooks that sit there so that the drivers can get in and out. It looks great, doesn't it? In the Milwaukee Tails colours.
Brilliant, actually.
I'm used to seeing that on motorcycles. Right, big thumbs up as they're going to put this up onto the high jacks. This is being the BMW. And straight away, for safety's sake, they put the blocks in so that even if the jacks fail, the car is not moving.
Yeah, not allowed under the car until those are in place.
I'd like to see that.
Yeah, so do I.
Joe says they call them elephant's feet.
Okay.
I can see why. I think you're going to find, Joe, when you look at the left-hand side of that car, that the front steering arm is broken. Well, actually, the steering arm is broken.
A word with Martin Kroll. You guys going to try and repair it, Martin?
Pardon me? For sure we do.
Of course they are. What a stupid question. That's smart.
We never give up, so. No, never.
Never ever give up.
No. Yeah. For what reason we have to give up? No way.
Martin, you guys have come here to have a lot of fun, but you also take your motor racing very seriously. The same 5 drivers in the 2 BMWs, what a way to go racing.
Oh, why not? It's, when we have so far away to come here, we have 2 cars, so we can use it.
You guys have enjoyed the track here in Kuwait, this brand new track for Creventic.
Yeah. For all is new, so we are the best with our age.
Well, I wasn't going to mention that. You're having far too much fun, far too much. All hard work though, very hard.
Yeah, it's okay. And for the track, first time here, people are very friendly. It's okay. We enjoy it. We enjoy it.
We're going to watch the team and see how they get on. Thanks, Martin.
Thank you. Take care.
Another great supporter of this series and form of racing, Martin Kroll, along with the Bonk Motorsport team. Seem to have been talking about those guys for a very long time. Penalty for the 47. 26 seconds time penalty, exceeding the speed limit during code 60. And
that's the car that's also had the team manager to the race director as well.
I still haven't seen a resolution to the investigation of
the incident as well. Yes.
Yeah.
So that's all playing out at the moment. What I want to bring your attention to, there is 1 minute 28 between 32 and 85 now.
That's because GP Elite's been back in the pits again, haven't they?
Yeah. Yeah.
So Shane Lewis is doing exactly what we expected him to. He's matching or bettering Dan Hankook. And
can I just bring your attention to the fastest lap of the race?
Yeah, well, ARC's done it again. They've gone even quicker.
52.062.
So that's qualifying pace now.
Well, pole position was a 52.9.
That was the averages.
Averages, yes, it was. Yeah.
So I mean that's a quick single lap, a very quick single lap. Did we get a 51 something in qualifying? Might have. So
I've only got the combined here.
Last 1 hour and 46 minutes at RSL_studio. If you want to get in touch with us.
So Dan Hankook has got into the Team GP Elite car just 9 minutes into that stint, and Shane Lewis 46 minutes into his stint. Pit stop deltas are 12 apiece, and they're sort of like around 30 minutes apart. So that's going to come into play with 1:45 to go of how to balance that out. Now we take into account the tiredness, the fatigue that's starting to set in with the teams and with the cars and the drivers, of the possibility of late code 60. And I was just looking at that gravel just offline as well. There's more gravel around the circuit, and you get out into that and you're on ice skates literally. So that's limiting the overtaking possibilities with the cars, with the speed deltas from the different categories. So you need to be very, very careful and keep your wits about you as this track condition is evolving and changing in the last hour and 45 minutes as the 85 goes around the BMW into the Pentagon. Runs quite wide through 15.
I quite like that, though, if I'm honest. I think it sets you up better for 16.
I think it does, yeah.
17.
You can get on the throttle earlier, and in the pits is Rick Breukers in the 909 Red Camel Jordan's car.
Leading Porsche Cup car, 992 category.
Looks like a routine stop there.
Yep. Only 4 laps from the lead, that car.
I know. And it's
4 laps from the lead, the Cup car.
And it's been so consistent as well, given the age difference between one of the drivers. They've been really, really sorting it. I think they've sorted out a brilliant plan.
Not the quickest car in the Cup category. That accolade goes to Veely Motors by EB
Motorsport, by EB Motors. Sorry, I've been getting that wrong.
But I think what you said earlier, the drivers of this car are much more evenly matched on lap time compared to, say, the EB Motorsport car, where you have more differential in the lap times. So they've been able to, over the last 10 odd hours, have been able to just keep circulating at that pace.
Kerong Lee leading in the Lightweight Lamborghini. What a great story this is. Oh, he was very, very late on the brakes down to turn 20 because he had to overtake someone. Did that very nicely indeed. Crosses the line now, goes down into turn 1. Red Camel in fuel, by the way. Under 2 hours to go means you can put a driver in now, of course, and could go to the end. Just remind you that we will be announcing our Spirit of Endurance. The team have a quick chat about that. Actually, Nick Damon's just disappeared.
I think he's in next door. What a story these guys are. It's just unbelievable. They're in 10th position, leading the class. They had 20 laps this morning. And they've put it all together very, very well. And with minimal setup time and minimal time to get all their drivers into the car and get comfortable, boy, they've really, really pulled this out.
We decided to come in a bit earlier than we needed to this morning. A, because we were all up anyway, but B, we wanted to make sure that we were all set up for today. And these guys were pounding around. We got here well before 9 o'clock.
Yeah, the coffee truck wasn't even open.
That's the sacrifice that we made. We came in this morning even before the coffee truck was open, and they were already pounding around.
Yes.
Karen Lee was out in that car early, so was Jean-Francois.
Well, I was watching the live timing at breakfast, and we were having
That's a fair point. You were saying, oh, the 710's out. That's a good point. So what was that? That was 8:30.
No, we went down there at 8 o'clock this morning.
Yes, that's right. I beat you there this morning. Actually, I was there at 7:30 this morning.
You were dual orange juiced up.
I was dual orange juiced up as you arrived. Went for the double orange juice option.
Oh, it's the only way to go. It's so fresh.
Yes, it was an orange mere minutes before I drank it. Yeah, so they were out from sort of 8 o'clock this morning.
It was an hour and 45 session that they had, I think, around that time. So they got some time to rotate the drivers through, work on a setup.
Let's just remind ourselves that a container arrives. You don't just roll the car out, start it up, and it's not like taking your road car out of the garage if it's been sitting there for a little while. You've got a nice classic car, you pull the cover off, start it up and run. No, that's not what happens with a race car. You take it out, you've got to spanner check everything that needs spanner, you've got to get it up to temperature, the oil and water up to temperature, you've got to get it in the pit. They had to set that pit up, of course, they had no pit either.
Exactly.
So, not the work of a moment, so it's been an exceptionally long day for Lightbert. He'll be in for consideration for our
most definitely.
Endurance.
Most definitely on that point.
Just some very good, we've got some very, very good candidates today. We're not discussing too much, we'll have a chat between ourselves. 100 minutes to go. 979 is the Rabdan Motorsport machine, 4th position. Still keeping an eye on what's going on at race control as well, just in case anything is handed down. So still only 2 penalties outstanding. The number 930 for that track limits. That is the 6th place car in 992. And third place car overall. That's a 26-second time penalty for the third place car, the 47 Porsche. As into the pits comes the leading GTX car. Lovely stuff. And Joe Bradley is watching what looks to be a regular pit stop for a Lamborghini.
Yeah, thankfully for this car. It's had enough of the bad luck for a lifetime this weekend. Kerong Lee's the driver that's got out. His job is done. Gets a high five and a big hug from Jean-Francois Bruno, his teammate. It's Greg Gorski getting into the car, and the wheels and tyres are being changed. Brand new Hankook rubber going onto the car. Car looks in good shape at the moment. This is the team that I've heard you talking about, and there's no doubt about it. They went at this race with a very conservative approach and just knew what was entailed in getting this car to the finish of a 12-hour race, and that was to take no chances with regards to setup or whatever. And I think they've only encountered one puncture.
Yeah, that's correct, one puncture.
Bizarrely, and that was Jean-Francois Bruno, who did a great job in getting that car back, and he explained in great detail what that entailed, didn't he?
And he admitted
Let's get a word with Kerong. So your job is done for the day. You finally made it. Less than 2 hours to go. How's the car feeling?
Wow, car is feel amazing. A big thank you for the Leopard Motorsports. They did a mega job in the last 24 hours.
They really have. They've done 24 hours worth of racing in just for a 12-hour race, haven't they?
Yeah, I mean, like, because the container issue, we missed all the practice, we missed the qualifying, so we start on the back. We just did like 10 laps in the morning, and we just trying to find the pace during the race, but so far so good. I mean, like, both my teammates, they are like very consistently, very safe, and we just going to finish and be safe and win the championship.
Jean-Francois, if I could bring you in, we all know the tale about the team. What time did the containers finally arrive?
I think they were unloaded from the truck last night around 11 p.m. So, as I was saying earlier, the team basically pulled a 24-hour job. They've been on the job for over 24 hours, and they haven't slept, so it's just like a 24-hour race.
What time did you get out on track? Because when we arrived here this morning, we were really early, and you guys were going round.
Yeah, we wake up at 5:30 today, and like what Bruno said, it's a 24-hour race for sure. Yeah, we came in here like 8 a.m. and it doesn't rise because the team did amazing job. It doesn't rise, so we deserve it. They deserve it. So I mean, it's better like we just keep going, and find a pace finally. Yeah.
So you guys have proved we don't really need all of this practice and qualifying, do we? We can just come here on the morning of the race and go out.
Yeah, I mean, it worked out fairly well because of the way the structures of the different classes. We weren't in no man's land, even though we didn't qualify. We were further back, but we were able to. It's a 12-hour race, right? So we had time to make our way up and to finish. To win, you must first finish, and some of the other guys unfortunately had issues, and we were able to make our way up. And I think we're leading currently GTX, so it's great for our teammate who's driving with us today, Greg Gorski, but also thinking of Gerhard Batzinger, who was supposed to be in the car with us. His picture is up there. Unfortunately, Gerhard broke his foot kickboxing. I know, I don't ask. And he should have been here with us, but they were in contention also for the Intercontinental Championship.
You guys in line 4 continuing into 2023, are you guys going to be around for Dubai?
Leipert will be. I'm not sure. There's a lot going on. Kieran's got a pretty full program next year, so we're not sure yet. But Kieran, the team will be, absolutely, yeah. The team's going to be competing in 24 hours next year.
So far, so good. I'm not going to mention the championship. We've still got an hour and 30 or so minutes. But what a job. And, the look on your faces all week, commendable from you boys.
I'd like to throw in there that I think he's had probably the best stints he's ever had in his career tonight. He put 2 laps in that were as quick as my laps. So, I had to say that on camera.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Cheers.
Code 60 on the circuits. It's the 714 KTM Crossbow. Haytham Karajuli has come, and that is completely dead stick at the bottom of turn 4, and in fact on the apex of turn 5. Completely dead stick because it hasn't even got any lights on. So this is the KTM that's had a full engine and gearbox change.
Yes, a full engine and gearbox change after that one went bang in no uncertain terms. Haytham was at the wheel when that actually happened, at the wheel again. There were lights inside the cockpit when we saw that onboard, John, that there was instrumentation lights, but there's nothing else inside there. So, and that's gone off now. So
everything's off now. I think he's pressing buttons and trying to
control or deleting it. Yeah, he's trying to get that fired back up again.
Flicker. There was a flicker there, and it has fired up. I think that car's refired. I think he's done a hard reboot. He's got all of his headlights on, and I thought I saw a flicker from behind the car, as if there was some exhaust on that car.
There was a intervention vehicle just pulling up alongside it as we cut away. So we'll keep you posted on the movement there. We're into code 60. And this is number 8, code 60, and he's rolling. He got it rolling.
All right, so this will be a very short code 60. Now, this is one of the real advantages of code 60. If you call a safety car and everybody's packing up behind the safety car, if the car that has an issue then gets going again, you've already committed.
Yeah, you're done.
Safety car, so you've got to go through the whole process: wave by, pass around, pits closed, pits open. Pit the prototypes, pit the GTs, pit the all your different classes, etc. However, in this, we can go back to green in a minute or so.
Indeed. Not sure what race control are going to do, whether they're going to do a quick track inspection with just on an hour and a half remaining now, whether they're going to go that way as we have BMW into the pits.
It's the GT4 car.
Yeah, the 450. The 450. As they've come in, no notice yet on we've got Team 331 team manager to report to a race control. So that's Michael Mayer, after racing.
Oh, right.
450, yeah.
Right, well, that car was involved in the kerfuffle at the top of turn 3, 4 into 5 with the 47 Team KUWAIT by MRS GT. Now, they've already had the 47 car there, so they've been analysing that incident. They're maybe wanting to speak to team managers, maybe wanting to look at any onboard footage that they have that we can't see.
Yep.
So let's wait to see what find out there. Very difficult for us to make a decision on what we saw on the broadcast pictures.
I could see headlights.
Yes.
That's pretty much all I could see.
Andreas Bakarud's done nearly 2 hours here.
Well, yeah.
I reckon, in this stint. He's been in for a very, very long time. Hour and a half to go.
He's coming into pit now. Yes, he really has to piss. Just ask him directly for an interview. I'd say I need him now.
So, I think he is... he's right on his driver time at the moment. They might have even gone 1 lap too long here, Phil, because this is the problem if you get a code 60.
Shane Lewis in right there as well. Tyre change. Is he going to do a splash and dash as well as he makes his way down towards the refueling area? Code 60 still continuing on, even though everybody who needed to be just looking for the KTM, whether that's gone into the pits as well. And he does come down the 85, Shane Lewis, into the pits. Yeah,
they might be guessing that they can get close to the end from here, or just with a splash on the final run if they fill it. And it depends how long this is. Just checking to see where the 714 is. It's, excuse me, the 714 hasn't even come into the pits.
No.
So Haytham has done the reset, and the team clearly happy with that. So he's just gone around. So he lost a bit of time out there, but it's obviously running. And I can't see any major warnings on his dashboard. No, he is coming in the pits now.
Yeah.
He's in the lane. He's just about to come onto the speed limit. No, that's GP Elite. Have they both come in?
32 in, 85 in fuel. So yes, 1 and 2 in.
714 has stayed out. Haitham Karajul.
Yep.
Karajuli. So leader is in the pit lane. Dan Van Hook. Into the pits now. Now, how long's his stint? The leader.
Remember when we asked a little while ago, he was only 9 minutes in, so he
can go to the end.
I think he can go to the end. We were under 2 hours then, so he just needs to do the tyres and a splash and dash, head out there.
Being looked at there, and again, I would say that's precautionary.
Well, the 32, remember, took that precautionary tyre.
Safety tyre.
The safety tyre, just to ensure that they could get to the end of that stint and maintain good pace without stretching everything into the fuel bay.
Now, if it goes green now, he is going to lose a little bit of advantage to Shane Lewis. Where is the 85 car at the moment? It's just leaving the pit lane.
Yep, just coming down out of the pit lane into our view from the commentary box, looking to our right. I'm just looking to see if there's any course vehicles out there, because this is continuing on for quite a while. Everybody is mobile.
Under
again.
1 minute.
And there we go, and it's gone green.
Yeah.
That quick 1 minute's here.
Yeah, 32.14.
Wow.
32.40. So now Shane Lewis is up to speed here, and Team GP Elite, of course, still in the pit lane. Both of these cars need one more pit stop on fuel. Shane Lewis has to get out of that car before the end, but we think Dan Van Hook can go to.
I think he can go to the end.
Yeah.
I think he.
But I don't think he can go to the end on fuel. He's going to need a splash.
Yeah, 126.
So first and second both need one more pit stop, and Team GP can only get half their allowance. And Van Gook is in the pit lane. Car under tow.
Yes.
In the background was.
What was that car?
Was that the Vortex?
I'm just trying to see.
Oh, that's running.
The Vortex is running. What is not out there at the moment? KTM.
Well, the KTM is showing out there, and it hasn't shown us disappeared.
It stopped,
and then it restarted.
It rolled again.
It rolled again. It
under power.
On power, and it came round and completed the lap. Maybe it didn't.
Maybe it didn't.
I haven't had it go across the line yet.
No, it's just
6:45 middle sector, so maybe it did stop. It is the KTM. So the KTM, we saw it going. It lulled us into a false sense of security, but then whatever it did, it wasn't enough. It's actually going in front of us now behind the big screen, and it will head back into the pit lane from there via the tunnel.
Nathan Carajoli at the wheel of that one, and hopefully they can get that back out and finish this race. Currently still a podium in the GTX category, running third.
How long did we decide how long Baccaroon had left to go?
Oh, no, we didn't.
It's the Cayman, number 491 in 14th position. He can't be that far away from coming in the pit lane. I reckon he's close to his 2 hours here, Phil.
He could well be. He's been in that car for quite some time. He was in that car and the previous Code 60 as well, so he must be getting towards the end of that as the 928 currently in the pits as well. HRT Performance in 6th position overall and leading the AM category at 992.
Stint for that car is only 1 hour and 10 minutes.
Yeah.
If I'm reading that right.
What did Paul tell us this morning on that HRT car? There was a 120 he could do on that. I think he's ready. He can go to the end on one tank. Hour and 20 minutes. Yeah, exactly. We've got 1 hour and 24 to go. So that is that was the Red Camel Jordan's car. But for the Porsche cars, They are getting towards 4 minutes, and they can go to the end.
Another track limits infringement for the number 930 Porsche. That's 20 seconds they've now got. That's the Ibrahim Al Abdul Ghani car, and we're inside the last 2 hours now. In fact, that car is in, soaking up that penalty.
Yep.
That has got the countdown clock on it. I can see it ticking over in the right-hand side of the screen.
Very good, isn't it?
Yeah, like that. The question is, are they taking one of the penalties or both of them? And you might as well get rid of both of them.
I think you should get rid of both of them. With 1:23 to go, these guys can do to the end of the race 1:20 around on those Cup cars.
So that might be the first of the Cup cars to make its last stop.
Exactly. Ooh.
Once again, a very squirrely moment for the Cayman 718.
That piece hanging down from the rear vision mirror would drive me insane.
Yeah, I wonder what that's for. Is that what they hang the steering wheel on when they get out?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Into the pits.
Penalty box for 331.
Really?
Yeah.
No.
No,
he's
gone past. Yeah.
No,
straight down to fuel.
It's actually, that's the fuel entry.
Yeah.
I can understand why you thought that, yeah.
Because my eyes are tired, John. That's why.
Be silly. Don't be silly.
There we go.
So in Europe at the moment, it is 8:30, 20 to 9. An hour behind that in the UK. Good evening if you are just joining us. We've got just over 80 minutes to go, and what drama we've had in the last hour, with the leading car overall ending up in the gravel when having a battle with one of the Porsche Cup cars, really fighting for position there. And then the third place car coming into contact with the third place TCE BMW. Both of those cars requiring assistance, one to get out of the gravel and one, the BMW, with a broken steering arm on the left front. We'll keep an eye on that bonk machine to see if it comes back out. This is the 331 we're talking about. Michael Mayer driving that car. At the moment, still holding on to its position. The Wolf Power car is circulating again with Jasmin Kreisig driving that car. AC have called it a day. DRC Bratislava took the fastest lap and then improved it at 1:52.6. They've pitted again now. I suspect that car will be parked up. They're doing a bit of set-up changes, trying to work out what they need to do to keep the tyres under that car.
Shane Lewis has got an hour and 8 minutes in that car at the moment. Stint-wise, he's not going to be able to make that to the end.
10 minutes short, isn't it?
10 minutes short, yes, he is. You were right.
1:52.969 for Shane last time around. That is that car's fastest lap. So the gap is down to 40.5 seconds. They're on the same lap now. That long stop and actually going green while Dan Van Gogh was getting part of his fuel. Didn't help him at all there. And that multiple lap lead has evaporated. Now, are they going to put Joe Foster back into this car? As Charlie Putnam said they were intending to. 85. The Stars and Stripes. Joe Bradley down in the pit lane. What you got?
I think I've got the Wheeling Engineering Daytona prototype being wheeled in on the back of
Very
the
good,
road.
mate. Yeah.
It's like, what?
Very good.
I thought my eyes are tired. Jeez. Yeah, it's the KTM crossbow, of course, of Razun more than racing. It shed a belt or something. I think. And it's obviously off the new engine installation, and they're going to obviously rectify that by wheeling it into the garage and finding out what belts.
Is the alternator driven off the alternator is driven off the engine, and it's a mid-engine car. I wonder if it's thrown the alternator.
Some alternators are driven off the rear drive shaft.
Off the diff, yeah, or off
the rear drive shaft, yeah.
Yeah. So I doubt this one will be, the big
Yeah, I would have
engine
thought. Although you never know. It's what is effectively a.
Well, the driver's not getting out. Haytham Caragiuli is not getting out, so he expects this to be a fairly quick fix.
Do we know what belt it is?
Do we know what, Joe? Power steering.
Right, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I spoke to the most technical person there. So it might
Power
be
steering belt.
Yeah, we'll get to the. I mean, I'm a geek, so I want to know. Daniel, tell me. One of the drivers, Daniel Drexel. Daniel, do you know exactly what the problem is?
Something with the electronics, but it's very small. We should fix it in 1-2 minutes. It's nothing major.
Being told a belt has come off or something. Is that an alternator belt or something?
I don't know. It never happened. So we are collecting good karma for Dubai today. We're getting very much experience in everything. Yeah, just finish, get this podium in.
Step outside. Daniel, what is the... So you mentioned you're getting rid of all of the bad luck for Dubai. Are you coming out to Dubai with this car with the same driver lineup?
Not at all. I'm the only one who is driving. Haytham is only here because it's his home race and he wants to try endurance racing for the first time. And Dominic because he wants to sit in the car himself for once. But we have a very different lineup, but very experienced guys.
And can you announce that?
It's a full Austrian lineup. A very quick junior guy from ADAC, some very experienced gentleman drivers who are also very quick, so we will be there.
You're already looking forward to that, aren't you?
I'm looking forward. Again, we learned very much today. We get all of the preparation for Dubai now, and just get it over the line so we can stand on the podium up there and said we finished our race after we fixed an engine.
That's what it's all about. Hashtag this is endurance. Good luck, Daniel.
Let's just pay off some storylines here. The Bonk Racing 332 car in the pit lane, leading the TC category, second in TCE. And do I see that the 331 is back out? Yes, it is.
It is indeed.
Yeah, so that they've fixed the steering arm on that car.
Yep.
Well, that collision has been decided now that was the incident responsibility goes to the 47 car, and that will be a 30-second penalty.
Yes.
They have also issued a warning for the behaviour on track. That will be for the weaving in the...
I think so, dropping gravel all over, yeah.
And yeah, so that is the situation there. So that's a 30-second hold for the car number 47. That's the third place team, Kuwait. It's Zaid Ashkanani behind the wheel. Now, also the 701 exceeding speed limit during code 60, that's all pro rata, 16 seconds for the Vortex then.
Still running in second in the GTX category as well, with just on an hour and a quarter to go.
Was leading that class for a very long time, wasn't it?
It was indeed, yes, and that's now gone back to the Leipzig Motorsport 710 Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo. Greg Gorski at the wheel of that, and in the top 10 as well. So yeah, that's just, I've just got no end of admiration of how much work they put in, and boy, endurance racing certainly brings out the best in a lot of people.
Phil Anson in the booth. It's Joe Bradley and Nick Damon sharing the duties down in the pit lane. I'm John Hindhaugh. Welcome along if you have just joined us. People, I'm sure, back in Europe, joining us all the time, coming in after a week's work maybe, getting your feet up. Alternative to World Cup football is world-class racing and a world-class facility here. And still a good number of spectators who are enjoying the view from this front straight. You can see so much of the track here, and actually in the darkness you can see
the cars out in the distance with the headlights, 2 permanent big screens on the front straight that I can see, and people have, as you might imagine, congregated in front of those, one of which is right in front of our commentary booth. Very pleasant evening here, no aircon in the booth. By that I mean we've turned it off. I don't think we've had it on all day.
No, we haven't actually.
And there's just a nice breeze coming in from actually from the sea, coming in from the north here.
Yeah, it is
and it's
indeed.
just keeping things nice and cool, so we haven't had to fire up the aircon here. And I think we'll judge this as a success even at this stage for the inaugural 12 hours of Kuwait, part of the Creventic Hankook 24-hour series, and the first race in a trio that we will have out here for the brand new Middle East Trophy. We'll have to wait until after the festivities of Christmas and New Year for round 2, when we're off to the Dubai Autodrome for the full 24-hour trip, and then the week after that it's down to Yas Marina, Abu Dhabi, for the 6 hours, the final race of the 3. With a side-by-side action out on the circuit, and once again it's the CP racing car as Shane Lewis is desperately trying to make up time at the moment. If you want to get in touch with us in the last hour and 12 minutes at RSL_studio, 33.5 seconds between first and second. Shane Lewis is closing in on Van der Goek. Joe Bradley down in the pit lane has Veely Motorsport by Eames.
I have, yes. I'm just watching the job on Razun, and just next door is that multicoloured EB Motors Porsche. Currently in 5th, the 955 numbered car, doing a sterling job there and well up on class. I'm just watching as well the CP Racing Mercedes having a bit of a job getting past that Porsche. Isn't that the Porsche that came together with Charlie Putman? That's been a bit of a pain in the neck. Wasn't that the same Porsche?
It was the 979, I think, the Rabdan car. Different driver here. It's Enrico Fernandez to Paul Genzi, who's behind the wheel of that. I'm not sure if it was the 979 again this time. But you're right, Joe, it was a Cup car. We were just mentioning earlier on in the piece, actually, before that incident, an hour and a half, 2 hours ago now, well, an hour and a half ago, that the Porsche Cup cars are exceedingly quick in a straight line because they don't have the aerodynamics to provide downforce through the corners. They actually run, these 992 cars run the 4-litre engine, which is the same unit as the 991 GT3 cars. So they're putting out pretty much the same horsepower, but they have slightly less drag. Now, they don't brake as well, and they're not quite as sophisticated in terms of the TC and the ABS. You can spec ABS into these cars. Now the new GT3, this is the 911 992 GT3R, the new GT3 class car, goes up to 4.2 litres. So they're taking the engine out of the old Le Mans car, the GTE or GTLM car as it was known in IMSA. It's 4194. Why is it 4194? Because you could not get a piece of tissue paper between the bores. There is literally no further that car, that engine, that flat 6, that boxer 6 engine will go out. 4194 is what it's got. They've moved the engine and gearbox so that it's tilted to the back of the engine. The engine is still behind the gearbox of the new GT3 version of the 911. But they've tilted it up by about 5 degrees, and that's so they can get more diffuser under the back of the car, because diffuser is downforce with exceptionally low amounts of drag. The underbody you can develop a lot of downforce from. Now, in fairness, the new 992 Cup car has got
a lot more underbody aero on it. That's why it's still quite quick in a straight line. Luke Breukers then leads that class for 992s in what has become a bit of a classic livery, hasn't it, Phil, to be honest, that red Camels.
Yeah,
NL.
It's been around for a long time, John, in various, not always in the Porsche guys as well. It was a Cupra for many, many years. And so that team has done what many teams have done, and I speak of the Mutrans as well. They went from TCR to Cup Car, and
they're coming back.
I spoke with them last weekend. They are going to be in Dubai. I asked them if they were coming to Kuwait. They said, yeah, not this time, but they're looking at the endurance races, not only probably the 24 in Dubai, and then they'll move to Europe and do some of the European races as well. Okay. Remember, they're paired up with another company that is based in Europe as well.
Okay,
so they're working on that strategy at the moment, which is fantastic. And we'll see the trio of brothers out again.
Well, we wish them well, because they're always good value.
They have great coffee in their pits, seriously.
34 seconds, the gap between first and second in the overall. In the 992 category, Luke Breukers now has pulled out a bit of a gap because of that pit stop by VD Motorsport, by EB Motors, but that will be their last stop. So what I need to know is when the 909 last stopped, don't I? To see last pit stop was when. So much information here, I keep forgetting where to look for it.
They do provide us with an exorbitant amount of information, which is brilliant.
I haven't been able to find the page that has the live championship standings.
I haven't
on it.
I haven't found that either.
Yeah. We are doing as you do. We are on the internet.
Exactly.
Via livetiming.getRaceResults. So you can see exactly what we've got. In terms of penalties outstanding, the third place car, that's the number 47, 56 seconds. 10 seconds for the Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo, that's the Lightwood car, and 16 seconds for, which car is that? The GTX car. So, follow across the line. My eyes are tired at this time.
Come on, they're fine. They're fine.
I'm doing it. Second in GTX. That is the Vortex.
Yep.
Okay, so those are the three outstanding penalties at the moment.
And the chances are that they won't lose that. I'm just looking at the next down in the GTX, which is the Crossbow, still in the pits getting that electrical issue sorted out. They've got an hour and 5 minutes to make sure that they're on the track when the checkered flag falls. Very important. Very important after a full engine and gearbox change.
Welcome into the broadcast a little while ago as we see the Austrian car of our favourite Austrians, right turn lover, and says presumably you're aware that KTM is going to be available as a road car, and yes, it will have the clamshell canopy.
Fantastic. I can't get in there, John.
I'll try my best. I think you can drop in from the top, Phil. If you sort of step over the side pod, and it's like a convertible with a gap for you to get in. And if you note the roll cage has a big kink in it on the driver's side, so you can sort of lower yourself in.
I think getting in will be fine.
Are we thinking some liquid soap and a still saw to get out?
Like I used to have to get into my supercar, a bit of WD-40 on the leathers, just slip into the seat. However, getting out of a supercar seat took 4 people and a winch. So this I would have the same issue here. It's difficult, but what a stunning looking vehicle it is, and it is going to be a road car, and that's Joe Bradley is down there having a close look in there, and seeing what technical gubbins he can see what they're doing.
While he turns his...
I could never be a mechanic on this car. I couldn't get there. There's no way I could get there.
If you could get there, you'd never get back out again. The mechanic, by the way, is standing in the engine bay. That is, I believe it's a transverse-mounted Audi engine in the back of that, Joe, isn't it?
Yeah. So the gearbox is here. But
Hang on,
the
we're just
mechanic
going to get Seb to come to you.
So the gearbox.
Don't put your hand on the bottom of the mic, mate. That's what's doing it.
There's the motor. But look where the mechanic's standing. I mean, he's basically got to get in the engine compartment. Wow. He's forearm protectors on, because everything in there, I can feel the heat. The heat's just coming out of there. So everywhere in there is a very hostile environment.
We're coming down to the last hour of the race.
Phil, if I got in there, I wouldn't be able to get out.
We're coming down to the last hour of the race. We'll get back to Joe when he's in an area that he can talk to us. Before we get down to the last hour of the race, I want to just give you the live scores as it stands. Now, this is where I do feel like the World Cup. So, as it stands, in the GT division of the Champion of the Continent, CP Racing have 74 points, Leipert have 68, Vinny Motorsport by EB Motors, the 955 car, have 65. In the TCE category, BBR 75, 62 for AC, and 58 for Wolf Power Racing. But if Wolf Power, they've already gone past AC, so that I think that is going to be how it'll end up then, because Wolf can't catch the BMWs.
Yeah, there's 20 plus laps in that, and we've only got just on an hour to go.
Yeah, there's Wolf Power have done 166, and even the stationary BMW has done 231. So what will be interesting is to see that as if the 331 can manage to catch it up. I know they are still working. That's the car that we wouldn't mind getting an update on, Joe Bradley. By the way, once you've finished with your KTM, is the Hoffa Racing BMW that had that accident.
Check on that.
I can hear you now.
I've stepped out the garage. I've put my tools down. We're about 45 minutes away from the Spirit of the Race Award.
Yeah.
It's Razzoon Northern Racing. The KTM guys have got to be a contender for that as well, because they didn't shirk when the engine went, and so
they're still at it now.
They put the new engine in. This is the KTM, and they put a new engine and gearbox in. The car went out, did some more laps. Something's gone wrong.
Yes, that's what I mean. They're still at it. They haven't packed up now.
No. They're still at it.
Yeah.
They've still got no intention of not fixing that car until the last hour, or the last half hour, or the last 15 minutes,
or the last lap.
Or the last lap, absolutely. And I mean, that really is the epitome of endurance racing.
Oh, absolutely is. The other car, and we heard it was it Martin Kroll who you were talking to?
Yes, it was. Yeah, Martin Kroll.
They're going to try and fix the steering arm on that Hoffa Racing.
Well, I saw that the trackward end, the steering arm had snapped right where it met the trackward end.
Ooh.
They were taking the upright off, even though I couldn't tell whether the upright was intact on the bottom wishbone, but they had a brand new upright being brought out, and I think they'll have changed. I suppose it makes sense, doesn't it, while you're in there, because you don't want to chance the bottom rose joint off the bottom wishbone snapping and being just overstressed off an impact. So Seb and I will head down there and give you an update.
Thank you very much. Inside the last 60 minutes, for the first time we're at KUWAIT Motor Town with the inaugural round of the Middle East Trophy. So I'm just keeping an eye on what's going on with the 450 here at the moment. But we're inside the last hour, 60 minutes of racing to come. We've had some drama already. What stories will play out on the last hour? You'll have to stay here
and find out with us. The last chapter of this book has not yet been written. Phil Anson alongside me, John Hindhaugh, as we continue to be dazzled by the twinkling lights in the distance. Still very pleasant temperatures here, Phil. I think it's moved much below the 19 you quoted earlier on. It's still pretty pleasant out on the gantry.
Yeah, 20 degrees, real feel 19 degrees, there you go. Northerly 7 kilometres an hour, so the wind has dropped down, humidity stayed about the same, about 50%. So we've been this way now for nearly 4 hours, John. So it's very good for the teams. They know what they've got. They know how their car is going to react to the surface. It's just about what else is on that surface.
So here are the positions. We'll start in GT with the gap between first and second almost exactly 1 minute, 31.1 seconds between the orange and white number 32. This is the Team GP Elite car in the colours of the Netherlands, and it is Den van Hankook behind the wheel. CP Racing is the American flagged Mercedes AMG GT3. It's mostly white with red and blue. And Shane Lewis is behind the wheel of the 65. And then in third position, it is the number 47 Team Kuwait by MRS GT, Zaid Ashkanani. That's your top three in the overall. I'll go through the classes in a moment, but Joe Bradley has some good news to talk about from the pit lane.
I've got some very interesting news. So the 188 numbered Audi, the SE Motorsport car, has just left the pit garage. You guys can tell me how long that's been in the pits. The 332, the Hofer Racing by Bonk BMW, that's the car that we saw had its damaged steering. That car's repaired, already out there. And literally, Martin Crowe just told me, 10 minutes later, the sister car, the 331, got hit, and the same thing happened. Suspension damage on the 332. That car is still in the garage. In fact, Martin's here. Martin, what was, so literally 10 minutes later, did you see?
Yes, exactly the same pit entry. He was passed by 3 cars, and the 4th car just hit him on the same side like the other car.
Was the same damage to the steering?
Same picture, yes.
This can't happen again because we're running out of parts.
So, but you see, I told you before, we are a great team. The other one car is fixed. It's already running again. The driver is already in, so in 2 minutes we go out.
Yeah, the wheels are on, guys, and it's just going to have to come off the jacks and it'll get underway. Thanks, Martin.
And Joe, to answer your question...
We never give up.
They never
give up.
No.
Never.
Joe, to answer your question about AC Motorsport, 2 hours and 50 minutes.
That's a long
That's
time.
A lot of work, isn't it?
Indeed.
A lot of work.
But
having said that, the amount of work these guys can get through, goodness me. How long did it take to change the engine in that KTM? That was under 2 hours?
It was, I think, yes.
That was extraordinary. Now I know that's a purpose-built
zip in, zip out.
Yeah, exactly. Drop it out through the bottom. But even so,
it's still a lot of work. You can't get the cabling, you can't get the hosing wrong because it just won't function. So obviously a very, very nice, as you would expect with a racing car, you have the clips and the plugs all set out in certain areas so that you can just unplug them en masse and then just